Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The narrator recalls always dreaming of becoming strong enough to conquer Murim, shown amid a battlefield of massive craters and corpses. A mortally wounded soldier, impaled on a spear, curses his killer as a villain. To realize that ambition, the narrator became the patriarch of the Heavenly Horse sect. A frightened enemy asks the long-haired patriarch if he is not afraid of God for killing so many, and the patriarch scoffs at the idea of God. The patriarch coldly argues he did nothing wrong since he is only using strength he earned through hard work, while his bleeding foe collapses. He states that he finally fulfilled his dream. He adds that more than anything, he enjoyed living as a human. He notes that this battlefield encounter was his first meeting with Shin-ryong. Shin-ryong shouts, demanding how the patriarch can act inhumanly when he is human too. Shin-ryong leaps in to attack the patriarch, initiating their clash. Their powers collide violently, carving a giant crater in the ground. The patriarch grimaces as he is struck and staggered by Shin-ryong. Shin-ryong denounces him as pure evil and declares his own vow to eradicate all evil. Shin-ryong unleashes another explosive strike that blasts the battlefield. The narrator says their fight was fierce, but he felt confident in his skill as the explosions continue. Shin-ryong attacks relentlessly with sword techniques. The patriarch counters angrily, hurling Shin-ryong back with a powerful slash. The narrator admits that in that intense exchange he relaxed his guard. Taking advantage, Shin-ryong blitzes behind the patriarch. Shin-ryong restrains him from behind, shocking the patriarch. Shin-ryong calls him vile evil and proclaims he will drag the patriarch to hell with heavenly retribution. The patriarch refuses to accept punishment, and curses Shin-ryong even as he struggles. Narration explains that Shin-ryong, being noble and selfless, chose a sacrificial method to defeat the patriarch. A blinding sphere of light begins to expand over the snowy mountain landscape. The light grows into a massive dome, preparing to erase everything. The patriarch says he still could not abandon his dream as, in another life under the moonlit sky, he leads an army charging a fortress. After reincarnating as the embodiment of evil, he again dreamt of conquering Murim. Now a heavily muscled leader, he advances with his forces, vowing never to suffer defeat again. As patriarch of the Heavenly Horse sect, he believes he is one step closer to divinity, while enemies order his death. However, his onslaught against the troops is interrupted. The narrator reveals that Shin-ryong reappeared. A red arc of sword energy slices across the scene as his arrival is felt. Shin-ryong stands amidst falling debris, radiating power while enemies are blown away. The narrator says that Shin-ryong, absolute ruler of the sword, once more blocked his path. Shin-ryong is shown calm and resolute before their rematch. The patriarch, now stronger and more monstrous, vows not to let history repeat. He declares he has become stronger as their energies spiral toward each other. Their clashing powers race over the palace rooftops. The duel shatters the roofs in a chain of explosions. The blasts create a tunnel of devastation through the buildings. Yet despite the destruction, something about the outcome is not as the patriarch wanted. He realizes, shocked, that Shin-ryong's sword had been secretly coated with poison. Bleeding, he condemns Shin-ryong for using such a cowardly method to kill him. Narration explains that every time he is reborn as evil, Shin-ryong appears to stop him. In a later life he becomes the fearsome blood sect leader, called the Blood God. He notes that this is now the 5th time he has reincarnated. To avoid repeating past mistakes, he began expanding power carefully from the borders. Battles rage as his forces clash with armies across the land. He trains himself to a transcendent level specifically to defeat Shin-ryong. His overwhelming power devastates the battlefield, scattering foes. He stands alone in another vast crater, showcasing his destructive might. But Shin-ryong suddenly charges him again, hurling insults. The patriarch snarls that he is sick of seeing Shin-ryong. Their techniques collide in spiraling beams as both shout to kill the other, the patriarch confident this time history will not repeat. Shin-ryong closes in with a decisive slash. They grapple over the sword's hilt in a struggle for control. The patriarch orders Shin-ryong to admit defeat, while Shin-ryong insists the battle ends only when the patriarch stops. The patriarch accuses him of having a mental problem for ruining every fight, but Shin-ryong says he must keep attacking to destroy the embodiment of evil. The patriarch crushes Shin-ryong's hand as their conflict escalates. Enraged, Shin-ryong attacks again while the patriarch yells for a break. Shin-ryong unleashes a ground-ripping wave of power toward him. The patriarch pounces, yelling that Shin-ryong is finished. Their clash explodes, blasting the terrain around them. Both end up run through, swords piercing each other's backs in a deadly embrace. The patriarch mocks Shin-ryong that this time the fight is over and Shin-ryong has lost. Shin-ryong weakly says the patriarch forced him to use a final measure. The patriarch suddenly smells burning, realizing something is wrong. Shin-ryong grips him tightly as a blazing light ignites between them. Shin-ryong explains that only a devil's weapon like his can obliterate a castle, and that his 1,000 thunderstrike will bury the area deep beneath Mount Chanmak. The patriarch, alarmed, asks if Shin-ryong really intends to fight to the bitter end. Smiling serenely, Shin-ryong answers that of course he does. The patriarch internally rages that he wants to live and cannot understand Shin-ryong's calmness. Shin-ryong replies that accepting one's fate is best. The patriarch screams in denial as the ground cracks wildly around their locked bodies. The destructive energy radiates outward in concentric fractures. Seeing the oncoming cataclysm from afar, the patriarch curses. He cries that it is impossible as the dimensional swirl expands. As the white void engulfs everything, he laments dying the same way yet again. He is reborn once more, now as a levitating infant calmly meditating. Another baby, elsewhere, cries loudly. In the modern world, a woman carrying her baby wonders where her older child Ha Youngwoo has gone after kindergarten. Walking through the city, she mutters that when she finds Youngwoo he will receive more than a scolding. A citywide announcement reports that a dimensional portal has opened at a nearby intersection. The broadcast adds that a grade 8 demon has emerged, ordering citizens to evacuate as the portal opens and people flee. The mother panics about Youngwoo's safety and rushes to look for him. A nearby skyscraper is struck and begins to collapse, shocking the crowd. People scream and run as the mother stands frozen with her baby. The impact explodes, wreaking havoc across the area. A massive dragon-like demon appears atop the building, roaring. It spreads its wings and bellows again over the devastated city. Among rubble and injured people, survivors groan in pain. The injured mother, still holding her baby, struggles to move and moans. Barely conscious, she insists she still has to find Youngwoo. She collapses over the baby, shielding it with her body. A pair of boots approaches the fallen mother and child. A grinning man in a red vest, wielding a sword and sack, appears like a supposed rescuer. Survivors excitedly recognize him as a unique and beg him to kill the demon and save them. He shouts at them to shut up, saying he is not there to slay demons or save anyone. The hopeful survivors stare at him in shocked silence. One man protests that as a unique he should defeat evil, but the man dismissively calls that idea amusing. Smirking, he grips his sack tightly. He whirls, spilling banknotes everywhere and telling everyone to look at what he has. He revels that the monster conveniently destroyed a bank, showering him with money. Onlookers react in disbelief that a unique would rob a bank, while he sneers about tax money going to the unique association. When they complain, he violently blasts them, ordering them to be quiet. He taunts that the unique association does not fight evil for free. A wounded man vows to expose his brutality, cursing him. The unique responds with another devastating strike, telling them to shut up and die. He darkly mutters that he will kill them all after dealing with the demon. Fantasizing, he says that slaying the demon will make him a hero and rich, though he plans to kill the witnesses first. Suddenly Youngwoo, now a small boy, calmly appears before him in the ruins. The unique scoffs at the boy's warning, bragging that a mere grade 8 demon cannot kill him. Youngwoo corrects him, stating the demon is not grade 8. The unique, uneasy, asks what the boy means. The towering dragon demon looms directly behind him, revealing its true terrifying presence. Horrified, he realizes the monster must be at least grade 6. The control room confirms via broadcast that a grade 6 demon has emerged and orders downtown Incheon evacuated. The demon rampages through the cityscape, crushing buildings. The arrogant unique is later shown broken and half buried in rubble, defeated. The dragon roars at Youngwoo, who stands undaunted before it. Youngwoo warns the demon not to overstep its bounds. He scolds it for frightening his family, shown lying unconscious nearby. The dragon charges with another roar as Youngwoo faces it. Youngwoo admits the demon is strong. He proclaims that in his past life dealing with dragons like this was trivial, then launches a powerful counterattack. The dragon's eyes bulge in shock as Youngwoo's energy overwhelms it. The blast completely engulfs and annihilates the demon. Looking at the corpse, Youngwoo complains that despite his training he is still only classified as grade 2. He resolves to work even harder so that in this life, when he meets Shin-ryong again, he will not lose. Narration shifts to explain that 30 years earlier humanity suddenly evolved, gaining mysterious powers. These new powers puzzled the world, leading all nations to research them, with the US first learning how to enhance them. Because that method stayed secret, countries competed fiercely to gather information on superpowers. 10 years ago, dimensional distortions created rifts that allowed demons to invade Earth. Back at the dragon's corpse, another unique examines the gigantic remains. Narration explains normal weapons cannot harm demons and only enhanced humans called uniques can fight them. Team leader Park Sung-ho is stunned, believing the grade 6 demon was felled by raw physical force. Reviewing CCTV, he finds only a blurry image of a young boy at the scene. He concludes that the boy crushed the demon and regards the child as a monster. Later, hearing his nephew call, Park thinks that this kid is also becoming a monster and that another like the boy could exist. He reflects that two such monstrous individuals have appeared at once. A shadowed child with a wide grin is shown, hinting at another dangerous prodigy. The narration introduces Ha Youngwoo, who has reincarnated 6 times pursuing Nurim's conquest and now trains to one day defeat Shin-ryong. Youngwoo reflects bitterly that Shin-ryong has defeated him in every lifetime. He imagines enemies rushing him as he contemplates their endless struggle. He reasons that since he reincarnated, Shin-ryong likely has as well. Aware of Shin-ryong's strength, he resolves to give everything to defeat him. He recalls how often Shin-ryong has humiliated him while easily cutting down foes. Youngwoo vows that this life will be different, that through training he will not lose to that bastard again. The scene reveals he is actually using a VR headset and controllers when someone calls his name. His mother barges in, scolding him for gaming first thing in the morning and demanding what he plans to do with his life if he plays all day. Youngwoo insists he is training, but his angry mother accuses him of preparing to beat up kids again. Startled, Youngwoo hurriedly agrees to stop playing games and fighting, greeting his mom nervously. His mom demands confirmation and Youngwoo agrees to her that he will stop. Pressed again, Youngwoo frantically repeats that he promises. Narration reveals that in a previous life he learned to kill and torture to grow stronger, while in the present his mom sends him to wash up for breakfast, and he answers. The family's breakfast is laid out on the table. As his mom makes him eat carrots, Youngwoo complains internally about the chicken's skin and wonders if every morning will be like this. While she tells him to eat slowly before kindergarten, he gulps food down, thinking he oddly does not dislike it. The scene changes to the building of Chongsang Kindergarten. On the playground, some kids nervously ask if one boy is really going through with something, and he boldly says he is. Kang Chun, confident, tells the scared kid to leave if he is frightened. His friends worry he cannot beat Youngwoo and could get hurt challenging him. Kang Chun boasts that he is heir to the strongest of the 8 great clans, the Golden River Clan. His friends point out he always loses to Youngwoo, which he reluctantly admits. Kang Chun claims he will not lose this time because he begged his father to teach him their clan's secret technique, and offers to show it. He plants his foot firmly on the ground to begin the technique. Kang Chun charges toward a large tree, invoking Golden River. He unleashes a powerful attack called Steel Blood Fist into the tree. The force of his punch creates a massive shockwave, tearing up the ground and surroundings. Debris and dust settle, revealing the destroyed path leading back to the shattered tree. His friends excitedly praise Kang Chun as incredibly strong, thinking he is likely the strongest kindergartner. Kang Chun smugly reaffirms his pride as a descendant of the Golden River Clan. He seethes with hatred toward Youngwoo for humiliating him in front of Yuhara. Kang Chun swears internally that he will never forgive Youngwoo. His followers doubt Youngwoo will show up for the challenge, though Kang Chun is unsure. Youngwoo calmly appears, stating that he will come. The boys are shocked that Youngwoo so readily accepts the challenge. Kang Chun is unsettled that Youngwoo agreed so casually despite witnessing his Steel Blood Fist. Youngwoo, regarding himself as the boss of Chongsang Kindergarten, wonders why Kang Chun is trying to show off instead of fearing him. Kang Chun decides it does not matter since he has prepared and even has a hidden plan. Youngwoo internally notes that whatever Kang Chun is planning, he will never be able to defeat him. The narration shifts to the Golden River household, introducing the clan's residents. Inside a lavish hall, many children gather, eating as if at a formal event. Youngwoo stands alone among the mingling children, observing quietly. Dressed up, Kang Chun thanks everyone for attending his party and encourages them to enjoy the abundant food. The other kids cheer, thank him for inviting them and wish him a happy birthday. Youngwoo watches silently with arms crossed, expression unreadable. The children excitedly react as someone noteworthy arrives, drawing attention. Yuhara appears cheerfully, greeting everyone while holding a bouquet of flowers. Youngwoo notices and recalls that Yuhara is a famous child commercial star. Kang Chun runs toward her delightedly, happy she came to his birthday. Youngwoo wryly criticizes Kang Chun for acting immaturely around a girl even at kindergarten age. Yuhara wishes Kang Chun a happy birthday, and he happily thanks her for coming. She suddenly notices something and reacts with mild surprise. Seeing Youngwoo, Yuhara greets him, surprised that he is at the party too. As Kang Chun tries to hide his anger, Yuhara praises Youngwoo's skill at a VR assassin game and asks him to teach her, while Youngwoo modestly says it is not hard. Enraged and jealous, Kang Chun shouts at Youngwoo to stay away from Hara. Elsewhere in the mansion, someone asks if Kang Chun is holding a birthday party. A servant confirms, explaining Kang Chun wanted to beat someone today and asked to learn the family's secret technique. Lee Ho-guk, Kang Chun's father and leader of the Golden River Clan, calls his son a brat and reacts to having been tricked. Assistant Chief Kim Chong-won chides him for being unpopular with his kids and asks that he at least let Kang Chun do what he wants on his birthday. Ho-guk waves off the nagging, saying he understands, while Kim mutters that his real lecture has not even begun. Kim then asks Ho-guk if he still possesses a particular rift core. Ho-guk explains that rift cores maintain demon rifts, are obtained only by killing demons, and thus are valuable. He adds that they can be sold for money, jokingly appealing to Kim's interests, while Kim objects that this one is not an ordinary rift core. Kim reveals the rift core is cursed, and says everyone who has owned it has been erased from the world along with their families. Ho-guk dismissively asks so what, confused by Kim's concern. He proudly insists such a curse could never affect someone like him. Suddenly a huge impact is heard, startling both men. The impact has opened a dark, swirling rift in the middle of the party hall. Through the rift, someone calls out Youngwoo's name as they see him inside amid rubble. Youngwoo lies slumped and apparently unconscious among broken rocks. The rift opens fully into the party hall, showing Youngwoo motionless while Kang Chun stands triumphantly in front of onlookers. The children cheer, believing Kang Chun has defeated Youngwoo and calling him awesome. Kang Chun proudly tells Hara she no longer needs to fear Youngwoo because he will protect her. Hara corrects him, saying she was never afraid of Youngwoo and questions where he got that idea. She also points out that Youngwoo has not actually lost yet, confusing Kang Chun. Kang Chun protests that his Steel Blood Fist should have left Youngwoo unconscious for hours. Hara, confident in her perception, proposes a bet if he does not believe her. Kang Chun remembers that Hara has a first-class ability called God's Eyes that lets her see her opponent's condition, and he reacts warily to the idea of a bet. He suddenly suspects what she means. Youngwoo appears beside him very much awake, stunning Kong-chun. Kong-chun screams in disbelief that Youngwoo is fine. Youngwoo smirks and says he allowed Kong-chun to hit him as a birthday present, asking if he enjoyed it. Kong-chun is shocked and outraged by this revelation. Youngwoo's narration notes that having been reincarnated countless times, taking that hit was the least he could do for a 7-year-old opponent. But he internally adds that tolerating a punch is one thing while being challenged is another, and declares it is now his turn. Youngwoo rockets toward Kong-chun with terrifying speed, promising to show the difference between their strengths. He warns Kong-chun never to think of challenging him again as he prepares to strike. Kong-chun panics and begs him to stop as Youngwoo's blow slams into his face. A profile introduces Park Soo-hoo, a 17-year-old reincarnation of Jean Gangbek and future leader of the Unique Association. A loud crash echoes through the halls of the mansion. Hearing the commotion, Kim remarks that the kids are fighting again. He then panics, asking if Holguk is really going to the children's party. Holguk admits he is curious to see who Kong-chun is fighting. Kim says he is more concerned about the rift core and asks Holguk what he intends to do with it. Holguk shouts at him to stop his foolish rambling. Kim accuses him of ignorance about the rift core, suggesting that is why Holguk is so careless. Kim laments that others now see their clan as brainless brutes who do not grasp what is happening in the world. Holguk scoffs and says he does not care what others think. Kim explains that the cursed rift core originally belonged to Kim Taek-soo, the previous head of the Unique Association. Shocked, Holguk realizes the core belonged to that fearsome man. Kim confirms this is correct. He narrates how, after Kim Taek-soo's family was killed 2 years ago, the man acquired the rift core himself, after which everyone who obtained it was wiped out along with their families, earning it the name Cursed Rift Core. Kim then pointedly asks Holguk if he believes he could have defeated Kim Taek-soo. Holguk uneasily admits the outcome of such a fight would be uncertain, though he thinks he might have won. Kim notes that Kim Taek-soo died before revealing his full power, and asks if Holguk can still ignore the rift core given that knowledge. Holguk sheepishly tells assistant Kim that he thinks he actually lost the rift core. Kim explodes in panic, screaming at Holguk for losing it. Back at the party, broken plates and spilled food litter the floor from the fight. The other children react in shock and awe at the spectacle. Youngwoo lies amid the wreckage of tables and debris, apparently thrown back by a recent blow. From above, onlookers think Kong-chun has defeated Youngwoo again and rave about his strength. Hara, watching, is confused and worried as Youngwoo's ominous aura flares. She then senses that Kong-chun's aura has changed drastically, noticing a sinister power around him. Youngwoo, getting up, wonders uneasily what this strange aura is. Hara trembles in fear, admitting to herself that she is scared. Kong-chun's expression becomes monstrously twisted as the dark power overtakes him. Hara cries out to the remaining kids, warning them to run away. The scene cuts to a sign reading Golden Gate. Outside the massive Golden Gate doors, Park Soo-hoo arrives. He confirms this imposing place is where the person he seeks resides. Remembering CCTV footage, he is sure the child involved in the incident wore Chongsung Kindergarten's uniform. He deduces that the boy is likely Lee Hoguk's third son, Kong-chun. Believing only the Golden Gate household could raise such a monster, he resolves to verify if Kong-chun is indeed the child from the footage. Inside the hall, terrified children scream for their mothers and flee in panic. Empowered by demonic energy, Kong-chun hovers menacingly, exuding a terrifying aura. Hara, frightened, pleads with Kong-chun to calm down as Youngwoo stands behind her. Still trying to reach him, she repeatedly asks Kong-chun what is wrong and urges him to calm himself. Kong-chun only grins maniacally, showing he is beyond reason. Paralyzed by fear, Hara thinks the situation is so terrifying that she cannot move. Youngwoo observes that Hara's god's eyes allow her to sense imminent danger, and concludes that if she keeps developing, she could become troublesome for him. Consumed by the Rift Core's power, Kong-chun thinks about killing anyone who stands in his way. Hara, despite her fear, screams for Youngwoo to run away. Before she can escape, Kong-chun viciously strikes her across the face. The blow sends Hara flying, crashing brutally into furniture and the far wall. Kong-chun, laughing crazily, charges forward with a massive empowered fist. Hara lies unconscious and badly hurt amid broken tables and debris. In agony, she silently begs her parents to save her from the pain. Her fading vision narrows as she desperately prays for someone, anyone, to rescue her. Through her blurred sight, she sees the corrupted Kong-chun menacingly approaching. As he lunges, her view distorts with the speed and impact of his attack. The panel shows Hara's face slack, indicating she has lost consciousness or worse. At that moment, Youngwoo dives down from above, targeting the possessed Kong-chun. Youngwoo continues his high-speed descent, ready to crash into Kong-chun. He slams Kong-chun into the floor with overwhelming force, generating a massive impact. Kong-chun's body slams headfirst, shown crushed into the ground from Youngwoo's counterattack. A sequence of remembered scoldings reveals the pressure on Kong-chun to live up to his role as Golden River clan successor and match his superpowered older brother. A flashback shows young Kong-chun proudly presenting a trophy to his father. He happily announces he won first place in a kindergarten martial arts tournament. His father coldly tells him not to boast about something that was already expected of him. Devastated, the young Kang Chun begins to cry. His father then places a hand on his head. Smiling for once, the father tells him he still did well. Kang Chun beams through tears at this rare praise. Back in the present, a beaten Kang Chun blames Young-woo for ruining everything. He laments that Young-woo appeared just after the first time his father praised him. Young-woo responds with a brutal slap or strike to Kang Chun's face. The blow sends Kang Chun crashing and skidding violently across the hall, shattering the floor. Young-woo, half smiling with red eyes, coldly asks so what, dismissing Kang Chun's resentment. Beaten and stunned, young Kang Chun demands to know what is happening. Young-woo mocks him for whining and says he lost because he is weak. Kang Chun agrees that the weak have no right to complain, his eyes turning sinister. Empowered by dark energy, Kang Chun launches himself at Young-woo, startling him. Kang Chun brutally kicks Young-woo across the room. Young-woo continues to be violently kicked and hurled away. Injured and angry, Young-woo groans as he tries to rise. The possessed Kang Chun approaches, saying Young-woo was right that the weak should be beaten by the strong. He grins menacingly and demands Young-woo to confirm that belief. Lee Kang Chun is introduced as a 17-year-old magic major and second son of Lee Ho-guk. Elsewhere, adults panic because a powerful and dangerous item has been lost. The butler frantically orders the strong man to find the missing item quickly. The strong man asks what kind of curse could fool even the unique association chairman, while the butler prepares to explain. The butler says curse rift cores can take control of a user's spirit, as we see Park Sung-ho crazed by one. He clarifies that such a core can possess the user and turn them into a devil while Park attacks Young-woo. Young-woo is struck hard, spitting blood from the impact. He is smashed into the wall, leaving a crater. The possessed Park Sung-ho taunts Young-woo about being beaten by someone stronger. Park Sung-ho jeers that Young-woo always thought highly of himself. Park admits he longed for power to defeat and crush Young-woo, recalling seeing a glowing gem in a trophy case. The cursed gem tempts him with a voice urging him to touch it. The voice promises to grant him the power he has always wanted as he reaches for the core. Park grabs the core and is engulfed in light, overjoyed by the power. Now corrupted, he believes he can beat anyone, vowing to defeat Young-woo and make his father proud. Back in the present, Young-woo, battered, starts to smile ominously. Kang Chun notices Young-woo's grin and is unsettled. Young-woo calls it funny that Kang Chun still clings to his identity while a parasite controls him. Enraged, the possessed Kang Chun charges at Young-woo, demanding what he means. Young-woo swiftly dodges or moves past the charging Kang Chun. He pivots and strikes as Kang Chun passes. Young-woo's blow lands cleanly, surprising Kang Chun. The attack sends Kang Chun crashing violently into the wall. Kang Chun, face buried in the wall, insults Young-woo and screams in pain. Young-woo explains he is referring to the cursed core acting like a parasite in Kang Chun's body. Kang Chun shouts for him to shut up and attacks again. Young-woo counters with a powerful strike to Kang Chun's neck. Kang Chun looks shocked and afraid as the hit lands. Young-woo punches him deep into the damaged wall. Kang Chun screams that the pain is unbearable. Young-woo calmly steps toward him as he groans. Seeing Young-woo advance without fear, Park Sung-ho realizes the boy is terrifying. Park Sung-ho concludes Young-woo is a true monster. Realizing Kang Chun's body is too weak to win, the evil spirit inside him decides it needs a better host. Time shifts. An adult in red walks in and asks the two boys what they are doing. The newcomer asks if a child named Kang Chun is present. Park Sung-ho decides to possess this newcomer, grabbing him while the man comments on the mess. Confused, the man asks if the kid clinging to him is Kang Chun, then his eye suddenly glows red. Possessed by the spirit, the man screams and convulses as dark energy erupts. His eyes turn red, signaling the possession's success. Now in full control of the adult body, the spirit says he feels much better while Kang Chun's empty shell kneels. Addressing Young-woo, the possessed man declares that everything is over. Another adult arrives and demands to know what is going on in the wrecked hall. He is horrified to see his youngest son Kang Chun kneeling and bleeding. Lee Ho-guk confronts the possessed man, asking if he is responsible for his son's condition. The possessed man, irritated, tells Ho-guk to leave before he loses his temper. Ho-guk, unfazed, says he is angry as well and challenges the threat. Ho-guk grins crazily, saying he is also extremely pissed off. Ho-guk unleashes his technique Heaven Annihilation Blast at the possessed man. The attack explodes through the building, blowing out a wall. The possessed man is badly wounded and curses Ho-guk in agony. Furious, he vows not to let the attack go unpunished and threatens to kill Ho-guk. He suddenly reacts in shock as something unexpected happens. A menacing silhouette looms over him from above. Ho-guk leaps and slams him into the ground with another Heaven Annihilation Blast. The cursed rift core pops free from the body, its energy leaking out. The butler recognizes and shouts that the floating gem is the cursed rift core. He orders Ho-guk to hurry and retrieve the dangerous core. Ho-guk casually complies and reaches out to grab the drifting gem. Before he can, the core is snatched away, surprising him. Young-woo is shown calmly holding the cursed core in his hand. The adults panic, telling Young-woo that holding it is dangerous and insisting it must be stored safely. Ignoring their pleas, Young-woo says farewell to the core as it begs for mercy and offers him even greater power. Young-woo mocks the idea that the core can grant the greatest power when it is about to be crushed by him. He crushes the cursed core in his fist as it screams. The adults howl that destroying it is a terrible waste. The last remnants of the core's power scatter from Young-woo's clenched hand. Lee Ho-guk is introduced as the 52-year-old Golden River sect leader, a simple fighter obsessed with strength. Time passes, signaled by a peaceful blue sky. Families gather with their children in front of a large traditional hall. The butler greets parents, and later a battered adult is carried away on a stretcher. Narration states that the Rift Core incident ended, while someone nearby complains about the painful treatment of his injuries. The butler asks young Kong Chun if he remembers what happened, but the boy says he recalls nothing beyond the party's start. The butler confirms to himself that Kong Chun's soul had been controlled by the cursed core, while Kong Chun cries over his ruined birthday and frightened friends. Kong Chun vaguely remembers fighting Young Woo and being badly beaten, which the butler dismisses as a nightmare. Kong Chun then asks where his father is, prompting the butler to hesitate. A loud crash interrupts them, making both look up in alarm. Kong Chun demands to know the source of the sound while the butler stalls. They see Ho-guk crashing down violently from above. Ho-guk and his other son Kong Hyun are shown thrown and defeated on the training floor. Young Woo stands calmly nearby, hands in his pockets. From Young Woo's viewpoint, Kong Hyun and Ho-guk groan and struggle after the spar. Kong Hyun, kneeling, begs his father's forgiveness for losing. Ho-guk tells Young Woo he confirmed that Young Woo had beaten Kong Chun at the party. Young Woo asks if Ho-guk is accusing him of that incident. Ho-guk explains he realized both Park Sung-ho and Kong Chun were controlled by the cursed core during the chaos. Young Woo summarizes that this means Kong Chun had already been fighting someone else before Park arrived. Ho-guk reveals that is why he asked Young Woo to spar with his other son Kong Hyun, whom Young Woo easily defeated despite the boy's reputed talent. Young Woo smirks in satisfaction at that reminder. Ho-guk says he likes Young Woo's smile and asks to spar with him as well. Young Woo thinks Ho-guk is even more stubborn and passionate than expected. Kong Hyun urgently warns his father not to spar because Young Woo is his friend. Ho-guk presses Young Woo for an answer, asking if he will accept the match. Kong Hyun panics internally, believing Young Woo will die if he accepts. Young Woo cheerfully asks if the spar will be free, implying he wants compensation. Kong Hyun thinks Young Woo is insane for agreeing so readily. Ho-guk bursts into booming laughter at Young Woo's response. He praises Young Woo's answer and lectures that true fighting requires both power and courage. Ho-guk adds that real strength comes from having both power and guts together. Young Woo muses that he likes straightforward guys like Ho-guk. Ho-guk asks if Young Woo is worried about his superpower, but Young Woo says he is not. Pleased, Ho-guk smiles and gets ready. Young Woo teases him, asking if he is actually worried about having to use that superpower. Ho-guk roars that of course he will use it and surges forward with a huge punch. Young Woo's eyes glow red as he prepares to respond. Ho-guk unleashes a flurry of fists and his heavenly dragon fist technique toward Young Woo. Young Woo darts in and kicks off a pillar, surprising Ho-guk. Ho-guk's eyes widen, red with intensity, as he focuses on Young Woo's movement. Ho-guk counters with heavenly dragon fist, smashing Young Woo. Watching the clash, Kong Hyun urges the butler to stop his father before he goes too far. The butler, struggling to keep up, complains he is already trying and questions testing a 7-year-old's strength. A devastating blow shatters the hall, terrifying the onlookers. Ho-guk lies unconscious in the rubble after being defeated. Kong Hyun and the butler scream for their master and father. The scene focuses on the massive hole blasted through the hall's wall and floor. Sound effects emphasize the lingering energy and devastation around the crater. Years later, a grown Young Woo steps into the old crater. Ho-guk notes with a smile that it has been 10 years since he punched that hole. Present-day Young Woo stands framed in the hole as Ho-guk calls his name. Young Woo smirks confidently, now a teenager. The panel again shows Young Woo calmly standing in the old battlefield's breach. He examines the scarred wall where the old fight took place. A friend calls out to Young Woo, asking what he is doing near the damaged wall. Young Woo asks how long they plan to leave the wall unrepaired, pointing out it has been a decade. The friend laughs awkwardly and says his father refuses to let him fix it. Ho-guk appears, demanding to know why anyone would want to repair the commemorative hole. He proudly declares that the hole marks his first defeat, while Young Woo and the friend protest that it is nothing to brag about. Ho-guk admits losing to a 7-year-old should not be a point of pride, but says it is fine. He explains it is acceptable because Young Woo is truly strong. Ho-guk recalls that even though he is powerful, he is still no match for Young Woo. In a flashback he attacks, only for Young Woo to counter with Thunder Strike. Thunder Strike shocks Ho-guk and the onlookers as electricity fills the hall. Ho-guk, now delighted instead of upset, shows off the divine chi power that Young Woo transferred to him. Narration reveals that divine chi was once Young Woo's greatest asset and that he once would never have shared it. He reflects that with no path to conquer Murim now, he intends to enjoy life and use his powers as he pleases. Kong Hyun yells for his father to stop before he kills him with the divine chi. Startled, Ho-guk apologizes and begins to rein in the energy. Kong Hyun collapses to his knees from the remaining shock. Kong Hyun scolds his father for casually using divine chi, while Ho-guk laughs and says the power is too amazing not to show off. The butler reminds Ho-guk that they should not be overly sentimental because the divine chi was not obtained for free. Young Woo, scratching his head, wonders aloud if he actually sold that divine chi for money, admitting he cannot remember. Young-woo is shocked to hear he supposedly sold something for 10 billion won and denies ever doing that. When asked why he cannot remember, Young-woo admits he only vaguely recalls the event. The man explains that 10 years ago Young-woo threatened to sell his divine chi to another sect unless they paid 10 billion won. Young-woo defensively says he demanded that money because he desperately needed cash back then. The man points out they paid him, and then even made him vice sect leader of the Golden River clan after he transferred his divine chi. Young-woo thinks that with a 300 million won yearly salary as vice sect leader the deal is actually a decent part-time job and says he understands. The muscular sect leader laughs that arguing about the past is pointless since Young-woo's chi boosted the sect's power 100-fold. As they leave, someone calls out affectionately to Young-woo, startling him. A young girl runs into Young-woo's arms, calling him husband, leaving him bewildered. Young-woo corrects Lee Hyerin, telling her to call him older brother, and wonders who told her otherwise. Hyerin points at her father, saying he was the one who told her to address Young-woo that way. Her father boldly declares he intends to make Young-woo his son-in-law and marry Hyerin to him. Young-woo fumes that making a 10-year-old call him husband is going too far and mentally curses Lee Ho-guk for forcing his daughter into it. Lee Ho-guk tells Young-woo to treat Hyerin kindly, reminding him their wives are best friends. Young-woo thinks Ho-guk is shifting blame onto his mother, and considers beating him up like in the old days. Ho-guk dramatically cries that his son-in-law wants to hit his future father-in-law while Young-woo yells that he is not his son-in-law. Ho-guk insists Young-woo will eventually marry Hyerin, but Young-woo brushes it off, saying he cannot foresee the future as he carries the girl. Ho-guk privately broods that no matter how he trains his divine chi he cannot close the power gap between himself and Young-woo. He urges Hyerin to grow up quickly so she can claim Young-woo before anyone else, and she enthusiastically agrees. Young-woo silently laments how crazy the situation with Hyerin and her father is. The narrative explains that a rift core is a rare power-boosting stone sometimes formed in high-grade demons. Later Young-woo and his tall friend walk together on campus. The friend casually asks if Young-woo is really going to marry his little sister, and Young-woo answers ambiguously. The friend then confirms Young-woo plans to major in magic, which Young-woo affirms. Curious, the friend asks what Young-woo lacks that makes him want to study magic. Young-woo answers that although he is skilled in swordsmanship his overall fighting style is still poor, surprising the friend. He adds that walking around with a visible sword would draw too much attention, hinting magic is more convenient. Young-woo resolves internally that he must become stronger in this life in case he encounters his old enemy Shin-ryong again. The scene shifts to Unique College, the institution they are entering. Explanation is given that government guilds are institutions that train superpowered humans, called uniques, under sect sponsorship. At the academy entrance, narration explains that guild training doubles as high school education for these students. It is stated that passing the entrance test for this elite academy is extremely difficult, with about a 0.1% acceptance rate. Young-woo and his friend arrive and are surprised by the size of the crowd waiting for the exam. Onlookers excitedly recognize Young-woo as the red-eyed Min Ji-hyun and his friend as Kang Mi-ho from the group Innovation. A horde of fangirls rushes forward screaming for their idols, causing chaos in the walkway. Young-woo's friend is confused by the commotion and asks the crowd to move aside. A blonde student in a fancy uniform coldly orders him to move out of the way. Fans shout for Mi-ho and Ji-hyun, demanding the two boys step aside and stop blocking the entrance. The blonde boy aggressively hits Young-woo's friend and calls him an insult. Rubbing his face, Young-woo's friend angrily questions why the guy both punched and insulted him. The surrounding fangirls side with the blonde, berating Young-woo's friend for blocking their view of Mi-ho and mocking his looks. Feeling dejected while others squeal over Mi-ho's new album, Young-woo's friend wonders aloud if he is really ugly. Furious as heir of the Golden River clan, he decides that tolerating this humiliation is impossible. He suddenly kicks the blonde attacker hard, knocking him down in front of everyone. Young-woo's red eyes narrow as he observes the confrontation. Fans scream in shock as Mi-ho lies on the ground groaning, and Young-woo's friend stares, confused by what he has done. An ominous mouth calls Young-woo's friend a fat bastard and questions his surprise at the situation. A gang led by Park Ki-ho walks up, and Ki-ho openly insults Young-woo's friend by name. Recognizing him, Young-woo's friend calls out Park Ki-ho in anger. Young-woo silently watches Ki-ho, assessing the situation. Ki-ho proudly introduces himself as the junior Black Tiger of the Black Tiger sect and announces his presence. Determined, Young-woo's friend vows not to retreat from Park Ki-ho this time. He tells Young-woo he will not let Ki-ho get away with what he did and steps forward. Young-woo, in a sour mood, impatiently asks what he wants. Young-woo looks at him with a serious expression as the tension builds. The fangirls now turn on Ki-ho's group, loudly demanding that he apologize to their injured idol. Ki-ho mockingly repeats the word apologize, playing on its sound-alike word apple. The girls angrily insist he say sorry because Mi-ho is clearly hurt. Mi-ho's staff help him up, worried, while Mi-ho gasps that he can hardly breathe. The girls keep screaming at Ki-ho, ordering him to apologize quickly. Ki-ho sheepishly says he is not the type to hand out apologies. Then, with a sinister smile, he adds that since they insist he will give them what they want. He approaches the girls with an outstretched hand, saying here it is, confusing them. Strange green bubbles form in his palm, making everyone stare in surprise. The bubbles suddenly coalesce into a green apple, astonishing Kiho himself. He tosses the apple to the lead girl, saying here is their apple as she catches it, bewildered. As she holds the fruit and complains about his nerve, the girls notice something odd about it. The apple explodes into toxic smoke, engulfing the girls and making them scream. They choke in panic, clutching their throats and crying out in horror. Kiho smugly asks why they look upset when he supposedly put his heart into that apology while the girls beg for help. Laughing with his gang, Kiho says people should read the room before interfering and calls the others idiots. One girl crawls on the ground begging for mercy and coughing from the lingering poison. Standing over her menacingly, Kiho mocks her earlier bravado and asks if she disliked his apology. Enraged, Young-woo's friend charges at Kiho shouting that he is insane. He lands a heavy blow against Kiho, knocking him back as the girls look on. An info panel introduces Park Kiho as a 17-year-old unique school magic major, Black Tiger successor with a poison attribute obsessed with strength. Kiho taunts Young-woo's friend for interfering like his father and warns that such behavior will tarnish Kumkang Gate's reputation. Young-woo's friend retorts that if Kiho keeps provoking him, he will smear Black Tiger's name instead. Spectators excitedly realize they are watching a showdown between heirs of Kumkang Gate and Black Tiger and rush to film it. Watching with interest, Young-woo thinks it is entertaining to see the two Incheon power heirs clash. Young-woo assumes Kiho is just a wild cat and believes Kang-chun can handle him, while Kang-chun condemns Kiho for using poison on innocent girls. Kiho feigns ignorance, demanding proof that he used poison even as girls lie collapsed around them. Then, as Kang-chun looks back, the girls suddenly recover, confused but fine, undermining his accusation. Kiho smiles and claims he only scolded an arrogant celebrity for blocking the road, painting himself as the reasonable one. He loudly asks the surrounding students to confirm he is right, trying to sway public opinion. Some bystanders start criticizing Miho's attitude and say his celebrity status made him arrogant, subtly backing Kiho. Young-woo notes that Kiho is more like a cunning hyena than a wild cat, having flipped the crowd's perception in an instant. Kang-chun angrily challenges the logic that arrogant people deserve to be beaten, startling the students. Kiho crazily shouts that of course they do and lunges again. His hand transforms into a venomous snake that lunges toward Kang-chun's face. Kang-chun manages to grab Kiho's arm and block the attack, making Kiho grunt in pain. Kiho's followers shout his name anxiously as Kang-chun holds him. The girls, now on Kang-chun's side, cheer for Kumkang Gate and urge him to crush Kiho. Kang-chun demands to know what is natural and dares Kiho to suffer a beating for acting high and mighty. Kiho, furious, calls him a bastard as he prepares to retaliate. Kang-chun mocks him for relying on poison, reminding Kiho that his toxins do not work on Kang-chun's body. Kiho smirks and suggests Kang-chun might be mistaken about that. He grips his own throat and begins activating something sinister. The poison surges within him as he forcefully manipulates it. Young-woo suddenly recognizes the technique and is shocked. A teacher arrives, scolding them for fighting at the school gate and interrupting the clash. The teacher orders them to separate, and Young-woo's friend backs off, saying Kiho is lucky while Kiho scoffs that Kang-chun almost died. Kang-chun grumbles that Kiho is crazy even to the end as the confrontation fizzles. Kiho dismissively tells him to forget it if he does not understand and walks away with his gang. The teacher then disperses the gathered students, reminding them they have an exam to take. Later, 2 drink cans drop from a vending machine. Young-woo and Kang-chun drink side by side in silence. Young-woo casually comments that Kang-chun's handling of the situation was lame, making him spit out his drink. Kang-chun says Young-woo can be worse than him sometimes and excuses himself by saying he could not spill blood with the teacher present. Young-woo replies that he should not have intervened if he could not finish it, warning that half measures bring future trouble. He adds that Kiho attacking him twice shows Kiho no longer takes him seriously. Kang-chun admits that Young-woo can be frightening when he talks like this. Young-woo brushes off the remark, saying that is not the main issue. Kang-chun grabs his wrist, prompting Young-woo's surprise. Startled, Kang-chun demands to know what Young-woo is doing. A close view shows strange marks on Kang-chun's forearm where Kiho grabbed him. Young-woo realizes the technique is the inhalant merit he once saw before. He wonders if that sinister weed-like man he knew has somehow reincarnated into Park Kiho. The narration shifts back to the unique specialty school setting. Young-woo recalls the blood scholar Sung-moo Nail, a dangerous figure from his 5th life as Jan-sa. He explains that Sung-moo Nail was a man he encountered during that former life. Flashback shows Jan-sa slaughtering enemies in a forest, counting his kills. Jan-sa continues cutting down assailants with effortless sword strokes, numbering each kill. He says if he kills 7 more people he will sleep well, hinting at his own murderous nature. A mocking voice responds that he will not be sleeping well, contradicting his wish. Jan-sa finds children tied up to a giant tree and a captor standing before them. The captor grins maniacally and announces he will kill all of the children. The terrified children beg to be released and plead that they do not want to die. The captor clamps a hand over one girl's mouth to silence her. He taunts her, acting as though he is helping her sleep while keeping his hand over her face. He reveals the name of his art, calling it inhalant merit. The girl's eyes bulge grotesquely as the technique takes hold, showing its horror. The captor laughs wildly as his poisonous aura overwhelms all the bound children. Jan-sa is forced to defend himself from the spreading power, reacting in shock. His eyes widen as he witnesses the gruesome scene unfold. Other captors also suffer under the power's backlash, choking and groaning. The deathly aura continues ravaging everyone nearby, driving them into agony. The caster exhales with satisfaction after using the terrible technique. Jan-sa questions whether killing the children one by one would really satisfy the man, challenging his logic. The blood scholar replies that Jan-sa should devour them all at once instead, encouraging mass slaughter. Back in the present, Young-woo remembers how Su-mu-niel stalked him for a long time until their final battle, always being a troublesome foe. He recalls eventually tearing Su-mu-niel's limbs off and killing him, but notes that losing some of his own power to him contributed to a later defeat by Jean Kong-baek. Young-woo remembers that when the blood scholar was dying he left important words. Dying and furious, Su-mu-niel warned Jan-sa not to become arrogant just because he had won. He ranted that had he completed the blood spirit persona by consuming 10,000 humans, Jan-sa would have died instead. Present Young-woo remembers that the blood spirit persona, achieved by absorbing 10,000 people's power, would let someone reach the Gukma stage. He notes that even after only 3,000 victims Su-mu-niel could fight him, then the strongest, on equal footing. The dying blood scholar swore that if he were ever reborn he would complete the blood spirit persona and tear Jan-sa apart. Young-woo decides his first priority is to verify whether Park Ki-ho's ability is truly the blood scholar's inherent merit. Kang-chun finds him in the hallway, saying he had been looking for Young-woo. The friend asks why the protagonist skipped his test, and the protagonist says he was startled by the friend staring at his arm and suddenly acting strange. An announcement calls examinees to line up for the final magic test, and the friend tells the protagonist to hurry. The friend realizes it is his turn for the test and drags the reluctant protagonist along, while the protagonist thinks he has no reason to tell him anything yet. Yuhara, a 17-year-old magic major with the rare God's Eye attribute and celebrity status, is introduced. A teacher writes dense formulas on a chalkboard. Students sit in a lecture hall facing a chalkboard filled with advanced equations and diagrams. The professor explains that studying magic requires mastering complex mathematical formulas. Holding a glowing textbook, the professor says that understanding magic depends on learning foundational math and physics. Students complain that the material is too difficult while the professor cheerfully asks if they understand. An assistant interrupts class to inform the professor that interviews for test takers are underway. The professor remembers the interviews and reacts with mild embarrassment. Applicants gather in a large gymnasium waiting for their turns. The protagonist stands among the applicants wearing badge number 3. A bespectacled girl with braided hair, badge number 1, stands among the other applicants. A group led by Park Ki-ho, wearing badge number 2, calls out to the protagonist. The protagonist internally notes with surprise that Park Ki-ho is also applying to the magic major. Park Ki-ho, having planned to confront him later, mocks the protagonist's low latent level of 3 despite his connection to Kang-chun. Park Ki-ho thinks he can use the protagonist to get revenge on Kang-chun and orders him to meet at the back gate after the test. Chai Yun-young notices Park Ki-ho confronting the protagonist and looks over with concern. The protagonist bluntly asks why he has to obey Park Ki-ho's order. Park Ki-ho reacts with a confused, irritated expression. His cronies insult the protagonist for talking back and assume he is arrogant because of Kang-chun. Grabbing the protagonist's face, Park Ki-ho threatens that school life will be hard unless he listens to him. Chai Yun-young steps in, demanding to know if Park Ki-ho is bullying the protagonist. She stands nervously but resolutely as all eyes turn to her. Park Ki-ho angrily asks who she thinks she is for interfering. Bowing, she introduces herself as Chai Yun-young, an applicant to the magic major, and challenges his attitude. She calmly states that it is obvious Park Ki-ho is harassing the protagonist and questions whether she misread the situation. Park Ki-ho sneers that he hates indirect talk and demands to know her point. Chai Yun-young loudly orders Park Ki-ho to apologize to the protagonist. The protagonist is startled and sweat drops at her sudden demand. One of Park Ki-ho's cronies, angered, challenges Chai Yun-young to fight. Chai Yun-young activates a glowing magic circle and asks if speaking up requires fighting first. She casts the spell Thorn's Barrier, blocking an attack while Park Ki-ho's group curses at her. The protagonist stares in shock at Chai Yun-young's unexpected magic. Onlookers excitedly marvel that they just witnessed real magic. Park Ki-ho grudgingly admits she is capable and assumes that is why she interfered with him. Chai Yun-young firmly repeats that Park Ki-ho should apologize to the protagonist. Park Ki-ho mocks the rising number of people demanding apologies and provocatively beckons her closer. One of his followers warns the protagonist not to move, trying to keep him out of it. Park Ki-ho snaps back with a hostile, "What?" when challenged. Smiling coldly, the protagonist tells Park Ki-ho he clearly ordered him not to move. Park Ki-ho rages, asking who the protagonist is to give him orders and threatening to bash his head in. The protagonist's red eyes sharpen as he exerts a mysterious pressure. Park Ki-ho suddenly feels something wrong and becomes unsettled. Shaking, he wonders in panic what is happening to him. His friends shout for him to attack and teach the protagonist a lesson, but he tells them to be quiet. Overwhelmed by invisible pressure, Park Ki-ho clutches his stomach in distress. The protagonist grins sinisterly, clearly causing the reaction on purpose. One of the cronies urges Park Ki-ho to apologize before he gets killed. Park Ki-ho, sweating and terrified, curses in fear. He thinks frantically about why he is so nervous and how to handle the situation. Deciding to exploit a perceived weak link, he rushes toward Chai Yun-young to attack her instead. His cronies cheer him on, yelling for him to beat and destroy them. Park Ki-ho kicks at Chai Yun-young, but his strike crashes uselessly against her barrier. Bystanders are shocked by the impact and then begin to notice a terrible smell. Doubled over and trembling, Park Ki-ho shows signs of a humiliating loss of control. His friends shout at him in embarrassment, demanding to know what is wrong. Park Ki-ho, drenched in sweat, screams at them to stay back as his body betrays him. In agony, his eyes bulge as he reaches his limit. Park Ki-ho publicly soils himself while screaming, causing horrified reactions around the gym. Outside, people yell that someone defecated during testing and frantically demand that windows be opened. Professor Richard, a respected but not personally powerful magic professor known for his teaching, is introduced. Windows of the testing area stand open to air out the stench. Staff and students clean up the mess while complaining about the terrible smell. Professor Richard enters with a handkerchief over his nose, reacting to the odor. An instructor greets him, apologizes for the smell, and mentions the testing accident. Richard says he already knows. The instructor suggests Richard leave, but he insists he is fine despite the smell. The instructor calls the test a failure and asks what to do, but Richard says alternate testing centers are prepared. The instructor flatters Richard's competence and asks which students passed. Richard points out that only a handful of students, including the protagonist and Chai Yun-young, succeeded. Richard privately praises Chai Yun-young as a rare genius on par with the best students abroad, then notices her reaction. Chai Yun-young humbly apologizes to Richard for her perceived weakness and says she understands if she failed, impressing him with her modesty. Richard tells her she is very talented and announces that she has passed. Overjoyed, Chai Yun-young repeatedly thanks him and vows to do her best. Richard then turns to the protagonist, remarking on his fierce spirit. The protagonist recognizes Richard as an intermediate-level magician whose seniority still makes him suitable for teaching. Richard bluntly says the protagonist is neither as kind nor as gifted as Chai Yun-young. Chai Yun-young giggles at this while the protagonist looks mildly annoyed. Richard muses aloud that deciding whether to pass the protagonist is difficult, when a telepathic voice calls his name. Realizing he just heard telepathy, Richard is shocked. Richard thinks to himself that such strong power in someone so young proves his initial judgment correct. Through telepathy he asks why a martial artist like the protagonist wants to study magic, noting it as an odd combination. The protagonist replies mentally that martial arts can work with magic and says he only wishes to learn magic deeply, praising Richard's stature. Richard warns him that the path he seeks is nearly miraculous and that strong mana does not guarantee success. The protagonist answers that he came to the academy to fully grasp magic's core and is not yet concerned with combining it with martial arts. Richard wonders if the protagonist is underestimating the world of magic. Telepathically, Richard challenges him by asking what if he failed him right now, and the protagonist coolly asks if that is even possible. Richard calls him arrogant, but the protagonist insists he is only judging by the rules. Richard decides to test the protagonist's knowledge and understanding of magic directly. The protagonist confidently agrees that he is ready for the test. The scene shifts to the entrance of Unique's specialized school. Students stream through the school gates at the start of the new term. Outside the school, the protagonist meets his friend, who assumes he passed the exam. The friend suddenly remembers something he wanted to say. Laughing loudly, the friend teases the protagonist, who jokingly threatens him. The friend gleefully recounts the rumor that Park Ki-ho humiliated himself during the test and finds it hilarious. Smiling, the protagonist casually reveals that he used a technique called mind poison. The friend, surprised, realizes the protagonist caused Park Ki-ho's accident. The protagonist calmly confirms it. The friend excitedly gushes that such a power seems like something from a novel and praises the protagonist as amazing. The protagonist tells him to stop overreacting and explains he only tested whether the technique worked on a real martial artist. The friend deduces that the protagonist targeted Park Ki-ho deliberately from the start and asks why. The protagonist says people like Park Ki-ho deserve at least humiliation, notes that inhalant merit users should die, and analyzes that mind poison affects strong martial artists but they resist it somewhat. Confused, the friend asks what an inhalant merit is. The protagonist begins to explain that inhalant merit is something specific. He recalls that inhalant merit is a martial art practiced by one of the most evil men in the world. A new scene shows heavy breathing in a dark bedroom. The bed shifts as someone underneath pants in fear. A terrified young person hides under the bed, gasping. Close up, the frightened person trembles and sweats. Hearing a sound, the hiding person freezes in alarm. A pair of men's shoes appears near the bed where the person is hiding. The frightened youth grips a knife tightly, eyes wide. They cautiously crawl out from under the bed, still holding the knife. Rising, the youth looks horrified by what they see. The scene reveals two bodies gruesomely displayed in the room, indicating a massacre. The youth staggers through the house, passing more corpses. In the hallway, numerous bloody bodies lie strewn everywhere. Horrified, the survivor mutters that this cannot be real and tries to convince himself it is just a dream. A sinister voice emerges from the darkness behind them, asking if they came back for more fun. The shadowy killer tells the crying youth they should have stayed under the bed. Grinning monstrously, the killer adds that he would have killed the youth regardless. The youth screams and begs desperately not to be killed. Their terrified scream echoes outside the New York hotel under the moonlit sky. A profile introduces Shin-ryong, 17, as one of the top 8 applicants to the unique magic school and daughter of the Gate of Heavenly Peace's leader. The story returns to the school campus on a bright day. An announcement tells students to gather by their majors for the new student orientation. The protagonist and his friend stand together outside, drinking from cartons while waiting. The friend notices someone staring in their direction and points it out. Shin-ryong repeatedly glances toward them, then looks directly their way. The protagonist looks back at her, puzzled. Startled that he noticed, Shin-ryong reacts in alarm. She instinctively casts Thorn Barrier again, startling nearby students. The friend freaks out, demanding to know why she exploded the moment the protagonist looked at her. The friend assumes the protagonist is thinking something indecent about his sister and warns him off, while the protagonist feigns agreement. The friend then seriously asks if inhalant merit is dangerous, and if he should be concerned. The protagonist mocks the idea of his friend being worried, and they banter while the protagonist notices something. He spots Park Ki-ho nearby and points him out. Park Ki-ho appears pale and sickly, with a visible wound or burn on his neck. The friend ridicules Park Ki-ho for even showing his face after the humiliation, while the protagonist silently observes. The protagonist tells his friend to wait and starts walking toward Park Ki-ho, who asks what he is doing. Smiling sharply, the protagonist says he needs to confirm something. He calls out Park Ki-ho's name, making the other boy flinch and turn. Park Ki-ho charges at him in rage, saying he has been looking for him. Screaming, Park Ki-ho accuses the protagonist of making him look stupid and threatens to kill him. The protagonist easily grabs Park Ki-ho's wrist, surprising him. He then throws Park Ki-ho forcefully to the ground in a grappling move. Park Ki-ho's eye widens in shock at the sudden takedown. Dazed and trembling on his hands and knees, Park Ki-ho faces the protagonist, who stands ready to continue the confrontation. The bully marvels that the protagonist hid his martial arts skills, and the protagonist coolly says he never needed to reveal them or explain himself. Angered, the bully snaps that he is not as stupid as the protagonist implies. Losing control, the bully charges wildly at the protagonist, screaming threats of killing him. The protagonist calmly watches as the bully's attack comes in. While unleashing a series of fierce blows, the bully declares that people like the protagonist need a beating to come to their senses. Nearby students notice the fight, wonder if it is part of orientation, and watch excitedly. As the protagonist keeps dodging, the bully calls him a coward who only runs, prompting a mocking response. The protagonist suddenly counters, slamming a powerful punch into the bully's face. The blow devastates the bully, smashing his nose and making him bleed heavily. The impact flings the bully into a wall, leaving a crater where he crashes. The protagonist stands over the fallen bully, who groans in pain on the ground. Bloodied and furious, the bully tries to speak and curse the protagonist. The protagonist kicks him again, striking his head with another brutal attack. The bully screams in agony as he is knocked away once more. The protagonist follows up, sending the bully crashing flat on his back. He then grinds the bully's head into the floor with his foot, drawing more screams. Grabbing the bully by the head, the protagonist lifts him, shocking him further. Smiling coldly, the protagonist asks if the fight is finally over. The bully, still defiant, threatens to kill him and demands to be released. Instead, the protagonist slams his head into the ground again with crushing force. He lifts the dazed bully by the head once more as blood drips down. With a sinister grin, the protagonist repeats his question, asking if the fight is over. Terrified by the murderous smile, the bully freezes, covered in blood. Thinking that the protagonist looks like he found a new toy, the bully stammers and demands to know who he is. The protagonist dismisses that question and, grinning, asks whether the bully still wants to continue. Cornered and enraged, the bully activates a poisonous martial technique, proclaiming himself successor of Human Gate. Dark energy erupts as someone shouts the bully's name, and he launches a powerful counterattack at the protagonist. The protagonist is forced to defend himself as the poisonous blast slams into him. Onlookers react in confusion, thinking the bully has turned the fight with some strange power. An introduction appears for Baek Kyung-soo, an upperclassman known for disciplining students and possibly on a secret mission. Students gossip that using poison in a fight is insane and question whether it is even allowed. Watching the bully wreathed in poisonous energy, they call him crazy and say that technique is meant to kill. The bully, regaining confidence, laughs that the tables have turned. He charges again, saying that whoever starts a fight must win it. Mid-rush, his eyes widen in shock as something unexpected happens. The protagonist suddenly releases a massive burst of power that blows back the poison. The bully, startled, cannot comprehend what he is seeing. Spectators choke and cover their mouths as they realize the spreading cloud is poison gas. Inside the gas, the bully realizes the protagonist somehow expelled the poison he had injected. The protagonist states that this trivial poison is not what he is interested in from his opponent. Hidden by the gas, the bully screams for the protagonist to come out, hurling insults. The protagonist silently appears and grabs the bully's face from behind, shocking him. He then kicks the bully so hard that he flies across the courtyard, screaming. The protagonist, eyes glowing red, calmly asks where the bully learned a technique like absorption. The battered bully curses him, pretending not to understand what absorption is. The protagonist responds by striking his head down again, causing more damage. The bully is launched away once more, crying out as he skids across the ground. The protagonist remarks that the bully need not answer his question if he prefers not to. He prepares another strike, the ground cracking under the force. The protagonist batters the bully with a relentless flurry, telling him to remove his poison from the area. The bully, bloodied and enraged, prepares to retaliate. As he lunges, someone off-screen yells for the fight to stop. The protagonist halts, startled by the interruption. A huge burst of energy erupts, dispersing the lingering poison around the courtyard. The dust clears, revealing the protagonist standing composed while others watch warily from a distance. As the poison wind circles him, the protagonist recognizes the technique as something familiar and wonders who else uses it. Baek Kyung-soo arrives on the scene, drawing the protagonist's attention. The protagonist becomes convinced the wind technique resembles someone he once knew. Baek speculates inwardly whether the protagonist could be a reincarnation of that person but senses the power is slightly different. Baek notes the school rules permit duels yet looks at the badly beaten bully, who groans in pain. Observing the protagonist's strength, Baek introduces himself as a senior student council member while thinking that finishing this now could be troublesome. Baek tells the protagonist he believes the beating has gone too far. The protagonist argues that being poisoned is serious, and asks what if it had harmed him. He insists his condition is irrelevant compared to the fact that the bully used lethal poison on him, and that the toxin is still inside him. Baek silently agrees that poisoning an opponent is already excessive. However, he considers that too many witnesses are present, and seems reluctant to escalate the issue further. Ignoring Baek's presence, the protagonist casually kicks the unconscious bully again, surprising Baek. Baek fumes internally that the protagonist is disregarding him and tells him to stop stepping on the bully and talk instead. The protagonist replies that being poisoned again would be a real problem, hinting he wants the bully rendered harmless. Baek points out that an unconscious man cannot poison anyone, while the protagonist says the bully might be faking. Watching this, Baek concludes that the protagonist enjoys oppressing others and understands why the bully resorted to poison. Baek warns that if the protagonist keeps acting this way he will eventually have to face Baek himself, asking if he is ready for that. The protagonist smiles darkly and asks Baek whether he can handle the consequences of what is to come. Feeling the chilling aura around him, Baek judges inwardly that this freshman is extremely dangerous. Baek offers a compromise, saying if the protagonist stops now he will pretend none of this happened. The protagonist agrees, pulling his foot away from the bully while remarking that Baek is wise. As tensions ease, Baek tells him he wants to know his name. The protagonist introduces himself as Ha Young-woo, a freshman in the Department of Magic. Other students watch him leave and think he is a very interesting first-year student. One observer notes that Young-woo gives off a very different atmosphere from the student council chairman. Baek muses that Young-woo will someday overturn the entire school. The scene shifts to a building lobby, setting up a new location. Young-woo reflects that Park Ki-ho used the absorption technique without understanding its true nature. He realizes this implies there must be someone else who taught Park Ki-ho that power. The story cuts to New York Hotel, implying the teacher's base of operations. There, Park Young-cheon, Lord of Human Gate, reacts grimly to troubling news. Arriving at a hotel corridor strewn with corpses, he demands to know what has happened. A subordinate reports nervously that their target escaped after absorbing all the surveillance forces. Furious, Park Young-cheon berates his men for incompetence and blames their handling for the failure. He orders them to move quickly, find every operative mentioned in the reports, and stresses that this incident is far from ordinary. A horrifying image shows one victim whose face has been grotesquely drained and distorted. A shadowy figure is seen in a dark corridor with another lifeless body, emphasizing the threat. The long-haired villain smiles menacingly, revealed as the user of absorption. The narrative returns to Unique Professional School, indicating a new day. In a large lecture hall, students take their seats, with a pile of gifts around Young-woo's desk. Young-woo sits silently in front of the stacked presents, drawing attention. Female classmates comment that he beat up the notorious bully and gush that he is good-looking. Two girls are interrupted when someone asks them politely to move aside. A blonde girl, seemingly a celebrity, appears and says she wants to get by. She walks past the jealous girls and heads straight toward Young-woo's seat. She pointedly sits next to him, ignoring the others' reactions. The other girls complain that Yuhara acts like being a celebrity makes her superior, and say she clings to Young-woo in every class. Yuhara cheerfully warns them not to gossip behind someone's back or they might end up fighting. The two girls trade harsh insults with Yuhara and decide to leave, threatening to expose her personality online. Offended, Yuhara shouts after them in disbelief as they hurry away laughing. Returning to Young-woo's side, she vents that those cowards talk big but run away. Young-woo mildly criticizes her behavior as a celebrity, which instantly enrages her until he nervously retracts his words. She changes the subject, asking why he is studying magic again instead of pursuing another path, and he replies that magic suits entertainment work. Smiling, she explains that the entertainment industry is very competitive, and she sees magic as a niche to stand out among new hopefuls. As she continues talking, she grabs Young-woo's arm, startling him. Youngwoo tells her to stop clinging, but she insists he knows how she feels and keeps holding on. Blushing, Yuhara internally calls Youngwoo by name, hinting at deeper feelings. She remembers how he once saved her from danger like a prince in a dramatic flashback. Back in the present, she gazes at him affectionately while still holding his arm. Youngwoo, uncomfortable, asks why she is staring at him like that. Boldly, Yuhara says that just kissing is boring and suggests they should take their relationship further. Before he can respond, a huge stack of books suddenly slams onto the desk beside them. A serious-looking girl with glasses appears, shocking Yuhara and Youngwoo. Youngwoo greets the newcomer as Chai Yun-young and asks if she finished her homework. Chai Yun-young happily confirms she did and asks about his progress. Jealous, Yuhara demands to know who this other girl is. Youngwoo calmly explains that Chai Yun-young is someone he met in the test room and that they are friends, which only worsens Yuhara's mood. Yuhara fumes internally, telling him to stop making the situation sound so good for himself. Both girls silently glare at each other across the mountain of gifts while Youngwoo stands awkwardly between them. Their mutual hostility sparks literal tension around Youngwoo's neck as if he is caught in a lightning-filled crossfire. The standoff is interrupted by Youngwoo's phone chiming with a new message. He checks his phone and notes aloud that his younger sister is texting him. The messages show Soo-yeon asking what he is doing and inviting him to watch a movie together. Youngwoo texts back that he has afternoon classes and suggests going another time, disappointing her. A profile shows Ha Soo-yeon, a 13-year-old junior student and Youngwoo's sister, who diligently practices techniques he taught her. The scene shifts to a cinema complex, indicating where Soo-yeon is headed. Outside the theater, Soo-yeon's friend asks if Youngwoo is coming, and Soo-yeon replies he is still in class. The friend complains she dressed up hoping to see Youngwoo, but Soo-yeon suggests they just watch the movie together. The friend insists she wanted to go with both siblings, then runs after Soo-yeon when she agrees to watch together. After the show, evening falls on a busy street as people head home. Hurrying through a darker neighborhood, Soo-yeon worries she is late and that her mother will be angry. She stops when she hears a strange sound in the alley and looks around curiously. The camera pulls back to show her alone in a dim backstreet under a streetlight. From the shadows, an ominous figure watches her while she wonders aloud what noise she heard. The watcher suddenly reacts with interest as his eyes focus on her. Soo-yeon, sensing danger, spins around in alarm. Her face shows growing fear as she realizes something is wrong behind her. Several masked men appear, surrounding her in the alley. Terrified, Soo-yeon screams loudly. Her scream unleashes a sudden violent gust of energy. The burst of wind forms a protective vortex around her, blowing the attackers back. The masked men, surprised that she is not a normal child, close in again as someone warns her to stay alert. Soo-yeon clenches her fists and nervously asks who they are, warning them the police will catch them. One masked man explains that the area has been sealed off from outside surveillance, and that no police will come. Their leader orders the group not to underestimate her just because she is 13 and commands them to capture her. Soo-yeon fiercely beats up the masked kidnappers surrounding her. She sends one kidnapper crashing into the ground with a powerful kick. While fleeing, Soo-yeon yells that their methods are unfair. A man in a Captain America mask suddenly grabs Soo-yeon from behind. The masked man grins menacingly, claiming he has caught her as someone runs toward them. Soo-yeon's older brother bursts through the emergency room doors. He shouts Soo-yeon's name in panic. Soo-yeon throws herself at her brother, crying and asking why he was late. He apologizes and urgently asks why she is in the hospital, while she hesitates to answer. Soo-yeon points to the ward and explains that those men tried to kidnap her. The battered kidnappers groan in hospital beds, completely bandaged. Her brother asks who injured them so badly, and Soo-yeon awkwardly begins to explain. Soo-yeon anxiously prepares to recount what happened. She narrates that when the Captain America cosplayer was about to defeat her, she suddenly spun around to execute a desperate move. Soo-yeon screamed for her brother at the top of her lungs. Her scream unleashes a shockwave that blasts the Captain America kidnapper away. The remaining kidnappers reel in terror, wondering what that mysterious power was. Soo-yeon, equally confused, wonders what is happening when someone calls out to her. A large group of men in black suits appears and approaches her. Their leader, Kang Tae-san of the Black Squad, apologizes shamefully for arriving late to protect the young lady. Soo-yeon nervously denies being the girl they are looking for. The remaining kidnappers angrily demand to know who these newcomers are and how they broke through. Kang Tae-san mutters about Musa, saying they will die if they fail to reach the scene. The kidnappers, confused, repeat his words about them needing to reach somewhere. Kang Tae-san roars that they do not need to understand, ordering his men to crush the enemies to survive. He commands the entire Black Squad to attack and allow no one to escape. The Black Squad savagely beats down the kidnappers, who scream in pain. Soo-yeon and one bodyguard watch in shock as the brutal one-sided fight continues. Seeing his arm hurt from blocking her earlier punch, Soo-yeon panics and worriedly questions Kang Tae-san. She frantically asks if his injured arm is from her fist, realizing she may have hit him. Kang Tae-san trembles but insists it is only a scratch, though Soo-yeon calls out to him in concern. While the fight rages in the background, Tae-san despairs over how this could happen, as Soo-yeon insists she is fine. He clenches his fist, startling Soo-yeon as he steels himself. Tae-san instead redirects his fury toward the enemy, ordering his squad to kill them all. Back in the hospital, Soo-yeon scolds her brother for making her wait, and says she hated being so scared. She adds that the kidnappers must now regret what they did as they lie helpless in their beds. A profile introduces Park Soo-ho, 39, a leader of a unique Union strike team and nephew of the Union strike chief. Night falls over Woridal Hospital. Soo-yeon's brother leaves the hospital parking area, looking deep in thought. Footsteps approach him from behind between the parked cars. He turns to see the entire black squad assembled before him in the garage. Kang Tae-san and his men anxiously sweat as they face him. Tae-san bows and reports that the young lady has returned home safely. Soo-yeon's brother reflects that he has raised this black squad with all his dedication. He notes that its members are unforgivable criminals and loan sharks, chosen because no one would mourn them if they died on missions. Tae-san breaks down, begging his lord to kill him for endangering the young lady through his negligence. Soo-yeon's brother brushes him off, saying he will spare him for now and that they must leave because they are late. The black squad shouts acknowledgement and lines up to depart. They vanish using some technique, leaving their lord alone in the empty garage. He silently watches the now quiet parking lot. He looks out over the city with a serious expression. From the garage edge, he gazes at the distant buildings in silence. He continues standing there wordlessly, contemplating. The view alternates between him and the distant skyline as he remains silent. He finally turns and walks away between rows of parked cars. The garage stands empty after he leaves. Elsewhere in the garage, a long-haired man hidden in shadow watches and smiles ominously. A close-up shows the long-haired man grinning darkly. The scene shifts to Human, a grand traditional martial arts estate. Inside, black-clad trainees shout in unison as they practice strikes. Visiting schoolchildren excitedly identify the place as Human Gate. Their teacher confirms it is one of Korea's 8 great gates. A student eagerly asks if this is the strongest place in Korea. The teacher explains that many organizations, including the Unique Union, guilds, and 8 great gates, all cooperate against cave monsters, so none can be called simply strongest. Laughing, she adds that if pressed she would still boast that Human Gate is the best, just as an imposing man arrives. The newcomer introduces himself as Park Young-chun, Lord of Human Gate. The teacher politely greets him, saying it is an honor for the Lord to welcome them, and he modestly tells her not to say that. Young-chun cheerfully says he had to come greet the children who represent the nation's future, and claims he loves children. The kids gush that this grandpa is the strongest in the world and swarm him asking for photos, calling him cool. Park Soo-ho watches Young-chun with the children from below the stairs. Soo-ho, disgusted, mentally calls Young-chun a repulsive man. Soo-ho vows in his thoughts that he will rip off Young-chun's figurative mask. A female comrade suggests they should request reinforcements. Soo-ho replies that they must act carefully because confronting Human, one of the 8 great gates, could spark a war with the Unique Union. She reminds him of the Hwangsan Suryeon-ho case to argue the threat is serious. Soo-ho recalls that 300 people at that gathering disappeared without explanation. He also recalls 3 busloads of passengers vanishing in an old tunnel. And he remembers that all the guests in a hotel at Anyang disappeared as well. His comrade explains those 3 incidents were blamed on cave monsters, but she suspects Human Gate is actually behind them. Soo-ho clarifies he never said Human was uninvolved, which prompts her to demand immediate action. He says Human certainly knows they are moving and acknowledges she wants to find her twin sister Sulhi, who vanished while investigating this gate. Soo-ho adds that Human discovered something in an ancient tomb a year earlier, and warns unknown consequences if they act rashly. He concludes that they must wait until they learn what Human unearthed in that tomb, while Young-chun smiles and plays affectionately with children inside. The teacher gathers the children to leave as Soo-ho decides they must keep watching what Human does. Young-chun waves them off with a benign smile. As the visitors depart, Young-chun's expression turns more serious and calculating. He is informed that Park Ki-ho has returned, and his subordinate confirms it. Young-chun looks ahead with a cold, predatory stare. The scene cuts to the quiet interior corridors of the traditional compound. Park Ki-ho, heavily bandaged, sits on his bed with N4 drip, recovering from his injuries. Young-chun enters and bluntly comments that Ki-ho looks awful. Startled, Ki-ho addresses him anxiously as his father. Ki-ho falls to his knees, begging forgiveness and promising not to cause further trouble. Young-chun says he does not care about the trouble itself but insists that Ki-ho must finish whatever he starts. Terrified, Ki-ho promises he will properly finish it next time. Young-chun grimly laments that such a son will someday inherit Human Gate. Ki-ho trembles and apologizes repeatedly to his father. He continues stammering apologies as his body shakes with fear. A flashback shows Ki-ho's brutal childhood training, being savagely beaten while his father screams insults at him. His father yells that such weakness will never allow him to inherit Human Gate. Young Ki-ho, curled up under the blows, resolves internally that he must become strong. He vows to grow powerful and one day repay this humiliation. Heavy rain pours over a forested mountain. In the rain, workers excavate near a cave, hauling out a massive sealed coffin under Young-chun's supervision. Young-chun orders the coffin moved carefully, but a worker slips and cries out. The coffin crashes to the ground as someone shouts a warning. Furious, Young-chun berates the worker for his carelessness, stressing how important the object is. Another worker scolds the man, warning that the Lord's temper is dangerous, while they examine the slightly opened coffin. Inside the cracked coffin, something with long dark hair and eyes is revealed as workers hurriedly apologize and decide to finish the job quickly. Back in the present, Kiho stares in shock as something approaches. A bandaged, monstrous man holds up the severed head of a victim whose face resembles Soo-yeon's brother. The monstrous figure, still chained, stands in the corridor with the corpse as Kiho confronts him. Kiho stammers, asking the creature if it wants to escape this place. The long-haired creature replies that Kiho cannot escape by himself right now. Kiho says that if he helps, things will change, but he has conditions. His condition is that the creature must teach him its terrifying skill. The creature silently considers his request. Then it smirks, seemingly agreeing. Later, Kiho walks down the corridor lost in thought, passing a servant. The servant relays that the Lord wants Kiho to resume training as soon as treatment ends. Kiho asks if there is any news from his college, and the servant reports a strange hours-long communication blackout. Kiho is incredulous that such a secure place could have communications problems and orders immediate investigation. Losing his temper, Kiho calls the servant useless while the man apologizes profusely. Kiho glowers silently as the servant bows his head. Kiho abruptly tells the servant to give him his hand, startling the man. Kiho grabs the servant's arm forcefully despite the man's surprise. A scream rings out as some dark, spiky energy erupts. The servant collapses lifeless while Kiho stands above him holding a strange corrupted arm. Shocked, Kiho wonders if what just happened is real. He feels sinister new energy coursing through his body exactly as the creature described. Kiho imagines Soo-yeon's brother, and empowered by this force, eagerly plans a rematch against him. Suddenly explosions rock the compound around Kiho. Startled, he wonders what on earth is happening now. At the same time, elsewhere in the city, operatives confirm that they have cut off humans' radio communications and activated a jammer. Agents on the streets announce a mock cave opening drill, ordering civilians to evacuate to safety. Loudspeakers explain that the exercise will control roads and nearby areas, while some locals complain about more training. The Black Squad assembles in formation before Soo-yeon's brother, awaiting orders. Deputy Leader Yan Yongik nervously calls to Kang Tae-san. Yan Yongik admits he is frozen with fear because he has never seen their lord this angry. Soo-yeon's brother, eyes blazing, declares that tonight they will erase Human Gate from the world. At Human, alarms go up as commanders shout for the Chonghodi unit to mobilize to the main building's front. Chonghodi Captain Jang Sejin rages that someone dares attack their gate and demands to know who the enemy is. His squad is suddenly struck by unseen attacks, leaving many ninjas screaming in pain. Realizing they are in an ambush, Jang Sejin orders a retreat. The attackers continue cutting down fleeing ninjas with swift blows. Bodies of fallen ninjas litter the compound as the survivors scramble. Jang Sejin, enraged, shouts threats at the unseen enemy and demands they show themselves. Soo-yeon's brother appears behind him, calmly asking if Sejin is looking for him. He warns Sejin not to get too excited just because he seems to be alone, implying more danger to come. A calm young man in a suit is furiously cursed at by a ninja demanding to know what he is talking about. The suited man responds with a cold, confident smile. He suddenly attacks, unleashing a blinding strike that shocks his opponent. A powerful wave of white energy surges through the courtyard. The aftermath shows shattered debris and lingering traces of the energy. A wounded ninja kneels, clutching his smoking arm and trembling. He scoffs at the attack as ridiculous, then realizes in alarm that something is wrong. Looking around, he sees nearly all his comrades lying unconscious across the courtyard and wonders in horror what happened. Another ninja sees the suited man standing alone amid the fallen and questions what is going on. That ninja realizes with disbelief that the man seems to have taken down everyone by himself. The suited man taunts him, saying there is no need to worry because the Human Gate will be finished tonight. A mocking voice calls him a boastful youngster, drawing his attention. A troop of armored warriors called the Red Guard appears, accusing him of talking big. A ninja observer recognizes them as the strongest armed group of the Human Gate. The Red Guard leader asks if the man dares to talk like that knowing where he is. The man answers that he knows exactly where he is and declares this place a human trafficking den. An introduction explains the Black Squad, immortal bodyguards bound to Ha Young-woo, whose heads will explode if they betray him. Outside, the fortress complex reverberates with noise as the battle rages. Elsewhere, a young operative complains that all communications with Human Gate have suddenly gone dead, leaving him confused. His female comrade reports that the gate appears to have been ambushed, shocking him. He wonders what insane group would dare attack Human Gate at this time and questions who it could be. Deciding it is too dangerous, he says they must reach a communications center and report this to the Unique Union, telling her to follow. She silently hesitates, troubled. She suddenly apologizes and bolts away, saying she has to find her sister. He shouts after her in panic, demanding she come back. As she tries to leap the wall, she is violently shocked by a defensive barrier and screams. He rushes to her side, calling her name and asking if she is all right as she collapses in pain. Supporting her, he wonders what that barrier was and why Human Gate is suddenly activating a protector. Back at the courtyard, Red Guard warriors are battered and sent flying by brutal blows. The suited man now stands ringed by remaining Red Guards as more energy blasts land around them. Enraged, The Red Guards charge, cursing him and ordering his death. He mocks them as moths rushing into flame and prepares another attack. He manifests a glowing energy blade from his hand. The Red Guard leader recognizes it in terror as the legendary technique Intangible Sword. The man swings, unleashing a massive spiraling storm of cutting energy that forces everyone to get out of the way. Red Guards scream as they are swept up and slashed by the raging sword storm. More of them are shredded while howling in agony. When the energy settles, a spiral crater surrounds the suited man, with Red Guards lying defeated all around. A surviving leader stares in disbelief, insisting it really is the Intangible Sword and wondering how anyone but the Lord of the Gate could use it. Battered Red Guards crawl and demand to know who the man is and why he is doing this, claiming they did nothing wrong. He asks if they think this is unfair and if they want to know his reason. One of them cries that of course they want to know why he is trying to kill them. He agrees to explain and begins to state his motive. The Red Guards brace themselves nervously, wondering what he will say next. He calmly states that he is doing this because they tried to kidnap his sister, though they failed. Horrified, they call him crazy and question if that is really his sole reason. They protest that they were only hunting villains who had killed hundreds of people, not kidnapping innocents. The suited man coldly says that is still enough for him. He then asks if those who freely swing their swords at others really deserve human rights. A Red Guard admits bitterly that to them human rights are a luxury. Just then, a young master of Human Gate appears, startling the Red Guards. A captain urges the young master to flee, saying the area is too dangerous. The young master grabs the captain by the armor instead of retreating. The captain nervously asks what he is doing, addressing him as young master. The young master snarls, demanding why they are worried about him, and drives his hand violently into the captain's chest. Another Red Guard screams in disbelief, asking the young master what he is doing. With a twisted grin, the young master reveals his monstrous side as blood erupts. Two nearby Red Guards collapse lifelessly, implying more victims of his power. One remaining Red Guard cries out to the young master in panic. The young master continues mercilessly crushing Red Guards while others beg him to stop. A horrified subordinate shouts after him as yet another Red Guard screams under his grasp. The masked father of the young master can only mutter in shock as he watches. A desperate Red Guard begs the young master to stop, attacking him in an attempt to intervene. The young master responds by slamming energy into the ground, blasting shockwaves around him. A surviving Red Guard yells at him in confusion, demanding to know what he is doing. The young master coolly repeats the question, as if mocking him. He then says he is simply allowing them to fulfill the roles they were given. The Red Guard processes this, repeating the phrase about their role in disbelief. A flashback shows Red Guards proudly vowing to protect Human Gate. They shout that they are ready to give their lives for the gate. The scene shifts to an earlier time inside a bright wooden building. A younger version of the young master sits alone, dejected in an empty room. A Red Guard uncle enters and gently asks if the young master is all right. The boy remains silent, clearly depressed. The uncle encourages him, saying Lord Gate is harsh only to help him grow stronger. The boy asks what he should do, complaining that despite constant solitary training he shows no improvement. The uncle hesitates, thinking how to respond. He then offers to personally help the boy with his martial arts training from now on. The boy, eyes wet, asks hopefully if he really means it. The uncle affirms it, saying the young master must become strong enough to proudly lead Human Gate. Overcome with emotion, the boy hugs his uncle tightly. The uncle returns the hug, quietly promising that he will. The boy, now crying freely, insists he will work hard and begs his uncle for help. The uncle holds the sobbing child as the boy wails loudly. Back in the present, a Red Guard solemnly recalls that their mission as Red Guard is specific. He strains out that their duty is to protect Human Gate, even as a hand crushes his throat. The young master lifts him by the neck, mockingly echoing that he is giving his life for Human Gate. The young master corrects him coldly, saying they were raised only for the gate's sake. He adds that they can just as well be called his slaves while tightening his lethal grip. Veins bulge grotesquely on the Red Guard's face as the absorption power ravages him. With his body warping, the dying guard manages to warn the young master that the suited intruder is extremely strong. The young master continues to choke him mercilessly on the temple steps. He remarks that absorbing the captain of the Red Guards is well deserved as the man lies dead. Outside, the suited intruder approaches the young master and remarks that he must have been waiting a long time. He thanks the young master for saving him the trouble of killing the Red Guards himself, and asks who taught him such a crude absorption skill. Before an answer comes, the young master suddenly lunges with a furious attack. His response is a crude declaration that the intruder does not need to know. The suited man reacts sharply, eyes narrowing as he moves. The young master hammers him with rapid blows, taunting him to withstand them if he is truly strong. He then launches a devastating strike, vowing to finish things today. The suited man steadies himself, revealing his bare torso and twin energy blades, prepared to fight seriously. Elsewhere in the compound, screams and groans echo within another wooden hall. Black Squad bodyguards battle ninjas inside, taunting them that they cannot escape. One guard impatiently asks how long they must keep fighting like this. The other replies that they hold out until their boss blows up the entire Human Gate. He says they just need to keep focused as another ninja rushes in to kill him. He effortlessly counters, slamming the attacker into the floor. Another ninja is also thrown down violently, showing the guards' superiority. After defeating the enemies in the room, the two Black Squad members agree the fight there seems finished. Suddenly someone off-screen shouts at them angrily, calling them bastards. One guard turns, startled by the shout. He sees Kang Tae-san crashing through a wall in a burst of energy. Tae-san roars in fury at the ninjas for turning human gate into this bloodbath. A hidden opponent counters, slamming Tae-san back with a powerful blow. Tae-san struggles up, confused about what just hit him. His assailant grabs his face and drives him back again. The masked senior antagonist stomps him and snarls at these little punks. He berates them for not recognizing who their enemies really are. Tae-san admits he still cannot contact the outside because the gate's barrier is too strong, so he has been trying to figure out who these attackers are. The masked man demands that their prisoner reveal his identity if he wants to live. Under threat, the man gasps that they are from Jumgangmun. The leader explodes in shock when he hears the name Jumgangmun. A subordinate tries to calm him, saying the enemy is lying to sow discord and would not admit it so easily if it were true. The prisoner laughs that he confessed because everyone here is going to die anyway. The enraged leader curses him furiously. He suddenly senses something and looks toward a cracking wall in alarm. The wall explodes inward as an energy blast hurls bodies aside. The suited intruder crashes through, landing hard on the floor. One of the ninjas screams in horror, calling out to his boss. The boss lies motionless on the ground, covered in dust and rubble. The masked leader turns in shock, stammering. He then sees the young master standing ominously with red aura blazing, startling him. The leader recognizes the voice and hesitantly calls the young master's name. He doubts his own eyes, insisting the figure before him cannot really be his son. The young master proudly displays his transformed, muscular body and asks if it looks cool. He mocks his father, saying he dug up this monster's power from the grave because he wanted to become stronger. The father explodes, saying he told his son to use the monster's power, not become a monster himself. The young master casually asks what is wrong. He says that as long as he can become stronger, nothing else matters, alarming loyal subordinates. The father screams in agony as the power the son wields surges red. The son savors the absorption, saying it tastes better than expected and asking his father if Director Choi's strength is not impressive. The father shouts at him in rage, calling him a bastard. He disowns the young master, declaring that ever since he learned absorption he has been nothing but a monster. The son laments that when he was weak his father claimed he was not his son, and now that he is strong he is still rejected as a monster. With eerie calm, he asks what role his father wants him to play now. The father is stunned into fearful silence. The son tells his father he can retire because from now on he will lead the human gate himself. The father accuses him of arrogance for acting this way just because he learned absorption. The son replies that if his father has complaints they can fight to see who is truly stronger, reminding him that he always preached that only the strong deserve everything. Terrified and trembling, the father can only stammer in response as his son's monstrous ambition becomes undeniable. The bald subordinate angrily asks his boss why he only fights with words instead of physically. Ha Young-woo, kneeling, urges the subordinate to seize this chance for a genuine fight with his own father. A flashback or mental image shows a sinister armored man with long hair grinning menacingly. Shocked, the subordinate exclaims that the long-haired bastard should already be dead. Ha Young-woo laughs and says he could not have died since even his subordinate is still alive. The subordinate reacts in disbelief, demanding clarification. He then shouts at the other henchmen to get up and rejoin the battle. One henchman lying on the ground reminds him that, thanks to the immortal body spirit, they will not die even from having their neck cut. Both henchmen affirm loudly, ready to follow orders as the subordinate is startled. Ha Young-woo smiles and orders them to leave and guard the barrier outside. The henchmen acknowledge the command and vanish from the room. Ha Young-woo notes that the annoying interrupters are gone as he approaches the father and son. The father rushes at Ha Young-woo, declaring they should continue their fight. An intense energy blast surges across the rooftop, signaling the clash of their powers. Ha Young-woo blocks and mocks the father, saying such attacks are far from enough to defeat him. Mid-fight the father roars that Kiho ended up like this because of Ha Young-woo. Ha Young-woo suddenly senses the father appearing behind him, and wonders when he moved there. The father unleashes an aim technique, Black Tiger's Roar, intent on killing Ha Young-woo. Ha Young-woo counterattacks with a powerful ground-ripping energy wave. He thinks that his opponent was clearly in front of him a moment ago, and questions when he slipped behind. Ha Young-woo turns with surprise as the father darts past him in confusion. The father is struck repeatedly by Ha Young-woo's follow-up technique, Black Tiger Onslaught, crying out in pain. Ha Young-woo hammers him again with Black Tiger Strike, flinging him away. Ha Young-woo deduces that the father can manipulate space by creating an enchantment in darkness. The father replies that even knowing about the cave core's power will not change anything. He then bellows for Ha Young-woo's life, driving in for the kill. Ha Young-woo answers with Black Tiger Explosion, causing a massive blast. The explosion throws them apart, and the father grudgingly admits Ha Young-woo's skill. Ha Young-woo states that such tricks still are not enough to defeat him, surprising the father. A vertical slash of energy carves the ground, showing the impact of their strikes. The ground erupts in a chain of bursts emanating from Ha Young-woo. One henchman is flung away by the shockwave, cursing at the destruction. The father realizes aloud that Ha Young-woo is wielding an intangible sword. His eyes widen in alarm as he recognizes the danger. Ha Yung-woo unleashes another technique called Wind Will Slash, forming a massive vortex. The resulting dome of slashing wind engulfs the entire compound. The father furiously calls Ha Yung-woo an ignorant bastard and dives back in with his sword. Internally he panics at how unbelievably strong Ha Yung-woo's inner energy is. The father lands on a rooftop, preparing another attack in the moonlit night. Ha Yung-woo's next blast slams into him, making him cry out. Ha Yung-woo thinks he cannot get close because of the father's intangible sword field. Grinning, Ha Yung-woo assumes the father still has not shown his full strength and goads him. Ha Yung-woo suddenly feels something on his shoulders and reacts with surprise. The father screams his son Ki-ho's name in horror. Ki-ho, now behind Ha Yung-woo, declares he is ready and will absorb all of Ha Yung-woo's inner strength. Dark red tendrils surge skyward as Ki-ho screams while beginning the absorption. Ki-ho's face distorts painfully as the process overwhelms him. Ha Yung-woo senses Ki-ho's power pouring into himself through the absorption technique. Ki-ho continues screaming as his strength is relentlessly drained. Ha Yung-woo remembers why he had wanted to kill Seo Moon-il and thinks bitterly that he now recalls it. In his mind he apologizes, saying he is sorry. The inner voice repeats that he is terribly sorry. He reflects on his past desire to kill Seo Moon-il and the reasons behind it. Ki-ho's jaw clenches in agony as more power is sucked out. Ha Yung-woo marvels at how amazing the stolen power is and how monstrous Ki-ho truly was. Ki-ho weakly groans as he is nearly emptied. He suddenly realizes with terror that his power is being absorbed instead of Ha Yung-woo's. The father rushes in, shouting for Ki-ho to stop and to get away from Ha Yung-woo. Ha Yung-woo, shadow-faced, replies that it is already too late. Ki-ho clutches his collapsing throat, barely able to speak. Ki-ho is now a shriveled husk hanging off Ha Yung-woo's back while Ha Yung-woo holds his light sword. The father sinks into despair, stammering that this cannot be happening to Ki-ho. Ha Yung-woo explains that, having reincarnated many times, he has long since mastered absorption but avoided using it because he despises people like Seo Moon-il. Standing over Ki-ho's corpse, Ha Yung-woo casually says goodbye as the devastated father watches from afar. A profile introduces Pengs, 22, the weak third young master of the Habukping Gate. The father, enraged, begins to curse Ha Yung-woo. He charges, screaming for Ha Yung-woo to save his son immediately. Ha Yung-woo coolly asks how he is supposed to save someone who is already dead while counterattacking. Another massive blast erupts over the compound from their clash. Blood sprays from the father's mouth as he is struck. Gasping, the father demands to know who Ha Yung-woo really is and why he wants to annihilate the human gate. Ha Yung-woo suddenly appears in front of him and impales him with his sword. Ha Yung-woo leans in and mocks him for talking too much. He says that if someone gets caught committing evil, they must take responsibility, then slashes the father fatally. Ha Yung-woo turns away, leaving the dying man behind as his sword arc fades into the night sky. Surveying the crater, Ha Yung-woo asks if everything is finally finished. Looking at Ki-ho's corpse, he regrets not asking how Ki-ho learned absorption from Seo Moon-il but decides it cannot be helped. He notices something and turns as a glowing blue gem appears nearby. He recognizes it as a core, reasoning that Ki-ho implanted it in his body to use its properties. Ha Yung-woo complains that Mr. Kim should have informed him about cores and speculates that other gates also use them to become stronger. Suddenly he senses something again, reacting with a questioning glance. Elsewhere Pengs is flung through the air inside a spiraling energy current. Pengs curses that he has been discovered as he dashes forward wielding a sword. He unleashes his own technique called Hybrid Thunderbolt. Ha Yung-woo recognizes the sword style Pengs is using. Ha Yung-woo counters with his own energy slash, meeting the attack head-on. Pengs is shocked as Ha Yung-woo's power crashes into him. Ha Yung-woo tells Pengs he has no time to waste and to stop fooling around, while Pengs pleads for him to wait. Ha Yung-woo deduces that Pengs is not from Human Gate but from the Penga school based on his sword method. Pengs hurriedly introduces himself as the third young master of Habukping Gate, claiming he was only an invited guest at Human, and warning that his gate will retaliate if harmed. Ha Yung-woo leans in with a sinister smile, questioning him further and frightening Pengs. Ha Yung-woo explains that Habukping is a clan fated to be destroyed whenever they reincarnate, asking if Pengs understands, leaving him confused. Pleased, Ha Yung-woo decides this situation is perfect for dealing with the Habukping Gate and frames the whole incident as a fight between their two gates. Panicked, Pengs protests that he came on a peace mission and insists their gates had reconciled. Ha Yung-woo tells him that if he wants to live, he must say so clearly. Terrified, Pengs shouts that he wants to live. He gulps as Ha Yung-woo flicks something toward him. Ha Yung-woo orders Pengs to swallow what he gave him and memorize certain phrases if he wants to survive, stunning Pengs. Pengs nervously asks what kind of phrases Ha Yung-woo expects him to learn. Ha Yung-woo says he will control Pengs' mind with soul-making magic and tells him not to be afraid. Ha Yung-woo calls out to Kang Tae-san, instructing him to train Pengs so he can join the Black Squad. Pengs is jabbed in the neck and stunned as this order is given. Kang Tae-san responds that he will make Pengs obey all of the boss's commands from now on. Ha Yung-woo orders the Black Squad to mark every corpse with signs pointing to Habukping Gate so the massacre will be blamed on them, and they agree. The scene shifts to a quiet night sky above the city. The battlefield lies still, showing Kiho's corpse, the father's body, and the abandoned blue core. A close-up highlights the glowing blue core resting in the crater. A pale hand suddenly reaches down and seizes the core. A long-haired man with a shadowed face grins as he holds the core in his hand. He presses the core into his chest as it radiates power. He screams while his body floods with the core's energy. Afterwards he hunches over, trembling as the transformation settles. Slowly straightening, he begins laughing to himself. Under the red moon he exults that his ritual, called blood retardation, is finally complete. The story transitions to a view of modern high-rise buildings at night. Inside an apartment, Ha Young-woo's parents sleep soundly, unaware of the night's events. Ha Young-woo quietly slips into the home, passing their bedroom as they snore. He reaches his own room, preparing to enter while still in his torn clothes. He sighs that sneaking home without alerting his parents is harder than wiping out the human gate, when a voice suddenly addresses him. His younger sister, sitting on his bed, bluntly asks why his clothes are filthy. Elsewhere the long-haired man stands alone in a coat, suggesting he will remain important. Back in the bedroom, Ha Young-woo asks his sister why she is awake instead of sleeping, and she says she was waiting for him. Embarrassed, he suggests they talk tomorrow since it is late, beginning to change clothes. He then asks whether she is questioning him out of curiosity or desperation. Offended, she insists she is only curious and that their mother would want to know too. Ha Young-woo offers her money, trying to bribe her into dropping the subject. She angrily explains how serious things were, saying she almost got kidnapped by bad guys while he was gone. She refuses the bribe and threatens to tell their mom everything if he does not explain. Ha Young-woo raises the offer to 500,000 won. The sister is stunned, trying to process the large amount. Ha Young-woo urges her to reconsider, asking how many things she could buy with that much money. He casually flips the bills, confident in his persuasion. She shouts that it is not about the money and that she is worried he is in trouble, not trying to extort him. Ha Young-woo thanks her, telling her not to worry because her capable brother can handle it, while she reluctantly accepts the cash. Left alone with the money, she imagines the brutal battle he must have fought. She snaps out of it and insists she can protect herself now, having practiced the technique he taught her. She demonstrates by firing a burst of energy from her hands, asking him to watch. Ha Young-woo is startled as the energy slams into him. He complains that the amount of power she is using is still too little. His eyes sharpen as he assesses her skill more seriously. He rapidly counters with his own flurry of fast hand movements, scattering bills like a training exercise. Amused, he identifies her move as a basic time difference attack. Proudly, she brandishes bundles of money in both hands and asks if he is surprised by her progress. Ha Young-woo thinks she has already reached the 4th stage of training, enough for self-defense, but tells her she still needs more practice and encourages her. She grumbles at his attitude and leaves the room, closing the door behind her. Alone, Ha Young-woo wonders aloud why handling his little sister is harder than dealing with villains. Exhausted, he collapses onto his own bed with a relieved sigh. Lying there, he reflects that obliterating the human gate has lessened his problems for now. Yet he is filled with guilt, mentally apologizing to someone named Jonase for what happened. Tormented by those thoughts, he suddenly sits up clutching his head, shouting for the memories to stop. The protagonist clutches his head in frustration, shouting that he can no longer remember someone's name. A voice calmly states that their name is Mo Young-hee. In a forest memory, a girl stands before a seated boy and dismissively asks what his problem is. Smiling, the girl offers him bread she just baked and asks if he wants to eat. The boy eyes the bread and suspiciously asks if it is poisoned. She laughs, calls him cautious, and bites into the food herself to show it is safe. He explains this place is a death match of 1,000 magicians, and says he cannot easily trust anyone's food, which she admits is reasonable. She cheerfully calls to John Sa and suddenly asks if he wants to become her subordinate. John Sa reacts in confusion, demanding to know why he should. She declares an ambition to unify the Murim and says she needs a right hand, joking that he could also marry her. John Sa scoffs at her dream of becoming queen of the Murim and calls her crazy. He retorts that conquering the Murim has been his own goal since before she was born and mocks her dream as unrealistic. She angrily yells back that conquering the Murim is now her dream too. In the present, a sinister man menaces John Sa, asking if he will kneel or let the man kill the captured girl. Holding the battered girl, the villain orders John Sa to choose quickly while John Sa faces them with drawn sword. John Sa sweats and glares in tense silence, clearly torn. Bruised and crying, the girl apologizes repeatedly to John Sa. Waking from these memories, Young-woo curses that they are keeping him from sleeping. He thinks through clues and concludes Park Ki-ho's absorption ability traces back to a certain man, and the incident cannot just be left alone. The scene shifts to a quiet night over a traditional compound. Inside the compound, bodies of guards or fighters lie dead around discarded swords. A blond man in a white coat surveys the battlefield filled with corpses. Another man reports they are investigating which gatekeepers are strong enough to annihilate the human gate, and vows they will eventually find the culprit. The blonde calmly admits that he alone destroyed the human gate. The other man is shocked by this confession. The blonde repeats that he personally wiped out human gate, and warns that a demon is on the move. Under a full moon, the city outskirts lie quiet before the crisis. A black-suited task force called the Black Squad races through the forest on urgent orders from their boss. Their leader yells for them to search the entire neighborhood thoroughly. Among them, one man complains about the assignment and asks how long they must keep searching. His superior angrily demands if he is daring to complain about the boss's orders. Frightened, the complainer backpedals, and another warns that disrespecting the boss could get them killed. The squad leader refocuses them, saying they must search human forest for the strongest presence. Suddenly a powerful disturbance erupts nearby, startling the three closest agents. One of them nervously asks what is happening. A muscular, demonic-looking warrior with a furred mantle and horned armor is revealed, gripping his sword. At the same time, ominous sounds echo across the city's night skyline. Public alerts announce that a level 3 giant cave has opened and order all citizens to evacuate the city immediately. Panic erupts as crowds flee through the streets, urged to get out of the city at once. In the forest, a Black Squad member shouts that with the third-class cave open they must evacuate the squad right away. His superior refuses, reminding him of the boss's standing orders. The leader insists they still must locate the strongest being nearby, saying if the third-class monster is the top threat they will just report and retreat, and he orders everyone, including the newcomer, to move. He then tells the rest of the members that the enemy is a third-class monster, instructing them to avoid direct combat, confirm the monster's status, and withdraw immediately. Before they can act, fiery projectiles streak through the forest toward them, prompting shocked reactions. One agent panics as the flames ignite the surrounding trees. Another, sweating, suddenly spots something alarming in the blaze. A towering fire element golem with a glowing core fully manifests. The Black Squad members hide behind cover and watch the flaming monster from a distance. Shielded by fire, they realize they cannot approach and note that this is a type of monster they have never encountered before. The fire golem locks its burning gaze onto them. One man realizes they have been noticed and are in danger. He shouts for his comrades to get away as they try to flee. The monster unleashes a massive swirling firestorm that devastates the area. A squad member, seeing the incoming attack, thinks they will be reduced to ash if it hits. He finds himself engulfed by pillars of flame and reacts in stunned disbelief. Struggling within the fire, he yells in confusion, unable to understand what is happening. His subordinate screams for the deputy leader as flames rage around him. The deputy believes he is about to die. In despair, he laments dying like this before atoning for his wrongdoings. He clings to life, insisting internally that he really does not want to die here. To his surprise, the flames dissipate and he realizes he is still alive. Another squad member urgently calls him to look at something in the distance. A close-up shows a gloved hand grabbing the monster. They see a gray-haired man effortlessly holding the fire golem by the throat, its body disintegrating. Grinning, the stranger remarks that the monster is quite strong. The restrained golem roars furiously in his grip. Its rage intensifies as it thrashes, but the man keeps hold of it. The monster screams louder as the man's hand crushes its neck. Watching from afar, the Black Squad agents are overwhelmed and confused by the scene. The gray-haired man finishes the fight, completely shattering the third-class monster, while still holding its neck. One agent stammers that the third-class monster was defeated with a single attack. They stare, stunned, at the stranger standing over the monster's scattered remains. Realizing they have seen this level of power before, a squad member curses in alarm. The agents immediately decide to run away from the terrifying newcomer. The masked stranger addresses them, noting that they have mastered the immortal body technique. The agents are shocked that he knows about their secret art, and wonder how he could recognize it. Grinning darkly, he deduces aloud that their master must be a reincarnated dead man. Meanwhile, news spreads that the human gate has been destroyed and its lord Park Young-cheon is dead. Narration explains that the 8 great gates are convening a meeting about the human disaster, with 7 remaining gate representatives gathering at Tiananmen. Reporters swarm Tiananmen Gate to cover the unprecedented meeting and speculate on what decisions will be made. A TV reporter announces the arrival of the Watchman Lord Gate. The elderly Watchman Lord Kwan Young-il remarks that it has been a long time since he last visited Tiananmen. The reporter then notes the simultaneous arrival of the Gamsaman Lord Gate, Baek Jong-woong. Baek Jong-woong stands silently with his escort, introduced as the Gamsaman Gate Lord. Crew members joke about being on TV while the reporter continues broadcasting. Another Gate Lord, Lee Ho-guk of Jumgangman, appears in martial garb with Young-woo behind him, joking that he should have worn a suit. Lee Ho-guk privately warns Young-woo not to act recklessly during the gathering. He teases Young-woo about single-handedly destroying the human gate, and says he only worries Young-woo might massacre the hypocritical Gate Lords. Young-woo, preoccupied, says he is in a bad mood because he lost contact with the Black Squad he sent to scout the previous night, shocking Lee Ho-guk. Young-woo decides he must still attend the meeting but plans to leave as soon as it ends to investigate his missing men, and Lee Ho-guk agrees. Lee Ho-guk tells him to focus on the meeting and warns that, among the other lords, Tiananmen's lord requires the most caution. A blonde girl interjects, asking why they should be wary of her father. Young-woo recognizes her as Chai Yoon-young. He asks why she is here, surprised to see his schoolmate at the gate meeting. Her father appears and asks Young-woo if he knows his daughter. The man is introduced as Chai Min-cheol, the Tiananmen Lord Gate, as his daughter calls out to him. Chai Yoon-young explains to her father that she and Young-woo are classmates. Chai Min-cheo clarifies that Young-woo is not Lee Ho-guk's son but the practitioner entrusted with Jumgangmun's martial law. Lee Ho-guk enthusiastically praises Chai Yun-young as the magical genius her father mentioned and jokingly suggests she marry his son Gangjin, boasting of his son's fighting ability. Chai Min-cheo laughs at Lee's unchanged greedy personality that always wants everything he desires. Lee Ho-guk proudly calls that attitude real manliness and mocks Chai for always working behind the scenes. The two lords trade lighthearted taunts, their rivalry flaring while Chai Yun-young looks flustered between them. Reporters try to question the Gate Lords about who destroyed Human and what they plan to discuss, but security blocks them. Annoyed by the media swarm, Lee Ho-guk suggests going inside, and Chai Min-cheo agrees, saying he dislikes such pests. Chai Min-cheo leads Lee Ho-guk and Young-woo toward the meeting room. Walking with Young-woo, Chai Yun-young asks if he is surprised to see her involved with the Gates. He admits he is, thinking this world had nothing to do with her. She explains that her presence relates to their Gates' magical properties, which her father wanted her to learn even though she struggled to master them. Smiling warmly, she welcomes Young-woo to her family's home. A full-body shot lingers on Chai Yun-young, highlighting her appearance as she accompanies him. Outside, another young man observes the gathered security and reporters from a nearby tree. He recalls the blonde masked man's claim that he alone destroyed Human Gate and that a demon is roaming, noting that Hukuman was among Korea's top 8 gatekeepers and its lord was one of the strongest. The observer questions how such a powerful gate could truly have been wiped out by a single person while TV staff prepared to interview the lords for millions of online viewers. He further notes that a third-class cave opened the previous night prompting a rushed city evacuation, yet the cave vanished without a trace. He reflects that although authorities blame the cave alarm on a system error, he believes its opening, Human's fall, and Demon's appearance are clearly linked. He concludes that whoever destroyed Human must also be responsible for the demon activity. Frustrated, he admits he still cannot make sense of the situation. He laments that the blonde man will not answer him plainly, so he cannot simply ask for the truth. Determined, he resolves to uncover the truth himself and wait to see what happens at the 7 gatekeepers meeting. Inside Taemumin, the 7 gate lords sit around a large conference table with Chai Min-cheo presiding. Kwon Young-il complains that they have been repeating the same discussion for hours and presses Chai Min-cheo on what he intends to do, insisting the evidence is clear. Baek Jong-woong accuses Kwon of getting too comfortable and challenges him. Kwon demands clarification, implying Baek knows more than he lets on. Kwon angrily insists they must act, pointing out that the corpses at Human show clear traces of the habukbing technique, and asking how they can sit still if they know who is responsible. Baek Jong-woong argues that their real opponent is the habukbing organization. He warns that because habukbing is backed by the Chinese government, rash action could bring economic sanctions, yet ignoring it could endanger all of Korea. Chai Min-cheo urges everyone to calm down, reminding them the meeting is not for infighting. Baek Jong-woong sheepishly admits he got overexcited and tries to compose himself. Lee Ho-guk sits silently, observing the exchange. Chai Min-cheo finally shares his view, saying the evidence is too ambiguous for immediate action. Kwon asks if Chai means someone deliberately provoked conflict with China. Chai replies that while not certain, he doubts any of them could destroy Humans so quickly and says they need a more thorough investigation. Kwon urges the Jumgangmun lord not to stay quiet, arguing that Jumgangmun stands to gain most from Human's fall and will likely absorb its interests. Lee Ho-guk responds with a ruthless philosophy, saying the strong survive and the weak perish, implying there is nothing more to discuss. Chai Min-cheo reacts uneasily to Lee's blunt statement. Kwon privately regrets asking such a ruthless man for his opinion, thinking of him as a man. Chai Min-cheo notices the way the others are looking at him and feels uncomfortable. He brushes it off verbally, telling Lee Ho-guk not to worry about it even as he internally sighs at the situation. Lee Ho-guk declares that the meeting is pointless and asks to leave since nothing is being decided. Chai Min-cheo agrees to adjourn the meeting, suggesting everyone act as they see fit from here. Later, Young-woo and Chai Yun-young sit together in a garden pavilion as the meeting continues inside. She comments that the meeting will probably take a while to conclude, and he agrees. She suddenly remembers a cake she baked that morning and offers to fetch it for him. She asks if he likes cake. He politely says it is fine without sounding eager. Taking his response as assent, she happily runs off to bring it and asks him to wait. Left alone, Young-woo reflects that learning Chai Yun-young is the Taemumin lord's daughter makes things unexpectedly complicated. He then asks himself whether the Black Squad, whose members mastered the immortal body, could really have been wiped out, since he believes such fighters should be impossible to kill. His thoughts are interrupted as his phone rings and he reacts with surprise. Answering, he addresses Secretary Kim on the line. Hearing news, Young-woo exclaims in shock that the missing squad has been found. The scene cuts to a devastated forest clearing, where a huge crater marks the site of a fierce battle. The two men arrive at a forest path, and one explains this is where the Black Squad once fought fiercely at dawn. Young-woo looks around skeptically, thinking the place does not resemble a battleground. A memory flashes of a wild-haired man brutally slamming someone down amid screams. The flashback voice clarifies that this place is actually where the Black Squad members were massacred. Shocked, Young-woo repeats the word slaughter and asks if the Black Squad was completely wiped out. Startled by the revelation, Youngwoo suddenly dashes off, ignoring his companion calling after him. Youngwoo runs deeper into the woods, following some faint trail. He discovers many suited corpses or bodies strewn in a shattered ravine, confirming the massacre. His companion catches up, horrified, and demands to know what is happening. Nervous, the companion hesitates as he tries to explain the scene. One wounded man on the ground recalls that all Black Squad members died shriveled like mummies. Youngwoo cries out to the Black Squad, reacting emotionally to the supposed dead. He orders the fallen men not to lie there broken but to get up immediately. The supposedly dead enforcers open their eyes in shock at his command. Groaning, the Black Squad members slowly rise to their feet and address Youngwoo as boss. Jungwoo's companion panics, screaming in confusion because he thought they were dead. Youngwoo calmly explains with a grin that anyone who has mastered the immortal body technique cannot truly die. A blonde woman elsewhere ties up her hair, hinting at another character about to act. A caption moves the story to the Jumgangmun Gate location. At Jumgangmun, a survivor presents Youngwoo with a drawing he has finished of their attacker. Another survivor trembles as he says the enemy was an extremely strong man he had never heard of. Youngwoo, bracing himself, says he expected this as he takes the sketchbook. Seeing the crude drawing, Youngwoo criticizes Kang Tae-san's terrible art and questions calling it a sketch. Frustrated, Youngwoo asks for a pen, and the nervous patient hurriedly hands it over. Youngwoo quickly redraws the portrait while the other man watches in confusion. He shows them a refined drawing and asks if this is the man, and they excitedly confirm it matches. Youngwoo internally concludes the attacker is indeed Seo Moon-il. A narration box states the speaker is nevertheless certain of something. Another flashback shows a purple-haired woman being violently struck down, bleeding in midair. Jungwoo's memory continues with him charging Seo Moon-il in rage, vowing revenge. Seo Moon-il appears bound in a web of blazing energy, screaming amid the clash. Youngwoo thinks that Seo Moon-il must have died back then, and continues reasoning. He admits he currently lacks information about Seo Moon-il's situation. He recalls the special technique blood retardation and considers its implications. He reviews the past battle, realizing Seo Moon-il may have discovered the immortal body then. Youngwoo reasons that although Seo Moon-il knew of the immortal body, he had not destroyed the Black Squad and must know Youngwoo has been reborn, questioning why he is now pursuing him. Troubled, Youngwoo wonders whether Seo Moon-il is specifically hunting him. At night under starry skies, someone shouts for the target to be captured. Seo Moon-il is shown fleeing through the forest as pursuers order him to stop before he escapes the zone. A team of enforcers nervously unleashes techniques like ghost attack and fireball at the fast target. Seo Moon-il scoffs, easily dodging their barrage of attacks. Calling them annoying flies, he prepares a counterattack with a sinister smile. One attacker screams in agony as red energy engulfs him. The squad leader urgently orders his men to stay away and spread out while Seo Moon-il breathes out, continuing his advance. Seo Moon-il complains that they are really annoying and decides to end it. He slams his hand toward the ground, activating a destructive power. His fist clenches, focusing the deadly technique. Multiple enforcers are violently blasted into the air, crying out in pain. The agents crash hard to the ground, defeated. Laughing at their foolishness, Seo Moon-il taunts them for thinking they could evade his attack. An eye-patched man in a red vest suddenly charges Seo Moon-il with a sword, cursing him. Enraged, the leader berates Seo Moon-il for obliterating the agents he trained with devotion. He accuses Seo Moon-il of being their boss. Introducing himself as Park Han-dong, leader of Unique Union's 12th group, he demands to know who Seo Moon-il is. Seo Moon-il grins and calmly gives his name as Seo Moon-il. Park Han-dong, unfamiliar with the name, questions which faction or organization Seo Moon-il belongs to. Seo Moon-il feigns ignorance, asking what things like the Seventh Gate or the government even are. Angered by the evasive answers, Park Han-dong vows to beat the truth out of him. Seo Moon-il mockingly responds, clearly unafraid. Park Han-dong lunges, shouting that Seo Moon-il is his, determined not to let him escape. Park Han-dong believes he has cornered Seo Moon-il with nowhere left to run. Grabbing Park Han-dong's face, Seo Moon-il orders him to reveal who he is before dying. Seo Moon-il mocks him, saying he cannot hear anything. Park Han-dong screams in pain as Seo's hand crushes his face. Park Han-dong shouts his skill command disassemble in desperation. His power triggers, partially disassembling Seo Moon-il's body as bits scatter. Seo Moon-il laughs off the attack, calling it amusing. Park Han-dong's eye focuses grimly as he completes his counter. Now behind Seo Moon-il, Park Han-dong snarls that fun is over. He declares that his attribute is disassembly and combination as a sword assembled from fragments impales Seo Moon-il from behind. Still smiling, Seo Moon-il repeats that he already told Park his name and Park demands again to know what group he belongs to. Seo Moon-il tells him not to rush, boasting they will soon hear endlessly about Seo Moon-il, the conqueror of Murim. Park Han-dong's eye widens in fear or realization at that boast. Seo Moon-il erupts in crimson power, causing Park Han-dong to scream in agony while still skewered. The next moment, Park Han-dong's battered body hits the ground headfirst. Seo Moon-il mockingly asks how that felt. He looks toward an approaching figure and asks if that person agrees with him. The masked blonde Jean Gangbek appears, recognized by Seo Moon-il. Storm clouds and lightning gather ominously, signaling another great confrontation. Amid massive lightning, a cloaked figure stands on the clouds as thunder roars. A flaming skulled reaper wielding a huge scythe materializes in the storm. A gigantic blue dragon roars fiercely in response. The dragon towers over the reaper, coiling menacingly in the sky. The dragon lunges with a roar while the reaper counters with his scythe. The two titans face each other again, poised for another clash. The reaper swings a devastating vertical slash toward the dragon. The dragon screams in pain as the blow lands. Jungwoo's eyes snap open, reacting intensely. He wakes up in bed, realizing the fierce battle was only a dream. Still unsettled, he rubs his forehead, thinking about what he saw. Jungwoo rushes out to his apartment balcony. Without hesitation he steps onto the railing, preparing to jump. He leaps from the high building toward the ground below. He crashes down but lands in a controlled impact crater unharmed. Using the rebound, Jungwoo launches himself forward at high speed down the street. The night sky above is clear and starry as he races away. Jungwoo stands outside, sweating and determined as he contemplates his next move. He later inspects a vast, scorched cratered field, likely the battle site from his dream. Seeing the destruction, Jungwoo stiffens with grim realization. A blonde person stands pensively, hinting at Jin Gangbek's modern incarnation. Narration explains that Jumgangmun and human gates once clashed over overlapping territories, but after humans' fall those areas naturally shifted under Jumgangmun's protection. The scene shifts back to Jumgangmun Gate headquarters. A restricted door is shown, indicating an important internal meeting. Inside, Jumgangmun executives report that several districts' merchants are requesting the gate's protection. The Lord Gate idly asks what happens if they refuse these protection requests. Other officers protest, arguing it would be foolish because these areas now fall under Jumgangmun and could make them Korea's top gate if managed well. Secretary Kim suddenly yells for everyone to stop. He begs the Lord Gate to rein in the overeager subordinates he disparagingly calls raccoons. The older officers are offended, demanding to know why he is calling them raccoons. The Lord scolds Kim for disrespect while questioning his sudden outburst. Kim snaps back that the Lord has been too obsessed with food, leading to this mess, and the Lord protests that his patience is running out. Kim shouts over him, saying he also has a temper and demanding they stop arguing. The others fall silent, staring at him in stunned confusion. The Lord asks if Kim is feeling ill, but Kim calmly says he is fine. Kim argues that Jumgangmun has grown too large by absorbing all of humans' territory, and insists they need more staff and better systems to manage it. The other officers agree that his reasoning is obviously correct. Kim explodes again, saying all that extra work falls on him and he is already overburdened. The Lord notes Kim's assertiveness and comments that he seems slightly improved lately. Kim then criticizes the Lord for signing an agreement to fight the forces that destroyed human instead of simply taking over their power. The Lord replies confidently that it is only right to oppose those forces out of loyalty to human. Kim notes drily that the Lord values loyalty very highly. Kim presses him, asking if that means they truly intend to fight the one who destroyed human, namely the Habukpenga. The Lord boasts that there is nothing their gate cannot defeat. Kim retorts that he is underestimating Habukpenga, describing it as a powerful guild and accusing the Lord of making enemies everywhere. Cornered, the Lord asks the council to decide but then falls silent when pressed for an answer. Frustrated, he says such political headaches should really be handled by Jungwoo and wonders where Jungwoo is. The scene cuts to Jumgangmun's exterior as someone shouts in surprise that Jungwoo is absent. Kim explains he not only is missing from the gate but is also unreachable by phone. The Lord muses that Jungwoo will be the one most excited by these developments and suspects he is still preoccupied with the Black Squad incident. Meanwhile, Jungwoo sits alone at a cafe terrace, deep in thought. He covers part of his face, brooding over a drink. Jungwoo thinks excitedly that all of this is fun, rejoicing that Jin Gangbek has been reborn. Imagining the devastated battlefield, Jungwoo concludes that the giant crater must mark Jin Gangbek's presence and that Seo Moon-il and Jin Gangbek battled there. He recalls their clash as a mutual death match where either held back. Jungwoo curses himself for relaxing his vigilance and failing to notice both Seo Moon-il's and Jin Gangbek's reincarnations sooner. Sitting in an alley, he suddenly shouts at some unseen people to leave. Two uniformed guards order him out of the cafe, saying their young master has reserved the place and he should not pretend to be deaf. Jungwoo looks up, repeating the term young master with curiosity. The guards proudly announce that Peng Ducheon, Habukpeng's heir, is visiting and therefore everyone must leave because their young master despises trash like Jungwoo. Jungwoo stands up with a smile, asking what is going on and where this Habuk they mention is. One guard attacks with a move called Meteor Fist, launching a punch toward Jungwoo. The impact devastates the cafe terrace in a shockwave. Jungwoo emerges from the dust grinning, telling them not to startle him like that. Crouching, he laughs that all sorts of amusing things are suddenly happening just when he had planned to live quietly. As money rains around him, Jungwoo is momentarily surprised. One guard throws wads of cash, saying if Jungwoo does not want to die he should just accept the money and leave. The twins snap to attention as someone important enters, while Jungwoo kneels among scattered bills in confusion. Bowing, the guards announce they have finished clearing out the garbage, referring to Jungwoo. Their young master, introduced as Habukpeng's Peng Ducheon, appears. Peng Ducheon lounges arrogantly with his legs up, regarding the scene at the cafe with cold interest. A subordinate warns the lounging Peng Ducheon to clean properly if he plans to tidy up, and Peng casually agrees. The subordinate turns back and is startled to find Peng has suddenly vanished from where he was sitting. Someone recognizes the silver-haired man as Peng Ducheon, heir of Habukping, and is surprised he is already in Korea. Ha Young-woo thinks that the Chinese factions must be upset because the human gate problem removed their foothold for expanding into Korea. Young-woo resents that they plan to use Korea as a tool in their Chinese conflict and decides to let the Black Squad pursue Seo Moon-il and Jean Gangbek's Reincarnation, while he handles Habukping and the Seven Gates first. He reflects that, since their earlier scheme to gain power in Korea through human, and when the 5 generations competition failed, they are now trying a different approach. On a rooftop, an unseen voice calls Young-woo a rat hiding in fear. The white-haired stranger taunts Young-woo, saying he hides only because he is afraid of being beaten and destroyed. Young-woo, wary, asks the stranger if he knows who he is. The white-haired man smugly hints that Young-woo must be curious about his identity. Surrounded by flames, the white-haired man declares they will meet again soon, astonishing Young-woo. Young-woo dashes through the fiery blast, cursing at the craziness of the situation. Young-woo yells at the departing flames on the gas tank, demanding to know what the stranger is trying to do. Peng Ducheon, drinking coffee, notices the fiery disturbance on a distant rooftop. The white-haired man leaps away from the rooftop, leaving Young-woo behind. Young-woo realizes the attacker has escaped and angrily complains about being bothered. Peng Ducheon is shown in formal attire, introduced in full as a composed and confident figure. The Tiananmen Gate complex is presented as the setting for the next events. Inside Tiananmen Gate, various gatekeepers and elders gather around a conference table for a serious meeting. They are informed with surprise that Peng Ducheon of Habukping has arrived. Peng Ducheon enters the meeting room flanked by 2 imposing bodyguards. The Tiananmen Lord greets Peng Ducheon politely, introducing himself and thanking him for coming. The Tiananmen Lord smiles broadly, masking his unease as he welcomes the powerful guest. Peng Ducheon orders everyone in the meeting to listen closely to what he is about to say. Several Korean representatives bristle at his tone, questioning why they must heed him. Peng accuses uncivilized Koreans of causing a quarrel that led to the disappearance of Habukping's direct bloodline. He then announces that Habukping will assume full authority over the investigation into that incident. Korean elders erupt in anger, protesting his demand to monopolize the investigation and calling his words rude. Peng slams his hand onto the table with overwhelming force. The impact shatters the conference room floor, stunning everyone with his power. Some gatekeepers stare grimly amid the dust and debris from Peng's blow. Others, including Lord Lee, glare or smirk, treating Peng's outburst as a provocation. Peng declares that if they will not hand over investigative rights, they must immediately surrender the culprit instead. Lord Lee laughs loudly at Peng's demand and mockingly asks if Peng can truly handle the consequences of such arrogance. The other gatekeepers protest to Lord Lee that they are in the middle of an important discussion and urge him to stop stirring trouble. Lord Lee derisively asks if Lord Chai really intends to stop him. Lord Chai responds that, as another gatekeeper, he announces that if Lee Hoguk of Human Gate runs wild, everyone is permitted to attack him. The Korean gatekeepers quietly note that, while they bear no personal grudges, confronting Lee and the 6 gatekeepers at once would not be easy. Lee sneers and wonders aloud if opposing all 6 gatekeepers would truly be difficult for him. He powers up with crackling energy and, brimming with confidence, invites Peng to test that question in a fight. Peng contemptuously calls the Koreans uncivilized and tells his men to prepare to deal with them. He coldly states that if Lee passes their investigation he will be cleared, but warns that anyone who hinders Habukping's inquiry will be treated as an enemy. Later, Young-woo stands alone in a garden pavilion on Tiananmen grounds. Young-woo muses that Peng Ducheon is deliberately provoking the Koreans to secure investigative authority, which Habukping could then twist to justify using Korean powers. He further thinks Peng will pick a representative to his liking, but resolves to smash any such scheme. Chai Yun-young runs up cheerfully calling out to Young-woo. Young-woo is startled to see her, recognizing Chai Yun-young and realizing his mistake. She scolds him for disappearing earlier, and he apologizes, explaining he had urgent business. Yun-young says he has been missing from school due to constant emergencies, and Young-woo mentally recalls this place is actually Yun-young's home at Tiananmen Gate. Nearby, the Tiananmen Lord spots Young-woo with Yun-young and quietly points him out. The Lord identifies Young-woo to his companion as Black Squad General Ha Young-woo, the one who recently opened the Jumgang Gate. The companion asks the Tiananmen Lord what action he plans to take. The Lord notes how arrogant Peng Ducheon acted, relying on Chinese government backing, and implies this limits their options. He concludes they must accept Habukping's proposals because opposing them directly is impossible. The elder reluctantly agrees that they have little choice. The Tiananmen Lord adds that, even while ceding investigative rights, they must preserve the coalition's pride or risk global ridicule, and hints there is an even bigger problem. He says that to formally hand over authority, they would first need to persuade the hot-headed Lee Ho-ryuk. The elder doubts this is possible after their near fight, and Chai says they must first break the momentum of Jumgangmun Gate. They decide that defeating Young-woo, the representative from Jumgangmun, would naturally weaken that gate's influence. The white-haired Jew Mumyang notices Youngwoo with Yoonyoung and reacts with interest. Youngwoo recognizes him as the weirdo from the rooftop and blurts out in anger. Yoonyoung happily introduces the white-haired man as her older brother, shocking Youngwoo. Youngwoo, dumbfounded, asks what she means by calling that man her brother. Mumyang suddenly punches Youngwoo while cursing him. The scene returns to an exterior shot of Taeyeonmin Gate, emphasizing the location of these events. Elsewhere, Lee complains Youngwoo has disappeared after being told to wait outside the conference room. Lee grows more irritated when he cannot reach Youngwoo by phone and wonders what he is doing. Lee's subordinate admits Youngwoo has been distant lately and suspects he was beaten by someone but refuses to talk about it. Lee prepares to change the subject, still uneasy about Youngwoo's behavior. He fumes over how the other gatekeepers dared to consider fighting him. Energized by lightning-like power, Lee says those people need a lesson, while his son panics and begs him not to unleash his strength. Lee, thrilled by the opportunity, insists he has long wanted a chance like this. When an explosion of fire appears above Taeyeonmin, his son points and alerts him in alarm. A portrait-style view of Lee's son is shown, presenting him as confident and capable. Back at the pavilion, Mumyang unleashes his fire-based technique Soul of Fire, sending a massive blaze at Youngwoo. Youngwoo curses and moves to counter the advancing wall of flames. Yoonyoung screams at her brother to stop what he is doing immediately. Mumyang tells her to stay back and watch, insisting this is a fight between men. His flames erupt in a powerful burst, intensifying the battle. Observers identify the fire attack as belonging to Ju Mumyang of Taeyeonmin Gate. The Taeyeonmin Lord confirms this and remarks that Youngwoo is no match for Mumyang. The elder notes, Mumyang is the Taeyeonmin Lord's favored practitioner, and that this duel will effectively pit Taeyeonmin Gate against Jumgangwon Gate. The Lord downplays the concern, saying this is merely a personal fight and not an official clash between gates. Mumyang charges through his own flames toward Youngwoo in a fiery assault. He strikes Youngwoo with a blazing punch called Fire of Soul, knocking Youngwoo back. Youngwoo recovers his footing and evades as Mumyang continues pressing the attack. Mumyang, still wreathed in fire, bellows for Youngwoo to come at him. Yoonyoung rushes between them, begging her brother to stop, while Youngwoo is startled by her intervention. Mumyang yells at Yoonyoung to move out of the way immediately. Yoonyoung refuses and angrily accuses him of going too far. Mumyang, sweating and confused, shouts back, demanding what she means by too much. The story flashes back to childhood, showing 10-year-old Mumyang greeting 9-year-old Yoonyoung warmly. Young Yoonyoung happily calls Mumyang her brother and asks how he has been. He shyly presents her with a birthday gift. She gratefully accepts the present, and he tells her to treasure it. Suddenly the Taeyeonmin Lord snatches the gift from her hands. The intimidating Lord demands to know who Mumyang is, while Mumyang nervously recognizes him as the Gate Lord. Mumyang respectfully introduces himself as a Chloride Squad candidate and salutes the Lord. The Lord furiously rebukes him for daring to associate with his daughter, calling him shameless. Young Mumyang is terrified and stammers in confusion at the harsh reaction. Yoonyoung, frightened, asks her father what is wrong and begs him to stop. The Lord calls Mumyang filthy and orders him to leave immediately. Night falls, signaling the passage of time after that painful incident. Alone in a dark attic-like room, young Mumyang sits dejectedly among boxes, brooding over being rejected. Another trainee, Ko Yoon-hyung of Chloride, finds him hiding and mentions hearing he got in trouble for gifting Lord Gate's daughter. Mumyang cries that the situation was terribly unfair, while his senior says the harshness reflects how the world works. The senior advises that if Mumyang truly wants to be with the Lord's daughter, he must become the strongest. Mumyang asks if being the strongest would let him date Yoonyoung, and the senior assures him that the strongest can obtain anything. Inspired, Mumyang vows to become the strongest, and his senior jokingly says he will have to defeat him first. A training montage begins with Mumyang climbing a sheer icy cliff as snowstorms rage. He continues extreme training on the cliff, clinging to the rock face despite the blizzard. He then spars relentlessly against numerous fellow trainees, demanding more challengers. Surrounded by defeated opponents on the ground, he screams for even more, obsessed with getting stronger. Narration states simply that he became stronger through this brutal effort. Returning to the present, Mumyang grips Yoonyoung and insists everything he did was for her sake. She winces in pain and tells him he is hurting her. Mumyang angrily reminds her how hard he worked to become a man worthy of her, insisting she knows this well. Yoonyoung, now scared, pleads with him to stop acting this way. Mumyang shouts for Yoonyoung to listen to him. A flashback shows Yoonyoung happily spending time with Youngwoo while a distant Mumyang spies on them. From his perspective, he watches her fall and lose her cake, raging that she would like someone like Ha Youngwoo instead of him. In the present he screams that she should know how much he likes her. He declares that from now on she must seek his permission for anything she wants to do and demands her obedience. Yoonyoung explodes and physically lashes out, rejecting his demand. Mumyang, shocked, calls out to her as she stands up to him. She yells that his behavior is very disappointing and orders him to stop. Mumyang, hurt, cannot believe what she just said and asks how she could treat him this way. Youngwoo steps in, telling Mumyang he has gone too far. Mumyang struggles to his feet, cursing Youngwoo for interfering. Youngwoo explains he initially held back, assuming this was a misunderstanding, but now says Moomyung has truly crossed the line. Moomyung, consumed by rage, powers up ominously and vows to kill Youngwoo if forced to play the villain. Youngwoo smirks that being the bad guy suits Moomyung perfectly and readies himself as something changes in his perception. Moomyung launches another furious punch, screaming for Youngwoo to die. Youngwoo realizes mid-strike that his body is immobilized and he cannot move. Moomyung roars at Youngwoo for daring to interrupt him. Youngwoo counters verbally, asking if Moomyung really thinks his treatment of Youngwoo counts as love. Youngwoo strikes back, saying what Moomyung calls love is actually violence and coercion, and his blow staggers Moomyung. A composed portrait of Moomyung appears, emphasizing his current, hardened self. Wiping his mouth, Moomyung angrily parrots Youngwoo's words about violence and coercion. He screams that Youngwoo must not insult his love and insists Youngwoo has no idea what he endured to earn the right to date Yoonyoung. Youngwoo denies that such efforts justify Moomyung's behavior. Yoonyoung demands to know when she ever asked him to make such sacrifices. She shouts that his feelings are completely one-sided. Moomyung is stunned, barely able to process her accusation. He repeats the phrase one-sided and inwardly questions whether his love really is only his own feeling. Youngwoo orders Yoonyoung to leave the area for her safety, though she hesitates. He shouts more forcefully, demanding she get out immediately. Yoonyoung, shaken, starts to respond. She agrees to go and, using a teleportation magic circle, vanishes while telling Youngwoo to be careful. With Yoonyoung gone, Moomyung laughs manically, facing Youngwoo alone as their confrontation continues. Homeyoung, consumed by hatred for Ha Youngwoo, vows to kill everyone. He attacks Youngwoo while provoking another man by mentioning his mistreatment of that man's daughter. Yoonyoung's father coldly says her treatment is irrelevant compared to whether Youngwoo wins or loses. The elder internally criticizes Chai Min-cheol for valuing victory over his daughter's life. Chai Min-cheol admits he may seem heartless and tells the elder to observe the surroundings. The elder notices unexpected observers arriving, reacting in surprise. Other gate leaders point out the elder was too focused on the duel to notice their presence. Chai Min-cheol explains that although called informal, this duel is crucial because its result will influence their strategy against Jumgangmun. He concludes Youngwoo must not lose, as Homeyoung unleashes a massive fire attack called Fire King returns. Youngwoo is immobilized again and struggles against the incoming flames. Youngwoo counters with his own explosive power, causing a huge fiery blast. Fire and another force clash violently, creating a devastating impact. Homeyoung continues with Fire King's random shot, bombarding Youngwoo and alarming the spectators. Observers panic at the fiery devastation, wondering who this terrifying fighter is. Someone explains that the attacker is Ju Homeyoung, Chloride Squad leader of Taeyeonmin, rumored to possess unusual powers. Another asks what kind of strange attribute Homeyoung has. The informant says he does not know the details, only that Homeyoung's absolute power allows simultaneous firing. Immobilized again, Youngwoo realizes Ju Homeyoung's attribute is what is binding his movements. Youngwoo's eyes glow red as he reacts, having figured something out. Homeyoung smashes Youngwoo into the ground with a powerful attack. Pinned and unable to move, Youngwoo thinks he must do something despite the restraint. Homeyoung, fists wreathed in flames, declares the fight over and moves in to finish Youngwoo. Youngwoo decides that if his body cannot move, he will simply make it movable by force. Homeyoung powers up his flaming fist again using his Fire King ability. Worried allies shout for Youngwoo to dodge the incoming blow. Homeyoung dives down with the full power of the Fire King, causing another massive fiery impact. The explosion shocks the onlookers with its intensity. Gate leaders marvel at the incredible power displayed. Some spectators assume the duel is finished. Others protest that it is not over yet, sensing something more. People react in confusion as something unexpected happens within the flames. Youngwoo suddenly appears above Homeyoung and slams him down, reversing the situation. The crowd is stunned that the momentum of the fight has flipped so suddenly. A battered Homeyoung demands to know how Youngwoo escaped his power. Youngwoo taunts him, asking how he thinks Youngwoo learned the workings of his subdue attribute. Homeyoung, shocked, insists that such understanding should be impossible. Homeyoung tries to reactivate his binding trick, convinced it cannot be broken so easily. Youngwoo ruthlessly pummels him, saying resistance is now useless. Homeyoung realizes in despair that his ability truly no longer works on Youngwoo. The scene shifts to the past where an injured young Homeyoung wakes in bed and is asked if he feels better. His older brother Yoon-hyung scolds him for overexerting himself because he is still a kid, while Homeyoung thanks him. Yoon-hyung hands him a book of exam material, saying mastering it will let Homeyoung ace the test. Homeyoung, moved, reaches toward his brother, calling out to him. Later that night, Homeyoung joyfully shouts to his brother that he passed the exam. He proudly tells Yoon-hyung he has become leader of a Chloride Branch squad and asks if it sounds cool. A comrade congratulates him, saying that if he rises to main squad leader, the Gate Lord will acknowledge him. Homeyoung admits he needs greater power to become main leader and asks this comrade for help to obtain it. The comrade leans close and whispers something shocking to Homeyoung. Blood drips in the darkness, revealing a violent act. Homeyoung hugs his brother Yoon-hyung, who has been stabbed. Crying, Homeyoung apologizes to his brother, saying he needs the pressure attributes Yoon-hyung possesses. Bleeding, Yoon-hyung tells him he only had to ask instead of doing this. Ho Myung confesses that his own attribute is stealing, which requires killing the target to take their properties. Yoon Hyung weakly acknowledges this revelation. Ho Myung calls his brother's name in anguish as he holds him. Yoon Hyung urges him to become strong, to be the strongest, and to create the world he desires. Back in the present, Ho Myung charges Young Woo, shouting that he never loses. Young Woo smiles darkly, ready to counter. Ho Myung launches a huge attack called World of Fire King, engulfing the area in flames. Young Woo notes that now that he has penetrated Ho Myung's attributes, such attacks are futile. He declares Ho Myung's offensive useless as he breaks through the fiery onslaught. Young Woo's blow smashes Ho Myung into the wall with overwhelming force. Smoke clears to reveal Ho Myung slumped in a crater, while Young Woo stands firm. Ho Myung struggles back to his feet amid the ruined ground. Coughing and battered, he steadies himself, clearly near his limit. He demands to know how Young Woo could enter his world ability, realizing Young Woo broke inside. Young Woo laughs, saying Ho Myung should not brag about how many times he struck Young Woo, and mentions that someone gave him a hint about the tricky attribute. Ho Myung, confused and angry, asks who provided this hint. Yoon Young steps forward, announcing that she was the one who told Young Woo how Ho Myung's power works. Ho Myung is shocked and calls out Yoon Young's name in disbelief. Yoon Young explains Ho Myung's attribute as a compressive power that twists human muscles to immobilize them. Young Woo adds that he countered it by reversing his muscles using a technique called ghost blood repair skills. Ho Myung panics, demanding how Young Woo could know his attributes so precisely. Yoon Young nervously starts to answer, clearly feeling guilty. A flashback begins with Yoon Hyung asking Yoon Young what she thinks of his pressure attribute. Yoon Young, frozen by his power, exclaims in awe that she cannot move her body. Yoon Hyung says the attribute is too much for him, but that if she masters it she will become very strong. She protests that the ability should belong to Ho Myung, not her. Yoon Hyung insists it suits her and asks if she agrees, coaxing her. Smiling, he says the ability is useless to him but perfect for ambitious Ho Myung, revealing his plan to pass it on indirectly. In the present, Ho Myung reflects tearfully that he knows all this and begins to condemn himself. He cries that he is a devil for what he did. He admits he murdered the brother who always supported him since childhood, branding himself a devil. Ho Myung then forces a twisted smile, deciding he will continue living as that devil. Turning back to Young Woo, Ho Myung asks if Young Woo understands why he feels compelled to kill him. He declares he must kill Young Woo to have his existence acknowledged, to gain favor with Lord Gate, and to possess Yoon Young. Young Woo quietly considers that if this happens, Yoon Hyung's sacrifice will at least not be in vain. Ho Myung roars that only by killing Young Woo can his brother rest in peace, unleashing another fiery charge. Young Woo apologizes for Ho Myung's tragic story but prepares to settle things. He asserts that only the strong have the right to decide such fates, and strikes Ho Myung down. As he falls, Ho Myung sorrowfully apologizes in his mind to his deceased brother. The scene shifts to a blonde armored warrior, hinting at new characters and conflicts. A peaceful blue sky suggests time passing to a new setting. The story transitions to a rooftop cafe where other factions are meeting. A purple-haired man and his subordinate discuss how impressive the Tiananmen Gate battle was. The subordinate concedes that Young Woo proved himself very strong. The purple-haired man notes that Young Woo possesses at least 7 Lord Gate-level martial arts. He concludes that Jim Gangmun's recent rise is largely thanks to Young Woo. His subordinate suggests they should eliminate Young Woo before he grows stronger, since their mission is to assassinate Korea's strongmen. The purple-haired man muses about joining in this assassination plot. He reminds his companion that tensions between gates were already clear at the recent meeting. He describes Lee Ho-guk and the other gatekeepers as fundamentally incompatible, like water and oil, making war inevitable. He then characterizes Chai Min-cheol as outwardly disciplined but inwardly a demonic schemer, predicting a major conflict around him. He says they can simply do their job for now while watching the 7 great civil wars unfold. The narrative cuts to Tiananmen Gate's headquarters to show the aftermath. Chai Min-cheol angrily punches the wall in his office. Furious, he calls the duel's result a disgrace while his aide apologizes. He curses Ju Ho Myung for losing and says that if Ho Myung had sent Yoon Young in first, they would have won. He rants that this is why lowly people are useless to him. Yoon Young overhears him ordering Ho Myung killed now that he has failed and become worthless. Assassins rush down a hallway, carrying a wrapped weapon. One of them grabs the weapon, ready to strike. They barge into Ho Myung's hospital room and find the bed empty, confused because they believed he was completely paralyzed. Realizing Ho Myung has escaped, they panic and resolve to find and kill him immediately. The scene shifts to Jim Gangmun's compound, indicating the opposing faction's base. A secretary storms angrily through the halls of Jim Gangmun. Young Woo casually greets the flustered secretary, wishing him good morning. The secretary brusquely brushes him off, saying he is busy. He bursts into the leader's room, surprising everyone present. When asked why he is so worked up, he says the situation is insane. He explains that all the gatekeepers have now taken notice of Jim Gangmun. He scolds the Jim Gangmun leader for tarnishing the reputation of Tiananmen's main chloride leader in front of everyone and demands Young Woo speak up. He clarifies that specifically the Habukbing faction witnessed everything, raising the stakes. Young Woo calmly replies that the best defense is offense, and that by igniting open conflict between the 7 Great Gates and Habukping he has set up a major explosion. He says Junggang Gate must be reorganized internally and prepared for that coming explosion. Another member reflects on Youngwoo's mention of an explosion, sensing it has already begun. The narration states that the explosion started to erupt earlier than expected. The story shifts to a normal high school setting, contrasting with the martial world. Behind the school, ominous sounds signal trouble in a secluded alley. The disturbance continues, indicating an ongoing confrontation. Elsewhere, the friendly man again teases the secretary about being angry, while the secretary denies it. A chubby student is violently struck, beginning a new bullying incident. Bullies taunt the beaten boy Jun Ji for acting arrogant despite being a long-time outcast. They mock his uncontrolled ability, and viciously beat him, while he apologizes. Another bully gleefully finds photos of Jun Ji's attractive younger sister on his phone. Horrified, Jun Ji cries out for them to leave his sister alone. One bully stomps on Jun Ji's hand, demanding what he means by refusing. The leader tells Jun Ji to listen carefully as he threatens him further. He says that unless Jun Ji introduces his sister, Jun Ji must strip and run around the school while they record the humiliation. The bullies jeer that the idea sounds fun, pressuring Jun Ji to comply. A blonde girl appears, calling their behavior childish and asking if they really want trouble. Recognizing her as celebrity Yuhara from a unique school, the bullies excitedly rush toward her demanding autographs. One bully is suddenly blasted back by an unseen strike, stunned. Yuhara knocks him away with her power and says she only signs autographs for better people than them. She threatens the remaining bullies, declaring they are all dead for what they are doing. A stylish man appears, hinting at another powerful figure entering the scene. One bully grabs Yuhara from behind, challenging her threat. She instantly counters with a fierce kick, sending him flying. The remaining bully, shocked by her strength, wonders how a celebrity can be so powerful. Yuhara, explaining she trained hard every day, scolds them for underestimating her and implies they are unworthy opponents. Hara reflects that she originally learned martial arts to compete with Youngwoo but is now using those skills in this situation. One of the boys orders the other to avoid more trouble by apologizing to his friend. The smug boy repeats the demand to apologize in disbelief. He mockingly refuses, saying she would only get an apology in her dreams while Hara stands firm. The boys launch a sudden physical attack, knocking Hara down. The 3 attackers execute a coordinated combo strike against Hara. Hara barely evades and thinks that relaxing her guard even slightly would be dangerous. Another student charges at her, shouting that running away is pointless. Hara prepares to counterattack as the man's fist comes toward her. A hand suddenly intercepts and grabs the attacking fist in front of Hara's face. A new boy identified as Kang Hyunwoo, an Ilwa group heir, appears between Hara and the attacker, shocking everyone. The attacker nervously demands to know who this newcomer is. Hara recognizes the rescuer as her senior Hyunwoo. Hyunwoo greets Hara casually as his junior. The frightened bullies realize he really is Kang Hyunwoo. They instantly kneel and beg Hyunwoo for forgiveness. Hyunwoo tells everyone to get up and encourages them to reconcile with their friends. The bullies enthusiastically apologize to their victim and invite him to hit them until he feels better. Hyunwoo remarks that it is good to see them getting along as they thank him and take their friend to treat his injuries. Afterward, Hyunwoo asks Hara if she is scared of him, and she replies that he is only acting like a considerate senior. Hyunwoo then asks Hara if she has time because he needs to discuss something with her. Hara, curious, asks what he wants to talk about. Elsewhere, Youngwoo receives Hara's messages asking why he has been absent from school and what happened. Youngwoo stands outside, reading her texts and thinking. Youngwoo muses that he skipped school out of boredom, not because of Hara, and wonders if she is busy. Feeling a strange new emotion, he questions what this unfamiliar feeling is. Youngwoo comforts himself that it is fine, noting Hara might come to school looking for him, and that he should show up sometimes to practice magic. He remembers Hara said she would be away from school for a while and decides he must ask Professor Richard more about magic. Thinking of powerful figures like Park Young-cheon and Ju Homyeon, Youngwoo concludes that mastering attributes and magic is essential to survive in this world. His subordinate rushes up, reporting to Youngwoo, who notices it is later than he thought. The subordinate explains they have few leads on their investigation, so they are widening the search, and Youngwoo asks what exactly they are tracking. Youngwoo broods that the serial killer they were pursuing has suddenly vanished, meaning the man has grown strong and changed his pattern. Youngwoo decides it is pointless to worry about the killer hiding and powering up, resolving that he will simply destroy him again when he appears. The subordinate adds he has discovered that the killer is believed to be the reincarnation of Jean Gangbek. Though unsure of the exact identity, the subordinate suspects this reincarnated figure is affiliated with the Unique Union. Youngwoo is startled that the mysterious enemy may belong to the Unique Union. The subordinate explains that the Unique Alliance, along with the 7 gates and guilds, forms one of the 3 great powers overseeing the caves, and he sensed the enemy scheming there. Youngwoo notes that this alliance has enough authority to elevate Jean Gangbek to the highest rank and starts to say something else. The subordinate casually mentions having seen Yuhara out with another guy. Youngwoo reacts in shock to hearing that Yuhara was with a man. The subordinate continues his report, saying he tracked Seo Munael's movements but found no trace of him after the disappearance. Scene shifts to a hotel restaurant called CK. Hara meets Hyunwoo there, asking what he wanted to say about her father since she needs to hurry to another appointment. Hyunwoo agrees to be direct and addresses her seriously as Junior Hara. He bluntly tells Hara that she must marry him, leaving her stunned and confused. Hara leaps up in disbelief, shouting about marriage and knocking over food. Hyunwoo calmly says he expected her surprise and offers to explain his reasons. He starts to say that uniting Daehan Korea Group with Ilwa Group through him would be beneficial, but Hara cuts him off, rejecting the idea. Hara vehemently shouts that she does not want to marry him. She hastily ends the meeting, thanking him for the meal and announcing she is leaving. Watching her walk out, Hyunwoo remarks that he feels offended by her reaction. Left alone at the table, he sits silently, thinking. Then he suddenly bursts into loud laughter. His laughter trails off into a sinister chuckle as he covers his eyes and grins. Revealing a darker side, Hyunwoo says he is disappointed that an aristocrat like Hara is not acting according to aristocratic expectations. Peng Ducheon, a sharp-dressed man, is shown walking confidently, hinting at his upcoming involvement. Later, outside Unique Specialty School, someone calls out Jungwoo's name. Hara runs up apologizing for being late to meet Youngwoo. Youngwoo coolly says he did not come to school specifically to see her, while she teases that he is actually upset about her tardiness. Hara cheerfully declares that if he is mad she will just shower him with love and dramatically proclaims her affection. Youngwoo is stunned as a huge heart imagery appears behind him. Embarrassed, he demands to know what she is doing. Hara pouts and jokingly accuses him of breaking her heart. Youngwoo thinks to himself that it is not only his heart at risk, since he can lose control if he is drawn into the godly charm she just unleashed. Walking beside her, Youngwoo notes internally that Hara does not mention meeting Kang Hyunwoo, while she apologizes again for being late. Hara happily says there is somewhere she wants to visit with Youngwoo and pulls him along, while he asks where they are going. She explains that because Youngwoo keeps hesitating about their relationship, her father tried to introduce other suitors. Youngwoo reacts in alarm at this revelation. Hara repeats that her father is arranging partners because Youngwoo hesitates, and notes that heirs of conglomerates often marry around her age. Youngwoo deduces that Ilwa Group's Kang Hyunwoo would be a perfect arranged match, and Hara is shocked he knows about that meeting. She shrugs off how he knows and optimistically says her not-so-savvy father will accept Youngwoo as her boyfriend once he meets him. Youngwoo stays quiet, pondering her words. He says his main concern is her notoriously stubborn grandfather. We see Hara's grandfather, Daehan Group Chairman Yu Manchul, loudly asserting himself as a tough but fundamentally warm-hearted man. In a business meeting, Jungwoo's father Ha Yunchul tries to convince the chairman to invest in a new technology while denying any disrespect. The chairman lectures that he values honor and blunt honesty, telling Mr. Ha he is unconvincing, and Ha respectfully agrees to remember that. The chairman promises to give an answer after considering investment in Mr. Ha's Energy Stone lithium-ion battery hyperfactory project. Mr. Ha bows deeply and thanks him earnestly. Later, an elevator arrives in a corporate building. Exiting the meeting, Mr. Ha sighs that obtaining investment for such unprecedented technology is very difficult. He still praises the chairman as a great man for even agreeing to meet a small businessman like him. As Mr. Ha waits near the elevators, his phone rings. Answering, he introduces himself as Ha Yunchul from Hanyang Industry. He is astonished to hear that the caller intends to invest in his company. Somewhere else, information about Youngwoo is displayed. He is a 17-year-old grade 3 talent who defeated Park Ki-ho, heir to the Human Gate. Hyunwoo, reviewing this file on a tablet, comments that Youngwoo is lucky to be alive after provoking Park Ki-ho. He notes that the human clan never got to take revenge because their gate was wiped out. Peng Ducheon appears in Hyunwoo's office, greeting him after a long time. Hyunwoo internally recognizes the visitor as Peng Ducheon. Peng remarks that Hyunwoo's circumstances seem worse than before. Hyunwoo returns the greeting, calling him Peng Ducheon. Peng warns that only those qualified may use that name and threatens violence if Hyunwoo continues laughing mockingly. Hyunwoo laughs that Peng can break his neck if he wants to dissolve the agreement between Habuk Peng and Ilwa Group. Peng suddenly grabs Hyunwoo by the throat, showing there really is nothing he cannot attempt. Hyunwoo's eye flares with anger as he is choked. He forcefully pries Peng's hand off and warns him not to do anything foolish. Peng turns away, and Hyunwoo sits back down, the confrontation unresolved. Peng sneers and calls Hyunwoo a sly fox. Hyunwoo tells him to stop playing around and sit so they can talk seriously. Peng refuses small talk and says he will go straight to his main point. He states that his family suspects Ilwa Group of breaking their promise and harboring ulterior motives. Hyunwoo listens in tense silence. Peng explains that if Ilwa does not fulfill the agreement on time, he will reclaim everything promised and treat Ilwa as an enemy, which Hyunwoo calmly restates. Peng replies that he is glad Hyunwoo is smart enough to understand. Hyunwoo asks him to relay a message to the Peng patriarch. He boasts that under Habuk Peng's heel, even the 7 Great Gates and Unique Alliance will one day kneel. Peng wordlessly reacts with a dark smile. He then accepts Hyunwoo's statement for the moment and prepares to leave. Just before exiting, Peng says there is one more thing. He brings up Youngwoo, hinting at further interest in him. Peng advises Hyunwoo that Youngwoo is not to be underestimated and that things will get interesting. Hyunwoo remains silent, contemplating this warning. A new scene begins with someone welcoming visitors under a clear sky. At Hanyang Industries facilities, staff thank a customer for ordering a large quantity of their new product. Hyunwoo, now in a white suit, modestly says he naturally buys superior items and mentions that Youngwoo is his junior at school. Mr. Ha is overjoyed by the big order and vows to work hard and deliver everything on time. The exterior shot reinforces Hanyang Industries factory as the production site. Inside, workers worry the boss is overextending himself, noting he mortgaged the factory to borrow money from the bank. Mr. Ha insists they must overwork if necessary to deliver the goods to Ilwa Group on schedule. A subordinate rushes in with urgent news that Ilwa Group plans to cancel all hyperfactory projects. Mr. Ha is stunned by the announcement. A new chapter image shows Hara smiling softly in casual clothes. The story then cuts to Ilwa Group's towering headquarters building. Inside, a desperate Mr. Ha kneels before Hyunwoo, begging him to save his company. Hyunwoo feigns ignorance, asking what Mr. Ha means by asking to be saved. Mr. Ha pleads that canceling the hyperfactory order will doom his business and begs Hyunwoo to reconsider. Hyunwoo says he is disappointed, claiming he only wanted to help a junior's family from school. Mr. Ha frantically clings to him, begging Director Kang to spare him. Hyunwoo coldly demands Mr. Ha surrender the core hyperfactory technology, promising to then accept all previously ordered products. Mr. Ha is speechless, realizing the trap. Later, Peng bursts out laughing at how crazily ruthless Kang Hyunwoo has behaved. Peng notes that if Hyunwoo truly wants to crush Youngwoo, he should do it personally instead of exploiting Jungwoo's family. One of Peng's men asks what action they should take. Peng, driven by intuition, says his feelings tell him that uncovering the secret behind the destruction of the human gate could allow them to topple all 7 gates. He studies the ruined plaque of human, remarking on this connection. Standing before the dilapidated hall, Peng says the more they investigate, the more all clues point to one fact. Inside the damaged gate, he reveals that the central question is the identity of the man who single-handedly annihilated human. Surveying the wrecked compound, Peng notes that this mysterious master controls his surroundings and acts alone. His aide doubts such a feat is possible, arguing that Lord Gate Park Youngcheon is extremely powerful. Peng replies that even the strong are crushed when they meet someone stronger. Peng concludes that the culprit not only hid his identity but also manipulated events for profit, so they must look where humans' collapse yielded the greatest benefit. He exclaims that he has found the crucial spot among the ruins. Peng reasons through the evidence, debating whether Jumgangmun is responsible and noting weaknesses in that theory. He considers Jumgangmun's top fighter Lee Ho-guk strong but still not strong enough to destroy human alone. Peng envisions a terrifying black-clad figure, pondering if this might be the true culprit. He rejects that candidate as an absolute-level master, continuing his analysis. Summarizing the research so far, Peng concludes that an absolute-level master with a grudge destroyed human alone, and they must learn what provoked such rage. He rallies his men to use all gathered clues to track down this absolute-level master, and they agree enthusiastically. The scene shifts to a quiet upscale neighborhood street. As Youngwoo walks there, a friend runs up calling his name and saying he heard Kang Hyunwoo recently caused trouble with him. Youngwoo half-jokingly blames his itchy ears on his friend cursing him because Hara ignored him. His friend excitedly misunderstands and asks if Youngwoo is marrying Hara, but Youngwoo scoffs that he is far too young for marriage. Youngwoo cuts the teasing and asks what his friend actually wanted to talk about. The friend says he heard Ilwa Group heir Kang Hyunwoo has started causing trouble for Youngwoo and warns that dealing with him is a serious matter. Youngwoo asks if by troublesome his friend means Hyunwoo is physically strong. The friend admits Hyunwoo is strong but adds that the real danger is how effectively he uses his power. He explains that Ilwa Group is a top conglomerate, and that Hyunwoo relies on his family's influence to crush opponents before any fight. Seeing Youngwoo's blank face, he asks why Youngwoo looks like he still does not get it. He clarifies that Hyunwoo weaponizes Ilwa Group's power to cut off his enemies' income streams. Suyun suddenly arrives out of breath and Kang Cheon happily calls out to her. Kang Cheon greets Suyun warmly, and complains she has been ignoring his messages, but she insists something more urgent is happening. Suyun frantically shouts that this is no time to chat because something serious has happened to their dad. The scene shifts to their family factory building. Inside, their father apologizes before assembled workers, saying he has nothing to say as president. He sorrowfully explains that after sleepless nights developing a new product the company has still gone bankrupt, and he apologizes for the employees' efforts. The workers protest, begging him not to end the company and to keep trying. Just then an employee runs in joyfully announcing that a new investor has appeared. The president brightens and asks excitedly if it is true they have a new investor. A cut shows a seminar room where a presentation is taking place. In the seminar, a presenter explains that their hyperfactory product uses energy stones and is 5 times more efficient than lithium-ion batteries. A masked man listening thanks him for the explanation but calmly points out that he sees some issues. The president nervously asks what the problem is. The masked man says the battery pack is excellent but questions whether they can secure a continuous supply of energy stones, noting a supply chain blockage. The president is speechless and forces a strained smile. He awkwardly laughs and asks if the man really needs to push the questioning that far. The masked man reveals himself as the president's own son and agrees to talk, clearly in control. Hyun-woo, now visible, says this is a major investment project. The narrative jumps to Ilwoo Group's headquarters. In a boardroom, executives discuss how Hyperfactory, powered by energy stones, has enormous business potential. One executive explains that if Ilwoo Group absorbs Han-young Industries' Hyperfactory technology and links with the Guild Union, they can secure unlimited energy stones. Another adds that with Hyperfactory tech, global dominance in lithium batteries would only be a matter of time. The red-haired heir thinks to himself that this unforeseen opportunity could cement his position in the group. A subordinate bursts in saying there is big trouble. He reports that Han-young Industries has already obtained a new investor. The heir is shocked to hear they found investors. A profile shows Hyo-ryong, Young-woo's fierce third reincarnation, who was killed by Shin-ryong in that life. The scene cuts to a luxury apartment complex under a red sunset sky. Outside, Young-woo asks his father why he is not getting out of the car. His father steps out, stunned to see his son in a suit with a luxury car. Still dazed, he asks Young-woo to pinch his cheek to make sure this is real. Young-woo pinches him hard, making his father scream. Rubbing his face, the father concludes it is not a dream because it hurts so much. He still cannot believe that his own son is the investor who saved their company. Young-woo reminds him that he had invested his salary using the Jumgangmun method and it paid off greatly. His father starts to mention the money he had thought was gone. Young-woo hurriedly shushes him before he says too much. He reminds his father that the investment story must remain secret, or he will withdraw his funds. The father promises it will stay secret, especially from his wife, and Young-woo agrees. The father urges Young-woo inside, saying his mother has prepared a delicious dinner. As they head in, another car approaches the complex from a distance. Inside that car, the Ilwoo heir stares out toward the building. In the car, he confirms with his aide that a high schooler named Ha Young-woo is indeed the investor behind Hyperfactory. The aide says the information is reliable and comes from their own source. The heir wonders how much money a mere student could have, and the aide admits he has not confirmed the amount yet. The heir falls silent, clearly disturbed. The aide adds that Young-woo seems close to Hara and likely received help from Daehan Group. Night falls over Young-woo's old neighborhood. Hara, dressed up from filming, walks alone up the hill, a bit uneasy. Feeling someone behind her, she suddenly breaks into a run past a lurking figure. A large thug blocks her path, saying she cannot just leave. As two thugs surround her on the stairs, one rants that she has made them suffer and another says he has been waiting for this day. One thug charges with a knife shouting he will kill her while she braces herself. Hara counters with a powerful kick that knocks the knife wielder out. The director yells cut as the thug collapses, revealing the whole thing was a filmed action scene. The crew praises it as a great action sequence while continuing to film. Hara worriedly asks the stuntman if she kicked too hard, but he laughs and says her artistic kick did not hurt. The director raps for the day and thanks everyone, including Hara and the stuntmen, for their hard work. Hearing someone call out, Hara turns in surprise. Young-woo approaches holding a gift bag, having come to pick her up. A red sports car speeds through the city at night. Riding in a car together, Young-woo thanks Hara for letting him come, and she says of course he should. She asks if he is nervous, but Young-woo casually replies that he is not. Hara points out he is about to meet her parents, implying it should be nerve-wracking. She presses him again, asking if he really is not worried about this meeting. Young-woo says she always claims her parents are good people, though he notes she cannot be entirely sure. He smiles and says he is fine because he trusts her. They arrive at Hara's large family home. Entering, Hara calls out that she is home with Young-woo. A close-up of her eye shows her sudden shock at who she sees inside. She exclaims in surprise at her grandfather's unexpected appearance. Hara questions him, saying she thought he was supposed to be on an overseas business trip. He complains dramatically that she is greeting him so coldly and asks if she does not love her grandpa anymore. A caption identifies him as Yu Man-chul, head of Daehan Group. Young-woo recalls childhood tales of this grandpa bravely facing mountain tigers and notes, he still looks formidable. Young-woo formally introduces himself as Ha Young-woo and states he is Hara's boyfriend. The grandfather scoffs at the idea, saying he has no intention of marrying Hara to a useless kid. Young-woo counters that Daehan's intelligence network is worse than he thought, and says he just solved Ilwoo Group's problem with a massive investment. The grandfather retorts that even if no one else realized Young-woo was the investor, it is hard to believe a 17-year-old could invest billions. Two armed bodyguards suddenly move in behind Young-woo. They cross their batons at his neck in a show of threat. The bodyguards stand poised around Young-woo with weapons crossed while he remains calm. Hara rushes in, yelling at the bodyguards to stop threatening him. Young-woo grips both batons with a grin, clearly unafraid. The scene cuts to the Ilwoo heir, foreshadowing his involvement. Back in the living room, the grandfather signals and the bodyguards withdraw as Young-woo stands unfazed. An awkward silence falls between the seated grandfather and the couple standing before him. Young-woo points out that the grandfather seems to think he borrowed money from Hara, and the old man bluntly asks if that is not true. Young-woo replies that he is not so poor he would need to beg, and Hara backs him up, saying her grandfather is mistaken. The grandfather demands some convincing evidence. Young-woo asks what reward he will receive if he proves it. The grandfather promises that if Young-woo proves himself, He will approve the relationship with Hara and hints there will be consequences if he fails. Young-woo ups the stakes by saying that if he cannot prove it he will never approach Hara again, shocking her. The grandfather smirks and agrees to begin the test. Young-woo places a small ornate box on the table before him. He politely asks the grandfather to open it, grinning to himself. As the grandfather accepts the box, he mutters that since Young-woo has given him this, he will at least look. When he opens it, a blinding energy erupts from the contents and engulfs him. Stunned by what he sees inside, the grandfather cries out in disbelief. The box contains a rare Class 7 cave core, an exceptionally powerful energy stone. The grandfather admits he has seen many energy stones but never one of this high class before. Odd and suspicious, he asks Young-woo who he really is. Young-woo teasingly says it would not be fun to just tell and accuses the grandfather of wanting his granddaughter to marry an unknown man. The grandfather grumbles internally that he first needs to replace his incompetent intelligence staff. Still, he stubbornly answers out loud that his answer is no. Hara protests loudly, calling to her grandpa. He reveals there is already another family proposed for her, and she shouts that she does not want to be with Young-woo. The grandfather argues that although Young-woo brought the cave core, there is no proof he personally obtained it, so his doubts remain. He orders the bodyguards to catch Young-woo, and they rush in again. Young-woo instantly smashes one guard's face, shattering his glasses. He then slams the other guard into the floor along with their batons, demonstrating overwhelming strength. The grandfather watches as a sly, impressed smile forms. Young-woo grabs another guard by the hair, lifting and slamming him as well. The scene emphasizes Young-woo brutally subduing the guard into the floor. When the dust settles, Young-woo stands calmly before the silent grandfather. With red eyes and a slight smile, Young-woo asks if the old man would like to see more. The grandfather notes in amazement that 2 first-class bodyguards were defeated before they could even touch Young-woo. Young-woo casually asks if this means the grandfather will now allow the relationship. The grandfather privately admits all his information about Young-woo is wrong and that he has been completely fooled by a 17-year-old. He then asks one last question, confirming that Young-woo knew he would be visiting this house today. Hara turns to Young-woo in surprise and asks if that is really true. Young-woo replies that of course he knew, otherwise he would not have prepared the cave core beforehand. The grandfather mutters that Young-woo is a greedy, ambitious fellow and Young-woo accepts the remark as a compliment. The grandfather warns Hara that Young-woo is a frightening man and asks if she can handle being with him. Hara hugs Young-woo's arm and confidently answers that she chose him carefully and can definitely handle it. The grandfather sighs that she has fallen for men and ignores his worries about her allowance. Hara tells him there is nothing to worry about because she plans to live with Young-woo forever. Seeing how close they are, the grandfather remarks that Hara is starting to act just like Young-woo. Internally he wonders if he can manage Young-woo at all but resigns himself to the situation in his old age. Finally he relents and says he will allow their relationship. Hara joyfully hugs him, while he grumbles about his aching back and Young-woo watches with a smile. Young-woo thinks to himself that with the grandfather won over, it is time to move on to the next phase of his plans. The night sky over the city is shown, marking the passage of time. A convoy of cars speeds through the night, led by an SUV. Inside, the Ilwoo heir drives grimly, still furious. He reflects that Chairman Yu personally asked for the arranged marriage to be cancelled as if it had never existed. He had reported this to his own father, who is shocked to hear Young-woo's involvement. Hyun-woo's father, Ilwoo Group Chairman Kang Chul-min, angrily berates his son for failing to win Hara and turning the whole affair into a company joke. Driving alone again, Hyun-woo seethes that Young-woo dared to challenge him. He screams a vow that he will kill Young-woo. The chapter ends with an exterior view of another large, well-lit mansion at night, hinting at the next setting. Amid frantic gunfire around a mansion, someone shouts to evacuate the boss as people scream. The aftermath shows numerous bodyguards lying dead around the building with guns scattered. Inside, over more corpses, a furious voice accuses someone of always having ignored them. The silver-haired attacker confronts a bloody woman and orders her to die and atone for her actions. The gravely wounded woman begs for her life and promises to repent, while an unseen command tells someone to kill him. A violent slash and screams signal the execution being carried out. The assassin stands over the dying pregnant woman, casually dusting off his coat. His phone vibrates in his hand, drawing his attention. He answers the call with a calm affirmation. Introducing himself as Park Woo-sik, rank 5 assassin of the Guild Union, he agrees to take an assassination contract. The scene shifts to a peaceful evening cityscape of high-rise apartment towers. A young man, Ha Young-woo, enters his home and announces his return. Hearing something odd, Young-woo looks around the quiet living room. Finding the house empty, he wonders aloud where his family is. Suddenly sensing movement, Young-woo reacts sharply to an incoming attack. He dodges swiftly, moving with extreme speed. Multiple afterimages show Young-woo's rapid evasive maneuvers filling the room. Annoyed, he sighs and complains to his unseen attacker that he had told them to muffle their footsteps. His kid sister launches a flying kick, insisting she already reduced her noise as much as possible. Young-woo easily blocks and counters her, while she marvels at his sharp hearing and he answers drily. Landing in a crouch, the sister insists she was even floating to hide her steps yet he still heard her. She protests that if he keeps beating her, she will end up hating her own brother and begs to win just once. Youngwoo smiles and tells her she needs to train harder if she wants to beat him. She retorts that her friends' brothers never forced their sisters to fight this hard, instead spoiling them with money and gifts. Youngwoo jokes that such doting siblings must live on another planet because no real brother or sister is like that. Pouting in silence, the sister glares at him. A brief image shows her dressed cutely, suggesting how she usually appears outside training. Their parents arrive home with groceries, and Youngwoo casually asks what they were doing standing outside. Startled, he hurriedly claims nothing suspicious was happening as his mother peers in. Their mother tells them to wash up so she can prepare dinner, and the sister happily agrees. Youngwoo says he will go wash first, looking a bit weary. His father stops him with a serious-looking wait. The father quietly informs Youngwoo that Daehan Group plans to purchase many hyperfactories, prompting Youngwoo's indifference so. Youngwoo explodes when his father loudly calls him an investor, trying to shush him before mom hears. He grabs his dad, angrily reminding him he did not want the word investors mentioned because he is hiding it from his mother. The father cheerfully insists he is only reporting that the company is stabilizing thanks to their mysterious investor, while Youngwoo hisses at him to stop saying it. Their mother yells from the kitchen asking if her husband and son are coming to eat, and both men quickly answer yes. Later that night, Youngwoo tells his parents he is going out to meet Hara. They question the late hour, and he explains Hara will be filming until night so he plans to escort her home. His parents wish him a safe trip. After he leaves, his parents watch the door close behind him. The father worries about letting Youngwoo go, but the mother reminds him Hara's family approved. She notes that if things go well Youngwoo could become the grandson-in-law of the powerful Daehan Group, clearly delighted by the prospect. Youngwoo walks to a park in casual clothes, heading toward Hara's filming location. He continues along the path under streetlights, seemingly relaxed. A closer view shows his serious expression as he walks alone. Park Woo-sik watches from nearby, identifying the teenager as Ha Youngwoo, age 17, and thinking this job seems too easy for a commission from Ilwoo Group. He reflects that for assassins there is no easy or hard work, only fulfilling whatever the client demands. As Woo-sik observes, Youngwoo suddenly vanishes from where he stood, leaving a shockwave on the ground. Realizing Youngwoo has noticed the ambush, Woo-sik thinks smugly that it is already too late. At his command, multiple shadowy assassins descend around him, ordered to capture Youngwoo. Woo-sik prepares himself and ominously decides to begin the operation. Youngwoo reappears elsewhere in the complex, his high-speed movement leaving ripples on the ground. The scene transitions to a dark forest trail indicated by a map signboard. Speed lines show someone racing through the wooded path. The rapid motion continues, emphasizing the chase. An enormous shockwave tears through the forest path behind Youngwoo as he dodges a powerful long-range attack. He lands in a clearing only to be surrounded by Woo-sik and several masked subordinates. Youngwoo remarks that the pursuit has been annoyingly persistent and asks who they are. Woo-sik, flanked by knives-wielding men, laughs and calls himself an old man who scolds sinful children. He says he came to discipline a vicious high schooler and tells Youngwoo not to be nervous because it supposedly will not hurt. His henchmen move in with blades and ropes, promising it will sting only a little before Youngwoo feels peaceful. Youngwoo stops them, saying he has something to do first before the fight starts. He tells Woo-sik he wants to show him something and tosses a phone toward him. On the screen, Youngwoo answers a video call from KW, who comments that Youngwoo still looks fine. The caller apologizes for going this far, claims Youngwoo does not understand the situation, and says his interference forced these drastic measures. Woo-sik summarizes that now Youngwoo knows why he has to die and suggests they get it over with. The caller smugly insists Youngwoo should know the identity of his enemies, wishes him a better next life, and says goodbye. Youngwoo calmly agrees, responding that of course he understands. With a terrifying grin, he says they were the ones who failed to properly assess their opponent. The assassins charge from all sides, shouting not to blame them as they move in to kill the teenager. Youngwoo's aura turns ominous as thunder rumbles overhead in response to his power. A massive burst of energy erupts from him, blasting the surrounding assassins away and shattering the ground. Woo-sik staggers in shock, desperately shielding himself and demanding to know what this power is. Youngwoo appears right beside him with blinding speed, asking mockingly if Woo-sik really has time to be surprised. He unleashes his technique Sky-Breaking Meteor, slamming Woo-sik with a devastating glowing strike. The energy arc crashes into the ground ahead as Woo-sik jumps away onto a boulder. The projectile curves back toward him, growing brighter and larger. It explodes along the path, grinding rocks and earth to dust. Woo-sik panics at Youngwoo's incredible speed and realizes his client never warned him about this. Seeing the ruined battlefield and Youngwoo standing unharmed, he questions how a supposed easy mission against an Ilwoo Group kid became like this. Furious, he vows to make Youngwoo pay dearly for causing so much trouble for him. He activates his own spatial ability, shouting its name as he prepares to attack. Using Space Jump, he teleports behind Youngwoo and thrusts his blade toward him. Instead of landing the blow, Woo-sik is suddenly struck hard and cries out in pain and confusion. Youngwoo seizes him by the throat, repeating Woo-sik's earlier reassurance that it will not hurt. With a demonic smile, Youngwoo adds that Woo-sik will soon feel quite comfortable. A close-up of Youngwoo's glowing red eyes and grin emphasizes his killing intent. Woo-sik, choking, realizes in terror that Young-woo has the eyes of a true killer. Trembling, he senses something is terribly wrong and understands that this teenager is no ordinary high school student. In his mind, he likens Young-woo to a feral beast patiently waiting in a deadly trap for prey. The comparison continues as Young-woo is symbolized by a stalking tiger and Woo-sik by a helpless deer. Young-woo coolly remarks that he just felt something interesting and begins to say more. Finishing his sentence, he declares it is already too late for his enemies. Woo-sik's body collapses lifelessly at Young-woo's feet. The clearing reveals Young-woo standing amid craters and scattered corpses, with Woo-sik's body overturned before him. Young-woo leaves the devastated park area alone. As he walks out, several vehicles' headlights approach, causing him to pause. He sees more armed enemies preparing inside the arriving vehicles. A second team of assassins, including a bandaged leader and a woman, disembark with their weapons. Young-woo thinks to himself that he would have been disappointed if only one group of killers had been sent after him. Facing the large squad, he remarks that this is getting amusing for a supposedly elite assassin guild. Their scarred commander calls Young-woo a brat and confirms his identity. The bandaged subordinate demands to know where Park Woo-sik is, implying he expected to meet him here. Young-woo complains that they are noisy and tells them he is short on time, so they should all attack at once. The scarred man identifies them as the Darkness Guild, ranked second among the 8 guilds, and warns Young-woo not to compare them to Park Woo-sik. Unimpressed, Young-woo says he does not care about such comparisons and urges them again to hurry and finish this. Enraged, the Darkness members charge forward, their leader promising to kill the cocky kid. Meanwhile, at Hara's filming set, the crew continues shooting a scene under bright lights. Nearby, a man in a suit waits in the shadows, his polished shoes visible. The suited man is revealed holding a bouquet of roses, clearly preparing to greet someone after the shoot. Smiling to himself, he assumes Ha Young-woo must already be dead. He reflects on having hired Park Woo-sik and distrusting him, also sending the Darkness Guild, confident that darkness never fails. Though it cost him a fortune, he thinks it will be worth it if eliminating Young-woo helps him win Hara's heart. He plans to exploit Hara's grief over Young-woo's supposed death by pretending to comfort her, and thus gain favor. Just then he is jolted when someone brushes past him. He turns to see Young-woo, very much alive, walking calmly toward the filming site. Outraged that Young-woo bumped into him without apologizing, he shouts after the hooded figure. Young-woo turns, politely apologizes, and casually calls him Hyun-woo, implying he knows exactly who orchestrated the attacks. Hyun-woo stammers in shock, unable to understand how Young-woo survived. Young-woo feigns ignorance, asks what Hyun-woo is talking about, and remarks that Hyun-woo looks unwell as if sick. Internally, Hyun-woo panics at the implication that both Park Woo-sik and Darkness might have failed. Hara runs up happily and calls out to Young-woo, interrupting Hyun-woo's panic. She links arms with Young-woo, assuming Hyun-woo was waiting for her, and Young-woo agrees the shoot ended earlier than expected. Spotting Hyun-woo, she innocently asks why he is there as well. Young-woo jokes that Hyun-woo must be her fan since he is holding flowers, and Hara thanks Hyun-woo for the bouquet. Humiliated and furious, Hyun-woo can only grit his teeth. He turns away and stalks off while Young-woo and Hara watch him leave in confusion. A close-up shows Hyun-woo's face twisted with rage as he suppresses his anger. He violently throws the bouquet to the ground, scattering roses everywhere. Standing by his car, he curses his assassins for failing their mission. His phone suddenly rings, catching his attention. He sees an anonymous call marked only with the guild's emblem on the screen. Answering, he testily says he was about to call them first, and demands to know what is happening. Shaken, he accuses the guild of botching the job since Ha Young-woo is still alive. Furious, he shouts that both Park Woo-sik and the Darkness team have been completely wiped out, and asks how they cannot grasp the situation. The other party, Darkness Guild Master Choi Kyung-hwan, coldly repeats that claim, implying all his men were defeated by a single person. Hyun-woo stammers, asking what Choi is trying to say. Choi replies that Hyun-woo himself is the most suspicious one, and that he has already seen through Hyun-woo's schemes. In his office, Choi yells that Hyun-woo's explanation makes no sense. He accuses Hyun-woo of plotting with Peng to seize control of the guild union, and calls him an idiot for thinking they would not notice. Hyun-woo is stunned into silence, sweating. He desperately insists that Choi is mistaken and that there must be a misunderstanding. Choi mocks the idea of a misunderstanding and reveals he knows about Hyun-woo's secret pact with Peng. Terrified, Hyun-woo denies involvement and begs the guild master to believe him. Choi ends the call by saying they will decide later whether to trust him and orders Hyun-woo to wait. Hyun-woo stares at his phone in disbelief, ranting that the guild union's suspicions are absurd. He worries because Ilwoo Group has been working hard to ally with the guild union, and he imagines his father's fury if this scandal is exposed. Realizing the consequences, Hyun-woo sinks into despair, convinced that this mess will get him killed. Nearby, Young-woo's distinctive red-trimmed shoe steps into view again. The final image shows Young-woo watching Hyun-woo from the shadows near the parking lot, silently observing his panic state. The red-eyed man tells his unseen victim not to lose hope yet because their nightmare is only beginning. Under a full moon, he wonders aloud if he should proceed to the next stage of his plan. A man screams as a powerful blast of energy erupts from his chest. The blast sends another man flying while the attacker shouts in pain. A sinister figure grabs the battered Gangshin from behind and chides him to be more careful. The villain confirms Gangshin's identity and taunts him by saying he wants to see Gangshin's father Lee Hoguk's reaction when his son dies. Narration explains that the guild's history is shorter than that of the Seven Gates, while a huge horned monster ravages a burning city. It is revealed the guild rapidly expanded after a cave was opened, unleashing monsters that hunters now battle. Many small guilds once existed, but over time they consolidated into 8 major guilds. Among these, the Darkness Guild is described as a massive organization with over 200 high rankers and more than 1,000 members. The story shows a large armed force of Darkness Guild fighters. Gangshin's brother panics at home, thinking how hard his father worked to win the Darkness Guild's favor and fearing his father will kill him if they suspect him. He decides his priority is to prove he is not allied with Habukbing and reassures himself Darkness cannot know that Peng Ducheon visited his office. He briefly considers asking Peng Ducheon for help. He rejects the idea, imagining Peng Ducheon exploiting his weakness instead. Distracted and stressed, he snaps at his secretary for interrupting, but she apologizes nervously. When the secretary insists she has a report, he shouts at her in frustration. Regaining some composure, he says he must still work and tells her to give the report. She reports that Daehan Group has signed a contract to purchase a hyperfactory. He reacts with shock to this news. She explains hyperfactory is dominating the market and that without one, Ilwu electronics sales will plummet. As she warns that inaction will be disastrous, he angrily scatters the documents, making her cry out. He screams at her to get out, and she flees while apologizing repeatedly. Alone, he curses Ha Youngwoo and vows not to let him get away with this. He swears he will personally tear off Ha Youngwoo's mask. At school, Youngwoo walks a corridor with Hara and their teacher as a looming red energy hangs above him. A caption identifies their clan's domain as the Jumgang Gate. Youngwoo is told Gangshin cannot be located and that his phone has been off since yesterday. Lee Hokuk, wreathed in lightning, suddenly charges Youngwoo in a rage, shouting his name. The secretary says he is still searching for Gangshin. Youngwoo listens in silence, looking concerned. An intense surge of energy approaches Youngwoo. Youngwoo blocks Lee Hokuk's electrified strike with his palm. The clash sends shockwaves that devastate the surrounding platform. After the collision, Youngwoo faces a still enraged but surprised Lee Hokuk. Youngwoo yells at him, demanding to know what he thinks he is doing. Lee Hokuk roars that he heard Youngwoo is going to marry his daughter Hara and attacks again. Youngwoo shouts back that he is not getting married. His denial triggers a huge explosion of lightning on the ground. When the dust settles and Lee Hokuk crouches in a crater, Youngwoo tiredly says that for now the marriage is off. As Youngwoo starts to leave, Lee Hokuk anxiously asks what will happen to his daughter. But Youngwoo says there is nothing he can do. Lee Hokuk is outraged, accusing Youngwoo of betraying Hiren. Youngwoo dismisses that as an overreaction, which startles Lee Hokuk. Lee Hokuk rants crudely about what he endured for Hiren's sake while others try to restrain him and Youngwoo is exasperated. Youngwoo scolds Lee Hokuk for shouting obscene details in front of minors. Lee Hokuk insists he is only speaking the truth but declares he opposes the marriage. Youngwoo protests that it is his own marriage and Lee Hokuk is not even his parent, but Lee Hokuk happily says he wants to be Youngwoo's father-in-law. Youngwoo sighs and changes the subject, noting the real issue is that Gangshin has not returned. Hearing this, Lee Hokuk questions what happened and asks Secretary Kim for details. Secretary Kim admits he has had no contact with the youngest master since yesterday, and says the atmosphere around the main building feels ominous. Lee Hokuk cuts him off, insisting Gangshin will return eventually. He confidently proclaims that his son can overcome anything, wherever and whenever. Secretary Kim looks uneasy while Lee Hokuk loudly laughs in the foreground. Lee Hokuk awkwardly concedes they should still search for Gangshin. Secretary Kim silently sweats, troubled by the situation. Lee Hokuk softly calls Gangshin a foolish son. Youngwoo wordlessly watches, taking this in. The scene shifts to the cityscape outside their compound. Walking through town, Youngwoo worries he still has not found Gangshin and has a bad feeling. He orders his black squad over the phone to mobilize fully and locate Gangshin, and they comply. Youngwoo pauses alone on the sidewalk, scanning the area. Looking at a large building, he confirms this is where Hara is supposed to be filming. At the closed studio doors he reflects he has been using Hara's filming schedule as an excuse to come often. Inside the empty studio he sees no one and is puzzled. He wonders if he came to the wrong place. Peng Ducheon appears in a white suit, declaring this is in fact a set designed to expose Youngwoo's true identity. Youngwoo turns from the door at the ominous revelation. Peng Ducheon smiles wickedly and announces that their game should now begin. Digital panels activate around them, transforming the space. Youngwoo and Peng Ducheon find themselves in a virtual arena surrounded by countless screens of their images. On a phone, Peng Ducheon sneers that Youngwoo is the only one who should feel regret. He calls Youngwoo and claims Jumgangmun destroyed his human clan and kidnapped his brother Panks, asking if Youngwoo agrees. Bound in chains, Gangshin screams if his captor is wrong, provoking another blow. His captor brutally injures him as he cries out in agony. The silver-haired mastermind declares he will kill Gangshin and then wipe out Jumgangmun. He adds that all 6 major gatekeepers, except Jumgangmun itself, are marching toward the Jumgangmun Gate. A motorcade of powerful vehicles speeds toward their destination. Inside one car, A stern blonde man rides grimly. Back in the studio, Young-woo repeats the word apology in disbelief. Peng Ducheon says his elaborate setup is an apology for underestimating Young-woo and praises him for defeating Park Woo-sik and the Darkness Fighters. Young-woo responds with a cold, confident smile. Peng Ducheon says that as an apology he will personally fight Young-woo. A cutaway introduces Smart Ranger, a costume Young-woo once wore to protect Hara from Green Gull. Young-woo asks Peng Ducheon if he planned to target his family again and vows to make him pay. Peng Ducheon laughs that Young-woo talks as if victory is guaranteed and boasts that knowing an opponent's attributes lets him win easily. Young-woo ignores the boast, slams his glowing sword into the ground, and says he does not care about attributes. He readies himself, blood on his face, still determined. Peng Ducheon reveals his ability as a metal manipulator reserved for the top unique students, surrounding himself with hovering blades and metal objects. Another car shows an old master with prayer beads heading to the gate. A different vehicle carries a grim warrior gripping his weapon. Their convoy of buses and cars races toward Jumgangmun's entrance. The mastermind on the phone tells his subordinate to enjoy fighting Kang Hyunwoo while he personally goes to destroy Jumgangmun. He warns the caller to be cautious since Kang Hyunwoo, though unlucky, is actually very strong. Young-woo ends the call, expression hardening. He smiles dangerously to himself after hearing the threat. Peng Hyunwoo, the metal manipulator, asks if Young-woo now understands the danger but says Young-woo must defeat him to reach Jumgangmun. Young-woo, eyes glowing red, promises to make him regret everything. Young-woo adds that unless Peng Hyunwoo can perfectly read him, his predictions are worthless. Overhead, the studio rigging and metal parts begin to move under Peng Hyunwoo's control. Young-woo dives into attack through a swirling black metal shield as Peng Hyunwoo counters with his power. Young-woo calls the metal manipulation an annoying attribute. Peng Hyunwoo smugly reminds him he can control metal and warns him not to underestimate that ability. He then unleashes a storm of flying weapons, threatening that Young-woo will be in serious trouble. Young-woo retaliates by launching a barrage of slicing energy attacks while shouting for his enemy to die. The waves of energy tear through the weapon storm and slam Peng Hyunwoo into the distance. Peng Hyunwoo is hurled away by the impact. Young-woo lands amidst the shattered floor as more weapons rain down around him. He surveys the weapon-filled ground and the distant Peng Hyunwoo. Smirking, Young-woo admits the ability is troublesome. Peng Hyunwoo taunts him for only dodging and asks when he will reveal his real skills. A phone rings, and Peng Hyunwoo tells Young-woo to answer, saying he will wait. Young-woo calmly picks up the call. A frantic voice yells his name, and Young-woo recognizes Gangshin. Bloodied and terrified, Gangshin begs Young-woo to save him. His captors force him to address Young-woo while he remains chained on the ground. One of them smacks Gangshin as he speaks. Peng Ducheon comes on the line, saying he enjoys watching Young-woo's dodging but warns that Young-woo must hurry if he wants to save his friend. He says he is eager to fight Young-woo himself but first Young-woo has to defeat Kang Hyunwoo. Young-woo realizes Peng Ducheon has been observing the battle. He ominously asks whether Peng Ducheon will regret having hit Gangshin. Peng Ducheon repeats that Young-woo is the one who should regret things. He again accuses Jumgangmun of destroying human and kidnapping his brother, demanding Young-woo's agreement. Gangshin, still chained, shouts if that accusation is wrong and is punished. The captor violently injures him again as he screams. Peng Ducheon reiterates his intent to kill Gangshin and annihilate Jumgangmun. He repeats that 6 major gatekeepers are already on their way to attack Jumgangmun. The motorcade of elite vehicles speeds toward the gate once more. The blonde man in one car rides with a stern, focused look. The old master with beads is also shown traveling in another car. The black-clad warrior rides armed and ready. Their buses and cars close in rapidly on Jumgangmun Gate. Peng Ducheon finishes his call by telling his subordinate again to enjoy fighting Kang Hyunwoo while he goes to wipe out Jumgangmun. He cautions a final time that even if Kang Hyunwoo seems unlucky, he is very strong. Young-woo hears the disconnect tone after Peng Ducheon hangs up. He grins, clearly eager to retaliate. Peng Hyunwoo reminds Young-woo that he must defeat him to reach Jumgangmun, and threatens him again. Young-woo, or a flaring red, vows once more to make Peng Hyunwoo regret everything. A flashback shows young Young-woo in kindergarten taking Go lessons with Song-won to sharpen his mind and shorten future military service. Returning to the present, Young-woo's kick smashes into Peng Hyunwoo's face, sending him flying. The force of the kick carves a trench through the floor and hurls Peng Hyunwoo into a distant wall. Dazed in a crater, Peng Hyunwoo thinks in shock that even Young-woo's ordinary kick is monstrously strong despite lacking any attribute. Just then a boy at the doorway snaps a photo of the ruined studio, startling Peng Hyunwoo. Peng Hyunwoo shouts angrily at the photographer. Realizing he is in trouble, Peng Hyunwoo immediately apologizes and rushes to the door. Locked out as the door slams, he pounds on it and furiously demands they erase the picture. A disembodied question asks what it is that he truly cares about. Young-woo drops from above with another devastating kick while Peng Hyunwoo is distracted. Peng Hyunwoo rants defensively that he is not bragging just because he correctly guessed Young-woo's motives. In a repeated cut, he again yells his apology while charging the closed door. Still trapped, he screams insults through the door and demands that whoever is outside delete the incriminating photo immediately. The defensive ability named Aegis of the titanium alloy is introduced. The suited man activates a massive digital barrier overhead. His opponent scoffs at the mention of titanium alloys. The Dark Warrior declares that such defense is insufficient and powers up an attack. The barrier user is struck violently, crying out in pain. A masked, muscular man stands imposing after the attack. The masked man realizes this is the one who killed his men and guild assassins, as Kang Hyun-woo claimed. Furious that his work was interrupted, he vows not to forgive the intruder. He recalls that Ha Young-woo, mastermind of Jumgangmun, might be behind this attack on their guild. He links Jumgangmun to the past extermination of the human gate, and grows alarmed. Outside, alarms blare as an emergency is declared. A staff member yells that it is an emergency and orders everyone to prepare for battle. He announces that 6 major gatekeepers are arriving and commands the ranks to hold formation. The bare-chested gate lord laughs excitedly, pleased by the challenge. He exults that he is eager to defeat all of the approaching enemies. His subordinate questions his sanity, as he readies himself to fight. The subordinate shouts that he should not be laughing given their dire situation. Opposing forces, including the 6 gatekeepers, march forward in formation. Inside the building, Kang Hyun-woo's attack leaves a huge crater with his enemies sprawled at its center. Kang thinks he could finish things now but hesitates for another reason. Judging his foe unable to rise for some time, Kang heads for the exit. Grasping the chain doors, he thinks about urgently helping Gangshin and Jumgangmun. When he pulls, glowing handcuffs suddenly materialize around his wrists. The injured man tells Kang he cannot escape today. He boasts that the cuffs are made of special alloy steel that no known power can cut. Kang inspects the cuffs with mild curiosity. The caster declares that once someone is cuffed, their fate is sealed. He proclaims that Kang's predetermined fate is to die here. A gigantic blue energy sphere surges toward Kang from the caster's hand. Kang's eyes glow red as he calmly faces the incoming blast. A cataclysmic electric explosion erupts, blasting through the interior. The enemy unleashes his ultimate technique called Destruction Hammer. A massive spiked hammer of energy forms as he swings it down. The colossal hammer hurtles downward with crushing force. The exterior of the school building is shown moments before impact. The hammer smashes into the building, causing a huge explosion and structural damage. Smoke clears inside, revealing a gaping tunnel blasted through walls. From the dust, the caster emerges laughing maniacally in a shadowy, demonic guise. He mocks Kang Hyun-woo as foolish for supposedly perishing in the blast. He derides the Jumgangmun techniques as worthless and warns others not to act clever before him. Regretting not killing Kang personally earlier, he prepares to move on to his next target. He declares that it is now Peng Duchion's turn. He turns to a giant screen, seemingly broadcasting events to others. Outside, the assembled forces watch the screen showing the confrontation. A drone flies overhead, filming the impending battle. The drone's view reveals the 2 sides facing each other on the training ground. The Jumgangmun lord laughs at his enemies, asking if they have a death wish. He roars that they were reckless to come to Jumgangmun without fear. Secretary Kim begs the gate lord to calm down. Kim confronts Lord Chai, demanding why the 7 Gates Alliance is persecuting Jumgangmun. Chai replies that they received a report accusing Jumgangmun of annihilating human. Kim vehemently denies the accusation, insisting there must be a misunderstanding. Another gatekeeper scoffs at the word misunderstanding. The stylish Peng Duchion steps forward claiming to have solid evidence. His men drag out a captive in a jacket with head bowed. Peng Duchion vows to make this person pay for what he has done. Earlier, Peng Duchion had overpowered Lee Hoguk with overwhelming lightning-like strength. The watching gatekeepers acknowledge Lee Hoguk's power and warn each other about the violent storm of energy. Everyone reacts in shock as Lee Hoguk is sent flying toward Peng Duchion's group. The enraged Lee Hoguk demands the return of his son Gangshin. He charges forward, body crackling with energy. Lee Hoguk curses and slams his massive fist toward Peng Duchion. He leaps high to deliver a devastating blow. Peng Duchion counters with a purple force field that blocks the attack. The barrier sends Lee Hoguk crashing back across the yard. A flashback shows a colossal dark monster looming over city buildings. In the present, Lee Hoguk lies embedded in a cratered wall, stunned but alive. Peng Duchion admires his sturdy body as befitting Jumgangmun's gate lord. The alliance leaders are astonished that Lee Hoguk was thrown so easily. Peng Duchion privately notes that Peng Duchion's strength as Habukping's successor exceeds his expectations. Kim rushes to check if Lord Gate is all right. Lee Hoguk suddenly stands up, showing he is still ready to fight. Peng Duchion laughs, impressed by the successor's strength. Lee Hoguk grins fiercely and proposes starting a second round. Peng Duchion calls him a muscle-brained monster, just as rumors said. Lee Hoguk bellows that he is the strongest man in the world while Kim begs him to wait. Kim argues that fighting now will not resolve the underlying problem and asks for time. Kim steels himself, thinking through their predicament. Lee Hoguk silently weighs Kim's plea. He reluctantly agrees to wait for the moment. Kim thanks him respectfully for holding back. Kim then formally addresses the 6 great gatekeepers. He protests that attacking Jumgangmun without proper proof violates their alliance and demands solid evidence. The other gatekeepers say they trusted Habukping's report, and now must reveal whatever proof was found. Chai explains they assembled here because Peng Duchion, who leads the human investigation, claimed to have discovered evidence. Lee Hoguk furiously accuses them of beating his son and using him as a hostage while speaking of evidence. He orders the Jumgang army to ready themselves for battle. Jumgangmun fighters assemble around their lord in disciplined formation. Peng Ducheon praises the Gate Lord's spirit but asks if he will really ignore the presented evidence. Kim demands to know exactly what this supposedly hard evidence is. Peng Ducheon says the Lord's son revealed something surprising, namely that there is a survivor of the human extermination. The alliance leaders react in shock to the idea of a survivor. Peng Ducheon summons Peng Se, saying that is why the boy was hard to locate earlier. He tells Peng Se to testify publicly about what he witnessed. Peng Se nervously introduces himself as Habukping's third son. He says that on the night human was destroyed he was present at their gate. The gatekeepers exclaim in disbelief at his confession. Meanwhile in the studio, the caster laughs loudly as he watches events unfold on the screen. Off-screen narration notes that Kan Hyunwoo is as unpredictable as expected, but that this chaos will ultimately serve their purpose. The caster urges Peng Ducheon to crush the Jumgangmun people now. Peng Se begins explaining that the man who annihilated human appeared that night. A flashback shows the human compound engulfed in flames. Masked warriors are being cut down by swift, deadly strikes. Their attacker stands amid the burning gate, surrounded by fallen foes. In the present, Peng Se clutches his head in distress as he recalls the scene. He reiterates that a single man eradicated the human gate. The memory focuses on Kan Hyunwoo standing before the blazing compound. Peng Se identifies this man as Choi Kyung-hwan, reputed master of the Darkness Guild. The masked Choi Kyung-hwan is shown smirking in front of the inferno. The gate leaders are stunned, repeating the name of the Darkness Guild. Lee Ho-guk roars Choi Kyung-hwan's name in fury. In another location, Choi himself is bewildered at being blamed and wonders what is happening. He emphatically denies exterminating human and curses the accusation. The caster in the studio also insists he has no idea what they are talking about. He is further shocked as something unexpected occurs. Kan Hyunwoo reappears behind him, asking if orchestrating such chaos is really fun. The caster stammers in disbelief at Kang's survival. Kan chides him for getting overly excited after playing around a little. Kang, eyes blazing, tells him he does not even understand who he has picked a fight with. Outside, black smoke rises from the ruined building. The red studio doors suddenly burst open with force. A tremendous impact slams the caster into the floor. Battered and bleeding, he stares up and asks how Kang withstood that last attack. Kang casually remarks that the situation is amusing as the supposedly unbreakable cuffs lie shattered. He mocks the caster for calling himself the school's elite while trying to defeat him with such a toy. The caster can only stutter in confusion. Enraged, he prepares another attack, surrounding himself with floating blades. He shouts that he will finish things now as he launches the weapons. A calm close-up shows Kang unfazed. Numerous weapons streak toward him in a deadly barrage. Kang sighs that the whole situation is absurd. All the weapons suddenly shatter and fall harmlessly around the stunned caster. Kang, eyes glowing red, declares that he alone has the right to decide the outcome here. He notes that he had expected more from this opponent, but now finds the fight disappointing. Wielding a glowing intangible sword, Kang says the battle is no longer entertaining. The caster watches in horror as his weapons crumble midair. Kang kicks him brutally while asking why he is stuttering instead of speaking. Pinned under Kang's foot, the caster panics at Kang's mysterious intangible sword. Kang lifts him by the collar and offers to explain what really happened. He reveals that it was not Choi Kyung-hwan but he himself who destroyed the human gate. The caster realizes the soul control scheme and that Kang had been trying to implicate both him and the Darkness Guild from the start. Kang coldly says that after targeting his family, the caster should not expect mercy, though he tells him not to be too frightened. Kang reflects that even if Peng Se wants to reveal the truth, he is forced to give whatever answer Kang desires. It is shown that Peng Se is literally being puppeteered by a demonic entity, causing him to name Darkness Guild Choi Kyung-hwan as the culprit. Back in the studio, the caster asks why Peng Se is blaming Choi Kyung-hwan if Kang is the real killer. Kang casually explains that Peng Se's soul is under his control through his own horn. With a terrifying smile, Kang promises the caster a slim chance to survive. A separate image highlights Kang's confident, almost heroic appearance holding a glowing gem. Outside, Peng Se, now free, responds in confusion as Peng Ducheon hysterically demands that he repeat Choi Kyung-hwan's name. Peng Ducheon, shaken, questions whether the man they just saw is truly Choi Kyung-hwan. The purple-haired man groans in pain or confusion. He remembers and says that Darkness Guild Master Choi Kyung-hwan destroyed the human gate. Another man angrily yells at him, saying his story is nonsense and asking if imprisonment damaged his mind. A huge dark fighter surrounded by lightning says the situation makes no sense. The silver-haired man turns in shock at a sudden roar behind him. The giant fighter smashes the ground with a massively powerful strike. Shockwaves from the blow tear up the courtyard, startling all gathered forces. Darkness Guild members reel as they feel the overwhelming power of the attack. One of them gasps in alarm at what he senses. The Darkness Guild fighter attacks, declaring he will punish the man who beat his son. He insists it will not be easy for his opponent to defeat him. The giant counters with a lightning-charged blow. He vows to first destroy the hand that dared touch his son. The blow lands, making the enemy scream as he is hurled away. Another brother charges the giant in rage for hitting his sibling. The giant declares the next target is the attacker's face and unleashes lightning strike. The struck man notes that the giant's fist is not only heavy but carries another force. He realizes the attack is so fast he cannot react. Onlookers comment on the frightening strength, saying the opponents are far from weak. The giant calls out to Lee Ho-guk as Lee rushes toward him, while he greets Peng Du-cheon. Peng Du-cheon charges, shouting he will kill Lee using Heavenly Palm. The giant laughs and responds with his own soul reduction technique. Their two ultimate techniques collide in a massive energy clash. The impact explodes outward, devastating the entire area. Chai orders everyone to take defensive positions, saying he cannot dodge the coming shockwave. The shockwave rips through the nearby buildings. The surrounding structures continue to crumble from the blast. When the dust settles, a huge crater surrounds the arena with the two main fighters inside. Peng Du-cheon worries that backing down will ruin his reputation and accuses the Jumgangmun Gate of exterminating human, resolving to keep fighting. The giant laughs at Peng Du-cheon's accusation, saying if Peng is wrong he should apologize instead of clinging to it. Peng thinks he must escalate the drama to salvage his name and justify the fight. He shouts that he will force Lee Ho-guk's confession today, while others beg them both to stop. The alliance leader steps between them, surprising both fighters. He asks them to calm down and listen, thinking that as alliance head he must show them how to end the battle. He argues that since there is evidence the Darkness Guild destroyed human, there is no reason for Jumgangmun and Habukping to keep fighting, though inwardly he hopes both sides suffer damage. Peng inwardly curses Lord Gate Chai as shameless for trying to profit from the conflict between Pei-na and Jumgangmun. Peng decides it does not matter and plans to crush each faction anyway, using Chai's scheme for his own benefit. The giant questions Chai about wanting to stop the fight and mocks his thinking. Chai insists there is no need for more meaningless battles now that Jumgangmun is cleared, while realizing he fell into Peng's trap. The giant bursts out laughing, agreeing that the fight is meaningless and saying they should indeed stop. Chai later pretends he tried to stop things as alliance leader, then reacts in confusion as events change. Senior gatekeepers wonder if they heard correctly and whether the giant is really ending the battle. Chai orders the Jumgang squad to be ready to move, while asking if the giant truly does not want to continue. The giant answers that he stopped because Chai said the fight was meaningless, then hints he has orders regarding the gatekeepers alliance. Someone snaps that Chai knows exactly what is meant by that. The giant grins ominously, clearly excited by what is coming next. The gathered forces resolve to march on the Darkness Guild to avenge Human Gate. Their convoy of vehicles departs as the various gates and warriors watch. Chai feels the situation has taken an unexpected turn and senses they are being dragged into something. The elders agree they are confused but decide their immediate priority is to head to the Darkness Guild headquarters. They agree they cannot allow the Darkness Guild to be absorbed by Jumgangmun, since that would make Jumgangmun too strong for the alliance. Orders go out for each gate's forces to assemble at the Darkness Guild, and Chai reluctantly accepts this course. Later, Peng stands alone at the ruined arena as convoys approach in the distance. He silently surveys the devastation around him. He turns away, preparing to leave the battlefield. Peng's battered subordinates apologize weakly to him for failing. Peng smirks instead of scolding them. He darkly declares that after causing all this he has no intention of backing down, and calls everyone crazy for expecting it. A serene image of a blonde woman appears, suggesting someone Peng remembers or is thinking of. A car speeds through the city, heading toward the next confrontation. Inside the vehicle, the giant father, his injured son, and attendants ride in tense silence. The attendant glances back at the son, concerned. He insists they must first go to a hospital to treat the young master, and the driver agrees. The son suddenly protests loudly against going to the hospital. Confused, the others ask who is hurt. The son complains he nearly lost his voice from screaming rather than from injuries, and they question whether he had really been tortured. The giant asks if the son's earlier words were true, and the son affirms they were. A flashback shows the earlier clash of Heavenly Palm techniques. In the car, the giant excitedly wants to finish the duel with Peng, but his son tells him to stop because it is Yung Woo's strategy and that the father must withdraw. The father is baffled, and the son, claiming his back hurts, asks to be carried on his shoulder. The son confirms Yung Woo's plan made the earlier fight fun, saying he would not have done it otherwise. Another look back shows the alliance leaders bracing for impact, linking to the son's story. In the present car, the father laughs proudly that his son would not lose, while the secretary reminds him that Jumgangmun techniques actually saved the boy and urges him to worry about the youngest instead. The father says he does not worry because it is his son, then asks what Yung Woo's plan really entails, while the son admits he only knows it in broad strokes. The son recalls that a few days earlier Yung Woo had called him privately. In that memory, Yung Woo, while eating, asks him to purposely become Peng's hostage. Yung Woo calmly explains the hostage plan and how the son should resist moderately before being captured and tortured, which horrifies the son. Yung Woo frames the ordeal as training and a chance to test the son's body, but the son shouts that he will never agree. The flashback ends with the son collapsed from the resulting beating. Peng recounts to someone that he only heard the hostage was held in a Darkness Guild safe house warehouse and claims to know nothing else. Peng's sinister smile shows he doubts that story and questions whether it is really true. Back in the car, the giant praises his son's acting and asks if he is still able to fight, to which the son says he is fine. Secretary Kim realizes Young-woo's true intention is to make Habukping and the Darkness Guild clash with each other. The scene shifts to the Darkness Guild warehouse, establishing the location. Two masked Darkness Guild officers see the blasted entrance and discuss reports that Habukping's third successor had been hidden there. Dark Star, Choi Kyung-hwan's Secret Service officer, explains that the hostage was held under heavy security but was somehow taken away to Habukping. He reasons that someone deliberately placed the hostage there and leaked the information to Habukping to spark a conflict between the Darkness Guild and Habukping. He concludes that a clash with Habukping is now unavoidable and wonders who engineered it. He suspects the mastermind might be the young man from the Ilwa group. A subordinate reports that 7 gatekeepers from the 7 Great Gates, led by Jumgangmun, are marching on the Darkness Guild. Dark Star is shocked at how quickly the coalition is moving. Meanwhile, explosions rock the city as the assault on Darkness Guild begins. Young-woo's injured brother leads Jumgang Gate members, ordering everyone to charge and occupy the Darkness Guild. Darkness Guild defenders shout that Jumgang Gate has broken in and moved to stop them. Young-woo's brother challenges them, demanding to know if they think they can stop him. He dives into them, roaring that he will vent all the anger from his earlier torture. He begins a powerful Jumgang technique, shouting its name. He unleashes Iron Blood Angle, smashing multiple defenders with a devastating kick. He urges his allies to finish off the small fry quickly, earning admiration from the Jumgang fighters. He suddenly senses something wrong and looks up in surprise. A massive impact shakes the hall, throwing him backward. He watches in disbelief as a giant foot slams down, wondering what is happening. A monstrous Darkness Guild giant with glowing eyes appears, declaring no one will pass. The giant stone guardian, Kan Young-hak, introduces himself as the Darkness Guild's 7th-ranked powerhouse, blocking Young-woo's brother. Young-woo's brother jokes that he thought it was another cave monster, surprised to learn the giant is human. Outside, the Alliance leaders see the battle-damaged Darkness Guild building and comment that the ignorant Jumgangmun has already initiated the fight. The elders warn that if Jumgang Gate succeeds here, the government will favor them by letting them control Darkness Guild-related sectors, so the Gate Alliance must intervene. Chai suddenly declares that no one from the Alliance is allowed to join the fight. Peng strides in, shouting that this is Habukping's honor at stake even more than humans' revenge, so outsiders must not interfere. He warns that any gate siding with the Darkness Guild will be treated as Habukping's enemy. Chai recognizes that Peng is using the situation as a pretext to expand Habukping's influence in Korea. Chai reasons that Peng's plans have gone awry and decides the best move is to show Habukping that Jumgangmun is out of control. He reflects that his earlier attempt failed, but now he will again try to make the two great powers collide. Inside the hall, Young-woo's brother launches Jumgang Assault, leaping high toward the giant. He spins through the air, gathering momentum for the attack. He slams a glowing kick into the giant's head, creating a huge burst of energy. He laughs that the big uncle is nothing special and boasts about using Gangshin's head-breaking technique. The giant recovers and grabs him in one huge fist, shocking him. Kan Young-hak roars that no physical force can damage his body. He smashes Young-woo's brother brutally into the ground. The brother screams in pain from the impact. Lying in a crater, he groans that his muscles feel torn from the attack. The giant lifts his foot to crush him, declaring that anyone who dares to attack the Darkness Guild has forfeited the right to live. Terrified, Young-woo's brother yells that he is not ready and begs for a moment. The giant coldly pronounces this as his punishment, and orders him to die quietly. A voice suddenly shouts for the monster to get away from Young-woo's brother. A blazing beam of power smashes down the giant's body from above, interrupting the stomp. Young-woo appears with another ally as the giant staggers, and they land nearby. Lee Kong-hyan, elder son of the Lee Kong family, asks if Young-woo's brother is alright. The enraged giant sees another member of Jumgang Gate, and calls him yet another sinner. Kong-hyan explains that Master Kim ordered him to keep an eye on Young-woo's brother, and the brother praises the boss's perfect calculations. The two brothers agree to now show the giant the true power of Jumgang Gate men. The giant charges again, yelling that newborn calves do not fear tigers as he rushes them. He slams another overwhelming attack down, determined to show them their place. He roars at how long they plan to keep dodging like rats. He unleashes his signature overwhelming iron punch as Young-woo's brother braces for impact. Kong-hyan curses as he is blasted away by the massive strike. He lands hard but manages to stabilize himself with a shock-absorbing landing. Young-woo runs to check on him, and Kong-hyan answers that he is okay. They decide they must now fight with their full power, having realized the giant's strength. The giant mockingly praises Young-woo for surviving his punch and prepares to attack again. He grins menacingly, eager to see if the so-called Jamang dragon can withstand another round. Somewhere else, a smirking figure questions who dares to think they can test his body. Young-woo and Kong-hyan stand wreathed in lightning, repeating that question back at the giant. They reveal they had only been playing with him before as an enormous stone pillar attack forms. The enraged giant yells that if they were playing with him he now wants to see their true power as the pillar crashes down. He laughs that this is their full power, and says they deserve what is coming to them. He lectures that they need not fight a losing battle and that knowing one's place in a fight is a skill, but claims he is losing interest. Suddenly his eyes widen in shock as something unexpected happens. The huge stone construct begins to crack while a voice taunts him for barking like an old dog and says whether he believed the warning no longer matters. The voice tells him he must now witness true power with his own eyes as the massive pillar bears down on the two empowered brothers. The blonde fighter mocks his brother about claiming to be skilled at reading positions in battle. He belittles the Dark Guild Guardian as weak and calls the Dark Guild a bunch of cowards. A red-eyed foe laughs maniacally and recognizes the brothers as the Dragon Sons. The red-haired enemy vows to crush them and dives down to clash, challenging them to test who is stronger. Outside, the Dark Guild headquarters is shown burning within the city. Inside the hall, two men stand amid numerous defeated and dead Dark Guild members. The blue-haired man remarks that the existing laws are ridiculous, and his companion agrees. Walking through the corpses, the blue-haired man explains that real power controls laws and vows to create his own rules here. The suited man recalls that they were once mere gangsters. A flashback shows the suited man brutally tormenting someone begging Mr. Yang for mercy as he prepares to amputate the victim's leg. He reflects that he used to be a bad man, but after meeting Master King Jong-woo he began seeing the world differently. He calls out to his master and asks permission to follow him and witness the new world he will create. Jong-woo complains he is not a babysitter but allows him to keep following, warning that nothing is guaranteed. The subordinate is silently moved by this acceptance. He loudly promises to remember the warning just as the red-haired brute crashes through the hall beside them. Seeing the crushed enemy, Jong-woo urges his subordinate to go further inside. Outside, Kong warns his men to watch for hidden Dark Guild assassins and insists they first locate Choi Kyung-hwan. Kong orders his squad to capture the target alive, and they rush toward the building. Jong-woo's subordinate proudly laughs that Master Kong Kyun keeps improving daily while Jong-woo stays silent. Jong-woo dryly remarks that he now has to handle two more madmen. Inside another part of the building, opponents shout for Choi Kyung-hwan to come out and face them instead of hiding. Surrounded by many armed enemies, a muscular man calls out for Choi Kyung-hwan to show himself. His phone rings mid-battle and he reacts in surprise. Answering, he happily tells Jong-woo he had been searching for him and has many questions. Jong-woo cuts him off, first asking where Choi Kyung-hwan is. Over the phone, Jong-woo hears that Choi Kyung-hwan is nowhere to be found and likely fled, then orders the caller to withdraw and leave things to the Black Gold Squad. Still fighting effortlessly, the caller protests the withdrawal and complains he never gets a proper fight. Back in the hall, Jong-woo's phone dies mid-call and he tells his subordinate to move his head. A sudden purple blast slams the subordinate aside as Jong-woo stands unaffected. A purple-haired enemy appears, saying he warned them, while Jong-woo's subordinate lies smoking on the floor. Jong-woo greets the newcomer and says he arrived too late to change the situation. The purple-haired man, Fang Dachian, appears wreathed in dark wings and aura, delighted that the real hero shows up when the fight gets exciting. Fang addresses Jung-woo by name and vows to rip him into thousands of pieces. He explains he came intending to destroy the Jumang Gate and its leader and is thrilled that so many enemies have gathered, seeing a rare opportunity. Consumed by hatred, Fang declares he cannot let this go and will annihilate all of them. Jong-woo's subordinate, recovering with a sore neck, angrily asks Fang what his problem is. Jong-woo coldly asks if Fang forgot to take his medicine today. Fang calls him an insect and hurls a huge purple energy blast at the subordinate. The subordinate narrowly evades, calling the attack a cheap trick as it explodes behind him. Fang amusedly acknowledges his skill but insists he will still die. The subordinate asks Jong-woo for permission to fight Fang alone. Jong-woo doubts he can win but grants him 5 minutes. Fired up, the subordinate swears he will not disappoint his master. Fang laughs at the idea of them needing help, claiming they cannot win even together. The subordinate charges him with surprising speed, shouting at Fang. He swings a powerful blue arc of energy while telling Fang to stop spouting nonsense. Fang sneers back about the insult and prepares another purple energy sphere. Fang rams the blast into the subordinate's torso, making him scream. The subordinate's hand still clutches Fang despite the hit. Fang admits through gritted teeth that his opponent is stronger than expected. Bleeding and with a hole in his back, the subordinate thinks Fang is stronger than rumors but resolves not to lose in front of his master, while Fang calls him crazy. Power surging, the subordinate shouts that Black Gold team members must not be underestimated. Another flashback shows him begging Jong-woo for one more chance to prove himself, agreeing to take a dangerous medicine designed for him. In the present, Black Gold members face a monstrous bat-like entity, as their leader orders everyone to brace themselves and attack. In an earlier trial, the subordinate wonders if he will die. He remembers surviving hellish training and explosions, deciding he will not die so easily. Back in the fight with Fang, he yells that he will not let his master down and unleashes a fierce purple-infused kick. Energy begins corrupting his arm, and he exclaims in shock. Overwhelmed by the spreading purple power, he screams in agony. A past Jong-woo asks him if he truly wants to be eaten by bats as part of the experiment. The subordinate lies on the ground sweating, frightened yet determined. Despite defeat, he insists on complaining, shouting that Black Gold members work 18-hour days for low pay and are treated worse than foreigners. Jong-woo drily points out that even so the subordinate still has 200 million won saved in his account. The subordinate yells that money does not matter. Jong-woo silently reacts to his outburst. Jiang Wu then tells him that if he wants more money he should invest better, and orders him to get up and finish killing the bats before midnight. Smiling through tears, the subordinate calls his master evil but accepts it. Later, at a university hospital, someone gratefully thanks him. At his daughter's bedside, his ex-wife reveals the surgery cost 100 million won and says she misjudged him, shocked that he quietly paid the fee. He quietly thanks her, moved and speechless. Back in the present battle, Fang laughs that an insect like him belongs crawling on the ground. Fang taunts the injured subordinate, calling the Black Golden team garbage for lacking power to match their courage. The subordinate painfully grabs Fang's ankle as he steps on his hand. Glaring up, he repeats that they work 18 hours a day for meager pay, have no holidays, and are abused despite having joined to change the world. Enraged, he screams that he cannot accept insults toward the Black Gold team. He lunges and headbutts or slams into Fang in blind fury. Fang calls him a death seeker and rages that an insect dares challenge him. He retaliates with another vicious purple strike, scolding him for not knowing his place. The subordinate's blue-powered slap smashes across Fang's face, calling him a crazy insect. The blow sends Fang crashing through the hall as Jiang Wu and the subordinate look on. Jiang Wu apologizes for interrupting but notes that the agreed 5 minutes are over. Fang insists the show has only started and refers to using only his right hand so far. The subordinate, battered but defiant, curses Fang while recalling rumors that Fang's body is virtually immortal. Fang, clutching a glowing sphere, says he should personally verify that body and see if it can resurrect after being crushed to dust. The subordinate charges again, claiming his remaining left hand is enough and vowing Fang will be the one turned to dust. He swings for a killing blow while Fang smirks, impressed by his courage yet ready to counter. Fang declares that despite everything the subordinate is still just an insect to him. He unleashes a massive sweeping attack, telling his opponent to die. Hurtling through the air wrapped in purple aura, the subordinate realizes he was totally overmatched. As he falls he laments he could do nothing and still wanted to see more of the world. Darkness closes in as Jiang Wu's voice calls out asking what he is doing. Jiang Wu peers down at him, wondering if he really cannot stand anymore. Outside, smoke rises over the city from the burning Darkness Guild base. A news helicopter reports that the Darkness Guild headquarters is in flames after being accused of destroying the Black Tiger Gate, and that Jumgang Gate and Habuk forces have entered. The reporter adds that other gatekeepers are watching but likely to follow into the Darkness Guild headquarters. She then reports a new explosion at the headquarters, saying the situation is worsening. Still live on air, she questions whether the Guild's alliance has abandoned the Darkness Guild. Meanwhile, the Guild's alliance conference hall convenes its leaders. One dark figure says the alliance could easily side with the Darkness Guild against Jumgangmun and the other gates. However, he explains that the real issue is Chinese government involvement, especially with Habuk entering the fray. He concludes they must abandon the Darkness Guild. If Fang Duqion dies, there will be severe Chinese retaliation. Fang, thinking of this, realizes his guild would suffer terribly if he were killed by Koreans. Back in the hall, he sees Jiang Wu and the fallen subordinate at a distance and reacts uneasily. The subordinate privately admits that Jiang Wu's power still feels unbelievable every time he sees it. Jiang Wu asks if he has woken up, and the subordinate shakily replies yes, calling him master. With ominous aura, Jiang Wu then demands to know what is wrong with him, prompting a panicked apology. The subordinate clutches Jiang Wu's coat, desperate for reassurance. Jiang Wu smiles and says he actually did well and endured more than expected, then announces special training will resume tomorrow, which the subordinate accepts. Suddenly Fang reappears, roaring Yung Wu's name and ordering that the Black Gold squad be ready tomorrow. Jiang Wu casually slaps Fang away as a nuisance, shocking both Fang and his subordinate. Fang coughs and staggers, unable to believe it, while Jiang Wu scolds him for interrupting a conversation. Fang, furious, realizes Jiang Wu hit him with only a finger flick. Enraged, Fang declares Jiang Wu is begging to die and charges in to kill him. Jiang Wu calmly answers that Fang can try if he is able, as blue energy erupts between them. Fang is blasted back again, bewildered about what just happened. Jiang Wu appears right in front of him mid-flight, questioning if that was what Fang called true power. Fang strains to unleash his real strength, screaming about true power. Instead, he is pinned against a wall by overwhelming force, crying out in disbelief. Terrified, he wonders what kind of power Jiang Wu is using and insists it should be impossible. From within a dark, flaming aura, Jiang Wu asks if Fang still thinks there is some trick, insisting no one here is stronger than him. Fang convinces himself Jiang Wu must have used a hidden attribute. Jiang Wu admits it was surprising, saying he knew Fang's combat power was limited but had not expected a hidden attribute, though Fang still cannot surpass him. He even compliments Fang on how well he concealed that power. Fang, enraged, vows to end the battle seriously this time, activating a devastating attack he had prepared for Li Hugang and promising to repay his pain 100-fold. Jiang Wu replies that Fang completely misunderstands the situation. Fang begins chanting and forms a towering column of destructive purple energy. He unleashes his ultimate technique, the godly crushing wind, boasting that no one in Habuk history has ever survived it. He declares Jiang Wu honored to die by this ultimate skill as the attack engulfs him. Fang yells goodbye to Yung Wu, convinced the move has killed him. Outside, flames spread across the Darkness Guild complex. A massive purple explosion rocks the structure, demolishing a large section. Allies witnessing from afar react in shock to the huge blast and wonder what is happening. The impact carves a vast, smoking crater, the energy still crackling. Fang, exhausted but triumphant before the gaping hole, believes he finally finished Zhang Wu. He thinks to himself that though Zhang Wu was weak, the fight excited him so much he lost control of his power. He proudly recalls the ancient origins of his technique and that no one had survived it, boasting that this is the best anyone can do against him. To his horror, the dust clears and Zhang Wu walks out alive, prompting Fang to scream in disbelief. Zhang Wu says he almost thought Fang had truly vanished and tells him he does not belong in this place. Smirking, Zhang Wu acknowledges the godly crushing wind by name. Zhang Wu reminisces that he saw Fang Soqian, Habuk's invincible emperor, create that technique 1,000 years ago and notes that Fang's version has only modestly improved. Fang, shaken, demands to know how Zhang Wu could know his family's ancient history and asks who he really is. Zhang Wu says that since he has been reminded of old times, he will repay Fang by revealing the unknown technique that once killed the invincible emperor. Elsewhere, a blond man worries about the earlier explosion and hopes Li Ho Kong has not yet clashed with Choi Kyung-hwan. He frets that his plans could be ruined but also eagerly anticipates the coming events. Taking command of all gates, he announces they will now kill every member of the Darkness Guild. Suddenly startled by new information, he stops mid-declaration. Hearing reports, he urgently asks what has happened to the Darkness Guild headquarters. He learns that the Darkness Guild base has been utterly obliterated. Watching the aftermath, observers lament that Fang Duqion is dead and they failed to capture Choi Kyung-hwan, fearing China's reaction. One concludes that to resolve the crisis they will turn Fang Duqion into a heroic martyr. Night falls, setting the scene. The story moves to Kang Cheolmin's lavish Ilwa Group residence. Laughter and comments about something being hilarious echo through the bright interior. Maids giggle over their phones until they notice the approaching chairman and his secretary. The secretary angrily scolds and strikes the maids for fooling around when the chairman is present. She grabs a maid's phone to see what was so funny and finds a viral post mocking the terrified Ilwa heir, Hyunwoo, with cruel comments. Stunned, she starts to show the incriminating post to the grim chairman. The chairman seethes, blaming his grandson Hyunwoo for this disgrace. Elsewhere, a living room lies in disarray as a news image plays amid the chaos. Hyunwoo cowers on a sofa, shaking uncontrollably. Remembering a threat, he tells himself he will not be killed immediately and tries to stop trembling. He recalls his tormentor warning that his survival is uncertain and that Ping Duqion will be targeted first. The narrative explains that Ping Duqion of the Ping family of Hebei was heroically killed by the notorious assassin organization Darkness Guild. A funeral broadcast reports Ping Duqion's death and public condolences. Hyunwoo panics, convinced he will be the next victim and desperately wonders how to live through this. His grandfather storms toward his room, yelling Hyunwoo's name. Bursting in, the chairman berates Hyunwoo for landing himself in such a disgraceful situation and questions his intelligence. He keeps shouting at the silent, shaking Hyunwoo to answer him. Hyunwoo, still covering his head, mutters that the chairman should just handle everything. Outraged, the chairman warns that he will not forgive this incident and demands Hyunwoo speak clearly. Hyunwoo suddenly stands, insisting he knows how serious this is and that he will take responsibility, telling his grandfather to stop interfering. The chairman yells back, saying if he had known things would end like this he would have trained one of the other grandsons to manage the company instead. Hyunwoo explodes, accusing his grandfather of caring more about Ilwa Group than his own grandchild who might die. After Hyunwoo storms out, the chairman fumes that the boy went too far and dares to yell at him. The secretary complains that Hyunwoo has made her ashamed to appear in public just before her phone rings. She answers nervously, saying it is a bad time but listens to the caller. Shocked by the news she hears, she tells the chairman that Hyunwoo is now being suspected of something terrible. The next scene shows Hyunwoo reacting in disbelief to news that Hyunwoo is alleged to have ordered the contract killing. Time shifts to a bright day at a city park where people stroll around a fountain. A cheerful blonde woman, Hara, greets Hyunwoo warmly and notes he is right on time. A close-up of her glowing blue eye suggests her special perception activating. Hyunwoo arrives flanked by two huge men in black suits, explaining they claim to be Hara's fans. Hara nervously greets the intimidating men and tries to be polite. The men start to say something in unison, awestruck. They bow deeply, gushing that meeting her is an honor, begging for an autograph and pledging to help her if she ever needs anything. Embarrassed, Hara covers their mouths and scolds them for making a scene and calling her ma'am when they look older than she is. The men refuse her request to stop being so formal, vowing eternal loyalty while she protests. The setting shifts to a cozy cafe interior. Over drinks, Hara questions Hyunwoo about those fanatical men and half-jokingly asks if he brainwashed them, while he denies it but hints they did do something. She shrugs it off, reasoning that since they are her fans it is fine. As she brings up Ilwa Group, she nervously bangs her glass down, drawing Hyunwoo's attention. Hyunwoo calmly asks what about Ilwa Group she wants to discuss. Hara reminds him her attribute is Holy Eye, says she knows more than he lets on, and directly asks if Hyunwoo really tried to kill him. Hyunwoo hesitates silently, weighing what to reveal. He sighs and says she will learn everything eventually. Hara then reveals that Ilwa Group once deliberately sabotaged her father's business and that Youngwoo's father had dealings with her grandfather. Youngwoo confirms that Ilwa's actions were why he invested in his father's company. He adds that Ilwa Group even hired assassins to eliminate him, stunning Hara. Youngwoo plainly states that those assassins truly intended to kill him. He then reveals that he killed every one of the assassins Ilwa sent. Hara reels in disbelief, mentally repeating that Youngwoo killed them and hoping it is a joke. Youngwoo assures her the story is true and promises to explain things in detail. Time passes as they continue talking in the busy cafe. Hara summarizes his explanation, realizing the Ping family of Hebei, Hyukamin, Darkness Guild, and Ilwa Group are all intertwined. She visualizes the key figures from those factions and reflects that the situation is far more complex than she imagined. Still, she trembles and says that murder remains difficult to accept. Youngwoo gently places his hand over hers, surprising her. He explains that those enemies have repeatedly taken people and money hostage, including his own family, and asks what she would have done in his place. Hara imagines her own family's lives being threatened and admits that, in that situation, she would have acted similarly. Thinking that nothing matters more than family, she still struggles with the morality even as his hand reassures her. Youngwoo watches her silently, gauging her reaction. Hara, still conflicted, worries aloud that even the Chinese government was involved and fears what might happen to him. She calls those enemies terrifying and anxiously asks what if something terrible befalls Youngwoo. Youngwoo pats her head, asking why she is so upset. He smiles confidently, telling her not to worry because as her man he will not die so easily. The story shifts to a dark, misty forest on the outskirts of Yongin. A sudden violent disturbance sweeps through the woods. The masked master of Darkness Guild, Choi Kyung-hwan, trembles with furious energy. Surrounded by enemies with spears, he prepares to unleash his power. He calmly endures their attack, revealing eerie glowing eyes as energy bursts around him. He mocks his assailants as mere dogs of the Ping family of Hebei. Shrouded in black energy, he warns them not to underestimate the master of Darkness Guild. His shadowy power ensnares the attackers, paralyzing them as they panic that they cannot move. He derides them for thinking they could defeat him with inferior strength and condemns them to reflect on their sins in the underworld. Using his technique Murderous Ghost Shadow, he slaughters the immobilized foes amid their screams. After the massacre, he surveys the corpses with disdain. One last dark flame subsides among the fallen bodies, signaling the end of the skirmish. He steps out of the battlefield, dark aura still swirling around him. Detecting another presence, he notes that his true target is hiding nearby. He contacts a subordinate named Dark Star, asking for an update on Ilwa Group, and learns that Darkness has leaked Ilwa's corruption to the media to destroy them. Pleased, he declares that Kong Hyunwoo's head will be a gift for Chairman Kong and orders the entire Dark Star unit to join the operation. Dark Star's shadowy figures assemble, ready to obey. The narration introduces Dark Star as Darkness Guild's hidden but most formidable unit, capable of annihilating an entire sect. Choi Kyung-hwan predicts a grand resurgence for Darkness Guild and vows to destroy Gumgwangman after Ilwa Group. He arrives at a secluded house at night, where Hyunwoo is believed to be hiding. Standing outside Hyunwoo's room, he prepares to enter, confident that he has found his quarry. His eyes glow as he opens the door, intent on the kill. Inside, he blames Hyunwoo's schemes for drawing the valiant Gate Union down on Darkness Guild and declares it is time for repayment. He moves to put the supposed sleeping Hyunwoo into eternal sleep, only to be interrupted by an unseen voice greeting him. Spinning around, he finds two men blocking the doorway and demands to know who they are. The men casually remark that they said he would eventually meet Hyunwoo and banter about it. Realizing something is wrong, Choi wonders if he has walked into a trap and looks suspiciously at the lump under the blanket. Pulling back the blanket, he discovers it is only a crudely drawn dummy. The two men continue teasing each other about worrying over Hyunwoo while bickering like master and disciple. Enraged, Choi roars that this situation is a cruel joke. The pair jokingly admit they have been ignoring him in their conversation, saying that being ignored might be worse than being insulted. Choi lunges at them, saying he was already planning to kill them and is glad they came to him, calling out Lee Ho-guk by name. Lee Ho-guk moves in with a grin, happily engaging Choi in combat. Lee Ho-guk begins powering up, excited by the prospect of the battle. Removing his disguise, Lee Ho-guk asks how Choi recognized him when he thought his cover was perfect. Choi says Lee's vulgar voice gave him away and attacks with dark energy. He unleashes his dark claw technique, raking the room with devastating slashes. Choi exults that he can now destroy both Ilwa Group and Gumgwangman at once. Suddenly he is struck hard in the face by a surprise blow. The impact sends him crashing through the wall, screaming. Youngwoo appears, telling Choi to stay put and wait quietly until they decide who will play with him. Dazed, Choi hears one of them start a rock-paper-scissors game and is confused. Youngwoo and Lee Ho-guk actually play rock-paper-scissors in front of him to decide who fights him. Lee Ho-guk wins and celebrates getting the first crack at the guild master. Choi explodes in fury at their frivolity just as a powerful shockwave erupts between them. Lee Ho-guk tears through the building, laughing that he finally beat Youngwoo at something. Choi rockets back into the fray, targeting Lee Ho-guk by name. He counters with a massive cross-dark claw attack, filling the area with intersecting dark slashes. The clash explodes in dust and rubble. Lee Ho-guk smashes the ground with overwhelming force, meeting Choi's attack head-on. Radiating power and lightning, Lee Ho-guk praises Choi's strength, glad he won the rock-paper-scissors match to fight such an opponent. Choi watches Lee Ho-guk's figure silhouetted against the shattered building. He decides that Lee Ho-guk is less important than the youngster who slapped him and resolves to eliminate Young-woo first. Still stunned, he reflects bitterly that decades of experience did not let him dodge that single slap. Acknowledging Young-woo's terrifying strength, he thinks he must kill the boy now or regret it forever. Entering the bedroom again, he finds the bed empty and wonders where Young-woo has vanished. The answer looms above him as Lee Ho-guk appears menacingly from behind, making Choi realize his mistake. Lee Ho-guk pounds Choi into the ground with a crushing blow. Grinning, Lee Ho-guk mocks Choi for letting his attention wander during their fight. Choi laments that his strike failed to buy him time and decides to focus on defeating Lee Ho-guk while leaving Young-woo to Dark Star. He rises, vowing to give Lee Ho-guk the fight he wants and channeling more shadow power. Choi gathers his full darkness, declaring he will prove why he is Master of Darkness Guild as he confronts Lee Ho-guk's electrified form. The two powers face each other in a looming showdown, shadows and lightning colliding. Choi taunts Lee Ho-guk for trying to hide within his own shadow, dismissing it as a cheap trick. He casts the darkest ground technique, covering the room with writhing shadows and ordering Lee Ho-guk to struggle. Lee Ho-guk only smirks, reaffirming his belief that the attack is just a petty trick. He launches himself through the engulfing darkness, striking Choi head-on. The shadows swirl around Choi's body from below, binding him tighter. Lee corrects Choi mid-attack, slamming him from the opposite side and detonating another blast of force. Meanwhile, Hyun-woo runs frantically through the forest, gasping for breath. He curses Young-woo, realizing the boy saved him earlier only to use him for a purpose. His thoughts replay that he was merely bait to draw out Choi Kyung-hwan. Enraged and terrified, Hyun-woo screams that Young-woo is a despicable bastard. Young-woo appears on the path, calmly saying Hyun-woo is in no position to call others despicable. Hyun-woo recognizes him and blurts out Young-woo's name in shock. Young-woo coldly remarks that Hyun-woo will die soon and hopes he enjoyed his last run. Panicking, Hyun-woo warns Young-woo to stay away, claiming Il-woo group will hunt him down if he kills their heir. Young-woo counters by reminding Hyun-woo he has been exiled and no longer protected by the family. Trembling, Hyun-woo argues that in conglomerate families only relatives can kill the heir, meaning outsiders dare not touch him. He insists that even if abandoned he is still Il-woo's son and that the group will tear Young-woo apart in revenge. He further threatens that Il-woo will not just kill Young-woo but also starve his entire family to death. Young-woo chuckles that Hyun-woo is badly mistaken about what will happen. Hyun-woo falters, confused by Young-woo's confidence. Young-woo draws a special Darkness Guild dagger, explaining it is reserved for high-ranking members and noting that Choi Kyung-hwan is nearby as well. He tells the horrified Hyun-woo that his own plans differ from Hyun-woo's expectations, implying a far deadlier fate. Hyun-woo flees through the forest insisting he is the future Il-woo group chairman and refuses to die while his pursuer readies a knife. The pursuer mocks him for being annoying and prepares to reveal something. He declares the sect Gungwangwoman will be remembered for protecting Il-woo group's heir as he attacks Hyun-woo with the blade. He says Hyun-woo's death will further increase Gungwangwoman's fame and thanks him sarcastically, frightening Hyun-woo. When Hyun-woo calls him a devil, the attacker retorts that Hyun-woo is the true villain pretending to be a victim. Hyun-woo breaks down crying, begging desperately not to be killed. The attacker coldly declares that the price for harming his family is Hyun-woo's life and bids Hyun-woo farewell. Hyun-woo activates a device that finishes locking onto a target, realizing his plan is ready. A glowing multi-layered barrier called a 7-layer impregnable bunker appears, startling the attacker. The attacker looks up at the barrier and, annoyed, tells Hyun-woo to stop wasting time and come out. A massive bombardment of missiles crashes down, causing a gigantic explosion in the forest. The explosion engulfs the area in fire and smoke, obliterating the surroundings. The devastation continues, with flames and shockwaves tearing through the landscape. Amid the chaos, something darts away from the blast zone. From a distance, Hyun-woo looks over the scorched craters and wonders if he has finally killed his pursuer. Inside a bunker, Hyun-woo nervously confirms by phone that the target should be dead, gloating that the money spent on the strike was worth it. He excitedly brags to Hyun-woo about his acting to stall for time while missile coordinates locked onto Choi Kyung-hwan. Hyun-woo is suddenly impaled from above by a beam-like attack and screams in shock. Choi Kyung-hwan, unscathed, walks toward the fallen Hyun-woo, scolding him for repeating his mistakes and hoping he behaves better in his next life. Hyun-woo panics, begging for his life, promising never to harm Hara, Kyung-hwan's family, company, or anything related to him again. Kyung-hwan repeats the word mercy with an unreadable expression. He points out that Hyun-woo is gathering metal pieces behind his back while begging, criticizing his terrible acting as metal spikes form. Kyung-hwan fatally strikes Hyun-woo as he screams, then calmly says goodbye to him again. He declares that anyone who harms his family will suffer the same fate and walks away from Hyun-woo's corpse. Kyung-hwan adds that there is one more issue he needs to address. He launches a powerful ranged attack, saying that secretly taking pictures is a crime. The blast carves a gigantic trench through the forest, obliterating the area ahead. Standing before the massive tunnel of destruction, Kyung-hwan calls out the hidden enemies and notes his earlier shot should have hurt. The forest path appears empty but ringed with swirling distortions, suggesting something hidden. Those distortions suddenly fill with blood as something within is violently attacked. Several cloaked Dark Star assassins, injured and bleeding, are revealed, shocked that Kyung-hwan detected them despite their perfect camouflage. Kyung-hwan mockingly says they should have concealed the waves of their power, since their movements sounded as loud as a tank. A Dark Star member realizes in disbelief that Kyung-hwan sensed the waves of their cores, a feat beyond even most skilled masters. Kyung-hwan notes they seemed shaken, confirms he shattered all 4 of their cores, and identifies them aloud as Dark Star while recalling their regeneration ability when their cores are intact. One assassin, body destabilizing, panics that he can no longer maintain his form and urgently tries to report to his master that Kyung-hwan is the one responsible. As he vanishes, he calls Kyung-hwan a monster who ruined everything and begs his master to be careful. Kyung-hwan observes the fading traces of Dark Star, remarking that they died without saying anything useful despite tailing him since he slapped Choi Kyung-hwan earlier. He muses about the variety of attributes, concludes that 3 more Dark Star-like enemies are allied with Choi Kyung-hwan, and wonders if Lee Ho-guk is okay. The scene shifts to a quiet residential area at night. An explosion suddenly rips through one of the buildings, accompanied by dark energy. A purple-haired assassin crashes down from the blast and lands heavily, while someone criticizes him for destroying space itself. Another masked fighter reacts with alarm at what he senses. Lee Ho-guk, wreathed in lightning, charges the purple-haired Choi Kyung-hwan laughing, asking where he is going and mocking the supposed might of Dark Star. Lee Ho-guk declares it is his turn to attack and initiates his technique Golden Steel 8 grids, 7 styles. He unleashes one of those techniques, Golden Steel, Soul Depletion, firing a colossal beam attack. Choi Kyung-hwan emerges from the shadows, noting Lee Ho-guk's skill but complaining he cannot use his shadow as planned, while preparing to counter. Lee Ho-guk taunts him for barely dodging so far and challenges him to take a direct hit if he is so confident. Choi Kyung-hwan sternly replies that he will not waste time arguing, as he has many people to kill today. He summons Dark Star to surround Lee Ho-guk and orders them to encircle him. Lee Ho-guk laughs at the summoned Dark Star members, calling them small fry and boasting that one thunder ingot, Golden Steel strike is enough to destroy them. He then admits they are at least strong enough to create an opening for him as he lunges toward Choi Kyung-hwan. Close to striking, Lee Ho-guk sneers that Choi is still relying on cheap tricks. Choi Kyung-hwan repeats the phrase cheap tricks with a dark smile. Choi counters that Lee should taste his own cheap trick and fires Thunder Ingot, Golden Steel back at him. The attack blasts Lee Ho-guk through a wall in a violent explosion. Choi observes from afar, remarking that Lee must be familiar with being struck by his own technique. He asks how it feels to be hit by the cheap trick Lee insulted and whether Lee is shocked that Choi used the same skill. Lee glares silently, stunned. He then slams into the ground, but despite the direct hit, forces himself back up. Choi is surprised the blow did not finish him and wonders whether his attack was weak or Lee's endurance is just extraordinary. Lee angrily accuses Choi of stealing Thunder Ingot, Golden Steel, and questions if he now goes around taking others' moves. Choi casually says he just looked up Gung Wang-mungman's poorly guarded techniques online, implying Lee's security is terrible. Lee dismisses Choi's success as mere trickery and vows to send Choi and his shadow flying. Choi retorts that Lee is underestimating him and that he will slow Lee's movements further. Lee fumes over how Choi used Thunder Ingot, Golden Steel, wondering if there is a mole since few people ever learned it. He rejects the mole theory, reasoning that Youngwoo would have noticed, while Choi laughs that Lee is flustered and points out his slowed reactions. Lee unleashes Golden Steel, Soul Depletion again, aiming a huge blast at Choi. Even while defending, Lee is shocked that Choi also copied Golden Steel, Soul Depletion, and wonders how that is possible given the difficulty of mastering it. Choi mocks him, asking where his earlier confidence went, and says he still has more supposed cheap tricks to use. Lee fires another ultimate technique called Shattering Destruction, exclaiming in frustration as Choi counters yet again. Repeated explosions buffet Lee, who realizes these attacks are far too strong to be dismissed as cheap tricks and fears the mysterious skill he is facing. Choi, engulfed in a vortex of shadows, crows that even the famed Lee Ho-guk cannot live up to his reputation and vows to destroy him and surpass Gung Wang-mungman, making Lee a stepping stone for Darkness Guild. Lee silently grits his teeth as he prepares to respond seriously. Deciding thinking is pointless, Lee releases his full power with the maniacal Thunderman attribute, inviting Choi to a proper duel to show the difference between a genuine move and a fake. Choi ridicules Lee for wanting a direct confrontation with an assassin, saying he will never fight head-on because it is not his style. Lee declares that Choi is already caught in a trap he and Dark Star prepared. Choi orders Dark Star to spread out, activating Abyss Field Shadow Storm around Lee. He commands the Storm of Shadows to tear Lee Ho-guk apart. The swirling shadows wrap tightly around Lee, shredding and binding him. The Shadow Storm becomes a colossal vortex as Choi laughs triumphantly. Choi asserts that not even Lee Ho-guk can withstand this ultimate move. The combined Shadow and Thunder assault overwhelms Lee, who screams in disbelief. Lee, still standing afterward, sighs that Choi never learns. Lee reveals he survived with barely a scratch and that such a weak attack cannot kill him. Smiling fiercely, Lee tells Choi to abandon his petty tactics and fight him properly. Choi grudgingly admits Lee is tough to have endured the combined attack of him and Dark Star but warns that he has bad news. He reveals that none of the Dark Star members actually died and that they are all currently targeting Lee's throat. Lee laughs off the threat, claiming whether it is 1 or 10 opponents makes no difference, as he punches at them. He is suddenly alarmed as something unexpected happens during the clash. Lee realizes one Dark Star he thought killed has reappeared and stabbed him again, shocking him. Enraged, Lee smashes the assassin into the ground with a furious charge. He then understands he had been attacking an illusion created by Dark Star. Another Dark Star member exploits the distraction and slashes Lee's shoulder, drawing blood. Lee angrily flings more Dark Star members away, comparing them to cockroaches that refuse to die. Yet more shadows strike and restrain him, their blades piercing his body as he grunts in pain. Choi gloats from afar that interference, distortion, and illusion combined make Dark Star unbeatable once their traits connect. Lee curses that these enemies lack solid bodies he can properly hit. Dark Star's techniques distort space, create illusions, weaken opponents, and tamper with their consciousness, leaving Lee at a disadvantage. A Dark Star member tells Lee to perish in an abyss of unending pain. Dark Star performs a fusion art called Diablo Shade 1000 Swords, surrounding Lee with a demonic shadow. As the technique descends, something brighter suddenly erupts, surprising both Choi and Dark Star. From off-screen, Youngwoo comments that it is a shame as he approaches. He appears beside Lee and remarks that he could have taken out 3 enemies at once, and that they have been fighting so long the sun is nearly up. Choi is stunned that Youngwoo has already defeated Dark Star so quickly. Lee yells at Youngwoo for interfering in someone else's fight, while Youngwoo calmly says he only stepped in because Lee was about to be hit. A sudden slash of light signals Youngwoo's intervention. Lee counters angrily with a technique called Golden Steel, pratfall while shouting back that he was not in danger. He scoffs that a few stab wounds from Dark Star would never be enough to defeat him. Lee then complains that Youngwoo destroyed 2 of the Dark Star members he saw as playthings, while Youngwoo notes he intentionally left Choi Kyung-hwan alive. Choi privately acknowledges that Ha Youngwoo is far from ordinary, and that facing both him and Lee simultaneously would be too difficult. He decides the best course is to finish off the exhausted Lee Hoguk quickly and then escape. As he rushes in, Youngwoo chillingly asks if Choi wants to be slapped again for interrupting their conversation. Terrified, Choi imagines that moving now will mean instant death. Lee roars that Choi must not lay a finger on Choi Kyung-hwan's head and blasts him with Golden Steel, soul depletion. Choi, battered between the 2 of them, complains that both men are being disrespectful. Lee follows up with another powerful thundering hit, Broad Sun Strike, shouting that he has despised Choi since the Darkness Guild invasion. Youngwoo notes with interest that this is a new technique he has not seen before. Lee laughs, boasting that while Choi somehow stole his earlier moves, he will never be able to copy this ultimate technique he personally created. To Lee's shock, Choi instantly copies Thundering Git, Broad Sun, and uses it against him. The copied attack injures Lee severely, driving him backward. Lee pulls the sword from his chest and grumbles that it is only an inconvenience. Choi, empowered by Lee's own energy, explains that the stronger Lee's moves are, the stronger he becomes, mocking Lee for repeating his mistakes. Youngwoo realizes aloud that Choi Kyung-hwan's attribute is replication. He reflects that replication copies an opponent's skills and optimizes them to the user, a rare ability even in the underworld and one he himself covets. Choi laughs that Lee is foolish to be surprised so early and activates Attribute Liberation Amplify combined with Maniacal Thunder. Lee is horrified that Choi even copied his Maniacal Thunder man form and accuses him of being a fraud. Youngwoo muses that Lee took so long because he never cares about attributes or cores, fighting purely with brute strength. Choi considers leaving, worried that staying longer will endanger his plans even though he wants to study replication more. Youngwoo readies a drill-like device he took from Kang Hyunwoo, deciding to test it on Gatekeeper Lee despite feeling a little sorry. Lee tries to joke that maybe Choi is his illegitimate son while internally admitting his strength is waning from the accumulated damage. Youngwoo suddenly strikes Lee from behind with the drill device, catching him completely off guard. Electricity surges through Lee's body as he screams in agony. Overloading with power, Lee erupts in a massive explosion of light and energy, cursing Youngwoo. Choi is stunned by the sudden burst of power surging from Lee's direction. In the blinding blast, Lee laments that this is a terrible way to die and screams expletives. The resulting detonation devastates the mountain range and nearby forest. The explosion expands into a massive sun-like sphere, annihilating everything in its radius. Afterward, the sky clears again, leaving only smoke trails above the quiet forest. At dawn, Lee and Youngwoo walk away together, bickering about Youngwoo whacking Lee's backside with metal and joking about scientific conductivity. Elsewhere, another man analyzes replication, noting it is similar to Ju Homyeong's robbery ability but can take a unique's attribute without killing them, which excites Youngwoo. Youngwoo smiles to himself, thinking that if he plays his cards right, he can profit from this. As they walk, Lee demands money from Youngwoo for treatment of his injured buttocks while Youngwoo insists Lee only won because of his help and casually requests $1 billion. A boot steps forward, signaling someone else taking notice. From the bushes, a long-haired figure with glowing eyes secretly watches Lee and Youngwoo depart. The watcher smiles menacingly, clearly interested in them. News reports spread worldwide, Ilwa Group's successor Kang Hyunwoo has been murdered, allegedly by Darkness Guild, while articles also describe Choi Kyung-hwan's death and portray Lee Ho-guk as a hero of justice. In a classroom, students excitedly tell Baek Jong-seo, an 18-year-old YouTuber with the measurement attribute, that a video of Lee Ho-guk fighting Choi Kyung-hwan has just surfaced. The students watch the viral video of the battle online, amazed and saying the filmer has hit the jackpot. On screen, the clip title proclaims Choi Kyung-hwan's justice and Lee Ho-guk, and the viewers excitedly react to Young-woo's involvement with the Darkness Guild master. Baek Jong-seo corrects his classmates' guesses about Lee Ho-guk's rank, stating they underestimate him and implying he will properly evaluate the fight. The analyst estimates Choi Jae-hwan and Lee Ho-guk's combat strength as only around 7th to 8th grade level. Another person, watching a video of Lee Ho-guk fighting, doubts this low rating because he looks impossibly strong, while noting that no 9th grade unique exists in Korea yet. The analyst shows a self-made ranking table putting Fang Dokyeon at grade 8, Lee Ho-guk slightly below, Choi Kyung-hwan around late 7th to early 8th grade, and other top figures listed beneath. A student is shocked that Fang Dokyeon is rated highest on the table and complains that such a ranking seems absurd. The analyst confidently insists his data is correct, explaining that Fang Dokyeon is at least mid-level grade 8, and once killed a Class 8 cave monster with a single blow. The skeptical student argues that if Fang Dokyeon was that strong, someone even stronger than Lee Ho-guk must have killed him, because Lee Ho-guk alone could not have done it. Flustered, the analyst suggests they check the area near Fang Dokyeon's death, hinting that a mysterious black Jumdan danger might be involved. The classmates mock the analyst, laughing that his own table only ranks Ha Young-woo at grade 6, yet he himself doubts those numbers. Inwardly acknowledging the inconsistencies, the analyst resolves to personally investigate Ha Young-woo's true abilities. At Jumgang Gate, loud laughter echoes, signaling the boisterous presence of its leader. While feasting, the gluttonous gatekeeper orders his aide Mr. Kim to read out YouTube comments praising him. Mr. Kim reads comments admiring the gate's food and the leader's massive appetite and physique, which the gatekeeper happily savors. The leader proudly asks if he is still the top online search term, while Mr. Kim warns that netizens now call him a powerful food eater and that he should watch his public image. The leader laughs off the nickname, saying he does not care what people call him as long as he can keep eating. Later, he revels in being mobbed by adoring female fans who beg for autographs, photos, and chances to touch his muscles. Fans enthusiastically take selfies with him, focusing on his massive arms and physique in every shot. Ha Young-woo appears behind the leader, ominously commenting that his vigor seems fully restored and asking if he is enjoying himself. Panicking, the leader grabs Young-woo and begs him not to ruin this rare moment of happiness by getting him in trouble. Their manager disperses the crowd, announcing a fan meeting in the end of filming, while disappointed spectators complain that all they saw were muscles. Walking away, the leader grumbles that Young-woo has made it impossible for him to move around freely, while Young-woo teases that celebrities are always exhausted and asks when he started caring about public attention. The leader demands to know who is responsible for all this chaos and begins to question Young-woo about his actions. In a flashback, the leader confronts Young-woo about filming and uploading their previous battle to YouTube, suspecting he did it for profit. Young-woo admits that money is only a bonus and says he mainly uploaded the video to draw powerful groups' attention. News screens across the city report on the Rift Crisis and related guild activities. A broadcast announces that the Darkness Guild has been implicated in Fang Dokyeon's assassination. At Incheon Port, Young-woo and the leader discuss how the Chinese organization Habakpanga is still trying to enter Korea despite losing Fang Dokyeon and the destruction of their Black Tiger Gate link. Young-woo reasons that since Jumgangmun avenged Fang Dokyeon, Habakpanga naturally wants to meet them now. The leader wonders why Habakpanga is so desperate to get into Korea in the first place. Young-woo explains that Habakpanga is embroiled in civil war with 5 major leagues and wants to control Korean illiterates to gain strength and dominate the Chinese continent. Outraged that Habakpanga views Korea as a tool, the leader listens as Young-woo notes that they are still too weak to repeat such schemes, concluding Habakpanga cannot grasp the true balance of power. The leader also warns Young-woo that not only China but also the United States is moving suspiciously, urging him to stay on high alert even though Young-woo shrugs off fighting on foot. Young-woo opens a heavy door, entering a prepared meeting room. He and the leader step into a lavish suite and are greeted by a man who has been waiting for them. The host introduces Drama, a nobleman of Habakpanga and current investigator of their president's death, formally thanking Jumgangmun for its cooperation. Lee Ho-guk introduces himself and Ha Young-woo, and Drama recognizes Young-woo as the recently famed Black Gold Pearl. Drama and Young-woo shake hands courteously, exchanging mutual respect. Drama invites them to sit, saying the discussion will be lengthy. As they sit, the leader notes this is an unofficial, secret meeting, while Drama reiterates it is mainly to thank them for avenging their Grand Duke's enemies. The leader laughs modestly, saying he only punished Fang Dokyeon because Choi Kyung-hwan had targeted the Diamond Gate. Drama praises his humility and inwardly decides Habakpanga must form a cooperative system with Jumgangmun, knowing their own position in Korea is precarious. He states that the recent incident has proven Jumgang Gate's strength, while the leader boasts that Kumgang Gate is the strongest and proudly acknowledges the compliment. Drama agrees, adding that their late third president personally endorsed cooperation with Kumgangmun. Peng Seji, the timid third Duke of Hebei and Black Unit's dean, arrives and formally introduces himself to the group. Youngwoo gives him a chilling smile, which visibly unnerves Peng Seji. Later, in a warehouse, Youngwoo orders Peng Seji to listen carefully as he prepares to send him back to Habukpanga. Youngwoo tells Peng Seji he wants him to become Habukpanga's heir, promising to push his succession while threatening to kill him if he refuses. Youngwoo internally confirms that Peng Seji will return to Habukpanga with Iguk as planned and moves on to his next scheme. Soon after, a massive, lightning-wreathed rift suddenly opens before Youngwoo and the leader, shocking them. Youngwoo is horrified to see this particular type of rift here and questions why it has appeared. The gigantic cruise ship at the port becomes shrouded in crackling purple energy from the rift. The rift unleashes a colossal explosion of water around the ship, rocking the entire harbor. At Unique Alliance headquarters, the organization overseeing Unique Agents monitors these escalating rifts. Team leader Sung-ho Baek, an upper grade 6 Unique, slams his desk and insists a national emergency must be declared to protect civilians. The obese chief director, also named Sung-ho Baek, dismisses his concerns, arguing they only need more vigilant agents and that too much help will make citizens dependent. The team leader angrily counters that rift frequency and monster levels have surged beyond what their current systems can handle, warning that they soon will be overwhelmed. He adds that the most dangerous aspect is yet to come. Narration explains that extremely powerful rifts are now opening randomly across all regions, and a newly opened Grade 9 cave spews out terrifying one-eyed giants as people panic and flee. A unique agent steps forward, determined to act as the last line of defense while civilians escape. 3 lower and middle grade 5 unique agents from Branch 12 rally themselves to delay the monsters until stronger reinforcements arrive. Their resolve is shattered when one demon-spiked club smashes their team leader in a single devastating blow. The surviving subordinates scream in disbelief that their team leader was taken out with just one hit. The scene focuses on the grinning, one-eyed demon commander menacing them. The demon throws its forces into a brutal assault, crushing everything while shouting as human soldiers are battered. Peng Seji, who had hoped to flee by land after the rift opened over the ship, hides nearby and realizes escape is impossible. Watching the Grade 5 agents fail, he panics that the situation on land is even worse and the demons are far too strong. Seeing their overwhelming power, he concludes his martial arts would be useless and decides to wait for a chance to flee instead of fighting. When the huge demon suddenly notices him, Peng Seji freaks out, feeling he has been caught again. He runs screaming as the massive cyclopean demon chases him through the streets. Just as the demon is about to reach him, a mysterious cosmic god palm strike suddenly slams into it from behind. Drama. The Habukpanga noble rescues Peng Seji and asks if he is alright, reminding him he had been first to escape the ship and questioning why he is still there. Peng Seji claims his legs are paralyzed with fear even though he wants to run, prompting Drama to call him ridiculous. Drama says even he can only stall these monsters and insists Peng Seji must leave, but suddenly a spiked club attack interrupts his warning. The blow lands and Drama is blasted away, leaving Peng Seji horrified and calling out to his angel. The towering demon laughs and looms over Peng Seji, who screams in terror. Peng Seji wails that he does not want to die as the demon's massive weapon descends. Believing he has been struck, Peng Seji shrieks that the monster is touching him, then realizes something about the situation is different. He discovers the huge club has stopped and the demon itself is trembling, leaving him confused about what just happened. An unseen force then freezes and shatters the demon, astonishing Peng Seji. A familiar voice scolds him, asking what he is doing acting so stupidly. Youngwoo appears, chastising Peng Seji's cowardice and stating that even for the weakest Black Unit Dean, his performance is disappointing. Youngwoo remarks that since Peng Seji struggles with only a Grade 7 monster, he will cancel any special training plans and orders him to hide instead. Peng Seji eagerly obeys, sprinting away, while Youngwoo thinks he needs to toughen the kid up later. Youngwoo turns to deal with the rest of the Dakibi, watching as the leader punches one out with a single hit. Lee Ho-guk laughs as he crushes another Dakibi in one blow, declaring that stronger opponents make better targets for his fists. Youngwoo remembers how strong the leader is and assumes the situation will now be resolved quickly. The leader rampages through the demon horde, calling them weaklings as unique agents watch in awe. The agents exclaim over his incredible courage and power, wondering who this man is. The analyst proudly explains that he is Jumgangmun's lord, also known worldwide as Jumgang's pillar, a legendary undefeated figure. The soldiers praise the analyst for his knowledge, and he shyly admits he is a devoted fan of unique users. Analyzing the battle, he classifies these Dakibi as at least Grade 7 demons based on their strength. He notes that the rift itself is clearly Grade 9, meaning the creatures emerging are 2 grades lower than the rift's full potential. While the leader complains about the lack of stronger demons and belittles the 9th grade rift, the analyst realizes a much worse threat might still be inside. The leader suddenly senses something and looks up. A gigantic eye opens, heralding the emergence of a colossal, higher being. The Great Dakibi King, a Grade 9 demon and highest ranking of his kind, towers above the battlefield as the leader stands beneath him. Instead of being afraid, the leader grins excitedly, saying powerful opponents like this are exactly what he wants. The Decisive king unleashes a deafening roar that shakes the city and overwhelms everyone. Nearby soldiers clutch their ears in agony, horrified that a mere shout from this grade 9 demon can cause such devastation. The analyst fears Jumgangmun might be the only one who can face such a monster, yet suspects even he normally would need several grade 8 uniques as support. He worries that Lee Ho-guk is only a newly promoted grade 8, and that even if they win, the aftermath will devastate the surroundings. Realizing the danger, he concludes they must evacuate the area immediately, but events move faster than he can. Jumgangmun has already leapt into full power, launching himself at the Decisive king with overwhelming lightning-charged force. The Decisive king taunts the humans, promising to shatter them, just as the leader's attack closes in. The demon's eye bulges in shock as he senses something terrible about to hit. The leader unleashes his name technique Jumgang Brain Shock, driving a thunderous punch directly into the demon's head. The impact produces a massive explosion that engulfs the Decisive king, seemingly obliterating him. Onlookers stare in stunned disbelief. Soldiers and the analysts cheer as they realize Jumgangmun destroyed the terrifying monster with a single strike. Elsewhere, Jungwoo races across the battlefield through arcs of energy, cursing another enemy and moving to intervene. Media nationwide report that Jumgangmun's gatekeeper Lee Ho-guk has stopped the enormous rift at Incheon port, while rifts continue appearing all over the country. Subsequent rifts in other regions cause huge casualties and property damage despite the efforts of many groups. Because Jumgangmun minimized damage at the top-tier rift, Lee Ho-guk and his gate surge in popularity and public admiration. Late at night, someone in a quiet room reviews data on a computer. This person decides he has gathered enough evidence to expose Jumgangmun's true nature. Revealed as the analyst, he urges Jungwoo through the screen to stop hiding behind Lee Ho-guk and reveal his real identity. Not long after, alarms blare that another rift has opened in Woljidong and citizens must evacuate. Evacuation teams and martial artists from Watchmen direct panic people to safety. Kim Jin-kyung, leader of Watchen's Invincible Unit 2, confirms the area is cleared and orders his fighters to prepare for the coming monsters. As crackling energy appears, Jin-kyung and his men brace for the rift to fully open. A powerful blast erupts from the new rift, shaking the surrounding buildings. The explosion leaves smoke spiraling into the sky. From the smoke, a battered Jin-kyung staggers out, covered in blood, as a glowing red eye watches him from the darkness. A monstrous voice asks if Jin-kyung killed its brother, revealing itself as a grade 8 demon while Jin-kyung resolves to warn his lord. The demon silently studies him with a single ominous eye. It then declares that Jin-kyung is not the one it seeks and violently attacks him. His agonized scream echoes over the burning city. Later, online reports circulate claiming Lee Ho-guk did not actually defeat the Decisive king and that his powers are fabricated. In Watchman's Hall, the elderly gatekeeper reads these rumors accusing Lee Ho-guk of being only a figurehead hiding a real master. Perplexed, the gatekeeper wonders what this scandal is about. His heir, Kwon Woo-hyun, proudly presents the evidence he believes will undermine Lee Ho-guk's position as gatekeeper. The old master angrily smacks him with the tablet, scolding him for focusing on power struggles while demons rampage. He roars that Watchen's warriors are risking their lives against demons and demands to know what his successor is doing. Woo-hyun is told he should at least be out killing demons instead of scheming, leaving him speechless. At that moment, Jumgangmun's Gangcheon and Jungwoo arrive, greeted with surprise by the Watchen gatekeeper. Gangcheon formally introduces himself and Jungwoo, saying they came to visit even though they were not specifically invited. He claims they just happened to be nearby when they heard of the rift and decided to help, while Jungwoo watches quietly. Someone discreetly jabs him in the side, hinting at an unspoken message. Gangcheon awkwardly adjusts his story, saying they are also there to investigate false rumors about Jumgangmun and asking for cooperation. Woo-hyun explodes, accusing them of suspecting Watchmen. Jungwoo calmly replies that they came precisely because the IP address behind the slanderous articles matches Watchmen's network. Enraged, Woo-hyun points his weapon at Jungwoo, saying young people no longer know their place. Sneering, he claims to know of Ha Jungwoo's previous exploits but insists Jungwoo's victory was just luck and predicts he will soon fall. Before he can finish, a sudden disturbance makes Woo-hyun whirl around in surprise. The grade 8 demon that killed Jin-kyung materializes inside Watchman's Hall, following the scent of its slain brother's blood. The gatekeeper and Gangcheon are shocked that such a monster has appeared here, recognizing its overwhelming energy. Woo-hyun impulsively charges the demon despite warnings that it is at least grade 8. The demon casually swats him away with a powerful strike, sending him crashing as others shout his name. The demon realizes Woo-hyun is not the one carrying the scent and vows to tear apart the true human who killed its brother. Standing beside Gangcheon, Jungwoo hears the demon fixate on someone and is told it seems to be targeting him, though Gangcheon notes the official story credits his father. The demon explicitly threatens to kill the blue-haired human, while Jungwoo dryly insists it is not actually after him, even as Gangcheon points out that the monster clearly does not care about formalities. The enraged demon senses its brother's blood on the opponent and prepares a deadly attack. Jungwoo realizes the monster indeed came specifically targeting him. The demon vows it will not miss its target as it readies its beam. A giant fiery beast unleashes a technique called Fire Dragon Blast. The old fire master rushes in, declaring himself the demon's true opponent. He hammers the demon with a blazing fire-dragon combo barrage. Young-woo observes that Gatekeeper Kwan Young-il is stronger than expected but still weaker than Gatekeeper Lee and unable to defeat this monster. The elder, furious over his injured son, swears to reduce the demon to ashes with hellfire. The demon, irritated by the attacks, remarks how annoying they are. The old master is shocked as something unexpected happens. The demon charges from behind, screaming for the old man to die. Realizing he cannot evade, the elder panics that it is too late. Woo-wah suddenly descends from above amid flames, startling the demon. She drives her technique Rampart's fire lance straight down the demon's body. The demon screams in agony as the fiery lance splits it from head to torso. The elder seizes the opening and signals that the final move should be used now. Woo-wah unleashes her ultimate technique Fire Dragon World, engulfing the demon in a huge fireball. The demon writhes and shrieks in unbearable pain within the flames. The inferno completely consumes the demon's body. Woo-wah, introduced as the powerful flaming flower and high-ranking emissary of Watchman, stands amid the fire with her weapon. Outside the rift area, ambulances rush through the city toward the burning site. Young-woo's companion excitedly comments on seeing the famed flaming flower in person and admits she made his heart race. Young-woo reflects that he only came because Watchman provoked Jung-gangmun, notes the long-standing conflict between successor Kwan Woo-hyun and great emissary Woo-wah, and predicts Watchman's internal strife will intensify. At Watchman, members call for stretchers as they deal with numerous injured from the battle. Watchman's leader praises Woo-wah for helping defeat a grade 8 demon and expresses fatherly pride, which she gratefully acknowledges. Woo-hyun inwardly curses that his plan to gain recognition was ruined by the monster and resents Woo-wah for receiving all the credit. Consumed by jealousy, Woo-hyun shoves aside a subordinate and vows he will not let this humiliation go. He loudly congratulates his father for the demon's defeat and suggests quickly publicizing Watchman's accomplishment to reporters. The father explodes at Woo-hyun's vanity, scolding him for thinking of publicity while their warriors lie injured and questioning his worthiness as successor. He tells Woo-hwan he is increasingly disappointed, orders him to get lost, and cannot even bear to look at him. Woo-hyun silently trembles with rage and humiliation after being rebuked. Elsewhere in the compound, members report still more injured while the main hall is already full. Woo-wah calmly takes charge, ordering everyone to send the wounded to the hospital and prioritize the most severely hurt. Woo-hyun approaches Woo-wah and asks to talk with her privately. Woo-wah, busy managing the aftermath, tells him to speak here if he has something to say. Woo-hyun grumbles internally that she acts like a gatekeeper now just because their father made her great emissary, but reassures himself that their father would never pick a woman as successor. Outwardly smiling, he claims it is nothing serious and says acquaintances want him to introduce Woo-wah to some eligible men. Woo-wah reminds him of their father's earlier scolding and questions if now is really the time to discuss her marriage prospects. Woo-hyun argues they can leave this clean up to the warriors, points out that she cannot meddle in sect matters forever, and suggests she marry while still young like her peers. Woo-wah admits she has been thinking about it, and wonders if she should pursue a man she has recently grown to like. Surprised that the famous flaming flower actually likes someone, Woo-hyun eagerly asks who it is. Woo-wah imagines Young-woo fondly, saying the Iron Squad's leader they met earlier seems suitable. Woo-hyun is horrified that she likes the weasel-looking Young-woo from rival sect Jung-gangmun, but she shrugs and asks what is wrong with that. He angrily reminds her that Jung-gangmun is currently trying to take over Valiant Gate, and demands how she can like someone from that enemy sect. Woo-wah snaps back that he is overreacting, insisting she only finds Young-woo somewhat cool. Woo-hyun accuses her of harboring ulterior motives, suspecting she plans to seduce Young-woo and join forces with Jung-gangmun to push him out. Shocked and hurt, Woo-wah asks how her own brother could say such a thing about her. Storming off, Woo-hyun vows that he will prove the difference between them and declares a woman like her will never surpass him. Woo-wah reflects that his behavior worsened after their father appointed her great emissary. She recalls that Woo-hyun has always felt inferior to her, that she would have yielded the gatekeeper title for the sect's sake, but now sees him as someone who misuses the sect for himself and believes gender should no longer bar her from leadership. Resolving herself, Woo-wah vows to gain power on her own and never yield to her brother. At school, Hyerin sits dangerously on a rooftop praying, while people below call for her to come down. Her teacher frantically warns her she could be badly hurt if she falls and begs her to descend. Young-woo and his friend arrive. The man addresses Hyerin's guardian Chongwon and asks why she is up there, prompting a weary response. Chongwon explains Hyerin claims she is soothing a broken heart, muttering that she has watched too many dramas. Young-woo's friend teases that Hyerin acts like the world is ending because she found out Young-woo is dating Hara, implying this situation is his fault. Chongwon adds that Hyerin said she is praying to the sun and moon on the roof, and he cannot understand how girls think. Young-woo privately grumbles that her behavior is troublesome and makes it seem like he cheated on her. He lightly leaps onto the roof, thinking he can push hardened warriors to their limit but cannot bring himself to be harsh with Hyerin, whom he treats like a younger sister. Sitting beside her, Young-woo gently tells Hyerin it is dangerous and suggests they go down, but she insists she is fine. Internally he complains that he is the one not okay yet outwardly continues coaxing her down. Hyerin stubbornly refuses to leave until the sun and moon grant her wish, claiming she will not fall despite his safety concerns. Youngwoo thinks her stubbornness is in her blood and briefly considers breaking the roof, but realizes she would just find another rooftop. He relents and declares he will wait with her. Hyeon's mood brightens instantly, and she asks if he really will. Youngwoo realizes she was just waiting to hear that promise and tells her they will wait together for 10 years. Overjoyed, Hyeon seals the promise and leaps into his arms. Youngwoo reflects that people's hearts change easily and assumes Hyeon will outgrow this crush once she reaches adulthood. He muses that first love does not always have to end, as he launches off the roof with her. Later, Youngwoo meets a boisterous ally who gleefully says he heard Youngwoo finally decided to date Hyeon. The man jokingly asks to call Youngwoo his son-in-law, while Youngwoo insists they not misunderstand and says he is only trying not to hurt Hyeon. The ally replies that a promise is a promise but radically adds that they should now declare war on China. Youngwoo is baffled and repeats that he wants to declare war on China. The muscular ally checks Youngwoo's forehead, wondering if he is sick for suggesting something so outrageous. Youngwoo reminds him of earlier warnings that once China's great sects settle internal issues, they will attempt to invade Korean Murim. He argues that a unified China is dangerous and proposes striking them now while they are distracted by internal conflicts to cause confusion at minimal cost. The ally enthusiastically agrees, shouting that the side to strike first wins and they should crush the Chinese Murim. Youngwoo counters that a full war is overwhelming and proposes instead that his ally infiltrate Chinese Murim first to destabilize it from within. The ally realizes Youngwoo plans to start with a smaller localized conflict. Youngwoo slyly confirms and hints that the right opportunity will soon appear. He narrates that this opportunity will come through Peng Sejiai, who is returning to the powerful house of Ping in Hebei. The scene shifts to Ilwa Group's headquarters building. Protesters outside Ilwa Group demand an investigation into ties with the Darkness Guild and the truth about Kang Hyunwoo. As Kang Hyunwoo's case becomes public, a dark figure associated with the Darkness Guild is shown moving in the shadows. Narration explains that Ilwa Group is hit by a scandal storm, and its stock prices plunge. Because of this, Chairman Kang Chulman's position within Ilwa Group becomes precarious. At a shareholder meeting, executives angrily question Kang Chulman about hiring a hitman to kill a director and blame him for the falling stock price, demanding accountability. Kang Chulman apologizes for the scandal caused by his son but tells shareholders there is a hidden conspiracy behind the incident. When someone offers to investigate, an elderly man abruptly enters, and the executives react with shock. The newcomer is revealed as Kang Gu-kwon, 85-year-old founder of Ilwa Group, who had been retired for health reasons. Gu-kwon furiously denounces his son Chulman as a disappointment unfit to run even his own family and orders him to step down as chairman. Chulman refuses, shouting that he is the one who raised Ilwa Group to its current state and that he, not his father, is the rightful chairman. His younger brother Kang Chuljin criticizes him for causing the crisis and mocks his arrogance, intensifying the confrontation. Chuljin calmly suggests Chulman resign before further embarrassment, and narration introduces him as the second son who harbors many grievances against his elder brother. Encouraged by Chuljin, other shareholders loudly demand that Kang Chulman take responsibility and resign. Under mounting pressure, even Gu-kwon agrees that Chulman must step down, and the hall echoes with calls for his resignation. In anger, Chulman slams his fist down, symbolizing his ousting. Later, pacing outside the meeting, Chulman curses the shareholders for expelling him and vows revenge. His younger siblings Chulhee and Heejin approach, expressing concern and saying they were looking for him. Chulhee, the third son, confidently assures his brother that he will lend him strength. Heejin, the youngest daughter, also smiles and urges him to trust her. Narration states that previously uninvolved in the power struggle, Chulman now allies with his youngest brother and sister to launch a rebellion against Chuljin, initially shifting momentum to their side. Soon after, the elderly founder collapses from illness and is rushed to the hospital, with Chuljin panicking over his father's condition. Narration explains that Gu-kwon's collapse radically changes the situation. Seizing the chance, Chulman uses the combined stakes of the three siblings to become interim chairman of Ilwa Group. At his inauguration, it is announced that major shareholders representing about half the company's stock have voted. Kang Chulman triumphantly proclaims himself interim chairman again and vows to lead Ilwa Group once more. He challenges anyone dissatisfied with the result to speak up, but the board members remain silent. A secretary informs him that President Ha of Han Young Industries has arrived, and Chulman agrees to receive him. Young-woo, now in a suit, enters Chulman's office and politely congratulates him on regaining the chairmanship. Chulman demands to know why Young-woo is here, while Young-woo says Jung Gang-mun has done enough regarding their case and hints he has come for other reasons. Young-woo formally offers congratulations on behalf of Han Young's president, while thinking privately that Chulman is a snake focused only on power even after his son's death. Chulman inwardly complains that Young-woo forced him to compensate Jung Gang-mun and now appears to ask for more, brusquely telling him to state his business and leave. Young-woo says he is done with formalities and casually mentions that they recovered some data left by Darkness Guild Master Choi Kyung-hwan after Jung Gang-mun killed him. He explains that the data shows Choi planned to shake Ilwa Group and includes who hired the Darkness Guild along with detailed transaction records. Horrified, Chulman realizes this evidence could bring down Ilwa Group if it reaches investigators and curses Choi for dragging them into ruin. He slams the table and demands whether Young-woo is threatening him. Young-woo calmly replies that he only wants a mutually beneficial arrangement. Chulman thinks Young-woo is exploiting his weakness yet resolves not to be led by Jung-gae-man, deciding he must secure more shares to protect his management rights. He coldly declares he will pretend the conversation never happened and orders Young-woo to leave. Young-woo accepts, saying he understands Chulman's thoughts and hopes he makes the right choice. After Young-woo departs, Chulman mutters that if they do not want mutual destruction, it is Jung-gae-man who must decide wisely. Left alone in the conference room, Chulman broods over the situation. He then checks with an aide whether the conversation was properly recorded. The aide reports that all video from Young-woo's entrance to his exit has mysteriously been erased, and Chulman realizes Young-woo anticipated this and angrily calls him a weasel. Outside, Young-woo reflects that Ilwa Group's bankruptcy would damage the national economy and predicts the government would bail them out with public funds. He notes that Ilwa Group provides vast employment yet is rotten, focusing on power struggles instead of reflecting on its corruption. Young-woo concludes they must first remove Kang Chulman's family from Ilwa Group, observing that Chulman currently leads in the management battle but is running out of personal funds. He plans to starve them of money, incite internal conflict, and then finish them off once they are drained. As he walks, Young-woo brushes past a hooded man in a red sweatshirt and instinctively reacts. He looks back in surprise at the stranger walking away. Young-woo senses something off and wonders what that presence was. The hooded man, face partially hidden by cap and glasses, continues on with a sinister air. Grinning, the hooded figure reports through some channel that they have located Ha Young-woo, identifying himself as Gold Knight, with unknown affiliation. Narration shifts to Hyper Factory of Han Young Industries, explaining the company is enjoying its greatest boom with assets soaring to mid-sized company levels. In a company meeting, an executive explains that registering as a new corporation and being classified mid-sized will raise requirements and taxes. One manager silently worries that as the business grows, there are many complicated issues to consider. The speaker asks the president for his decision, while Young-woo listens, calling the situation a headache. Young-woo calmly sips tea, drawing a frustrated inner reaction from his father who thinks, this kid is too relaxed. His father asks why Young-woo is so quiet today when he usually leads discussions. Young-woo reminds him that in public he should be addressed by his title of president, not as a son. The father suppresses irritation, thinking it is pointless to argue with his own child in front of others. Young-woo reveals he anticipated these issues and already formed legal and finance teams 2 weeks earlier to handle the urgent corporate law matters. The executives applaud, praising Young-woo's foresight and capability as director. Young-woo's father inwardly marvels at having such an exceptional son and feels proud yet humbled. Young-woo casually tells his father, now president, to prepare himself, prompting confusion about what he means. He answers that a very frightening guest, even by his standards, will soon arrive. At that moment, a fierce old man bursts into the meeting room shouting for Ha Young-woo to come out immediately. Young-woo's father recognizes the intruder with horror and stammers in shock. The newcomer is revealed as his formidable father-in-law, who angrily accuses Young-woo of stealing away his trusted attorney. Young-woo lightly replies that the attorney seemed idle so he gave him real work, while the old man fumes that an attorney is not supposed to be used like that. Young-woo lightly complains to Hara's grandfather about only sending him a single lawyer despite being his grandson-in-law. Hara's furious grandfather scolds Young-woo for never calling her, while Young-woo blames modern social media and realizes Hara told him everything. The grandfather warns Young-woo to take things seriously or he will cancel his plans, but Young-woo flatters him and notes he is hardworking even on business trips. The offended grandfather demands to know why this youngster is speaking as if he knows his entire character. Young-woo calmly says he knows enough to be sure the old man is here for business, not personal reasons. A companion scolds Young-woo for his disrespectful attitude toward his grandfather-in-law. Young-woo reveals he knows Daehan Group has been investing heavily in rift-related ventures, shocking the grandfather. Someone grabs Jung-woo's wrist to stop him from escalating. Young-woo suggests they move somewhere quieter to talk, leaving his father-in-law behind. Security guards stand at the door of a private room where the meeting will occur. Inside, the grandfather asks how Young-woo knows about Daehan's plans, and Young-woo lists the rift stones, minerals, and demon corpses they are investing in. The grandfather admits Young-woo is correct and explains he invested in rift-related resources to prepare his business for future dependence on them. Young-woo proposes a joint investment between his Hyper Factory and Daehan Group and offers to negotiate terms. The grandfather spits out his drink in shock at being treated as an equal partner. He protests that such a deal would put Hyper Factory on equal footing with Daehan Group and doubts it is realistic. Young-woo hints that the famous martial group Jung-gae-man would also join the investment. Hearing Jung-gae-man's name, the grandfather imagines their battle prowess and starts to consider the idea. He envisions Jung-gae-man supplying them with a steady stream of rift cores. Convinced by Jung-gae-man's involvement, the grandfather agrees to a joint investment, praising the reliable gatekeeper Lee Ho-guk. Young-woo, thinking of Ho-guk's loud personality, remarks that the grandfather does not know the man's true nature. Young-woo then says that if they do form a joint plan, he wants a favor in return, prompting the grandfather to ask what he desires. Young-woo requests Daehan Group's help in securing the shares of the Ilwa Group. The grandfather connects this request with Ilwa Group's recent troubles and suspects Jungwa's side is behind them. Jungwoo feigns ignorance and claims he only needs Ilwa's patent, sidestepping responsibility. The grandfather insists there is no point pretending and says Jungwoo will not confess under questioning. The grandfather reflects that although Daehan outranks Ilwa financially, Ilwa leads them in Rift technology. He reasons that Ilwa is ahead in the Rift field and would never willingly give up its shares. Jungwoo predicts Ilwa will soon face a major internal power struggle once their ailing leader worsens, creating a chance to seize shares. The grandfather thinks that pressuring Ilwa now, before its power structure stabilizes, might work and decides to proceed with the joint investment. Jungwoo reflects that Kang Choman will pay a financial price to obtain Choi Jangwon's data, money that will flow through Daehan to buy Ilwa shares. Jungwoo smugly imagines Kang Choman later realizing he funded his enemies, though he will only understand after everything is finished. Time shifts to a modern Twin Tower complex where the upcoming Valiant Gate Union meeting will be held. Jungwoo's group arrives in the parking garage in their car. They hurriedly exit the vehicle, opening all doors at once. Gangchin and another man complain about barely arriving on time and about their father's terrible sleeping habits and loud snoring during the drive. Jungwoo confirms with a large man that the Valiant Gate Union meeting is on the top floor of this building. The large man explains that Gyeonmamin allows public use of most floors while reserving the entire top floor exclusively for the Federation, impressing Jungwoo. Jungwoo checks his watch, notes they are early, and suggests they eat first. The others are surprised at his enthusiasm, but Jungwoo says they need energy and mentions a sushi restaurant he researched on the first floor. The big man happily claims Jungwoo's taste is improving from hanging around him, while Jungwoo insists he chooses better food. A spread of assorted sushi is served, representing their impending feast. Jungwoo tells everyone to dig in, and his comrades marvel that he is treating them to such high-quality sushi. Jungwoo reveals he is actually using a corporate credit card given by the general manager, so his friends should thank the GM instead. Gangchin complains that using the company card feels like cheating since he loosened his pants expecting Jungwoo to pay personally. Jungwoo remembers that Gangchin voraciously devours sushi until he is stuffed, recalling an incident where a buffet banned him. Gangchin, worried that excessive food charges might trouble the GM and pleased he might not gain weight, reluctantly eats slowly and modestly. The big man scolds Gangchin for skimping on food, reminding him he should not worry about saving money on meals. He promises to handle the GM issue himself, and tells his son to just eat as much as he wants, which excites Gangchin. Gangchin praises his father, who declares that warriors need full stomachs before heading to battle. Jungwoo nervously asks if they really intend to cause a fight at the meeting. The big man grins and answers that of course he might fight if he does not like something. With that settled, the group happily begins devouring the sushi in earnest. Elsewhere in the lobby, staff apologize to a robed swordsman gatekeeper for making him walk unnecessarily due to parking confusion. The swordsman, Kim Monsoon of Doheeman and a Valiant Gate member with misophobia, complains about Seoul's dirty air and demands to be led quickly to the meeting. On his way in, Kim Monsoon notices a crowd gawking at the sushi restaurant and wonders if that gluttonous family is inside. Diners outside remark that the cooks are exhausted as Jungwoo's group seemingly drinks sushi, stunned by the mountain of empty plates piled up. Jungwoo, worried about the credit limit, urges his companions to stop eating since it is time to go. The big man and another finally wipe their mouths, saying they should avoid overeating and pretend to value moderation. Observers are horrified to learn their idea of moderate eating is 400 plates, wondering if this is how they celebrate after slaying demons. The big man later jokes that calling Lee Ho-guk the silent gatekeeper is laughable, given his talkative nature. Kim Monsoon appears and insults him as a filthy pig. Gangchin and another rush to restrain their enraged father before he attacks. Despite them, the father charges Kim Monsoon, shouting his name in fury. Kim Monsoon eagerly accepts the challenge and rushes forward as well. Gangchin tackles his father to stop him, shouting that he cannot fight here. Even so, Kim Monsoon's earlier blow has already gouged the floor, showing the clash's destructive force. Gangchin begs his father to calm down and notice the chaos around them. Onlookers think the Doheeman gatekeeper is the aggressor and call him violent, joking that his brain is made of muscles. The big man prepares himself again, pulling at his clothes as tension builds. Instead of escalating, he laughs, apologizes to Kim Monsoon for overreacting, and diffuses the situation. Spectators praise the Jumgangmun gatekeeper for frankly admitting fault, while Kim Monsoon seethes internally at being made look bad. Kim Monsoon yells that he will not forgive Lee Ho-guk for mocking him, and reaches for his swords again. Senior gatekeepers arrive and scold them, saying the Valiant Gate meeting has not even started and already they are about to fight. Kim Monsoon argues Lee Ho-guk provoked him, but the leader retorts that fighting over personal grudges in front of citizens is unacceptable. Citizens excitedly recognize the Valiant Gate gatekeepers and praise them for eliminating rifts, mentioning Jumgangmun, Watchunmin, and Gyeonmamin. Hearing the crowd call them heroes, Kim Monsoon glares and swears to get revenge on Lee Ho-guk later. Guards stand outside the conference room as the gatekeeper leaders convene inside. The Valiant Gate Union meeting formally begins. Elsewhere, Jungwoo and Gangchin discuss why their uncle always fights Doheeman's gatekeeper, hearing it stems from an earlier incident. A flashback shows Lee Ho-guk eating messily at a past dinner with Kim Monsoon, splattering food everywhere. Hoguk complains about how tough the meat is, ripping into it with his teeth. Bits of meat and sauce fly onto the pristine clothes of the misophobic Kim Monsoon. Disgusted by the filth, Kim Monsoon snaps, calling Hoguk a pig and refusing to eat with him. Hoguk, meat still in his mouth, angrily reacts to being called a pig. Gangchin explains that Kim Monsoon's misophobia made him explode, leading to a huge but inconclusive fight with his sloppy father. A dynamic image recalls their fierce clash, emphasizing Do-heeman's strength despite his rural seclusion. Gangchin adds that Kim Monsoon is not very active but is known to be extremely powerful, which explains their rivalry. Yongwoo internally notes that Do-heeman's gatekeeper is cunning and vengeful, the type who is dangerous if he loses. Later, Yongwoo and Gangchin are surprised when a familiar red-haired woman approaches them. The woman greets them cheerfully, and the two men awkwardly respond. Gangchin enthusiastically says hello, clearly flustered by her presence. Yongwoo compares her former glamorous appearance to her current softer look and silently notes how different she seems with lighter makeup. The woman suddenly asks Yongwoo to go on a date, pressing close to him. Yongwoo thinks she is openly seducing him but refuses, saying he already has someone. She insists it does not matter, claiming she feels depressed and wants his company, and asks what he thinks. Gangchin butts in, volunteering himself as her date instead. She immediately brushes him off, saying she already feels better, leaving him stunned. Yongwoo coldly tells her to stop probing them and testing their reactions. Her expression distorts with anger at being called out. She suddenly launches into an acrobatic attack, flipping away from them while striking the floor. She lands in a fighting stance, clearly ready to battle. Gangchin stares bewildered, unable to grasp what just happened. The woman steels herself, thinking with certainty about what she sensed from Yongwoo earlier. She recalls a brief sensation as if she had been cut, and wonders what strange power Yongwoo just used. Yongwoo wonders if he imagined it, then taunts her for being surprised. He points out that she has been trying to gauge their strength, and says she already learned enough about them. Yongwoo casually mentions that Watchman's heir refused to attend the meeting and sent his little sister instead, implying he knows their internal issues. She realizes he is aware of Watchman's family problems, and angrily warns him not to speak lightly of her brother. Yongwoo accuses her of hypocrisy for defending her brother after betraying him, provoking her further. Gangchin interrupts by calling for Yongwoo and himself, bringing news from the meeting. Their excited companion announces that the meeting decided to hold a martial arts tournament. Gangchin and the red-haired woman react in shock to the idea of a tournament. The friend explains the tournament will showcase promising sect members to raise the Valiant Gate Union's prestige and strengthen unity. A narration recaps that Kan Hyunwoo of Ilwa Group once approached Yuhara of Daehan Group, leading to a conflict with Yongwoo. The blonde man continues that Kan Hyunwoo then became entangled with the Darkness Guild and the Peng family, only for Jung Gangmun to resolve the mess. He wonders aloud whether Jung's repeated involvement in these affairs is just coincidence. Speaking privately with a hooded subordinate, he asks how Yongwoo fits into all these incidents. The masked subordinate tells him not to worry, promising he is already watching Ha Yongwoo closely. In a lighter scene, a chibi keychain of Lee Hoguk labeled Sky-Breaking Smash delights someone who gushes about its cuteness. Schoolgirls outside idolize the keychain, calling Hoguk cute and heroic for stopping monsters, while another student grumbles that they are being fooled by a mere muscle man. The girls overhear the criticism and angrily confront the boy, who realizes they heard every word. Embarrassed, he apologizes and flees, leaving the girls incredulous. A new day dawns over the school building. The sane boy walks to school thinking it is wrong that Ha Yongwoo's achievements are being credited entirely to Lee Hoguk. Yongwoo and Gangchin, now in school uniforms, discuss ongoing online criticism of Jung Gangmun and a particularly influential anonymous writer whom Gangchin half-jokingly says they should hunt down. The nervous boy, secretly that writer Baek Jang Seo, realizes they are looking for him. He worries that if they discover he is Jung Gangmun Gigeki, he might be torn apart, so he decides to lay low. Gangchin changes the subject and tells Yongwoo that their classmate Yoon Jong is returning to school today. Yongwoo reflects that she must have been deeply traumatized during her absence. At the school shelter, the narration identifies the quiet spot where students can rest. Yoon Jong sits alone on a bench under the shelter, waiting. Yongwoo approaches, greets her after the long break, and asks how she is feeling. She shyly smiles in response. Yongwoo sits beside her, advising that life involves many hardships and sometimes forgetting painful events is the best remedy. Yoon Jong suddenly laughs, prompting Yongwoo to ask why. She says his advice makes him sound like someone who has lived a very long life. Yongwoo thinks to himself that he actually has, having reincarnated several times, and feels relieved that she seems to be recovering. She then asks if his mana has advanced to the 7th circle since they last met, wondering if its purity changed. Hearing that he barely passed the 7th circle, she is stunned, thinking how she spent over 10 years reaching only the 6th and marveling at his absurd talent. Curious, she asks permission to verify his mana herself, and Yongwoo agrees without hesitation. She reflects that revealing a magician's circle is like exposing all their secrets. Surprised he so easily offers his hand as she grips it with magic. Feeling the overwhelming mana, she realizes Yongwoo has surpassed the 7th circle and wields an unfamiliar, highly refined control technique. Yongwoo explains that this method is his own independently developed New Age control, joking about possibly naming it after himself. Yoon-jong is shocked that someone who has studied magic for less than a year claims to have created his own mana control technique. Noticing her disbelief, Young-woo suggests they compare their manas directly so she can feel the difference, leaving the choice to her. When she agrees, Young-woo channels his mana into her, and she senses 7th circle power flooding in. A powerful magic circle forms beneath them, lifting them as Young-woo pours mana into her hand. Overwhelmed, Yoon-jong exclaims that it is insane and recognizes the sensation as the opening of the 7th circle. She urges herself to endure just a bit more mana to fully break through. Young-woo gently asks Yoon-jong to stop there, snapping her out of it as she realizes how far they have already gone. Yoon-young, flustered, thanks Young-woo for stopping her before she lost control. Young-woo congratulates her on mastering the 7th circle, internally noting her genius-level progress in mana and celestial power control. Yoon-young credits Young-woo for helping her reach the 7th circle so quickly, and though he checks on her condition she insists she is fine, just startled. Young-woo thinks he meant to teach Hara first but decides Yoon-young's loyalty merits learning too, saying she can repay him with dinner. Yoon-young, boasting that she is heir of Gyeonmin, insists dinner is too small a reward as she sits excitedly beside him. A senior arrives with a blonde man, saying he knew Young-woo would be with Yoon-young and that this newcomer has been looking for her. Yoon-young is shocked to see her cousin Luke Allen, an arrogant 7th circle magician and eldest son of the wealthy Allen family, who says he has found where she has been hiding. Young-woo wonders how this foreign-looking man can be Yoon-young's brother. Luke cruelly compares Yoon-young to her mother, accusing them of running to an undeveloped country to live shamelessly, and Yoon-young angrily defends her mom. When Yoon-young protests his insult, Luke mocks her for talking back and provokes by belittling her further. Remembering being called inferior blood and driven from the family, Yoon-young grimly endures the trauma. Narration explains the Allen family is one of America's 5 richest clans whose small numbers and immense wealth let them dominate the U.S. Yoon-young recounts that her mother was born as an illegitimate Allen child. The flashback shows her mother suffering extreme discrimination and being ordered to stay shut in her room like an unwanted creature. As a child she is locked in that room, the door ominously banging. Servants discuss that she has been confined for about a week. Exhausted from confinement, young mom collapses on the floor. Weak and trembling, she timidly asks if she may finally go outside. An unseen elder coldly remarks that she is tenacious to survive such treatment. Unable to endure more abuse, Yoon-young's mother runs away upon reaching adulthood and flees to Korea. There she marries Gyeonmin's gatekeeper and later gives birth to Yoon-young. Thus Luke Allen, sole heir of the Allen family, is actually Yoon-young's cousin now confronting her. Back in the present, Yoon-young tells Luke she wants nothing to do with him and orders him to stay away from her and her friends. Enraged at being told what to do, Luke raises his hand to strike her. Before the blow can land, someone grabs his wrist mid-swing. Young-woo blocks Luke's hand and comments that only ignorant people lash out physically first. Red-eyed, Young-woo asks Yoon-young if he should teach this guy a painful lesson. Luke sneers at Young-woo's threat, amused that a student wants to lecture him. Young-woo darkly asks whether Luke would rather have him bury him right here. The senior who escorted Luke explodes in anger, saying he only guided Luke because he was polite, and now regrets how Luke spoke to Yoon-young. The senior is suddenly confused as something unexpected happens in front of him. Luke casually unleashes a powerful spell that slams the senior into the ground with a massive impact. Badly hurt but conscious, the senior realizes how overwhelmingly strong Luke is. Young-woo comments that the senior was just holding Luke a moment ago, but now his opponent has vanished. Yoon-young panics and begs Young-woo and Gang-cheon to stop since this is her problem, and they must not cross the Allen family. Luke reappears behind Gang-cheon in a swirl of magic, hurling racist insults and mocking him as an animal. He taunts Gang-cheon with more slurs, repeating and clarifying his demeaning nickname. Gang-cheon, furious, prepares to retaliate against Luke. Gang-cheon charges in, shouting that he will kill Luke with his own hands. Yoon-young screams that Gang-cheon cannot hope to defeat Luke. Luke easily blocks Gang-cheon's punch with magic, mocking such primitive fighting as his power flares. Gang-cheon is stunned as Luke warns that he has no time even to be surprised. A dark magic circle opens toward Gang-cheon, alarming him. Luke blasts Gang-cheon with destructive magic, sending him screaming. Young-woo coolly observes that Luke just used magic surpassing ordinary 7th circle spells, a level above Yoon-young's current ability. Bruised and groaning, Gang-cheon wonders in awe what kind of power Luke is using. Young-woo asks if Gang-cheon is already giving up as he watches him struggle to stand. Gang-cheon yells that he is not giving up and orders Young-woo not to interfere because he insists on finishing this himself. He launches his own martial technique called Flashing Feet, kicking at Luke with all his strength. Luke activates his defensive spell Steel Skin, hardening his body. Gang-cheon's kick crashes into Luke's armored face, shocking him when it fails to do serious damage. Luke smiles as his strengthened body shrugs off the attack. Gang-cheon is stunned, realizing his assault only hurt his own foot. Now limping in agony, he hops in circles while Luke looks on amused. Young-woo, analyzing, admits Luke is impressive for instantly using Steel Skin to protect himself. Luke then snaps his fingers to cast lightning, electrocuting the already injured Gang-cheon. As Gang-cheon collapses smoking on the ground, Luke dismisses the fight as a mere monkey show. Holding a ball of fire, Luke turns toward Youngwoo and vows to roast the so-called yellow gorilla as well. Suddenly something makes Luke's eyes widen in alarm. A huge explosion erupts nearby as Youngwoo fires a devastating blue energy kick from afar. Youngwoo, his leg wreathed in blue flame, wonders aloud if his attack missed its target. Luke reveals he evaded the blast by using the teleportation spell warp, boasting that such magic is beyond what he calls yellow monkeys. He lunges in again with a Circle 7 spell, charging within a vortex of magic. Youngwoo watches an enormous fiery explosion and remarks that he did not expect to see such firepower used at school. Smirking, Luke acknowledges Youngwoo has tricks of his own and again insults him as another yellow monkey. Youngwoo snarls back, demanding to know who Luke is calling yellow monkey number 2. Luke admits he planned just a light warning but now feels compelled to escalate. Surrounded by a massive red magic circle, Luke declares he has changed his mind and will kill Youngwoo, whom he calls an ignorant lowlife. As Luke prepares an attack called Stonewall, Yoonyoung frantically begs her cousin to stop. Yoonyoung also shouts at Youngwoo to stop intervening because this is her family's issue. Luke derides Yoonyoung for daring to oppose him and questions her sanity. Yoonyoung retorts that he is the insane one for casting destructive 7th circle magic on campus. Luke laughs, accusing her of stealing his family's mana control and saying her mother's dirty blood shows in her behavior. Yoonyoung insists that whatever curse he places on her, this is still Unique Special School and any outside troublemaker will face the entire Unique Alliance. Members of the Unique Alliance begin gathering, curious about the commotion and noting that a fight seems to be happening. Some students question whether an outsider is allowed to cause such a disturbance, while one girl is briefly distracted by how handsome Luke looks. The big student angrily dismisses that remark and threatens the girl jokingly as they argue. Seeing the growing audience, Luke grins ominously. He mocks Yoonyoung for thinking she can use the Unique Alliance to threaten the mighty Allen family. Yoonyoung is terrified by how little her warning has affected him. Luke proclaims that a mere swarm of flies like them cannot stop him and invites them to play. Youngwoo accepts the challenge, saying they should try it. With a sinister smile, he adds that he also wants to test the true power of 7th circle magic. Just then a helicopter approaches, and Luke says he would like to crush them now but has no reason to waste more energy today. A rope ladder drops from the helicopter. Luke grabs the ladder to depart. As he ascends, Luke calls down to Youngwoo, promising to show him a full circus the next time they meet. Dangling from the helicopter, he orders Youngwoo to stay put and wait for that day. Watching him leave, Youngwoo thinks to himself that he expected as much and finds the situation intriguing. The scene shifts to a hospital building, indicating time has passed. Visiting the injured Gangcheon, Youngwoo is asked why he let Luke go, and he replies by asking if Gangcheon really wanted to keep fighting. Gangcheon insists he does, saying he was caught off guard before and that scum like Luke should be silenced. Youngwoo calmly states that Luke Allen is undeniably stronger than Gangcheon and currently too much for him. Gangcheon says he will be discharged tomorrow and asks Youngwoo to hide it from his father, while Youngwoo comments enviously on his sturdy body and leaves. Youngwoo reaches for the door handle as he exits the room. He reflects that the powerful Allen family effectively controls the United States, which has only recently been challenged by China. He notes that despite appearances the US remains the world's strongest nation, with the Allen family as one of its 5 main supporting pillars. Economically, he muses, no one can rival the Allen family. For the Korean martial clan Jumgangmun to rise against such a powerhouse is remarkable. Youngwoo reasons that with the valiant Gate Union striving for unity, the Allen family would not have come to Korea solely over Yoonyoung. He recalls Yoonyoung tearfully asking him never to fight the Allen family. She stresses that the Allen family's scale and influence are beyond anything he can imagine. Youngwoo understands her fear of their overwhelming power but questions what it matters if they are like an impregnable fortress. Deciding that he only needs to tear that fortress down, he walks through the city unaware a hooded man is shadowing him. The hooded stalker, plotting against Youngwoo, wonders how best to take him down and hopes to receive quick approval for his plan. Youngwoo suddenly appears behind the stalker, recognizing him as the man who bumped into him before and asking who he really is. The stalker panics internally, realizing he has been noticed. A teleportation portal suddenly opens in front of Youngwoo, surprising him. He watches the portal curiously, asking what is happening. The stalker uses the magic circle to teleport away to another location. Reappearing elsewhere, he grudgingly admits Youngwoo is sharper than expected for recognizing him. Youngwoo, having followed via teleportation mark the stalker left on him, confronts him for daring to tag his body last time. The stalker is stunned that Youngwoo not only followed his teleport but also realized he had been marked. Deciding now is not the time to test who is stronger, the stalker chooses to retreat for the moment, while vowing to return. Youngwoo sighs that this whole situation is annoying. He states he despises male stalkers and slams a powerful attack into the ground. The stalker flees at high speed while wondering what Youngwoo's true identity is, resolving to observe him from farther away. Suddenly he senses something and looks back in shock. Youngwoo's attack slams into him midair, sending him screaming. The blast drives him violently through trees and earth, carving a huge trench. Bloodied in the crater, he curses Youngwoo. Youngwoo appears and kicks him hard in the face. Standing over him with a glowing aura, Youngwoo demands he honestly explain who he is and why he has been tailing him. Something then startles Youngwoo, making him look up abruptly. A massive stone block comes crashing down toward him from above. It explodes on impact, engulfing the area in a huge blast. When the dust clears, only a towering stone pillar remains embedded in the shattered ground. Youngwoo steps unharmed onto the top of the pillar. Looking over the forest and city, he notes that the stalker has run away. Youngwoo reflects that with the Allen family already appearing and someone else spying on him, events are becoming interesting. Narration notes that despite Youngwoo's insight, he is still looking in the wrong direction. Elsewhere, a man in black asks through an earpiece if preparations are complete. Another operative confirms he is ready outside a door. At the command to enter, the operative kicks the door in. The story jumps back to 1 week before this incident, showing a high-rise apartment building. Inside an apartment, a woman cooks peacefully in the kitchen. In his room, Youngwoo meditates in midair, having reached the 9th stage of the 7th magic circle. Opening his eyes, he judges his progress as satisfactory. His younger relative Soo-yeon bursts in with a flying kick, calling him a hypocrite. She keeps physically attacking as he asks if she ever gets tired of doing this. She yells for him to shut up and calls him a liar. Soo-yeon accuses him of lying and demands to know what he is talking about on a Sunday morning. She shouts that he broke his promise by not going to visit her friend Soyoung. Youngwoo is confused, asking who Soyoung is. A flashback shows Soo-yeon's cheerful friend Soyoung, who enjoyed being around Youngwoo. In another memory, Soyoung gushes over Youngwoo while he cooks, praising him and asking him to look after Soo-yeon. Youngwoo had complimented Soo-yeon on choosing such a smart friend. Soo-yeon reminds him that he promised to contact Soyoung but never spoke to her again, proving he lied. The flashback continues with Soyoung saying she will wait for Youngwoo to contact her, and him casually agreeing as he waves goodbye. Back in the present, Youngwoo protests that he was only being polite when he said that, wondering if this is really such a serious issue. Soo-yeon angrily tells Youngwoo that the girl he agreed to date is still waiting for him to contact her. Youngwoo, flustered, is pressed on what he will do about the situation. Soo-yeon yells that Soyoung is furious and ignoring her, blaming Youngwoo and demanding he fix it. Youngwoo flashes a handful of cash, shocking Soo-yeon. Soo-yeon internally curses that her brother is trying to solve everything with money again. Youngwoo smugly produces an even larger wad of bills, asking if this is enough. Soo-yeon trembles, thinking that although this amount is pocket change for Youngwoo, it is huge for her, yet she resolves not to give in. Youngwoo increases the offer to 600,000 won, implying she has grown but testing her resolve. Soo-yeon dives to snatch the money while Youngwoo turns away, startled. Soo-yeon, now serious, says she will talk to Soyoung and warns that money alone will not solve the issue, vowing to one day expose Youngwoo's true nature. Youngwoo replies that she can only do that if she surpasses him, while she wonders why she still has not reached grade 6 as he once praised. Youngwoo notes that even reaching grade 6 is impressive and says maybe in 5 years he will see her as a worthy rival. Youngwoo teases her about living in his shadow and suggests she could join a fan club and date a powerful guild master, while Soo-yeon insists she will find someone better and he tells her to focus on finding someone stronger than him. Later, Soo-yeon worries she will grow old alone and wonders where she could ever meet someone stronger than her brother. She notices a letter on the table and excitedly asks Youngwoo if it is a love letter. Youngwoo explains he found the letter in the academy's box office, and Soo-yeon eagerly urges him, grinning, to open it. Reading it aloud, they discover it is a message demanding 200 handwritten copies within 3 days or misfortune will fall on the reader. Youngwoo realizes in disbelief that it is a cursed chain mail letter. Soo-yeon runs to her mother in the kitchen, excitedly saying she has something to tell her. Soo-yeon happily recounts that Youngwoo thought he got a love letter, but it turned out to be chain mail forcing him to make 200 copies, which their mother laughs off as childish superstition. Youngwoo joins them, grumbling that such pranks are outdated, and asks Soo-yeon to stop mocking him. Their mother finishes cooking and calls everyone to dinner. Youngwoo begins eating and politely thanks his mother for the meal. Suddenly Youngwoo cries out in pain. He bites on something hard, hurting his tooth. Their mother worries and notes there should not be stones in rice anymore while Youngwoo winces and says it hurts. Youngwoo, sweating, nervously wonders if this accident is just a coincidence. A stairwell is shown as ominous footsteps or noises echo. Youngwoo tumbles violently down the stairs with another man, crashing to the bottom. Youngwoo lies stunned on the floor, confused by what just happened. Outside, a soccer ball hits the back of his head as someone apologizes. He stubs his toes painfully against the door. A phone drops squarely onto his face as he lies in bed. Frightened, Youngwoo begins handwriting a copy of the letter, starting with one addressed to his sister. He plans further copies for his father and mother, and realizes he still has 197 letters left to write. Elsewhere, Youngwoo's suited subordinates, the Black Squad, stand assembled. A squad officer announces that the boss has rewarded their hard work and they will receive a special bonus. Members eagerly accept envelopes while being told to use the money well and thanking their superior. One man, thrilled about finally getting a bonus, opens his envelope expecting cash but instead finds a letter. He reads the same chainmail instructions and exclaims in confusion. Youngwoo appears, saying the bonus is optional but warning that refusing it means losing next month's salary, leaving the men shocked at the coercion. The narrative cuts to the caption marking the day of the incident. A car door or large object hurtles through the air with great force. A Black Squad enforcer kicks open a door, sending it flying toward a frightened heavy-set man inside. The terrified man demands to know who they are and what they want. The enforcer punches him, shouting that their lives were ruined by people like him, while the man cries out in shock. The blow sends the man crashing painfully across the floor. 2 other men in the room panic and shout at the attackers, calling them invaders. The enraged enforcer glares at a bespectacled man, accusing him of being an accomplice. The bespectacled man, phone in hand, insists he is not and threatens to call the police. The enforcer laughs darkly with his men, mocking the idea of the police and reminiscing about causing trouble just to get police attention in the past. The targeted man trembles, realizing they truly intend to kill them and asking why this is happening when they never even borrowed money. The enforcer grabs his face, yelling that they wrote a letter and asking if he understands the trouble they caused. He clarifies furiously that he means the cursed chain mail that dooms whoever receives it. The victim denies knowing about any chain mail and urges his friend to run away. Fleeing, he resolves to hide at a friend's house to escape Young-woo. Turning a corner, he runs straight into Young-woo, who calmly asks whom he is trying to avoid. The man is knocked down screaming as Young-woo or someone else attacks him. Young-woo looms over them with red eyes, demanding to know what they think they are doing. The 3 witchcraft students kneel in terror with fists clenched. They kneel before Young-woo seated like a boss, flanked by Black Squad members. One of the students internally wonders why Young-woo has come and recognizes the men behind him as his Black Squad. Young-woo tells them not to be afraid and to steel themselves. One student, shaking, asks what Young-woo intends to do to them. A rush of movement is shown, hinting at an attack or intimidation. One student is thrown back as an envelope hits the ground near him, crying out in pain. Young-woo, eyes glowing, warns that he is losing patience and orders them not to act weak to escape responsibility. The heavy-set student begs Young-woo for forgiveness, claiming they never expected things to escalate so badly. A flashback explains that the trio are witchcraft department students, usually mocked at their academy. 2 passing students mockingly ask them to predict fortunes or lottery numbers. Offended, the witchcraft students shout that they are not fortune tellers and demand the insults be taken back. As the mockers walk away laughing, the heavy-set student curses them as annoying idiots. Fired up, the spectacled student declares that the mockers will soon see their power and questions whether their abilities are being doubted. Back in the present, Young-woo asks if they spread the cursed chain mail across campus and added curses to it as revenge. Since they want to repent, Young-woo says they can do so by paying him 300 million won. The students are stunned, protesting that 300 million is impossible for them. Young-woo sarcastically asks if that amount is really so much for them. One student yells that of course it is and wonders if Young-woo has gone mad, pointing out they are just students. Young-woo calmly explains that he mobilized 300 employees for 10 days to track them down, justifying the 300 million cost. He adds that self-employed workers are expensive, claiming he is actually cutting them a deal by charging much less than the normal daily rate. Even so, the students argue it is still unreachable and call it practically robbery. Young-woo shrugs and says if they feel that way he will simply leave, letting his men continue their own conversation with them. The Black Squad eagerly agrees, saying they have been waiting and plan to deliver a blow for every word written in the chain letters. Young-woo sinisterly explains that his men enjoy sending people's body parts on trips around the world, implying the students will be dismembered. Realizing he will die if Young-woo leaves, one student panics and tries to speak up. 2 of them cling desperately to Young-woo's legs, begging him to forgive them and help them this one time. One student screams for Young-woo to save him and promises to do anything he asks. Young-woo agrees and slaps a document onto the table. He tells them that instead of paying, they will join the Black Squad and receive a salary of 1.5 million won a month. A subordinate privately notes that although they will get that salary on paper, they can only access the accumulated money after they die. As one student signs, Young-woo asks if he understands the consequences their curses have already caused. Young-woo explains that such curses can rebound. If they fail on the intended target, the caster may instead be killed in a terrible accident, illustrated by bodies run over by a truck. He warns that the curse would have made their own bodies meet horrific accidents, then asks if they agree to work for him or face that fate. Terrified, the students all hurriedly agree to sign, thinking they have made a devil's bargain. One Black Squad man reflects that punishing them properly will still take days, given how many letters they wrote. Young-woo muses that although their combat ability is poor, their cursing skills are extremely valuable, and he is pleased to have found such hidden potential. The scene shifts to the mansion of Yoo Man-chun, president of the Daehan Group. An older, sharp-looking man in a suit approaches the house with a stiff bow. He looks tense and speechless, preparing himself. He steels his resolve as he walks into a warehouse-like room where another man and seated elder await. He reminds himself that a single mistake will end everything, while the seated elder welcomes him at last. The elder, President Yu, greets him warmly and asks if he had trouble coming, addressing him as President Kong. Kong, thinking of his dead son, vows internally that the Ilwa group is all he has left and refuses to let anyone take it. Kong apologizes for arriving late, but President Yu assures him he expected such delays. Kong notes to himself that Yu seems in a foul mood and that he must remain patient because so much is at stake. Yu calmly invites him to sit and explain why he wanted the meeting. Yu, short on time, urges Kong to get straight to the point with no unnecessary explanations. Kang realizes you wants him to reveal all his hidden assets and strategies, then states he needs at least 200 billion won and asks what you will offer in return. He proposes Ilwa Group shares, which would make you a primary shareholder, while you dismisses the offer as still too little. Kang thinks you always wants to win and sweetens the deal by promising access to his information on dimensional rifts. You finds this addition intriguing, calling it an interesting proposal. Kang worries he is overpaying for 200 billion won but concludes that an alliance with the Daehan Group will sway undecided directors and asks if they have a deal. Yu agrees enthusiastically, saying they will both accept the terms and that he will prepare the paperwork immediately. Kang begins signing the contract. Standing, he instructs you to transfer the funds as soon as the papers are signed, and Yu confidently agrees. As Kang finishes signing, something unexpected catches his attention. A powerful gust of force suddenly scatters the papers, startling both men. Bodyguards rush to shield President Yu, shouting that an intruder has infiltrated the mansion. A glowing magical circle appears as a maniacal voice laughs, demanding to know why they are surprised by his arrival. The intruder mocks Yu's so-called barrier as pathetic while stepping forward through the magic. Revealing himself as a blonde mage in a cape, he scolds you for lax security during a secret meeting and says they are defenseless against this sort of attack. Smiling cruelly, the mage admits he really wanted to kill you. Kang curses that he has been tricked as Yu also reacts in shock, trying to understand what is going on. Yu concludes that if Kang is not responsible, then Kang's father must be behind this attack. Kang realizes his father stands to gain most from the situation and regrets coming without his own escort. The mage declares it pointless to argue over blame, announces he has erected a new barrier trapping everyone inside, and says nothing can enter or leave. Yu panics internally, recognizing the situation as disastrous and believing the mage intends to kill them all. Yu's security team charges forward, promising to stop the intruder and protect their boss at all costs. The mage merely calls them amusing while summoning a bright magical sphere in his hand. One guard feels something off as he is suddenly struck. Another guard yells in alarm as the magic surges around them. Both guards are violently blasted away by the mage's spell. Standing amid the carnage, the mage derides their security as boringly weak for someone guarding a president. Yu recognizes that the power being used is true magic and realizes the intruder belongs to the Allen family. Kang thinks he knew his father had backers but never imagined they were from the powerful Allen family. Gripping a golf club, Kang resolves that they cannot surrender without fighting back. He charges at the mage, shouting that the Allen family will not take the Ilwa group from him. The mage counters with a devastating beam attack that blasts Kang away. Smirking, the mage tells the fallen Kang that now only he and President Yu remain. Yu, shaken, demands to know what the mage wants and whether Kang's father is behind the assault. The mage says Yu's questions are irrelevant since he will die anyway and accuses Yu of meddling in the Allen family business, insisting they must now pay the price. Yu bitterly regrets not heeding Youngwoo's earlier warnings. A flashback shows Youngwoo advising Yu to rest at home instead of going out at his age. Yu had brushed off the concern, insisting he was still young while his bodyguard urged him to consider his heart condition. Youngwoo joked that even if Yu died, Hara's father would still attend the ceremony, then told him to be careful, while Yu scolded him for speaking nonsense. Back in the present, Yu laments that he only wanted to live long enough to see his granddaughter Hara's wedding and now feels his time has come. A disembodied voice agrees that Hara would be heartbroken if her grandfather missed the wedding, startling Yu. Youngwoo suddenly appears inside the barrier, cheerfully asking if Yu is not happy to see him. The mage angrily demands to know how Youngwoo got through his barrier, while Youngwoo casually replies that such a weak barrier could never stop him. Enraged, the mage vows to cut Youngwoo into pieces, calling him a bastard monkey as he brandishes his blade. Youngwoo stands calmly as a huge magic circle activates around him. The summoned magic unleashes a massive blast that tears through the building. The explosion ravages the surrounding forest and terrain. Youngwoo is hurled back by the shockwave, cursing his opponent. The blonde magician, calling himself a god, prepares to kill Youngwoo with powerful magic. He casts Meteor Storm, sending enormous flaming meteors down while Youngwoo casually notes their size. Smiling, Youngwoo tells his enemy that his assumptions were wrong. A violent clash of energy erupts between their attacks. Youngwoo rockets toward the blonde mage, declaring he is nothing special, startling the man. The blonde mage panics in disbelief at Youngwoo's sudden counterattack. Youngwoo slams into him with overwhelming force, making him cry out. Youngwoo insults him viciously, eyes glowing with bloodlust. Youngwoo lifts the blonde mage overhead as the man groans in pain. Youngwoo swings and hurls him off the building, sending him crashing far away. The mage smashes into the ground, creating a huge impact crater. Bloodied and stunned in the crater, the blonde mage wonders if he was really struck by a monkey. Youngwoo casually approaches, asking if the mage cannot accept what just happened. Youngwoo taunts him, asking if he wants to be hit again. Enraged, the mage vows to crush Youngwoo's insolent mouth as he gathers more magic. He flies at Youngwoo screaming insults, wrapped in glowing energy. Youngwoo mocks him about monkeys and zoos while preparing his own attack. Youngwoo says the constant monkey talk is annoying and dives through the rubble toward him, shocking the mage. Youngwoo's attack detonates around the mage, who curses and struggles inside the explosions. The blonde mage, shaken, asks if Youngwoo really does not see what is happening. Youngwoo crashes him headfirst into the ground again, mentioning something the mage tried to hide. Pinned to the shattered floor, the mage gasps and demands to know what Youngwoo means. Youngwoo reveals he knew about the ally lying in ambush in the woods around the mansion. The scene cuts to an elderly-looking man outside, alerted. Bodyguards sprint through the forest carrying that elderly figure and another injured comrade. One carrier suddenly reacts in alarm. An explosion erupts near them as someone shouts to dodge. Fire engulfs the area in a huge blast. A hooded man in a red sweatshirt watches the rising smoke, bidding farewell to the Black Squad. Members of the Black Squad confront the hooded man, saying their boss predicted a stalker in a cap and hoodie would appear. The squad smiles and agrees to follow their boss's plan. They form a circle around the hooded man, declaring he has fallen into their trap. The hooded man laughs and asks if they really think he is at a disadvantage. Back in the crater, the blonde mage curses the monkey for using his brain and waiting for reinforcements. Youngwoo says it is satisfying to see him caught in this monkey's trap and promises to send his followers to the underworld with him. The mage finds the situation darkly amusing. He then claims Youngwoo will be the one to die as he prepares another attack. Youngwoo evades a sudden explosion and wonders what that attack was. The mage, cloak blazing, rants that Youngwoo has interfered with his schemes and merits no mercy. Youngwoo coldly vows to kill him with his bare hands. The mage shouts, "Release attributes," to fully activate his power. Golden energy circuits wrap his limbs as high-tech armor begins forming. The armor covers his body, glowing with runic patterns. A radiant golden gem appears, channeling immense power. The transformation completes, revealing him in a full golden magic suit. Youngwoo jokes that the magic suit looks like anime cosplay. Youngwoo notes that judging by the mana output the mage has become much stronger, wondering if the Allen family successor is special. The armored mage calls Youngwoo a stupid monkey and boasts that his arrogance will soon vanish. Youngwoo internally muses that he has only read about circulate magic and is excited to see this opponent's real power, valuing the experience. Youngwoo tells him to stop just floating there in the suit and show its real power. The mage scoffs at the provocation, saying even a monkey is better than an insect making such obvious moves, and claims he sees through Youngwoo's plan. Youngwoo, amused, says he had thought the mage was only an idiot, but at least he has a sense of humor. The mage inwardly fumes, wondering if Youngwoo was born to get under people's skin, and curses him again. Accepting the challenge, the mage rushes in to demonstrate the true power of his magic suit. Youngwoo is impressed by the increased speed, realizing the suit greatly amplifies magic. Even so, he remarks that the mage is still a bit slow as he dodges. The mage laughs that running is pointless because there is no escape. He explains Youngwoo is already under the suit's mana tracker while chasing him through the forest. Youngwoo sarcastically calls that feature useful and vows he will be the one to catch the yellow monkey, turning the insult back on him. Youngwoo suddenly seizes the mage's attacking wrist, startling him. The two trade rapid blows, the mage raging and Youngwoo happily noting the speed increase and urging him on. Frustrated, the mage thinks that even with the suit's acceleration he keeps barely missing Youngwoo. Youngwoo taunts that the magic suit seems too cold and suggests increasing its output. The mage agrees to show his full capability and orders the suit to boost power to maximum. He locks onto Youngwoo and fires an enormous circulate spell called Hell Chain at him. Youngwoo recognizes in awe that the attack is indeed circulate magic. Elsewhere, one of the Black Squad goons is impaled by ice, dying. The hooded mage smirks darkly. The battlefield around him is littered with skewered enemies as the surviving leader curses this guy's strength. Wounded but standing, the leader vows to kill him when the ground suddenly shakes. They look up in confusion at a massive distant explosion and rising dust, wondering what is going on. The leader realizes in horror that the source is their own boss. The hooded man laughs, saying Prince Luke has finally begun his real show. Exposition reveals that Luke's magic suit, developed by NASA, houses cutting-edge AI systems. The narration explains the AI corrects a magician's calculation errors, enhancing spellcasting precision and preventing mistakes. Luke channels that AI-boosted power into another gigantic hell chain beam aimed at Youngwoo. The attack devastates a vast swath of forest in a fiery wave. Watching the molten wasteland, Luke laughs and asks how it feels. Monkey. Suddenly his suit warns of another powerful energy source rapidly approaching. Luke switches to close combat mode and dives at Youngwoo, who comments that AI-assisted fighting is an impressive sign of how far the world has come. Luke declares that advanced civilization will always crush lesser ones. He elaborates that progressive civilizations overpower conservative ones while they clash at high speed. Luke slams Youngwoo from above, driving him violently toward the ground. Youngwoo crashes but quickly recovers, aura flaring. He dodges another deadly blast that explodes behind him. Luke mocks Youngwoo for being cocky with such inferior speed while pressing the attack. Youngwoo blocks another blow head-on in a burst of force. Youngwoo launches himself skyward with a powerful leap, readying another assault. Landing, he admits he underestimated the AI's support. Luke sneers that he does not care what a monkey says. Youngwoo suddenly finds himself enclosed inside a precisely formed glowing barrier. He praises the fine control of the barrier and acknowledges that Luke truly is a genuine Circle 7 magician. Luke roars that he will tear Youngwoo apart, and unleashes a technique called Shining Cutter. The attack grazes Youngwoo, who notes with surprise that it managed to hit him. The Shining Cutter carves a colossal trench through the earth, as Youngwoo flees along its edge. Another vertical blast from above annihilates the ravaged ground. Smoke and debris rise from the enormous crater left behind. Believing the battle over, Luke laughs triumphantly and declares at the end. He then wonders if he overdid it, regretting not leaving a corpse. Youngwoo's voice mocks that talk of a corpse as he steps from the smoke, shocking Luke. Brushing off dust, Youngwoo complains about the health risks of all this dust in the air. He says he had hoped to properly observe the AI but concludes it is a joke and states that in a real fight you start by completely crushing the opponent. Luke calls Youngwoo insane and insists that with the suit he is a superhuman. Youngwoo simply answers, "Right," with a sinister smile. He proposes abandoning magic altogether and fighting Luke without using any of his magical skills. Back in the forest, the injured Black Squad leader asks the hooded mage what he means by that boast. The hooded man says Prince Luke has activated the magic suit and assumes Youngwoo is being torn apart. The leader scoffs that the hooded man is boasting a lot for someone who only beat them once. The hooded mage explains his own boss ordered them to gauge the Black Squad's strength. The leader now vows to fight seriously and change the intruder's perception of them, addressing his comrade Tae-san. Tae-san, skewered but alive, agrees. The leader's eye widens in murderous resolve. He declares that ganging up is the fastest way to handle someone like this as the squad surrounds the hooded man again. The hooded mage is stunned that Tae-san survived, saying he was sure he had killed him. The two surviving leaders agree that numbers and coordinated attacks will win, mocking what the mage can do alone. The hooded man calls them shameless and promises to bury them so deep underground they cannot move. The Iron Squad laughs that honor means nothing and orders everyone to kill him. Smirking, the hooded mage notes they still have not learned their lesson and readies a crystal. He casts Crystal Storm, launching a barrage of giant ice shards. The commander shouts for his men to dodge as the crystals crash down, wounding and scattering them. He rallies the survivors to stay calm and keep attacking relentlessly until the mage is exhausted. One enraged thug charges, yelling not to underestimate his strength. His fist slams into a crystal barrier instead of the mage. Another shard slams into him as he cries out. The hooded man says smugly that repeated charges will never defeat him. Suddenly Tae-san bursts free from the ice, swearing this is not over yet. The hooded mage's eye dilates in shock. He spits blood as a counterattack lands. Feeling his body go numb, he realizes he has been struck with poison. The two leaders laugh that in a dirty fight everything is fair, mocking him as an amateur. Their coordinated punches send the hooded mage flying. Bruised and screaming, he is clearly overwhelmed. On the ground he rages, asking how they can be so shameless. They reply that survival matters more than shame and command everyone to attack him together. The hooded mage counters with a desperate spell called Burning Impact Shoot. The resulting blast hurls the surrounding thugs away, making them scream. One thug is struck directly, clutching his chest in agony. When the dust settles, the hooded mage stands among the fallen Iron Squad members. Panting and furious, he curses them and tells them to go to hell. Suddenly, a surviving thug grabs his leg from below. The bloodied man smiles darkly, saying he has feelings too, startling the mage. Another poisoned thug restrains him while the leader moves in with a dagger, gloating that he has him now. The leader vows this stabbing is payback for the holes the mage put in their bodies. The mage, held fast, inwardly curses them as cowardly bastards. From afar, the Iron Squad orders each other not to let the mage cast any more magic and to stab him together as punishment for defying them. Back at Luke's battle, Youngwoo lands a clean, devastating punch to the armored prince's face. Youngwoo smashes the armored blonde opponent with a powerful kick, sending him flying. Reeling from the blow, the blonde man angrily curses Youngwoo and prepares to counterattack. Youngwoo effortlessly blocks him again, taunting that the blonde cannot even injure him. Youngwoo drives a brutal strike into the blonde man's abdomen, shocking him. The blonde suit AI reports massive system and core damage as he screams in agony. The AI announces the mana barrier is nearly gone and cannot be restored while the suit cracks apart. Youngwoo launches himself high and then drives the blonde into the ground, creating a huge shockwave. Half buried in rubble, the blonde man is stunned that his advanced magic suit was destroyed by only a few punches. Floating above him with glowing eyes, Youngwoo declares the blonde never had any chance of defeating someone of his level. The blonde, refusing to accept this, screams that as a transcendent superhuman he should not be losing. Enraged, he unleashes a missile storm called Hellbuster, hurling countless homing rockets at Youngwoo. As the missiles chase Youngwoo relentlessly, the blonde boasts that there is no escape, while Youngwoo casually notes they are tracking him well. Watching the missiles spiral overhead, the blonde tells Youngwoo to stop resisting and die quietly. Youngwoo answers from within the missile pattern, challenging the idea that he must comply. The suit AI loses Youngwoo as a target, and the blonde panics that missiles moving at Mach 60 somehow missed him. Youngwoo suddenly appears above the blonde, while the AI detects an incoming impact within 2 meters. Youngwoo pile drives the blonde into the ground again so hard that the AI warns the damage absorption limit has been exceeded. Buried and battered by debris, the blonde receives another AI alert to evacuate due to critical physical wounds. Youngwoo stands over the fallen blonde as the previously launched missiles streak back down toward their location. The missile barrage detonates in a massive explosion that engulfs both figures in blinding light. The blast expands into a gigantic fiery dome, obliterating the area. When the smoke clears, a colossal crater and scorched forest show the devastation of the attack. Standing unharmed in the molten crater, Young-woo dryly remarks that the blast almost felt like a nuclear explosion. Young-woo thanks the mutilated blonde for the fight, saying he gained valuable information about high circle magic, while the blonde weakly curses him and realizes Young-woo fought him deliberately for research. Young-woo confirms he intentionally engaged only to gain knowledge, since a low-level foe is otherwise not worth his time. Despite being torn apart, the blonde gathers mana in his remaining hand, swearing at Young-woo and beginning a self-destruct spell called Spirit Boom. The suit AI detects his fading life signs, decides to preserve its data, and forcefully severs the connection, shocking the blonde. The spell overloads his body, making him convulse and scream as energy erupts. Young-woo observes with a grin that the man values the AI's stored data more than the life of his own successor. The blonde, racked with pain, begs for the process to stop. His body explodes in another huge blast behind Young-woo, who calmly walks away. Young-woo turns with a sinister smile, delighting in the destruction. Elsewhere, towering ice spikes jut from a devastated forest, showing another battlefield. Among the ice, a hooded girl lies on the ground riddled with knives. A different cratered wasteland is revealed, showing how widespread the prior destruction was. A hand claws out of the ground from the edge of the massive crater. A bloody blonde martial artist drags himself out, vowing through gritted teeth to tear Young-woo and Chai Yun-young apart with his own hands. Enraged, he snarls that Young-woo has no right to even say Yun-young's name. A white-haired man wreathed in flames appears before him, radiating murderous intent. The blonde screams as another explosion rocks the crater from their clash. Away from the carnage, two older men hiding in a forest clearing anxiously wonder what they should do next. The suited elder insists they must follow their contract despite events. The robed elder balks at opposing the powerful Allen family, fearing for the Daehan group. He asks the other man if, in his position, he would actually choose to help. The suited man asks what price the robed elder wants, and the robed elder admits he simply wants to become president, mocking the other's self-interest. Young-woo suddenly appears and notes that both elders are present. He adds that he is relieved neither of them was hurt, prompting the robed elder to ask what happened. Young-woo bluntly informs them that the Allen family's grand prince is dead and that he is the one who killed him. The suited elder is horrified to learn Young-woo really killed the Allen heir. Losing control, the suited elder yells at Young-woo, demanding to know why he did such a thing. Young-woo responds curtly, challenging the elder's outrage. The elder is shaken to the core by Young-woo's cold reaction. Panicking, he asks what they can possibly do now, warning that the Allen family will not sit still if they discover this. Young-woo dismissively asks why that matters. The elder warns that both the Daehan group and Young-woo's own clan could be endangered, insisting Young-woo must have known the risks. Young-woo calls the elder's reasoning strange, pointing out that the Allens would not have left them alone even if he had done nothing. He explains that the Allen family planned to use Ilwa Group to dominate Korea's economy while also containing China's power. He argues that, given those ambitions, the Allens will definitely seize this opportunity to increase pressure on them. The robed elder, sweating, asks for the suited elder's opinion as he realizes the logic is sound. The suited elder inwardly admits Young-woo is right. The ambitious Allens would never simply do nothing. Young-woo adds that, legally, the Allens cannot act against them based only on the accusation that he killed their prince. The suited elder still worries that if the family uses its full strength they will all be helpless. Young-woo smoothly pivots, suggesting they revise the contract and officially make him President Kang's bodyguard. He adds with a smile that because fighting the Allens may be involved, his fee will need to increase. When the elder protests about paying more, Young-woo says he also accepts assets or shares and threatens to walk away if the elder refuses. The flustered elder demands to know what Young-woo means by saying he cannot be bothered. Young-woo accuses him of pretending not to understand that Young-woo wants more money in exchange for continued protection. The elder thinks to himself that Young-woo is not stupid at all but a money-obsessed madman who will do anything for cash. Young-woo reminds him how much he has already done, including saving him from the Grand Prince, and insists he has honored their deal. The elder can only stammer in frustration, unable to refute him. Young-woo mentally condemns Kang Keelman for exploiting even his own children and vows to drain every last penny from the Ilwa group. Time passes, and a peaceful exterior shot shows the wealthy family's residence. At the house, Young-woo tells his grandfather-in-law to rest after the rough day, but the old man stops him to ask a question. The grandfather presses Young-woo, suspecting he knew in advance that the Allen family would attack. Young-woo cheerfully confirms that he did. The grandfather complains that Young-woo should have been clearer earlier instead of warning him vaguely not to go. Inwardly he worries that Young-woo's recklessness could make his granddaughter a widow, or even lead to the fall of Daehan Group. Young-woo reassures him not to worry. The grandfather grudgingly admits Young-woo seems to read his thoughts and asks how he can be so confident. Young-woo leans in, saying not to be shocked and implying he has a secret to whisper. He reveals that one of his friends is actually a member of the Allen family, startling the grandfather. Young-woo hints that if things go well, that connection could even affect the Allen family's future. Then he playfully drops the subject, saying never mind. The grandfather, alarmed, wonders if Young-woo intends to seize control of the Allen family as well. Young-woo reminds him that he already promised to help, while the grandfather yells that Young-woo must be insane. The grandfather equates Young-woo's ambition to a reckless Korean proverb and admits he cannot keep up with such grand plans. Staring at his unpredictable grandson-in-law, he wonders if Young-woo is a blessing or a curse. He resolves that he must live to at least 100 years old to endure what is coming. Elsewhere, Young-woo's classmates react to online news that idol Yuhara is supposedly in a relationship. They insist the rumor about the 18-year-old Daehan heiress must be fake news created by attention-seeking reporters. At a press conference, reporters barrage Hara with questions about her new relationship and her boyfriend. On a public broadcast, Hara smiles and announces she is dating the coolest person in the world, catching Young-woo's attention as he watches. She publicly describes her boyfriend as a second-year magic student at Unique Academy, a member of Gumgwangman, and leader of the Iron Squad. She then declares that this boyfriend is Ha Young-woo, causing Young-woo to spit out his drink in shock. Later, Young-woo waits by a car in his school uniform, evidently after the news has spread. Angry fans spot him in the parking lot, judge that Hara is too good for him, and rush toward him. They grumble that Young-woo is a thief who has supposedly been with Hara since kindergarten and hope the couple will split soon. As they shout for him to break up with Hara, Young-woo wryly thinks he has become the villain in their eyes. That night, cameras focus on Hara's mansion as reporters stake out the building. 2 tabloid photographers wait outside, hoping to capture intimate photos of Hara and Young-woo together. One of them hesitates about stalking high schoolers, but the other brushes off moral concerns, saying sensational stories are all that matter. Young-woo appears behind them and ominously asks if they really want something big. The 2 men suddenly feel something strange overcoming them and panic. Under Young-woo's spell, the photographers uncontrollably kiss each other. Young-woo records the embarrassing kiss on his phone as leverage. He mocks them for liking big scoops, saying this scandalous footage should satisfy them while they continue kissing in horror. That evening, Hara steps out of a luxury car dressed stylishly for a date. Noticing something unexpected, she reacts with a surprised murmur. Young-woo, dressed in a sharp black suit and coat, greets her and notes she is late. Hara walks toward him, saying she had wanted to tell him something and was just about to call. Nervous, she struggles to speak as Young-woo encourages her to say what is on her mind. Hara blurts out that she loves him and kisses his cheek, momentarily stunning him. She apologizes for revealing their relationship to the public without warning. As she leaves for work, she promises to contact him again later. Young-woo quietly admits to himself that her public confession was not so bad and begins to respond. Reflecting alone, Young-woo realizes he is experiencing unfamiliar emotions and, though embarrassed, finds he does not dislike them and would welcome the relationship deepening. The next day at the martial school, a muscular friend greets Young-woo, calling him a celebrity and noting he is the current hot topic. Young-woo jokes that the friend is asking for a beating, while the friend insists he is still recovering and wants no trouble. Young-woo remembers the upcoming Murim competition and decides he may need to personally train this friend for better results. The friend becomes uneasy at Young-woo's intense gaze. Young-woo suddenly blasts him with an attack, sending him flying as part of his harsh training plan. Young-woo explains that since the friend grows stronger each time he is knocked down, they should make use of that special constitution. The friend calls Young-woo a devil and questions what kind of training this is. Young-woo calmly confirms he is serious, prompting more outrage. Young-woo combines ruthless beating with supposed rehabilitation, insisting it is efficient, while his friend howls in pain. Curled on the ground, the friend accuses Young-woo of trying to kill him under the guise of rehab. He complains that Young-woo held nothing back and fears he might actually die. Young-woo slaps him and tells him to stop exaggerating. He then drives a powerful stomp near him, saying it is obvious the friend is overreacting. Looming over him with a demonic aura, Young-woo orders him to get up and keep training, while the friend screams that this abuse is unfair. Young-woo feigns confusion, asking what is unfair. The friend yells that Young-woo is making dating headlines while he has been single his whole life, calling life unfair. Young-woo tells him if he wants to change that, he should win the Murim competition where many beautiful women will be watching. The friend fantasizes about being approached by an alluring woman who likes strong men and congratulates him on winning. Young-woo promises that victory in the Murim competition will grant whatever wish the friend desires. Young-woo adds that strength is the best path to achieving one's desires, which makes the friend envision power even more intensely. Fired up and surrounded by crackling light, the friend vows to do whatever it takes, while Young-woo wonders what insane scenario he is imagining. Supercharged by motivation, the friend shouts that he will win as his light attribute power surges. Young-woo notes that provoking him like this always works and invites him to attack seriously. The scene shifts back to the academy grounds under a bright sky. A studious girl with braids quietly reads on a bench under a pergola. Young-woo approaches and comments that she is, as always, working hard. Startled, she hastily closes her thick book. Avoiding him, she walks away, while Young-woo tries to say she is misunderstanding something about his situation with Hara. Young-woo wonders aloud why she even came to school. He tells her to just go home, confusing her. She repeats his words in disbelief, thinking she just arrived from home. Suddenly, she shouts for Young-woo to run away. At that moment, two masked assailants leap from above with swords aimed at Young-woo, who calmly asks why this is happening. The attackers close in, shouting Young-woo's name as they swing their blades at him. The two masked men in red hoodies are struck hard and grimace in pain as they are attacked. Both red-hooded attackers are slammed to the ground while a boy and girl watch from a distance. Young-woo casually asks the fallen men who they are. An older man appears clapping and praising Young-woo while the girl watches in surprise. The man, introduced as David from the Allen family and investigator of Luke Allen's disappearance, compliments Young-woo's skill in easily defeating the two assailants. Young-woo turns to the newcomer and pointedly asks the girl if she is with these men, while she tries to stop him. The girl hurriedly explains that the man is an Allen family investigator who is only testing Young-woo, urging him to greet the man since he is not an enemy. Young-woo skeptically notes that someone who swings blades at people hardly seems like a good guy, internally judging the man's deadly greeting. David laughs, saying he had plenty of information about Young-woo and expected a sixth circle magician like him to dodge, while secretly suspecting Young-woo, the last to see Luke, of being tied to Luke's disappearance. Young-woo suddenly appears in front of David, punching him and sarcastically asking if ambushing someone counts as an American greeting. David is shocked, realizing too late that Young-woo moved before he could react. Young-woo smirks and says he should return the greeting as well. Young-woo slams David into the ground with great force, making him cry out. David, battered and upside down, internally confirms Young-woo is indeed the one linked to Luke and curses him aloud. David orders his red-hooded gold knights to surround Young-woo and attack. Young-woo looks at the surrounding thugs and remarks that he would like to deal with these small fry. He then says he has more important matters to discuss with his friend, prepares to leave with the girl, and bids his enemies goodbye to their confusion. Enraged and desperate not to lose Young-woo, David yells for his men to capture him. The red-hooded men charge after Young-woo, shouting for him to stop and declaring they will take the girl hostage. The scene shifts to a peaceful view of the campus sky, indicating a change in time or location. Walking together later, the girl scolds Young-woo for fighting with the investigators when he is already a prime suspect in Luke's disappearance, and admits she avoided him fearing such trouble. Young-woo brushes it off and asks if she recently received contact from someone in America, startling her. Young-woo concludes that Luke's intense push to succeed in Korea was likely because his claim as heir to the Allen family was unstable. The girl confirms she got a message from America telling her to return for heir training, which matches Young-woo's expectations. Young-woo reasons that Luke's disappearance has thrown the Allen family into internal conflict, and that they have now probably chosen Yoon-jong as the new heir. Yoon-jong says she does not want to go to America, but the family even apologized for what happened to her mother, at least officially. She then straightforwardly tells Young-woo she needs his help. Young-woo responds by asking what she can offer him in return for his assistance. Yoon-jong is caught off guard and confused by his demand. Young-woo's expression turns sharp as he tells her she should not expect help for free and must return the favor. Nervous, Yoon-jong realizes he is asking for payment and acknowledges that he believes in give and take. Though surprised, she accepts his stance, noting that involving oneself in the Allen family's affairs could be life-threatening and thanking him for even considering it. Smiling awkwardly, she admits she does not know what to offer, thinking privately that even if she gave herself to him he would refuse because of Hara. Young-woo tells her she does not need to decide right away and can repay him after becoming heir, then asks what exactly the Allen family expects from her. Yoon-jong explains that they want her to continue Luke's work by building a Korean base for the Allen family. Young-woo realizes the family appears to recognize her by assigning Luke's work to her, but in truth they are using her as bait to lure out Luke's killer, namely himself. Yoon-jong sighs that no matter how she looks at it, she seems to have become bait. Young-woo cheerfully confirms her deduction and praises her quick thinking as a friend he personally chose. She protests that being praised is the last thing she wants now, since she has no idea what to do next. Young-woo discusses the difficulty of relying on other major factions like Gumgwangmin or Kyeonmin and notes existing tensions with the Ilwa group, while she agrees and mentions Kyeonmin's link to her mother. He decides that their first step should be to improve her image or presentation, which confuses her. Young-woo suggests she align herself with Unique Alliance, the Korean counterpart to the Allen family's power, and recommends she start by forming an alliance with them. Yoon-jong doubts a powerful group like Unique Alliance would ever ally with someone she sees as a mere puppet. Young-woo argues that if she becomes the Allen family heir thanks to Unique Alliance's aid, they would gain a tremendous ally and thus be unable to refuse her request. Excited yet anxious, Yoon-jong asks what she should do after securing their help. Young-woo warns her not to rely solely on him, telling her to plan her own next steps or risk being dragged around by him completely. Reflecting, she realizes she had unconsciously come to rely on him too much. Young-woo explains that one-sided relationships of giving or taking never last, and that a balanced partnership based on mutual trust would suit her better. Yoon-jong smiles, grateful for having a trustworthy friend like Young-woo, and thanks him earnestly. David and his red-hooded subordinates suddenly reappear through a glowing magic circle, spotting Young-woo and Yoon-jong and shouting that they have found him. Young-woo calmly remarks that they arrived later than he expected and asks if they should finish their interrupted fight while crackling with power. David commands his men to kill Young-woo, sending them charging. Yoon-jong jumps between Young-woo and the attackers, pleading with everyone to stop fighting. David, shocked that she is protecting Young-woo, yells for her to move or risk being seen as rebelling against the Allen family. Yoon-jong declares Young-woo is her friend and accuses them of attacking without proof, warning that any further aggression will be treated as insubordination against her as heir. David grits his teeth and sweats, clearly angered and pressured by her stance. After a tense pause, he forces a strained smile. David begrudgingly apologizes for his earlier disrespect. He then politely says it is an honor to meet Young-woo as the friend of the Allen family's heir, signaling a temporary truce. Young-woo adjusts his tie, looking confident and unbothered while standing beside Yoon-jong. Yoon-jong beams and gives Young-woo a thumbs up, pleased with how he handled the situation. The scene shifts to Watchman, a fortified martial sect compound guarded by spear-wielding sentries at night. Outside Watchman, masked infiltrators are briefed that security is tight and they must approach the target as closely as possible, and they accept the order. Inside, a young woman finally meets Watchman's gatekeeper, who insists she call him father, and she complies. The gatekeeper immediately asks her if there is any news on the elders' actions. She reports that most elders oppose her participation in the Murim competition. The gatekeeper laments that society still sees men and women as unequal and says more effort is needed to change that mindset. The woman tearfully thinks that even her father discriminated against her before she defeated her brother. A flashback shows her unleashing a fiery martial art called Fire Dragon World against her brother in a blazing duel. The elders watching are stunned that the heir has been overwhelmed. They realize her brother, the designated successor, was beaten by Kwon Woo-wah, the woman. The disciples cheer, and it is officially decided that Kwon Woo-wah will represent Watchman in the Murim competition. Woo-wah's humiliated brother angrily yells that the match does not count and refuses to accept the result. In the present, Woo-wah vows to persuade the elders backing her brother, saying expelling them would only weaken their strength. The gatekeeper agrees that without a stable foundation, numbers mean nothing, and as long as she is heir they must stabilize Watchman. He then senses something ominous, his heart pounding in alarm. The gatekeeper collapses coughing, and Woo-wah panics, asking what is wrong. At that moment a squad of masked assassins crashes through the ceiling, descending toward Woo-wah with weapons drawn. Woo-wah reacts swiftly, striking back through the flames with fierce determination. She unleashes a wide, fiery technique, demanding to know who the attackers are as many of them scream in pain. The burning masked men shout in agony as her flames engulf them. Her attack blows a massive fiery hole in the rooftop of the Watchman Hall. Amid the smoke and destruction, Woo-wah desperately tries to rouse her weakened father and asks if he is alright. The gatekeeper, realizing he has been hit by a power-diffusing poison and that Watchman is under attack, demands to know who is behind it. Woo-wah's brother steps forward, admitting that he is responsible. He corrects his father, stating the poison used is actually a far worse power extermination poison. Horrified, the gatekeeper exclaims at the mention of such a deadly poison. Woo-wah, shocked by the burnt ceiling, cannot believe her brother blocked Watchman's 9-dragon fire using a defensive move called Sky Barrier. She reasons that with his skill that should be impossible and realizes he must have taken a dangerous power-boosting drug. Her brother smugly confirms this, calling it a hormone-limit-removing drug with incredible effects and marveling that his clever sister guessed it. Woo-wah shouts that the drug is experimental and could kill him. The gatekeeper coldly tells her not to worry about whether such a depraved son lives or dies. He then interrogates his son, convinced someone smarter is pulling the strings and demanding to know who is behind the scheme, while the son insists he planned it alone. The gatekeeper's fist tightens as he begins to act on his suspicions. A long-haired man, introduced as Doheeman's gatekeeper Kim Mun-soo, appears beside the brother, and the brother admits he could not deceive Watchman's gatekeeper. Woo-wah and her father both recognize Kim Mun-soo of Doheeman and react with anger and shock. Kim Mun-soo greets Watchman's gatekeeper with a mocking familiarity, saying it has been a while. Outside the compound, a warning sign forbids entry beyond a certain point. Workers explain to passers-by that all roads to Watchman are closed due to a supposed gas leak and politely instruct civilians to turn back. The workers report by radio that the installation and eastern preparations are complete and are reminded to avoid harming civilians, which they assure is easy due to the low traffic. Inside Watchman, Woo-wah demands to know how her brother managed to administer the power extermination poison to their father. Realization strikes her that their mother might have been involved as an intermediary. Her brother coldly recalls how annoying it was when their mother sided with their father against him and boasts that he eventually got her to support him instead. Woo-wah insists their previous duel was a fair contest. Her brother laughs bitterly, accusing her and their father of rigging things behind the scenes and saying she never could have won otherwise. Furious, the gatekeeper gathers his strength and charges his son, shouting at him for his outrageous claims. His eyes widen in shock as something unexpected happens mid-attack. He collapses to the floor again, gravely weakened, while his son stands over him and taunts him. The son grins cruelly and remarks that at this rate his father might really die. Woo-wah, enraged, declares that her brother has completely fallen into depravity, and that she can no longer acknowledge him as family. She unleashes the full might of 9-dragon fire in a colossal blaze aimed at her brother. Her brother counters by erecting another sky barrier, claiming her efforts are pointless. The resulting clash explodes upward, engulfing the roof in massive flames once more. Outside, a worker radios that since Watchman's elders are collaborating with them, this operation will be easy. Youngwoo arrives at the barricaded road and skeptically asks about the situation. He smiles darkly, asking if this blocked route is supposedly the only way to reach Watchman. Back inside, Kim Munsu addresses the wounded gatekeeper by name, reasserting his presence in the hall. The gatekeeper angrily asks Kim Munsu if he is the one who incited his son to betray them. Kim Munsu calmly replies that it was actually the son who contacted him first, and claims he would never be so disrespectful, while the son proudly insists again that he masterminded everything. Outraged, the gatekeeper roars that Kim Munsu has dragged his foolish son into this and refuses to acknowledge him as an equal. Suddenly the gatekeeper is pierced through both legs, shocked as blood spurts and his mobility is crippled. He screams in agony as the wounds open wider. Kim Munsu stands over him coldly, saying he already explained the misunderstanding, but the gatekeeper kept complaining. Woo-wah rushes in, attacking Kim Munsu with a technique called fire spin and ordering him away from her father. Kim Munsu counters skillfully, striking her from above and sending her crashing into the ground. Woo-wah slams down in an explosive impact, crying out in pain. Struggling to block, she is stunned by how overwhelmingly strong Kim Munsu is despite using only his weapon, and notes he should be merely a seventh circle magician like her father. She realizes he is unbelievably powerful as he acknowledges her skill, calls her the Flaming Flower, and promises not to hold back just because she is a woman. Kim Munsu activates his one-knife flow technique, warping space around Woo-wah, who recognizes it as spatial distortion. He then opens an attack called Glacial Door 1, surrounding her with a raging icy vortex. Frozen in place, Woo-wah panics that she cannot move and wonders if this is the end. In her mind she recalls Youngwoo's words that she should only trust his character if she can do so even with a knife in her back. She also remembers his harsh assertion that excuses are only for losers. Even in this dire moment, she is shocked to find herself thinking about him and berates herself for it. Suddenly Youngwoo appears in front of her, blocking the deadly attack and calmly saying he too cannot believe what is happening, astonishing her. Youngwoo chides her, asking why she has not pulled herself together even after being betrayed by her family. Woo-wah stares at him in disbelief, asking how he managed to appear here. Youngwoo casually says he was just passing by, leaving her even more confused. Her brother angrily questions the idea of Youngwoo merely dropping in like a visitor and sarcastically asks if Watchman is his friend's house. The brother declares that regardless of Youngwoo's reason for coming, he will not leave alive. Youngwoo mockingly acts scared and suggests the brother's own neck might be in danger. Enraged, the brother charges at Youngwoo with his flaming spear, determined to see whose neck will be cut first. He unleashes another fiery spear technique, yelling its name as he attacks. Youngwoo easily evades and restrains him from behind, knife to his throat, asking why he is swinging at empty air. Holding the blade closer, Youngwoo thanks him for the opportunity and remarks that he needed a hostage anyway. Kim Munsu internally criticizes the brother for underestimating his opponent and falling for a simple provocation, but acknowledges the fool is still useful for their plan to seize Watchman. Kim Munsu asks if Gumgwangman intends to meddle in this conflict, while Youngwoo claims he is only a passerby and hints that whether he kills the depraved son depends on what Watchman's gatekeeper decides. The brother thrashes and curses, but Youngwoo warns that if he keeps shouting the knife will cut deeper. Youngwoo notes that the gatekeeper looks terrible, pointing out that being literally stabbed in the back by his own son would leave anyone in bad shape. The gatekeeper, enduring the pain, asks Youngwoo whether he came alone and demands to know where Youngwoo's own gatekeeper is. Ha Youngwoo mockingly complains that his allies never listen to him while holding one Woohyun hostage with a knife. The long-haired man recalls an earlier conversation and realizes Ha Youngwoo might have predicted Doheeman's attack on Watchman. He thinks it makes no sense, since he himself secretly infiltrated Watchman and manipulated Kwon Woohyun without noticing anything odd from Ha Youngwoo. Ha Youngwoo taunts him, saying he must be curious how he knew and asking if he should reveal it. The long-haired man, tense, asks if Ha Youngwoo will really explain it if he questions him. Ha Youngwoo cheerfully answers that of course he will not. A red-haired woman scoffs to herself, wondering what Ha Youngwoo is doing. The long-haired man warns the younger opponent that mocking adults will get him killed, while Ha Youngwoo jokes that an adult should tolerate a little teasing. The long-haired man realizes Ha Youngwoo is cunningly using Kwon Woohyun as a hostage. Ha Youngwoo says he will explain because the man is curious, claiming he expected someone as jealous as him to stir up internal conflict within Watchman. The long-haired man demands to know how Ha Youngwoo knew the exact timing of the attack, and Ha Youngwoo evasively calls that information a trade secret. The red-haired woman finds it strange that, despite his schemes being exposed, the long-haired enemy remains so calm. She suddenly realizes something alarming. She deduces that he is buying time for the power extermination poison to fully spread through her father's body, which could permanently cripple him. Panicking, she begs the Iron Squad leader to hurry and kill the Doheeman gatekeeper, explaining he is only stalling so the poison can take full effect. The long-haired man coldly asks if they really think killing him will stop the poison's effect, dismissing her plea as futile. The poison gatekeeper guesses there must be another person controlling the poison, reasoning that this explains the enemy's composure. Ha Youngwoo demands that if they want to save the Watchman gatekeeper they must release Kwon Woohyun and grovel, promising to overlook their insolence if they comply. The gatekeeper shouts that his own foolishness led to him being poisoned and orders the Iron Squad leader to kill the Doheman gatekeeper and protect Watchman even if he dies. Woo-hyun screams at his father to stop valuing Watchman over his life and tells him to surrender to Doheman, revealing his resentment. The red-haired woman furiously declares that Watchman will not beg for life and again urges the Iron Squad leader to kill the Doheman gatekeeper. The long-haired enemy unleashes a dark, terrifying aura and asks mockingly if they really think they can defeat him. A massive impact smashes through the building as a powerful figure bursts in and sends bodies flying. A hulking, lightning-clad man appears, saying he is late because he was busy dealing with a bug controller outside. The long-haired enemy realizes Ha Young-woo stalled for time to bring this brute in and curses that the obnoxious man has arrived. He also notes that the person controlling the power extermination poison has been knocked unconscious, worsening his situation. The muscular newcomer grins and tells the long-haired magician it is unfortunate his plans failed, promising to beat him up now. The long-haired enemy recognizes Kim Munce's involvement, and says he would have dealt with him earlier if he had known, then scoffs at Munce's threat. The gatekeeper and Munce banter. Munce says to leave the fight to him, while the old man scolds him for arriving late and Munce retorts they never set a meeting time. Overhearing this, the long-haired man wonders if the earlier conversation implied the gatekeeper expected Lee Ho-guk to come. He also questions how Lee Ho-guk tracked down the Circle 8 bug master who controlled the poison, since that should have been nearly impossible. He starts to suspect he has walked into their trap, recalling that he kept Kwon Woo-hyun's revolt secret and ensured no one knew of it. Munce reflects that he helped Doheman rise in power for Kwon Woo-hyun's sake and followed him this far, only to be betrayed. The long-haired magician rages that he even sacrificed his pride to oppose Gumgwangman's power and curses Lee Ho-guk for interfering up to the very end. Deciding to annihilate them, he launches a devastating technique called Magic Ravine Severance, intending to bury everyone. Munsu, wreathed in lightning, scoffs and counters the attack head-on, saying it will not work on him. Their clash detonates in a blinding explosion of light and energy. Observing the collision, the red-haired woman realizes Munson neutralized an immense spell with an even stronger attack. She acknowledges that her skills are nowhere near enough to join this level of battle and dashes away. She rockets off with her own attack, adding to the chaos. Outside, onlookers witness a massive explosion at the gatekeeper's residence and cry out in shock. Watchmen warriors rush toward the burning residence, shouting that they must save the gatekeeper and gather all fighters quickly. As one warrior runs, magical symbols flare on a wall, showing that a barrier or trap activates. A powerful force blasts several warriors away while someone laughs at their efforts. Munsu mocks his foe, asking if they really think such a weak sword can cut him, and jeering that their schemes are now worthless. The long-haired magician snaps back, hurling another fierce attack while screaming at the swine bastard to shut up. He activates a deadly technique called Absolute Life Analysis, yelling for his opponent to disappear. A huge crescent of energy carves through the area, showing the Unleashed technique. The resulting explosions light up the night sky and devastate the surroundings. The red-haired woman watches fireworks like blasts over a burning watchman, stunned by the scale of destruction. She trembles and wonders if this overwhelming force truly belongs to the gatekeepers of the Valiant Gate Union. She retches from the shock and calls to her father as he stares out, appalled by the scene. The gatekeeper fumes that those fools are demolishing his home and possessions, outraged that they would destroy everything. Ha Young-woo remarks that this is why the gatekeeper should have raised his son better, shocking the old man. Ha Young-woo arrives carrying the unconscious Woo-hyun, saying this situation was inevitable, while the red-haired woman fears her brother might be dead. Ha Young-woo explains Woo-hyun merely fainted and that he intentionally kept him alive because killing him would complicate matters. The red-haired woman internally complains about Ha Young-woo's awful manners, annoyed he did not prioritize saving her like heroines in movies. She darkly wonders if Ha Young-woo is perhaps incapable of being interested in women, given his behavior. More Watchmen men rush in, relieved to find the gatekeeper alive and saying they were worried by the huge explosion. 3 Watchmen elders formally introduce themselves and assure the gatekeeper they will handle the situation from this point. Ha Young-woo greets their arrival with a mocking smile and bluntly calls them traitors. The elders, confused, note that he belongs to Iron Squad under Gumgwangman and question why he is suddenly accusing them of betrayal. Ha Young-woo derides their acting skills, asking whether they are elders or performers. The elders angrily demand he stop making false accusations, insisting Gumgwangman must be behind Watchman's troubles. Ha Young-woo sneers that they are not just actors but also politicians, praising their political scheming more than their martial ability. One elder, enraged, threatens to cut Ha Young-woo down if he keeps talking. Another elder stops him from attacking, shouting for everyone to halt. The gatekeeper silently steels himself, considering what to say. He then publicly states that Gumgwangman is present at his formal request and orders the elders to show proper respect. The 3 elders internally realize the gatekeeper has discovered their betrayal and that their plan to get close and assassinate him has failed. Accepting that they are exposed, they prepare to act, thinking they must proceed now that it has come to this. The 3 elders charge at Ha Young-woo, vowing to kill him themselves, confident that with the gatekeeper weakened by poison nothing can stop them. The red-haired woman tries to warn Ha Young-woo that these elders are Watchmen's strongest fighters. Ha Young-woo calmly raises his hand to unleash power in response. A web of glowing slashes fills the air around him, stunning the attacking elders. One elder is shocked that someone considered a novice could display such overwhelming skill. They realize in fear that Ha Young-woo's strength far surpasses their own. Standing amid their bloodied bodies, Ha Young-woo coldly says he will dispose of these traitors free of charge. Elsewhere, two high-level techniques, Shadowless Day of Death and Godly Magic Force Ray, devastate the battlefield with explosions. The long-haired magician and Munsu clash again in midair, their weapons colliding in a storm of power. The magician is stunned that Munsu blocked his 10-blood knife barehanded and wonders when he became so strong. Munsu taunts him, telling him to stop resisting and let himself be beaten up or else get thrashed by the old gatekeeper's cane as well. The magician dismissively prepares another attack with a grunt. He leaps forward, shouting at Munsu to stop saying useless things as their battle continues. Realizing he must buy time for Dohiman's revival, the magician resolves to stall no matter what, regretting that his 3 carefully trained units are being lost. He summons the Crimson Squad, a disciplined group of bald warriors with halberds. He then calls forth the White Squad, elite swordsmen. Finally he brings out the Azure Squad, tough enforcers in suits wielding spiked bats. He thinks of these 3 units as Dohiman's strongest strike force, capable of determining Watchman's fate. As they march, a man with a glowing traffic baton orders them to stop, threatening to send them flying if they advance. Standing alone on the road, he warns that another step will get them launched and tells them to turn back. The squads recognize him as an Iron Squad member and doubt he can block them all by himself. He confidently answers that he alone is enough to stop weaklings like them. They mockingly ask if he is Iron Squad and assume he must have reinforcements. Astonished he would stand there alone. Joking that he is single and not interested in men, he asks why so many of them came, as if preparing a flash mob proposal. Some of the invaders find his jokes lame, while others mention rumors of an undead in Iron Squad but dismiss them as exaggerated stories. They conclude that even if he were undead he cannot face such a large force by himself. He scoffs at their arrogance, and tells them to stop acting tough with only 1,000 men. He boasts that defeating them will not require much effort, and invites the leftover bastards to attack him. The Dohiman fighters take offense at being called leftovers, saying killing him will be a warm-up before destroying Watchman. They charge forward, threatening to rip him apart regardless of whether he is undead. Grinning, he says they are idiots for falling for his taunts and presses a detonator. A series of massive red explosions erupt among the attackers, their screams drowned out by the blasts. The shockwaves light up the night sky with another towering explosion. Seeing the distant blast, the long-haired magician initially rejoices, assuming his powerful troops have arrived and that seizing Watchman is now inevitable. Munsa laughs and reveals that explosion was actually a malignant bomb they planted, not reinforcements. He mockingly asks if the magician heard the sound of his own men being vaporized, startling the enemy. The magician, furious, accuses Lee Ho-guk of disgracing magicians by using bombs in their duel. Munsa laughs that invading Watchman must also count as typical magician behavior, continuing to mock him. Their duel escalates further, each vowing to kill the other while their attacks clash over the burning compound. Watching, Ha Young-woo notes that Munsu has grown even stronger, perhaps rivaling or surpassing a Circle 8 to 9 magician, and concludes the outcome of that fight is already decided. A huge vertical wall of fire races toward Ha Young-woo, who casually dodges it with a surprised remark. He complains that the blast nearly burned his cherished hair and coat, saying the coat was a gift, which enrages Munsu's opponent. The 3 traitorous elders charge Ha Young-woo together, swearing that simply killing him will not be enough for meddling in their rebellion. Ha Young-woo observes that they have taken a power-boosting drug, sensing their unstable yet stronger energy, but says that is no justification for betraying their master. One elder shouts back that the gatekeeper betrayed them first, and that they risked their lives for Watchman. The gatekeeper yells for them to shut up from below as he and his daughter watch the confrontation. He demands to know how killing Watchman's own gatekeeper could ever make sense. The elders blame him, saying he broke tradition by appointing a powerless witch daughter instead of the eldest son as successor. The gatekeeper insists gender is irrelevant and that power-hungry Woo-hyun is unfit, proclaiming Woo-ah the right person to lead Watchman to prosperity. Woo-ah is moved and calls out to her father emotionally. The elders angrily say Woo-ah's position violates ancient customs and will cause Watchman's downfall. They declare that on this day they will kill Kwon Woo-ah and restore Watchman's rotten traditions. Ha Young-woo cuts them off mid-speech, telling them to shut up about tradition as he streaks toward them with blinding speed. A sudden slash of light shocks the elders as blood appears. Woo-ah and her father stare in horror at the wounded elder. Ha Young-woo, his blade dripping blood, remarks that although they are elders all they do is babble endlessly. Standing against the moonlit sky, he tells the traitors they talk too much and warns them not to use that excuse again. He then promises with a cold smile that this time he will truly kill them. One elder, furious at the child, again accuses him of interfering in their internal matters. The elders rush him, saying he will not overpower them twice, while Ha Young-woo calmly awaits them with his sword. He asks if they are already deaf, reminding them he said they would die. As his attack lands, he repeats that he warned them they were going to die. Wu-Wa and the gatekeeper look on in shock at what he has done to the elders. Ha Yung-woo chides them that they should have heeded his first warning. With a sinister grin, he notes that his bad habits are resurfacing. He adds that they should be grateful only they will die, because in his past life he would have wiped out their entire families. One elder rages and screams for the devilish bastard not to come closer as he attacks in desperation. Ha Yung-woo appears behind another elder, promising to spare his family so the man can go to hell peacefully. When the last elder tries to strike back, Ha Yung-woo effortlessly outpaces him, calling him too slow. Wu-Wa and the gatekeeper watch a dark shape crash near them, stunned by his ruthlessness. The surviving elder notes in fear how decisive and unhesitating Ha Yung-woo's movements are. Seeing a comrade's severed, bloodied head, he realizes this killing aura is something modern magicians living sheltered lives could never possess. Staring up at Ha Yung-woo on the rooftop, the terrified elder struggles to process who he is. He realizes that Ha Yung-woo is the legendary absolute strongest. Wu-Wa recognizes Ha Yung-woo's overwhelming power and thinks about how strong he is. Overwhelmed and blushing, she realizes she is falling in love with him. Ha Yung-woo's sword attacks trigger multiple explosions across the compound, finishing off resistance. Meanwhile, the long-haired magician continues his own ferocious exchange of spells and insults with Munsu. Munsu gleefully hammers him with crushing blows, joking that beating a misophobe like him into dust is especially satisfying. Lee Ho-guk furiously charges with a massive slab, vowing to wipe out his filthy opponent and the dust on his body. His hulking enemy laughs, mocking his threat and smashing down with overwhelming force. The brute crashes into the stone platform in a blazing impact that shakes the area. As the dust settles, strange blue spatial lines trap the stone pillar beneath him, surprising the brute. The swordsman calmly invokes an ocean metaphor, saying that before a raging storm, the sea becomes perfectly still and clear. The brute laughs, thinking his opponent has finally stopped stalling and is about to use his true power. Lee Ho-guk's spatial technique activates, drawing the brute's curious attention. He unveils the secret sword art's slender forbidden gate, a no-blade flowing technique that bends space around the descending brute. The brute dismisses it as mere spatial distortion that only makes movement uncomfortable and prepares to power through it. Lee Ho-guk notes the storm is finally about to erupt as his technique reaches completion. He unleashes the ultimate move, Magic Ravine Severance of Truth, sending towering waves of sword force at the brute. The brute struggles as blue spatial lines bind him tightly, preventing escape. Lee Ho-guk declares that his power will become an all-devouring wave and bids Lee Ho-guk's foe farewell. The brute notices a mark on his face and reacts with shock and anger. Enraged at the blemish on his handsome face, he roars in fury amid the ongoing devastation. Elsewhere at Doheman, a man is horrified to hear that his son has died. The grieving elder sees in the darkness, his jaw trembling with rage. Inside a dim hall, the cloaked master rages that an elite gatekeeper and trained soldiers were all wiped out at once, while his subordinate admits the news sounds unbelievable. The master demands to know what happened, and the subordinate explains it was a carefully laid trap. The subordinate argues that with their gatekeeper and troops gone, holding Doheman itself will now be difficult. He adds that they are in no shape to even fight rival sects, prompting the master to curse those who ruined their grand scheme. The master orders contact with certain dangerous allies, shocking the subordinate who hesitates to involve them. Consumed by vengeance and having nothing left to lose, the master decides to seek revenge even if it means making a deal with the devil. The scene shifts to Gumgwangman, a large sect compound under clear skies. A young man excitedly hears that Quan Wu-Wa has arrived. Told she is in the gatekeeper's office, he rushes off eagerly to meet her. Quan Wu-Wa formally introduces herself to Gumgwangman's gatekeeper as Flaming Flower, heir of Watchman, saying her father sent her to pay respects. The gatekeeper casually remarks that Watchman survived thanks to him, so her visit is only natural. He then asks how her father, the old master, is doing. Wu-Wa, thinking he is blunt, explains her father is recovering from power extermination poison and reorganizing the sect's affairs. Relieved, the gatekeeper tells her to remind her father not to forget the agreement made with Gumgwangman. Wu-Wa recalls that Watchman previously made a pact with Gumgwangman to repair past harms. She remembers the terms. Watchman and Gumgwangman became brother sects, and Watchman agreed to fully support Gumgwangman's plans as long as they were not harmed. She admits to herself that the terms are humiliating for Watchman but feels reassured because someone special is now with Gumgwangman. Wrapped legs step lightly as Wu-Wa wanders the corridors. Nervous and hopeful, she searches for the Iron Squad office and wonders whether to invite Young-woo out for coffee if they meet. She suddenly notices someone and looks over in surprise. Wu-Wa finds herself facing a little girl calmly licking a lollipop and wonders who this child is. A handshake between two men recalls a firm agreement, or alliance being sealed. In the memory, two elders comically argue over which of their daughters Young-woo will marry someday. They escalate the absurd debate, one praising his developed daughter, the other insisting a real man prefers a mature figure, while Wu-Wa protests that marrying a 10-year-old is a crime. Wu-Wa's father smugly concludes that his daughter Wu-Wa is clearly the better match. In the present, Young-woo wedges himself between them, embarrassed, insisting he already has a girlfriend while they demand he choose between their daughters. Back in the hallway, the lollipop girl watches Wu-Wa silently. Wu-Wa stares back, speechless and unsettled. She wonders if this plain child could really be the famously developed girl her elders once argued over. Chiding herself to focus, Woo-wah snaps out of her jealousy when the girl casually asks if she is looking for Young-woo. Startled, Woo-wah demands to know how the child guessed that. The girl explains that Young-woo is not at the compound right now. Panicking, Woo-wah urgently asks where he went. The story cuts to Young-woo at the airport with Yoon-young, having apparently accompanied her there. An exterior shot establishes the busy international airport. At the departure hall, Young-woo sees Yoon-young off, noting that as the Allen family's heir returning to America, she is worth staying on good terms with. Yoon-young laughs that his reasoning sounds like him and promises to come back to Korea after settling matters in America. Young-woo smiles and tells her to take care. She extends her hand for a farewell handshake, surprising him. Yoon-young cheerfully suggests they shake hands before she leaves. Young-woo hesitates for a moment, then agrees. They shake hands, he wishes her a safe trip, and she responds enthusiastically. Her plane takes off into the sky, heading overseas. Young-woo's car drives away from the airport beneath the departing plane. Riding in the car, Young-woo thinks Yoon-young will manage fine on her own and notes that Ilwa Group's share distribution is now settled. He turns his thoughts to Chairman Kang, resolving to devise a scheme to completely expose and neutralize him. Young-woo also considers the upcoming Murim competition, noting that many sects are going bankrupt to prepare and trying to scrape together funds so as not to fall behind Gumgwangman. He plans to coordinate those sects to financially pressure Chairman Kang, planting Iron Squad members in the competition to make events unfold as he wants. Contemplating the Iron Squad's role, he briefly considers granting them an honorable death but decides instead to keep exploiting them since he has only just made them useful. Amused by his own change, Young-woo notes that in the past he would have killed them outright, while the terrified driver silently repeats that he does not want to die. Young-woo reflects on how people really can change, admitting he is now doing good deeds after 5 lifetimes, even if he dislikes that Jean Kong-baek influenced this change. Suddenly a disheveled figure staggers into the road ahead of the car, alarming the driver. The driver reacts in shock as Young-woo watches from the back seat. Horrified, the driver jerks the wheel, wondering what the man is doing. The car screeches as it swerves to a stop, narrowly avoiding hitting the man. Furious, the driver jumps out and yells at the stranger for trying to get himself killed. Mid-lecture, he recognizes the man and trails off in surprise. The battered stranger begs to be saved, revealing himself as Peng Seiji, which shocks the driver. Seiji spots Young-woo and wails that he truly thought he was going to die. Young-woo scolds him for standing in the road, demanding an explanation, while Seiji stammers. As he tries to answer, glowing lines reveal that the entire area around the car is booby-trapped, just as he starts to mention Sehukman. The trap detonates in a massive explosion, obliterating the surroundings. Flames roar skyward as the explosion engulfs the overpass near a tunnel. Masked Sehukman assassins on the overpass lament that they were ordered to capture their target alive but ended up blowing everything up and decide to search the wreckage. One assassin speculates that the Iron Squad leader was likely caught in the blast and dismisses rumors that he is like an immortal phoenix. Another mocks Gumgwangman for having such weak elites, unaware that Young-woo has appeared behind him and is listening. Young-woo suddenly materializes on the overpass, startling the assassins who cannot believe how he got there so fast. He chides them for being noisy and ruining any chance of stealth, then asks why they were trying to kill Peng Seiji. The flute-wielding assassin refuses to answer and begins playing, channeling ominous power. She summons a colossal poisonous serpent spirit with a blood-draining technique that coils around Young-woo. The assassins take this as their chance, ordering each other to kill Young-woo and leave no witnesses. Red spatial lines and attacks collide violently with the summoned serpent in a chaotic clash. Believing they have landed a solid blow, the assassins peer through the fading light, wondering who the victim even was. Young-woo reappears unscathed behind one assassin, criticizing their terrible stealth skills and asking if they can truly call themselves assassins. Holding the terrified flute user hostage, he says he can think of 3 reasons someone would attempt an open daylight assassination. He states the first reason is simple stupidity and slashes one of them. As another assassin falls bleeding, Young-woo gives the second reason, saying they might be crazy but backed by strong forces. Enraged, the remaining assassins charge at him with glowing blades, demanding to know who he thinks he is. Before they can strike, they are suddenly immobilized by spatial lines as Young-woo calmly continues his explanation. He concludes that the third reason is sheer overwhelming power and implies that he shares that trait. Later, at Gumgwangman's sitting room, the scene shifts to a quiet, luxurious interior. Peng Seiji hungrily devours bread and a drink, stuffing his face. Young-woo questions him, confirming that Hebei's large random cave opened and was simultaneously destroyed, which Seiji says is true but insists it was no ordinary cave. A flashback shows a devastated city under attack from 8th-class monsters, illustrating the immense damage caused. Seiji adds that the Ping family is currently at war with the Sehukman sect over control of Hebei. Young-woo presses him for the full story, reminding him that he was actually chased out of the Ping family, which makes Seiji bristle. Flustered, Seiji denies being expelled, claiming he simply lost to Sehukman a few times, prompting Young-woo to casually suggest putting him through brutal training. Young-woo internally concludes that Seiji lost so badly to Sehukman that he fled to Korea, failing the task of securing the Ping heir position. Crying, Seiji insists he tried, but his second oldest brother is too strong and is actively trying to kill him. Youngwoo reflects that with Ping Ducheon dead, he expected Seiji's inheritance to be easy, but realizes the situation is more complicated than he thought. Seiji begs not to be sent back and asks to stay at Gumguangman, while Youngwoo doubts his capability. Time passes and we return to the exterior of Gumguangman's main hall. The gatekeeper is stunned to hear that Youngwoo is heading to the Ping family of Hebei. Youngwoo explains that the Ping family has formally sent Xingzi, Seiji, to request troops from Gumguangman. Seiji relays that his father, the Ping patriarch, promises Gumguangman a share of Sehukman's lands and joint governance if they send forces to defeat Sehukman. The gatekeeper calls it an attractive offer, amazed that the Ping family would request help from them, while Youngwoo asks for a private talk with the Iron Squad leader. Aside, Youngwoo explains that accepting blindly would be foolish, since joint governance could be revoked and the Ping family may only want them as expendable shields. He reasons that although the Pings are negotiating, they likely hope Gumguangman and Sehukman will weaken each other, treating Gumguangman as a troublesome thorn. Youngwoo recalls the classic 36 stratagems as the foundation of strategy, implying he will use them here. He says there is no need to resent the Ping family's tactics, as he would act similarly, and notes that their promised reward is not what truly interests him. Instead, Youngwoo aims to seize control of the Ping family itself by disrupting their line of succession. The gatekeeper doubts whether they can rely on the seemingly foolish Seiji. Youngwoo explains that as long as Ping Ducheon is truly dead, whoever defeats Sehukman will become heir, so the plan should work. The gatekeeper then asks how Youngwoo intends to shake up the succession. Youngwoo answers that he will personally go to Hebei to handle it. The gatekeeper offers to go instead, but Youngwoo points out that leading the troops himself would make Gumguangman appear subordinate to the Ping family. Youngwoo adds that it is time for the gatekeeper to step back from frontline battles and let subordinates work, while the older man protests that he is still battle-ready and grumbles about weak youngsters. Elsewhere, a shirtless disciple sits in meditation, eyes closed in concentration. Youngwoo approaches, telling him training is nearly finished and to prepare to depart for the Ping family of Hebei immediately. The disciple, clearly thinking of Wuwa, suddenly asks Youngwoo what he thinks of the flaming flower. Youngwoo answers that she is strong and will become truly formidable once she matures, prompting the disciple to ask if that is all, and Youngwoo simply confirms. Feeling betrayed, the disciple calls Youngwoo an evil bastard, bewildered by his recent behavior. He tearfully explains that Wuwa left Gumguangman the previous day because of Youngwoo. A later flashback shows him in a doctor's coat learning that Wuwa has already gone. He stands in an empty room with flowers, wondering where she disappeared to. The lollipop girl informs him that the older Uni went home. She adds that Wuwa left as soon as she heard Youngwoo was not there, regretting she could not play with the pretty Uni longer. Back in the present, the disciple finishes his rant, accusing Youngwoo of playboy behavior and warning him to watch himself. Youngwoo responds by painfully pinching his cheek, telling him to shut up as the disciple screams. From outside the hall, we hear Youngwoo berating him for losing focus on training, while the disciple pleads for mercy and Youngwoo threatens him in exasperation. Soon after, Youngwoo and his forces arrive by ship at a snowy port, where Ping soldiers greet the Iron Squad leader and remark that the voyage went smoothly. A Ping officer says they heard Gumguangman was sending extremely powerful reinforcements, so arranging the ship was the least they could do. Youngwoo thanks him for the gesture, internally noting that returning here feels like visiting his old homeland. Narration describes Heilongjiang as a brutally cold province where survival in -40-degree winters has forged exceptionally tough people. It is said that a single soldier from Heilongjiang can match 10 ordinary fighters in strength. Youngwoo recalls that as the former Heavenly Horse sect patriarch he had many such men in his employ and connects them to Sehukman. He notes that Heilongjiang warriors rarely cooperate in large numbers, yet now many have united under Sehukman's banner. Concluding that something powerful must be binding them together, he decides he will soon uncover the truth. As his convoy drives through the snowy mountains, he reflects that the Ping family has been steadily losing battles against Sehukman. Snow and wind howl around them, emphasizing the harsh environment. On a distant snowy ridge, two cloaked observers discuss news that Ha Youngwoo has landed at Tianjing with Gumguangman troops and wonder if they should intervene. One asks his companion Zhu Homayong whether the Sehukman gatekeeper can actually defeat Ha Youngwoo. Zhu Homayong smiles darkly through the blowing snow, repeating the question of whether Ha Youngwoo can truly be beaten. The Iron Squad commander orders his people to split into teams of 5 to avoid misunderstandings, and they comply. Gangcheon nervously starts to comment on the impressive place while Ha Youngwoo watches him. The group takes in the massive Ping family compound that looks like a grand palace. Youngwoo teases Gangcheon about being intimidated, and Gangcheon loudly insists he is fearless and introduces himself. Gangcheon asks if Youngwoo is impressed by the mansion, but Youngwoo replies indifferently, just as he did when visiting Gangcheon's home. Youngwoo reflects that in his past life as a warlord he burned noble estates, notes how powerful the Ping family has become, and thinks this residence surpasses those he once destroyed. A Ping family servant formally welcomes Youngwoo's group to the Hebei main residence and invites them to follow him inside. A hostile man with purple hair and sunglasses yells at the Gumguangman visitors, demanding to know where they think they are going. The man, introduced as Thundering Tiger Ping Jun-sung, crudely tells them to get lost. When informed they were invited by the family head, Jun-sung dismisses them as cheap mercenaries hired for money. Gang Cheon angrily reacts to being called hired soldiers as Jun-sung tosses a pouch toward them. Gang Cheon catches the pouch, realizes it is filled with gold coins, and is shocked. Jun-sung arrogantly tells them to take the gold and leave, saying the Ping family does not need useless scrubs. The servant tries again to explain they were formally invited by the head of house. Jun-sung cuts him off with a punch, telling him to shut up and stop acting arrogant. Surrounded by dark energy, Jun-sung accuses the servant of exploiting Xingzi and deceiving the family head, then insults his intelligence. Jun-sung ominously pulls on his gloves and vows to correct the servant's opportunism. Young-woo and Gang Cheon observe that Jun-sung is theatrically overdramatic, likening him to a tiny dog acting like a king at home and saying he fears their presence will expose his incompetence. Jun-sung's sunglasses twitch as he bristles at Young-woo's remarks. Seething, Jun-sung says he paid their travel expenses and warns Young-woo to watch his words. Young-woo calls Jun-sung nothing more than a house guard dog unqualified to talk down to him and tells him to spend his gold on better clothes, while Gang Cheon notes, internally, how well Young-woo provokes people. Jun-sung smirks back, saying Young-woo should worry about his own wardrobe costs. Young-woo calmly questions what is wrong with his clothes as energy starts to swirl around him. Enraged, Jun-sung charges in, promising to slam Young-woo into the ground. Their clash creates a massive purple explosion of force. Jun-sung continues attacking, sneering that as a mere mercenary Young-woo should obediently please his employer. Young-woo instantly counters, catching Jun-sung by the neck with a string-like weapon and saying he does not want to waste any more time in the foyer. Young-woo's clenched fist draws back, ready to strike. The blow sends Jun-sung crashing explosively across the courtyard, screaming. Standing over the smoking crater where Jun-sung lies, Young-woo tells him to stay there for half a day. Young-woo senses something and turns, reacting with curiosity. He sees a foot planted in the broken ground beside Jun-sung's face, signaling someone's arrival. The servant is shocked as he recognizes the newcomer through the smoke. The majestic elder Peng Wukyung, famed king of blades and head of the Hebei Peng family, appears. The servant hurriedly explains he was about to report the guest's arrival as the family head surveys the scene and Jun-sung's condition. The servant humbly remarks that he did not expect the family head himself to come all this way to greet their guests. Wukyung and Young-woo stand facing each other, silently measuring one another. Wukyung scrutinizes Young-woo with a grave, assessing gaze. Young-woo calmly meets the legendary master's eyes, showing no fear. Gang Cheon internally marvels that this intimidating elder is the same Ping family head he had imagined as weak because of Peng Seiji, realizing the old man is on a different level. Wukyung forms a formal gesture with his hands, preparing to address Young-woo. The family head politely acknowledges that Young-woo has been treated rudely despite being an honored guest and formally apologizes. Gang Cheon is stunned that the powerful family head personally bows and apologizes to Young-woo. Time passes, marked by a peaceful shot of the palace roof under clear skies. Later, someone burps after the banquet and complains that their stomach feels ready to burst. Relaxing in a luxurious bath, Young-woo dryly remarks that overeating at the feast makes such discomfort natural, while Gang Cheon jokes he should have become a mukbang streamer instead of a warrior, and Young-woo says their gatekeeper would approve. Soaking in the bath, Gang Cheon says the Ping residence is nicer than he expected and that his opinion of the family has improved. Young-woo points out that all they got was a meal and notes that Thundering Tiger's earlier aggression was a deliberate test, which Gang Cheon says he also realized. Young-woo adds that the family head who ordered that test already apologized, calling it surprisingly noble and warrior-like, but warns that the man does not tolerate weakness. Gang Cheon, confused, asks what Young-woo means by saying the family head does not accept the weak. Young-woo explains that despite having killed the head's own kin during the test, the elder still apologized, proving how unreadable he is and warning that he will turn on them if they show any sign of weakness. Spooked, Gang Cheon gets goosebumps and Young-woo advises him to train hard and grow stronger if he does not want to be pushed around. Young-woo privately thinks that seeing the head of house explains Ping Ducheon's nature, and that such a strong leader losing to Sehukman makes him curious about Sehukman's true power. After dressing, Young-woo summons his subordinate Khan Tae-san and orders him to report on his investigation. Tae-san reports that the Ping family's second son and half of Hebei's forces are already clashing with Sehukman, and rumors say the third son Ping Seiji will soon head to the battlefield as well. Young-woo considers Seiji fighting at the front and wonders if they should have accompanied him, when distant shouts warn that it is dangerous for someone named Sekyung to enter somewhere. Suddenly the bathhouse explodes as someone crashes in, sending water and debris flying and startling the men inside. Gang Cheon, still in the water, sees Ping Seiji himself flailing in the bath and is told by a female voice to stay put. Hearing a woman in the men's bath, Gang Cheon is bewildered as footsteps approach. Ping Sekyung, the Qiankun blade flower and forbidden member of the Peng family, strides in demanding to know who among them is Iron Squad leader Ha Young-woo. Gang Cheon, entranced by her natural beauty and athletic charm, internally gushes over how attractive she is. Sekyung angrily orders them to stop staring and answer, repeating her demand to know which one is Ha Young-woo. Flustered, Gang Cheon tries to pull himself together, stammers that they seem the same age, and indignantly protests her talking down to him. Youngwoo calmly confirms that she is Pung Sekyung, a royal-blooded member of the Pung family. Surprised, Sekyung asks how Youngwoo knew her identity and wonders if he had investigated her family. Youngwoo replies that she is famous enough that everyone knows about her and thinks privately that she underestimates how interested people are in her, though he notes the Pung family member best known to him is still the one who beat down Do-ryong. Youngwoo appraises her, noting she has the sculpted physique of a female warrior and deciding to use her as an exemplary model during Suyun's training, while she self-consciously wonders if she is really that famous. Tae-san comments that Jun-seong is completely knocked out and asks if it is acceptable for a younger sister to beat her older brother so badly. Sekyung points at Youngwoo and asks if he is the Iron Squad leader, and Youngwoo, startled, confirms. Gangcheon hurriedly denies being the leader and proudly introduces himself instead as the gatekeeper's son, clarifying Youngwoo's status as heir. Sekyung immediately turns to Youngwoo, assuming he is the leader, while Youngwoo politely asks why the blade flower is looking for him as Gangcheon fumes at being ignored. Sekyung declares she has come to avenge someone and, calling herself Habuk's first flower, announces she will personally punish Ha Youngwoo. Youngwoo dryly questions the title. Habuk's first flower, wondering if it should belong to Beijing's famed beauty flower instead. Gangcheon recalls rumors of Beijing's incomparable beauty from the first Beijing family, and wonders why Youngwoo has suddenly brought her up. Sekyung vehemently insists that she, the Qianquan blade flower, is truly Habuk's first flower while Gangcheon nervously agrees, trying to placate her. Youngwoo, exasperated by both Gangcheon's love-struck behavior and Sekyung's stubbornness, asks her directly whom she wants to avenge. Sekyung shouts that she is avenging Thundering Tiger, furious that Youngwoo beat him up, and Youngwoo casually confirms she means the man with slicked back hair. Youngwoo admits her motive is understandable and casually orders Gangcheon to handle her instead, which Gangcheon protests as him shirking effort. Youngwoo reminds Gangcheon that he brought him precisely to handle such minor issues and tells him to show the fruits of his training. As Sekyung accuses Youngwoo of avoiding her, he calmly says their levels differ, further infuriating her. Sekyung warns Gangcheon to move aside if he is not Youngwoo and vows not to hold back just because he appears manly. Gangcheon fixates on her calling him manly and internally rejoices that she finds him masculine. Fired up, Gangcheon tells Youngwoo to stay behind him and gallantly offers Sekyung the first strike. Youngwoo questions if Gangcheon has a death wish as his subordinate naively smiles back. Sekyung takes him at his word and lands a devastating blow to his back, shocking Gangcheon. Reeling from the strike, Gangcheon is stunned by her power. Their clash sends them crashing through the courtyard, leveling stone and buildings. Groaning in a crater, Gangcheon wonders what kind of girl can hit that hard. Sekyung derides the Gungwangman heir for being this weak as she leaps again to attack. She smashes the ground beside him with another explosive strike as he tries to flee, crying out. Clutching his chest, Gangcheon complains that he was hit squarely in the solar plexus and says he nearly died. Sekyung lectures that warriors risk their lives every battle and a moment's carelessness means death as she charges again, aura flaring. Realizing the seriousness of the fight, Gangcheon resolves not to hold back and declares he will not go easy on her either. The two trade ferocious punches, each catching the other directly in the face. Sekyung thinks to herself that this guy is actually strong. At the same time, Gangcheon acknowledges internally that this girl is strong too. Youngwoo watches their high-speed battle, the air filled with shockwaves from their blows. Amused, Youngwoo notes they are more evenly matched than he expected. Sekyung unleashes her name technique, Hanyuan Thunder Palm. She slams Gangcheon with a massive purple energy blast, engulfing him. Gangcheon realizes that showing chivalry because she is a girl could get him killed and wonders what brutal training made her this powerful. Despite the hit, Gangcheon grabs her arm, claiming he has her now, while she is astonished he is still standing after taking her full attack. Sekyung retorts that he should heed his own warning, preparing a counter. Gangcheon's eyes widen as he senses another surge of power. Sekyung charges up a larger move referred to as the fifth form, 8 links of the universe, creating a huge pink sphere of energy. Gangcheon curses that she has taken the initiative again. She fires the energy blast like a beam across the courtyard. Overwhelmed by its intensity, Gangcheon thinks his body might melt if this continues but also refuses to surrender out of pride. He decides to throw everything into breaking through the attack, charging headlong into it. Gangcheon roars the name of his own technique, Godly Magic Force Ray, as his eyes glow gold. His beam, golden steel, soul depletion, pierces through, slamming Sekyung with brilliant force. Sekyung grits her teeth, racked with pain and enveloped in golden energy. Gangcheon's punch crashes into her torso with a jarring impact. He winces, thinking that her muscles are so hard that punching her hurts his own fist. Sekyung launches another Hanyuan Thunder Palm, rushing in again. Gangcheon dodges and counters, saying he will not be hit by the same move twice. He executes his flashing feet technique, stomping the ground and blasting her upward in a violent shockwave. Sekyung lies battered in another crater, groaning from the blow. Suddenly she activates her attribute, her face marked with a red stripe as she cries out for attribute reveal. Gangcheon is shocked by this unexpected transformation. To his astonishment, her injuries rapidly heal and her body returns to pristine condition through a perfect recovery ability. Gangcheon protests that she actually used her attribute just to keep fighting and asks if she never gets tired of combat. Staggering, Sekyung complains she suddenly feels dizzy and collapses into his arms, surprising him. Gangcheon, blushing as she clings to him, whispers for her to stay quiet because the situation embarrasses him too. He wonders hopefully if this intimate moment means she is giving him romantic approval. His mind flashes to Hara, a girl from his past smiling with a bouquet of flowers. He also remembers another woman, the fiery Youngwoo, and reflects that Youngwoo was always everyone's favorite. Back in the present, while Sekyung quietly admires the definition of his back muscles, Gangcheon hopes he might finally experience the sweet fragrance of spring despite his poor luck with women. Gangcheon suddenly grabs her shoulders, reminding her she had been trying to kill him moments earlier. Blushing, Sekyung admits it is her first time feeling this way, saying his blows were electrifying and made her heart race. Flustered, Gangcheon blurts out a straightforward confession asking her to date him, while she indignantly demands to know what is wrong with her that he hesitates. Sekyung impulsively escalates, telling him to stop making excuses, marry her, and move in together, while someone secretly snaps a photo of their charged interaction. Youngwoo admires the snapshot, calling it a lovely picture, while Sekyung urges him to take more and add filters as Gangcheon protests and demands the photo be deleted. Smiling at the image, Youngwoo thinks these muscle-headed fighters suit each other, and concludes that Gangcheon will likely remain with the Peng family. The scene shifts back to the palace roof against a clear sky, signaling a transition. Inside a grand hall, Peng Wukyung asks for an assessment of Youngwoo, and an advisor replies that Youngwoo is hard to read but clearly dangerous. Advisor Peng Jajayam adds that Youngwoo is more than dangerous and could be compared to the second son Peng Secheon in strength. Wukyung confirms he means Secheon, and Jajayam affirms it. Wukyung respectfully disagrees, saying Jajayam is mistaken this time and that, though Secheon is his son, he is nowhere near the level of the deceased Ducheon. Wukyung notes that Jajayam of all people should understand just how terrifying Ducheon truly was. The story abruptly cuts to a modern-looking ceiling, hinting at a shift in setting. Violent screams and blood splatters erupt in this new location as unseen people are attacked. Restaurant staff and patrons lie wounded or dead while others beg the unseen assailant not to come closer. A chef urges a coworker to run while he stays behind to stall the attacker. The woman flees downstairs as the chef is brutally cut down. Terrified, the fleeing woman screams for someone named Ping to save her. Before she can escape, she is struck down by a powerful blow. A calm voice remarks, "There we go." Satisfied with the slaughter, the attacker is revealed as Peng Secheon, the Peng family's second son and heir, casually scolding that one should not play with food while surrounded by corpses. Another man rushes in, horrified that Secheon has massacred everyone in the restaurant and demanding an explanation, while Secheon casually tells him it is nothing. A chef lunges at the purple-haired man with a knife, shouting an insult. The attacker is suddenly grabbed by the throat and choked. The purple-haired man calmly lifts the chef by the neck, explaining that the chef made his meal overly spicy. Smiling eerily, he adds that he cannot even handle spicy food. Elsewhere, a bearded man reacts in shock as blood splatters around him. A bowl-cut subordinate trembles and wipes sweat, clearly unnerved. Surrounded by corpses in the restaurant, the blue-haired leader confirms the massacre was done by Sehukman, and hears they disappeared before his team arrived. The blue-haired man reflects that modern society prevents open weapon use, so large fights must be hidden from ordinary citizens to avoid media and government interference. The nervous subordinate relays an order from Gwayak Gakju telling them to leave cleanup to soldiers and head to the front lines, and the blue-haired leader eagerly agrees. During their walk, the subordinate worries he will be used as a human shield, and the leader dryly praises him for understanding his role. Watching them from an alley, a cloaked long-haired man complains he is not useful yet wonders if he must still go. The cloaked man grins menacingly as if plotting. The blue-haired leader smirks in a similar predatory way. As they walk, a sudden energy rift opens in front of the subordinate, startling him. The blue-haired leader nonchalantly steps through the distortion, curious. Emerging alone, he notes the mysterious foe escaped instantly without a trace despite his efforts. On a rooftop, the cloaked schemer boasts he only held back because his stage is not ready and says the Peng family must first face their newborn calf. He warns that misjudging that calf will be fatal and urges Jan Sa-in, also known as Ha Young-woo, not to disappoint him. Young-woo curses the annoying schemer but decides he does not mind as long as exciting events unfold. On a battlefield, a Peng officer orders Sehukman to be wiped from the world. The Peng troops charge Sehukman's horned warriors with an order to kill them all. The massive Sehukman vice gatekeeper hefts his ornate axe and mocks the Peng clan as hypocrites. He invites the Peng soldiers to swarm him, bragging they cannot even scratch him as he smashes the ground and bodies fly with screams. Introducing himself as Scholar of the Blood Mawon, Sehukman vice gatekeeper and ebony squad leader, he vows to exterminate every weakling. The Peng commander shouts back that Mawon will be the one to die and leads another charged assault, confident in their superior numbers. Mawon swings his axe in a devastating first move he calls Crush, obliterating enemies. Laughing amid bloodshed, he continues his onslaught. He then orders his men to attack in unison. Mawon unleashes a technique called Bloody Axe Tornado, screaming for his foes to be smashed and destroyed. The tornado devastates the battlefield, forming a towering vortex of destruction. As the smoke clears, surviving Pink soldiers panic that an entire platoon was annihilated in a single blow, and call Mawon a monster. Terrified, some soldiers flee while Mawon ridicules them as cowards. He laughs that their escape routes have already been blocked off by the Ebony Squad. Suddenly Young-woo appears behind him, casually admiring the open view. Young-woo asks Pink Se-ji what his task is, and Se-ji nervously says he must stop Sehukman's vice gatekeeper Mawon. Mawon recognizes Young-woo as the man brought by the cowardly Pink Se-ji and jeers that the two are alike. Se-ji, panicked, starts to protest Young-woo's plan despite acknowledging his strength. He warns that each member of the Ebony Squad is as strong as an entire squad and urges Young-woo to kill Mawon quickly and retreat. Mawon growls that it is too late. The full Ebony Squad materializes around Young-woo and Se-ji, surrounding them. Se-ji recognizes with horror that they are facing the dreaded Ebony Squad. Convinced they are doomed, Se-ji cries that he is going to die. As the masked warriors rush him, Se-ji screams in confusion when something unexpected happens. Young-woo slices through the attackers with blinding speed, cutting down Ebony Squad members while Mawon watches in shock. Mawon stares wide-eyed, unable to process what is happening. Young-woo tells Se-ji that their training from here on out will be hellish. He muses that they should probably start by toughening Se-ji's mentality, as he stands among the slain enemies. Se-ji, drenched in sweat, wonders just how strong Young-woo really is. Enraged at the slaughter of his squad, Mawon charges, promising to cut Young-woo and Se-ji to pieces. Young-woo instantly counters with a cutting remark and attack that makes Mawon grunt in pain. Mawon recovers, declaring that such a blow cannot stop him as he rushes again. Their clash triggers a cataclysmic explosion depicted against a mountain range. The sky quiets as drifting particles subside. Bodies of Ebony Squad members lie dead amid smoke and rubble. Mawon's corpse lies ahead while a suited man with purple hair approaches. Pink Se-cheon, the purple-haired man, stands serenely amid the glowing aftermath. He deduces Young-woo used him as bait to lure in the Ebony Squad. Young-woo agrees the plan succeeded but hints Se-cheon is hiding other motives while holding the unconscious Se-ji. Se-cheon gently says he is relieved Young-woo survived. Young-woo responds in surprise. Se-cheon hugs Young-woo tightly, scolding him for making him worry. Young-woo, confused by the embrace, wonders what Se-cheon is doing. At that moment, someone secretly takes photos of the hug with a phone. The bearded Ping elder records the scene with a serious expression. A title declares Se-cheon the new dragon of Hebei backed by the desperate god of death. A vertical announcement proclaims a new dragon of Hebei rising with the support of the god of death, as Se-cheon waves triumphantly. In front of a cheering crowd and reporters, Se-cheon is publicly praised for annihilating the murderous Ebony Squad while Young-woo and Se-ji stand behind him. Hearing the acclaim, Se-cheon smiles awkwardly. At a formal reception, the Pung patriarch joyfully welcomes his son Se-cheon home, and Se-cheon reports he has fulfilled his mission and returned safely. The father hugs him, proudly thanking him for eliminating the Ebony Squad while Se-cheon thanks his father. Watching from the side, Young-woo and Se-ji think to themselves that Young-woo was actually the one who destroyed the squad. Young-woo leans to Se-ji and begins to talk about his older brother. He hints ominously that Se-ji's older brother is up to something interesting. Police tape now marks off the restaurant massacre site. At the scene, Sehukman gatekeeper Cho Myung-hak, holding a baby, confirms the Ebony Squad slaughtered citizens here. An officer named Jang Hyuk urges Cho Myung-hak to leave quickly because the desperate god of death could soon attack their headquarters. Cho Myung-hak laughs at the nickname, scoffing that the world is mad to call the weaselly Ping Se-cheon the desperate god of death. His loud laughter makes the baby cry, and he apologizes for startling the child. He gently soothes the baby, promising not to laugh so loudly and assuring they are safe. Elsewhere, a subordinate calls to his commander. Cho Myung-hak orders that all of Sehukman's forces be assembled. Still cradling the baby, he declares they will now move to destroy the Pung family. The subordinate bows deeply and accepts the order. The scene shifts to a clear blue sky. A traditional palace complex is shown, establishing the Ping family's stronghold. Inside the palace, the Ping patriarch stands before a bright doorway. He reflects that after the suspicious death of his son Du Qianin he feared for the clan's future, but Se-cheon's dependability reassures him. His advisor warns him not to relax, saying Cho Myung-hak will likely attack personally now that the Ebony Squad is gone. The patriarch reasons that as long as Cho Myung-hak is viewed as a murderer, the government will back the Pung family, so they must seize this chance to eradicate Sehukman. The advisor notes that the Iron Squad Young-woo brought is also powerful and suggests putting them at the front to protect Pung forces. The patriarch approves the strategy, finally believing the war's end is in sight. The advisor then nervously says he has additional news regarding Ping Se-kyung. The patriarch, concerned, asks if something is wrong with Se-kyung. The narrative cuts to a modern city covered in snow. In its streets, someone pants heavily while running. A young man in a parka catches his breath, relieved he has finally escaped a persistent woman and grumbling that his looks cause too much trouble. Just as he declares himself free, he spots a beautiful woman and is instantly captivated. He winks at her, trying to flirt. She asks if he just winked, and he admits he did because she is so pretty. Smiling, she thanks him and invites him for tea. Overjoyed, he eagerly accepts, wondering if his luck is real. Before they can go, another woman yanks the beauty away, causing her to scream. The beauty protests in pain, demanding to know what the new woman's problem is. The braid-haired woman menacingly tells her to go away using harsh language. The frightened beauty runs off as the man calls after her in despair. He turns on the braid-haired woman, asking how she even found him. She cheerfully explains she sprayed him with a long-distance tracking scent, which he incredulously says should only exist in fiction. She pinches his cheek and reminds him she told him not to look at any girl other than her. He slaps her hand away, insisting he already refused her. Grabbing his chest, he urges her to listen to her heart and admit she likes him. She angrily calls his claim nonsense, tells him again it is not true, and orders him to stop following her. He sprints away through snowy alleys while she chases him across rooftops, shouting for him to stop running. As he flees, he bitterly thinks Young-woo is surrounded by pretty girls while he only attracts muscular bodybuilders. Suddenly a long gray serpent coils around him. The constricting tail wraps his torso as he struggles. He is yanked violently into the air, shocked by the attack. Elsewhere, the braid-haired woman sniffs and notices something is off. She realizes the tracking scent vanished and wonders where it went as she searches the street. Still running, her stomach growls loudly. On a rooftop, the man lies bound by the serpent tail as a monstrous lizard-like evil spirit approaches. A caption identifies the creature as a level 10 evil spirit called Alien that acts in groups. The man steels himself, gritting his teeth. He insults the monster's foul breath even as it closes in. He then blasts it away, sending the creature crashing down the alley. Seeing the defeated monster, he exclaims in confusion about why an evil spirit is here at all. He looks around in wary surprise. At street-level, chaos erupts as announcements warn citizens that a random cave has opened and evil spirits are appearing, ordering everyone to shelters. At the Punk Palace, urgent shouts summon the gatekeeper for an emergency. The advisor reports to the patriarch that a random cave has opened in Hongrak district, where their main forces are currently massed against Sehukman. Alarmed, the patriarch orders an immediate withdrawal before their army is wiped out. The advisor stammers that Cho Myung-hak and Sehukman's forces are already marching toward Hongrak as well. In a snowy field, a white-haired subordinate informs the scheming long-haired man that, just as expected, a random cave has opened in Hongrak. The schemer grins darkly in satisfaction. The subordinate adds that Sehukman is also heading there. The long-haired mastermind says all the props of his play are moving into position and vows he will soon come for Jaeon Sa-in. Back in Hongrak, Pink soldiers attempt to shepherd civilians to safety. A sudden powerful blast interrupts the evacuation, shocking one of the guards. An explosion rips through a rooftop, scattering debris over the city. Under heavy bombardment, Pink troops curse that the evil spirits have already advanced this far and urge one another not to falter. An alien charges at a soldier who is protecting a fallen comrade. The soldier is savagely struck from behind and screams. Elsewhere, someone pleads for the dragon troops to be mobilized. In a quiet room, an official begs Seicheon to deploy the dragon troops because ordinary soldiers cannot handle these high-ranking evil spirits, and they will all die at this rate. Calmly sipping coffee, Seicheon tells him to stop fidgeting like a nervous dog and sit down to drink coffee. The official is baffled by Seicheon's relaxed attitude. Seicheon casually asks if he has ever tried Kopi Luwak. Outside, an alien continues its rampage with a deafening screech. Seicheon explains that Kopi Luwak is an expensive coffee made from civet excrement whose value depends on how it is processed. As a pink soldier is mauled, Seicheon coldly remarks that those men are worth less than excrement. He concludes that by sending them he merely gave them the chance to become Kopi Luwak. The bearded man narrows his eyes, clearly disturbed as he thinks about something serious. A cheerful subordinate asks the stern man why he looks so gloomy. Smiling, the subordinate says they should not relax because they still have not achieved their overall objective. Elsewhere, a monstrous alien roars triumphantly while drinking blood from a severed limb. The blood-covered alien bellows loudly, its rage and power intensifying. A mother desperately hugs her crying baby on the street, begging the child to stop. The mother freezes in fear as she notices something terrifying above them. A huge alien lowers its fanged jaws toward the screaming mother and baby. The alien lunges down in a furious attack, eyes blazing red. The mother curls her body over the child, shouting in denial as the monster descends. With eyes shut and tears falling, she braces herself for death. Instead of dying, she hears someone angrily rebuke the attacker, leaving her shocked and confused. She then sees the bearded man and a blue-haired youth standing calmly with the alien now restrained behind them, and demands to know why a mere kid speaks to her so casually. The bearded man bristles at the youth's disrespect, and his sword handle trembles. Drawing his blade, he furiously demands if the youth knows who he is, while the youth casually replies that it does not matter. The bearded man forces a smile, saying the youth does not actually have to recognize him. Two masked warriors appear behind the youth, reacting tensely to the drawn sword. The bearded man explains he has intel on the Iron Squad's leader and believes the youth looks just like that man. The youth coolly responds that he has similar intel on a Sehukman gatekeeper named Cho Myung-hak and says the bearded man matches that description. Delighted, the bearded man loudly confirms his identity as Cho Myung-hak and attacks. The youth calmly turns as the sudden slash hurtles toward him. Their clash unleashes a massive energy explosion that rocks the surrounding rooftops. Cho Myung-hak is surprised his first blow was dodged while the youth says fighting now is pointless. Ignoring him, Cho rushes in again, and they trade high-speed sword strikes surrounded by swirling energy. Cho laughs that the youth is correct about ending things quickly, urging him to die so the battle can be over. The youth blocks easily, reproaching Cho for such gruesome talk. Their exchange triggers another enormous blast that shatters the nearby area. Cho charges once more wrapped in red power, repeatedly shouting his own name as he attacks. The youth smirks and quietly tells Cho to look to his left. Cho, puzzled, wonders what he means by his left side. A colossal explosion slams into Cho's position from the indicated direction, sending debris flying. Cho grimaces in pain, purple energy beginning to envelop him. From the blast emerges a gigantic dinosaur-like evil spirit descending onto the battlefield. A caption identifies the creature as the level 8 evil spirit king alien, the king of all aliens. Cho, lying amid rubble, remarks that it has been a long time since he last fought seriously and complains about being attacked mid-fight. King Alien roars and lunges straight for him, surprising Cho. Cho digs in and prepares his stance, readying a counterattack. He unleashes a massive vertical slash technique called Flashing Slice that tears through the cityscape. The glowing blade cleaves straight down King Alien's body. Cho's hand tightens again on his sword as the attack concludes. Standing amid a fiery backdrop, Cho looks around and notes that the youth Young-woo vanished in an instant. In another part of the city, speakers order all civilians to evacuate immediately. The announcement claims that emergency countermeasures are underway, but explosions already streak toward the building. Panicked civilians scream and flee through the streets. More aliens rampage through the crowd, some being tackled and injured by other monstrous fighters. The older Ping brother decides they can no longer wait, and vows to lead their forces to rescue civilians and Ping soldiers. Back in the cafe, the purple-haired strategist chides him, saying he warned him to be cautious with his choices. The older brother clenches his teeth, struggling with anger and frustration. Swallowing his resentment, he reluctantly agrees and prepares to follow orders. The strategist smiles coldly behind his coffee cup, clearly pleased. The older brother's fist trembles in silent protest. He then asks the strategist what exact outcome he is waiting for, wondering if it is mutual destruction between Sehukman and the evil spirits. He argues that while the evil spirits might harm Sehukman, they cannot defeat them, and that civilians and Ping soldiers will suffer the most. The strategist changes the subject, asking if he has ever sensed the energy of outer space, startling the older brother. He cryptically explains that tiny movements in space create chaos. Smiling, he adds that out of that chaos, order eventually emerges. His third eye opens and glows purple as he reveals this power is called Three Humanities Eye Tao. The older brother realizes Tao can peer into the mysteries of space and is one of the most mysterious abilities in existence. He recalls that Tao can discern the essence of things and predict the future, which is how the strategist knew the random cave would open. The strategist now declares that all evil must be eradicated in a single move, so Sehukman and the evil spirits must be lured to the city center using their own troops as bait. Horrified, the older brother rejects the idea of sacrificing their people as bait. Unmoved, the strategist confirms his plan to use a secret weapon known as the Destroyer of Worlds to vaporize everything within the district. On the streets, Ping fighters escort a schoolgirl and order her to flee while they face the oncoming darkness. An alien charges them, causing more screams as the soldiers brace themselves. A powerful purple blade attack called Hunyuan Thundering Dew Blade obliterates the alien in front of them. The older Ping brother appears with a glowing sword, asking the soldier about the others and telling him to evacuate everyone immediately. The soldier protests, worried about the still rampaging evil spirits. The older brother shouts that they must obey now, and the soldier reluctantly agrees. He then races across the city, heading toward where the Destroyer of Worlds must be used. As he moves, he reflects that the Destroyer is a secret Ping family weapon hidden for 1,000 years. He recalls that once unleashed, it annihilates everything around it with power greater than a nuclear explosion. Realizing the strategist is willing to sacrifice civilians and Ping soldiers alike just to wipe out Sehukman and the evil spirits, he is filled with dread. He remembers how he once tolerated this ruthless leader, hoping he would bring glory to the Ping family despite his disregard for lives. Now frightened by him, the older brother resolves to stop this vicious man no matter what. Meanwhile, another fierce alien snarls as it prepares to strike. The older Ping brother counters with a devastating kick and energy blast that smashes the creature. Disgusted by the stench of the monster, he complains that he no longer even feels like beating it up. Nauseated, he starts to move while a horde of aliens chases after him down the street. When more monsters appear, he exclaims in dismay that additional enemies are still coming. Explosive blue attacks suddenly rain down among the aliens, killing many of them. Members of the Iron Squad descend from above, shouting for the monsters to be destroyed. One of them tells the older brother they will handle the nearby enemies, noticing Young-woo is apparently somewhere in the area. He explains that Young-woo was with them earlier but ordered them to relocate here. The older brother asks, worried, what Young-woo himself is doing now. The subordinate fumbles nervously, unable to give a straight answer. Elsewhere, two blades cross, preparing for a new confrontation. A nervous man in a suit watches events unfold with growing unease. A caption identifies approaching hooded figures as Sehukman's elite troops, the bloodshed necromancers. Surrounded by them, the suited man anxiously asks the blue-haired gatekeeper if he truly has to go through with this bait plan. The gatekeeper calmly reminds Peng Se-ji of the mission to lure the bloodshed necromancers. He then tells Se-ji that since his role is bait, he must play it properly. Young-woo pushes the panicking Se-ji forward and loudly announces that the Peng family's third son is right there. The necromancers verify that the trembling man is indeed Peng Se-ji and prepare to act. They charge while shouting to kill Peng Se-ji, causing him to shriek in terror. Se-ji screams for someone to save him as he flees for his life. Watching with a sinister smile, Young-woo orders him to defeat the enemies, saying it will be a valuable learning experience. In his high tower, the strategist nonchalantly eats cake while monitoring events. An alert informs him that the bloodshed necromancers have entered Hongrak's-B district. Additional reports state that the evil spirits are converging on the necromancers and that the powerful Myeonggakju has broken from formation to move independently. The strategist muses that he intended to use Myeong briefly and discard him, but now considers him not even worth that. When asked if Myeong should be captured, he replies that as long as Myeong is inside Hongrak district, he will perish along with Sehukman and the necromancers. He walks to the panoramic window, overlooking the city as his plan unfolds. Smiling, he calls upon the dragon troops to mobilize. Using his third eye, he orders them to encircle Hongrak district under the pretense of trapping the evil spirits. He then commands that no evil spirits or Sehukman forces be allowed to escape the encirclement, and the troops affirm his order. Confidently, he reflects that the Three Humanities Eye has never given a wrong prediction. The ominous eye glows again, radiating dark power. In a flashback, an older purple-haired man pours liquid over a younger strategist's head, demanding he repeat the prophecy. The younger strategist recites Tao's words, saying that when the sky dragon ascends, a new world will begin. The elder mockingly asks if he is delusional for believing he will rule this new world. The younger man merely smiles serenely, unfazed by the ridicule. His eyes then harden in anger at the older man's scorn. The elder yanks his hair, causing pain, as the strategist's third eye remains open. The elder cruelly tells him to stop deluding himself, and that if he wants to live, he should debase himself. In the present, the strategist recalls there was one part of Tao's prophecy he never revealed to that man. That hidden detail was that the elder would inevitably die. He now proclaims that no one can stand against Tao's predictions because the sky dragon's rise is imminent. Suddenly, an urgent report interrupts, stating that the bloodshed necromancers have abruptly changed direction instead of continuing toward Hongrak's entrance. Shocked, the strategist exclaims that this should be impossible and demands an explanation. Meanwhile, the city lies in ruins, smoke billowing from damaged buildings. Down in the streets, explosions echo as something races rapidly through the urban canyon. Peng Se-ji runs frantically, begging the pursuing necromancers not to follow him. The necromancers chase after him, shouting to capture him and not let him escape. From a rooftop vantage point, Young-woo watches the chase and the enemies funneled into the district. Amused, he notes how fast Se-ji runs and jokes that such talent for fleeing must be innate. He is approached by a stranger who asks if he is the Iron Squad leader from the peninsula. Young-woo confirms his identity and asks who the newcomer is. The newcomer is introduced as Myeong, Sehukman's defender known as the Soul-Breaking Sword, who declares he has finally found Young-woo. Myeong releases his sheath blade slightly, preparing a technique called one-point slash. Young-woo's eyes narrow as he senses the impending attack. A blazing diagonal slash tears across the rooftop towards him, splitting the surface. Young-woo praises the speed of the strike, saying it is not bad. Myeong, sweating, realizes his opponent is extremely strong and that any mistake will cost him the fight. Determined, he decides he must end the duel quickly and channels energy into the ground. Cloaked in golden aura, Myeong charges with lethal intent. He unleashes another ultimate technique, Flashing Soul, driving a fiery assault toward Young-woo. The resulting explosion engulfs part of the city in flames. Debris and shattered pavement rain down from the blast. Young-woo walks out from the destruction, dryly asking if Myeong is allowed to wreck someone else's building like that, and what he plans to do about it. Without slowing, Myeong charges again while Young-woo warns him to worry about himself, commenting that he has heard how swift Myeong's blade is. Young-woo concludes that Myeong truly is the famed defender, and reasons that Sehukman's gatekeeper must be nearby as well. Myeong remarks that he did not expect to use a technique he had reserved for the Peng family head against Young-woo. Young-woo smirks and quietly names his own counter-technique, the Slicing Soul Shadowless Sword. The battle continues to devastate the environment, chunks of buildings starting to fall. Massive boulders and rubble hurtle toward the street where Young-woo stands. One huge chunk slams into the ground between them as the two fighters face each other. Myeong moves in a blur, his body and weapon wreathed in orange light as he circles Young-woo. He darts past, attempting a decisive slash while his blade flickers with blue energy. As blood sprays, he believes he has finally landed a cut on Young-woo. Convinced victory is at hand, Myeong resolves to finish the battle with one final strike. The bearded fighter is suddenly slashed across the chest and collapses while his blue-haired opponent stands unharmed in the distance. As blood pours out, the bearded man panics, wondering how he was cut. The blue-haired man, eyes glowing, comments that he has not felt such a thrilling attack in a long time. Standing over the fallen foe within a crackling ring of energy, he says this is the end for his opponent. Smirking, he asks for confirmation that the battle is over. Another fur-clad swordsman charges in, declaring that he now has to defeat the blue-haired man. The fur-clad man invokes the cowardly demon sword technique, boasting of its bloody history as he unleashes a massive red slash. The blue-haired man stomps and releases a burst of power. Elsewhere, members of the Iron Squad dash through the city, complaining they were only told to find the young master and wait on the outskirts. One of them repeats the order about outer areas, then hears a strange sound approaching. Buildings shake and debris falls, making one man fear an earthquake. His comrade decides the rumbling must be the sound of an intense fight. Aerial view shows destructive energy blasts tearing through the district. The cowardly demon and the blue-haired man clash repeatedly, their sword auras colliding and ravaging the surroundings. Observers realize the two fighters are meeting each other's attacks head-on. A wounded older man watches in disbelief that such a youngster from the peninsula can stand against him. Seeing skyscrapers exploding from the duel, he wonders how this small fry can match an all-powerful gatekeeper. Someone else stomps down, activating another burst of power. The cowardly demon roars out another technique, Cowardly Demon's Blade, combined with enchanted blood. His blood-infused sword aura rains down in huge arcs while the blue-haired man blocks below. The blue-haired man laughs that such feeble slashes will never defeat him. The cowardly demon retorts that the youngster is an impudent brat and accuses him of bluffing, insisting he already looks worn out. The blue-haired man answers by blitzing in with overwhelming speed and battering the cowardly demon into the ground. He declares that only attacks as powerful as his own can actually kill someone. He then releases a gigantic blue sword wave that sends the cowardly demon flying. Realizing the oncoming slash is lethal, the cowardly demon thinks the situation has become dangerously serious. The blue shockwave blasts through the city, carving a path of destruction. After the attack rips a vertical chasm into the sky, the blue-haired man calmly surveys the devastation. He notes that the cowardly demon narrowly avoided the full brunt of the strike. The two regroup, and the blue-haired man taunts him, asking if they will keep fighting. The older swordsman silently admits the sword's feedback proves the youngster is even stronger than he himself was at that age. Still, he angrily calls the youngster shameless for using tricks like forming a barrier during their duel. He accuses the blue-haired man of secretly creating the barrier, but the latter tells him to sense it again. Sensing the energy net over the city, the cowardly demon realizes the barrier was actually created by the Ping family. The blue-haired man explains the Ping family intends to maintain a powerful barrier that even someone as strong as the cowardly demon should have noticed. The cowardly demon grudgingly admits the assessment is correct and that this barrier's flow is unlike any he knows. Furious, he says using the Ping barrier as bait to lure him into the battlefield is still cowardly, while the blue-haired man calls him crazy and tells him to stop blaming others for his own failings. After a moment of manic laughter, the cowardly demon agrees he should blame his own weakness instead of others. He then resolves to kill the blue-haired man quickly and slaughter the Ping clan before they can fully activate their weapon. The blue-haired man calmly agrees that defeating him first would indeed be the best plan. Back near civilians, a Ping elder urgently orders everyone to flee because a catastrophic weapon called the Destroyer of Worlds will soon activate. He leads a group of evacuees and clan members, shouting that they must leave the area without stopping. While guiding them, he reasons that the Destroyer of Worlds is likely planted in the center of Hungrak and vows to move as many people as possible to the outskirts. Suddenly he senses something ominous and looks up in alarm. A piercing noise strikes everyone's ears. They collapse in pain while he screams for them to cover their ears. He recognizes the sound as the Destroyer of Worlds beginning to activate and despairs that this cannot be happening. He recalls that because the weapon's power is so extreme its range must be limited, so it should have been activated in central Hongrak where evil spirits and bloodshed necromancers are concentrated. He panics, questioning why the activation sound is reaching these seemingly unimportant outer areas. As he thinks this, footsteps approach from behind and a calm voice mocks where his attempt to escape has led him. The purple-haired Ping Seichion appears wreathed in sinister energy, telling the elder that if he truly wanted to save people he should have stayed in the cafe. The elder frantically asks if this quiet neighborhood is actually where Ping Seichion set up the Destroyer of Worlds, pointing out its lack of strategic value. Ping Seichion just smiles and asks if the elder is really so sure about that. A terrified Ping subordinate sprints toward them, screaming for help. He is being chased by a horde of red-hooded bloodshed necromancers who are ordered to capture him while he shouts for them to stop pursuing him. Seeing the masked warriors, the elder realizes they are the feared bloodshed necromancers of Sehukman. At the same time, members of the Iron Squad arrive, explaining they were ordered to remain in these outer areas. The leader recognizes Gumguangman's Iron Squad and asks why they are here, noting Ping Seijai is running straight toward them. The elder observes in horror that Sehukman and the Iron Squad are converging on his location and cannot believe what is happening. Ping Seichion reveals his third eye and explains that the three humanities' eye, Tao, lets him predict everything. A group of masked necromancers stands ready amid flames, emphasizing the looming battle. The Iron Squad, including their fur-collared leader, also prepares grimly to fight. Ping Seijai cries out to the Iron Squad leader for help, begging to be saved. Questioned about why he is being hunted, Peng Seiji admits he does not know, only that Jung-woo ordered him to lure the bloodshed necromancers. One Iron Squad member is baffled that Jung-woo would issue such an order and admits they have no idea either. The fur-collared man recalls Jung-woo telling them to move toward the outskirts and begins to understand. He realizes Jung-woo's plan would inevitably make the Iron Squad and the necromancers clash. The elder deduces that Peng Seiji intentionally arranged for the bloodshed necromancers and Iron Squad to face each other, and wonders if the destroyer was placed here because of that prediction. He concludes that Peng Seiji truly intends to kill everyone present and thinks this standoff might be their last chance to stop him. He yells to everyone that the place is too dangerous and urges them to run to the outskirts again. Confused civilians ask if the danger is from the necromancers, arguing that the Iron Squad is already protecting them. The elder says there is no time to explain and orders them to hurry. Seeing his urgency, the bystanders decide to trust him and begin running. As they flee, one shouts that there must be a reason their leader is insisting and tells everyone to just run. Watching with his third eye glowing, Peng Seiji says he already predicted all of this. The elder recognizes the three humanities' eye and is shocked. Meanwhile, at a blocked road, evacuees are stopped by Peng soldiers guarding a gate and demand that it be opened. A Peng commander orders the dragon troops to ready themselves, warning that opening the gate for civilians could let the bloodshed necromancers invade. He therefore commands the troops to hold the line and force the desperate citizens back despite their pleas to be let out. The elder winces and hesitates, horrified by the implications. He confronts Peng Seiji, accusing him of madness for treating innocent civilians like expendable soldiers and asking if he truly means to slaughter them all. Peng Seiji coldly answers that if the government finds out, it will be their annihilation, not the Peng families. He argues instead that the government will reward the Peng clan, not punish them. He explains that a random cave in Hongrak has spewed evil spirits, and if they are not eradicated now, the situation will spiral out of control. He describes how the spirits would raise Hongrak, then spread from city to city until the whole continent falls into chaos. He then frames the Peng family's plan as a noble sacrifice that eliminates both the evil spirits and the Sehukman forces in one stroke. The elder protests that the Peng family of Hebei is supposed to be a righteous faction. Addressing everyone, he insists that a true faction's purpose is to love justice and protect the people. Civilians behind the fence echo his words, begging the Peng family to live up to that ideal. The elder demands to know if that is not who they really are. Peng Seiji dismisses it as merely the elder's personal definition of justice. The elder, sweating, stammers in anger, asking what Peng Seiji really means. Peng Seiji places a hand on his shoulder and says real justice requires power. He lectures that the elder failed to stop Sehukman earlier, causing needless deaths that he justified under the banner of justice. The elder weakly tries to brush that off as an unfortunate anomaly. Peng Seiji counters by asking whether more innocents died because of his plan or Sehukman's, telling the elder not to hide incompetence behind justice. The elder trembles with rage, beginning to curse him. Shouting that Peng is a devil, he launches a desperate palm strike at him. He unleashes his Hun Yuan Thunder Palm, slamming the purple-haired man with lightning-infused force. The attack erupts in a towering purple explosion that seems to engulf Peng Seiji. When the dust clears, Peng Seiji stands behind the elder mostly unharmed, repeating that he can predict every situation. The elder grips his weapon as if preparing another move. Instead, Peng Seiji detonates a new purple technique, Bloody Iron Star, at the ground. The resulting explosion blasts the elder away as onlookers gape and wonder why they are fighting each other. Amid the haze, Peng Seiji asks the elder if he is not curious about the future that the eye has seen for him. He sinisterly begins listing it, starting with the destruction of the elder's rebellious hand for not recognizing its master. The elder's arm is violently twisted by invisible force and he cries out in shock. Screaming in agony, he clutches his ruined arm as Peng Seiji continues describing how his knees will be forced to kneel. A crushing power drives the elder's legs down. His body buckles and he is slammed to the ground. Now kneeling and broken before Peng Seiji, the elder can only groan. From a distance, the Iron Squad leader is horrified that Peng is torturing his own subordinate. Peng Seiji, eyes glowing, asks with a smile what the elder thinks happens last. The elder wheezes in pain, barely able to speak. The Iron Squad leader charges forward, shouting for Peng Seiji to leave the elder alone. At the same time, Peng Seiji declares that a mouth that disobeys its master will be silenced, and a silhouette of the elder's head is struck down. Splattered with the elder's blood, Peng Seiji keeps smiling serenely. The Iron Squad leader explodes in fury, accusing Peng Seiji of monstrous deeds and demanding to know what he has done. He lunges with a thunder-infused punch, but Peng Seiji casually sidesteps using predictive movement. The leader is stunned that his attack was avoided so easily. He repeated the attacks, but Peng Seiji tells him his efforts are pointless. The leader begins another insult, vowing not to be mocked. He hurls himself in a blazing arc of gold and lightning straight at Peng Seiji. Just as he thinks he has him, purple energy interrupts his assault. Peng Seiji grabs and slams him into the ground with a devastating counter, making him cry out. Pinning the leader's head, Peng Seiji repeats that his attacks are useless and that it is as if he knew every move in advance. The battered leader inwardly admits Peng Seiji is incredibly strong as Peng orders the Iron Squad to go fight the bloodshed necromancers. The leader yells that Ping's true intentions are now exposed and insists no one will follow such commands. Consolidating simply smiles and replies that maybe they will. Both the Iron Squad and the Bloodshed Necromancers stare as Consolidating, glowing with power, stands between their lines. The Necromancers recognize him by name and shout Consolidating in shock. Bowing politely, he introduces himself as the second son of the Ping family of Hebei and offers formal greetings to the Bloodshed Necromancers. Watching this, the Iron Squad leader rages internally, calling Ping insane and wondering what scheme he is pulling now. The Necromancers immediately respond by ordering each other to kill Consolidating and charge forward, while Ping's men are also told to advance. Iron Squad members panic that the Necromancers are going to attack them as well. One explains that the Necromancers exist solely to kill the Ping family head, so with Consolidating present they will never stand idle and their alliance leaves the Iron Squad stuck. Despite this, he orders the Iron Squad to charge and stop the Bloodshed Necromancers, and they surge into battle. The fur-collared leader shouts for his men to stop, realizing they are falling perfectly into Consolidating's plan. The two factions nevertheless crash together in a bloody melee. The leader despairs that if the clash continues he will have to intervene personally. Determined, he unleashes his own technique, Thunder Ingot Gold and Steel, preparing to join the fray. All around, fighters scream and trade blows as Consolidating watches from a rooftop, insulting the Peninsula warriors as scum to be crushed. Standing above the chaos, Consolidating remarks that, as expected, they act on impulse like Pavlov's dogs, instinctively fighting each other despite knowing it is useless. With a crazed smile, he encourages them to keep fighting since once the Destroyer of Worlds activates, they will all be annihilated anyway. Suddenly a harsh voice tells him to get his head out of his arrogance as a thin red beam of energy strikes down from the sky onto his forehead. The beam explodes into the ground, causing another massive impact in the city. At that moment the cowardly demon from earlier appears, shouting for his Bloodshed Necromancers. The masked Necromancers pause and look toward their master. Striding through the smoke with his sword drawn, the cowardly demon orders his troops to halt immediately and fall back. Both Necromancers and Iron Squad members acknowledge the command with a shouted "Yes, sir." The cowardly demon declares there is no need to waste forces fighting the Iron Squad any longer, stating that from here on he alone will be more than enough. The Sehukman gatekeeper emerges from the smoke, prompting the suited men to recognize him. The purple-haired man, revealed as the gatekeeper, praises their insight. A bearded man explains this deadly game ends with the purple-haired man's death, who asks about the Iron Squad leader. Using his 3 humanities I-Tau, the purple-haired man states the bearded gatekeeper was killed by the Iron Squad leader. The bearded man scoffs at the idea he was killed and questions the accuracy of Tau. He says he just held the Iron Squad leader's funeral, admitting the fight had been dangerous. Youngwoo realizes the Sehukman gatekeeper's appearance might mean his ally has died. He tries to reassure himself that Youngwoo cannot be dead as the black-haired ally prepares a technique. The ally activates Dominating Blade of Blood to attack. The bearded gatekeeper counters with a flurry of blade strikes. A massive blood-red storm of slashes overwhelms the two defenders. Youngwoo struggles against the attack, thinking that gatekeeper Cho Myung-hak is overwhelmingly strong and fearing Youngwoo may have died. Elsewhere, a huge explosion and shadowy column of energy devastate a city building. Within the smoke and debris, a lone figure stands in a crater. Wide shots show multiple buildings burning and collapsing around the city. A white-robed man appears at the devastated site, thinking of Ha Youngwoo. He recalls that Youngwoo once humiliated him but also helped Yoonyoung find his own path, so he bears no grudge and was even grateful. He reveals he sought another fight with Youngwoo, has grown stronger by borrowing another's power, yet was defeated by Sehukman's gatekeeper before reaching Youngwoo. Sensing something, he wonders what this strange presence is. He realizes the shadowy figure is Mujong, Sehukman's famed defender, and questions where Ha Youngwoo is. The bearded gatekeeper powers up with flaming energy. He unleashes a fiery technique called Blood of Hell. The explosion engulfs Mujong in flames. The purple-haired Tau user dives through the flames to strike at the gatekeeper. His blade collides with the gatekeeper's defense in a powerful clash. Their clash releases another huge energy shockwave. The resulting explosion rocks the area. Bald Sehukman underlings are blasted away, screaming in confusion. Youngwoo orders everyone to retreat from the escalating battle. The battlefield erupts again, scattering the minions. Hooded Sehukman warriors watch the chaos in stunned silence. The gatekeeper rushes forward, still intent on attacking. The purple-haired man calmly counters, meeting him blow for blow. A sweeping arc of energy from Ping Seicheon forces the bearded man back. Their weapons collide head-on in another fierce exchange. The gatekeeper notes that Ping dodges as if seeing the future and concludes his attribute really is 3 humanities I-Tau. Ping replies that if that is true, the gatekeeper must realize he cannot win. The gatekeeper boasts Ping has not yet experienced his own attribute. He reveals his power as Soul of Ice. Ice attacks surge forward, freezing everything in their path. Ping is soon encased in thick ice from shoulders to legs. Believing victory certain, the gatekeeper tells Ping to die frozen in agony. The gatekeeper suddenly feels something is wrong. Blood bursts from his chest as he is injured unexpectedly. The ice around Ping's shoulder begins to crack and fall away. The gatekeeper, clutching his chest, remarks that Ping is grievously wounded yet still capable of such powerful attacks. He admits Peng's strength even while wounded but suggests Peng still could not defeat him. Peng laughs and says the gatekeeper's eyes would never have been enough to win anyway. Peng smashes the gatekeeper's face with a heavy blow. The gatekeeper cries out in pain as blood flies. Furious, he curses the younger man. Still bleeding, he tries to shout in anger. Determined, he thinks if he can endure a bit longer he will crush Peng's face. Peng answers with a finishing move, Bloody Iron Star, slashing down at him. He cruelly tells the gatekeeper to stop pretending to be tough when his organs have already melted. The bearded gatekeeper's body erupts with blood as he collapses. Peng stands over him, satisfied that the peninsula warrior unintentionally helped by fatally wounding Cho Myung-hak. Smiling, Peng reflects that though Cho was troublesome, he still managed to fatally injure the gatekeeper. Sehukman soldiers rush in, shouting to save their fallen gatekeeper as they charge Peng. Peng welcomes their arrival, calling it good timing. The masked soldiers are shocked by what they see. Peng taunts them, asking why they hesitate instead of killing him to rescue their gatekeeper. As they move, some of the masked warriors suddenly convulse and fall, blood spraying. Peng says he understands their pain and calmly announces that the core of the Destroyer of Worlds has been activated. Across the city, explosions and columns of smoke rise from many buildings. Huge circular magical arrays appear above the streets, heralding more destruction. People panic and flee as the city begins to crumble around them. Towering purple beams of destructive energy slam down among the skyscrapers. More pillars appear across the city, multiplying the devastation. Watching from a high platform, Peng declares that Sehukman, evil spirits, and Iron Squad alike will all be burned to ash. He proudly credits the plan to himself, Peng Seicheon, future head of the Peng family of Hebei. Confident, he says the Destroyer of Worlds core will soon erupt and wonders if he should leisurely enjoy the city's ruin. The gigantic beams intensify, but something suddenly changes. Instead of continuing, the pillars shrink into dark holes in the ruined cityscape. Seeing this, Peng is stunned and says this cannot be happening. He realizes in disbelief that the Destroyer of Worlds has stopped. Distraught, he insists Tao prophesied the city's destruction and cannot be wrong, demanding to know why events are diverging. A new figure answers from behind, saying he wonders about that. The blue-haired man appears, stating the destruction stopped because he arrived. Peng recoils in shock, struggling to recognize who this newcomer is. The newcomer mocks Peng, asking if Tao failed to predict his defeat at the newcomer's hands. Peng realizes Tao never showed the Iron Squad leader's actual death and demands to know who this man is. The blue-haired man smirks and asks what Peng thinks. He declares himself Peng's Grim Reaper and lunges in to start the fight. Peng calls him a fool for attacking despite knowing Tao's future sight ability. Confident, Peng believes Tao has already shown him where every blow will land, so none of the attacks can defeat him. As he observes the incoming strike, Peng concludes the first blow is a feint. Expecting a left-handed punch, he calculates a perfect counter against the obvious move. He prepares to act at the precise moment he anticipated. Instead, the blue-haired man's kick slams Peng off the scaffolding, defying Tao's prediction. Peng crashes into the ground in pain. He is bewildered that the opponent moved exactly as predicted, yet Peng still ended up on the ground. The blue-haired man tells him to stay down for a moment, while he goes to meet someone else. Furious, Peng struggles up, starting to speak through clenched teeth. He rages that Youngwoo is just a worthless intruder from the peninsula and charges with his blade. Youngwoo dodges again, sending Peng flying and counterattacking. Peng, bleeding and shaken, grits his teeth. He wildly hurls repeated explosive attacks, screaming for Youngwoo to die. Youngwoo dismisses his efforts as pathetic. Peng realizes in shock that Youngwoo keeps changing his attack patterns in ways Tao never foretold. He curses Youngwoo as he's knocked around. Youngwoo drives him into the ground with a powerful descending blow. Peng lies sprawled in a crater while Youngwoo calmly looks down at him. Youngwoo casually starts to speak. He remarks to the recovering gatekeeper that Peng had claimed he could win. The gatekeeper, coughing and bloodied against a wall, weakly repeats Youngwoo's words. A gleaming attack streaks through the air. Youngwoo cuts down enemies with ease using his glowing blade. The gatekeeper internally admits Youngwoo is the strongest man he has ever seen. Youngwoo thinks the Peng family overreached by provoking them. Youngwoo tells the gatekeeper his attacks melt opponents' organs from within, even if they look unharmed outside. He tells the bearded warrior not to feel too bad, since he will soon join his fallen comrades. The gatekeeper, barely upright, insists it is not time yet. With renewed resolve he says there is still something he must do. Youngwoo points out the man failed to defeat Peng despite vowing to spend his last strength on that. Youngwoo coldly says that if the gatekeeper was one blow away, he should have finished it. The gatekeeper concedes weakly that Youngwoo is right. He bows his head as blood drips, accepting his failure. Youngwoo silently watches the exhausted man sit slumped against the ruins. Peng, eyes blazing violet, fixates on Youngwoo and prepares something desperate. Youngwoo activates his own technique Crimson Star of Iron, surrounding himself with glowing sigils. Peng attempts to decapitate Youngwoo, but his attack passes through an afterimage as Youngwoo slips away again. Enraged, Peng cannot understand why Youngwoo keeps evading in ways his foresight never predicted. Youngwoo appears behind him and mocks the feeble sneak attack. Peng spins and tries to force Youngwoo away with another strike. Moments later he is smashed into rubble, stunned and unable to finish his words. Youngwoo asks what use future sight is when its wielder is this weak. Ping screams that victory has always belonged to him, and that Tao chose him, not his father or brother. He insists everything had gone according to his wishes until Yongwu interrupts. Yongwu says fights are not won by prediction. He declares they are won by counteraction and lands a crushing blow to Peng's midsection. Peng spews blood from the impact. He remembers when he first awakened Tao, seeing a radiant beam of light. As a child he believed that light signaled a brilliant future and destiny for him. Now Yongwu lifts him by his sword, acknowledging Peng is stronger than his brother, and could have been the elder in power. Dangling, Peng murmurs that he once promised himself he would not die. He recalls vowing this before seeing that guiding light. Grasping Yongwu's arm, Peng triggers his ultimate divine grace, Hun Yuan Thunder Extreme. His power surges into a frenzied bloodshed state, eyes blazing. In that berserk form he charges Yongwu, screaming for him to die. Yongwu counters with his own decapitating Thunder Spirit technique. He calmly names Peng's divine grace ability, recognizing it as extreme bloodshed. Yongwu recalls this Peng family art from his previous life, an explosive self-enhancing technique that burns their own blood. Seeing Peng's deteriorating condition, Yongwu warns that sustaining the technique will only harm him. Peng rejects the concern, vowing to kill Yongwu quickly and then return to normal. Their clash continues in blinding light as Yongwu darts around his empowered foe. Yongwu decides to end things faster as well, drawing even more power. He launches a rain of devastating slashes down toward Peng. Peng responds by unleashing Hun Yuan Thunder Blade in a final desperate strike. He follows up with Thunder Spirit Decapitation, sending a colossal wave of thunderous energy crashing toward Yongwu. Yongwu unleashes a powerful energy slash. His attack collides with Peng Seichion's power, creating a massive burst. The clash explodes over the city skyline. Yongwu notes that his intangible blade was blown away by Peng Seichion's strength. Acknowledging Peng Seichion's power, Yongwu leaps back into the air, thinking he is stronger than the Peng clan foes from his past life. Peng Seichion charges at Yongwu, calling him an intruder from the peninsula. Enraged, Peng Seichion threatens to tear Yongwu apart and feed him to dogs. Yongwu raises his empty hands, taunting Peng Seichion for attacking an unarmed man. Jungwoo's invisible blade drops from above toward the off-guard Peng Seichion. Peng Seichion is struck and wounded by the descending blade. Yongwu plants his foot on the blade, pinning Peng Seichion. Smiling darkly, Yongwu says the blade is about to come down on Peng Seichion. The blade slams into the ground, causing a huge pillar of energy and an explosion in the street. With Peng Seichion down, Yongwu remarks that things have finally calmed. The injured Peng Seichion groans that if the technique Destroyer of Worlds had activated properly, Yongwu would be dead, and Yongwu asks if he wants to know how it was stopped. Yongwu reveals a glowing ring and says every gene has a specific weak point that can be destroyed. Recognizing the ring as the weak point of Destroyer of Worlds, Peng Seichion is shocked such information could be found. Yongwu explains that in his previous life he conquered Murim starting by burning the Peng clan's palaces, so he became an expert in Peng techniques. Yongwu clenches his fist around the glowing ring, saying the next step is coming. He reactivates Destroyer of Worlds, filling the ruined downtown with purple light. Yongwu states he will use this activation to wipe out the remaining evil spirits downtown while assuring the citizens are safe. Elsewhere, panicked people feel new quakes and decide they must flee the city. Iron Squad members warn civilians that Destroyer of Worlds is being activated again and urge them to run. Bodyguards push crowds to escape, shouting that anyone who wants to live must run. Yongwu tells captive dragon troops not to worry, since he has tied them near Destroyer of Worlds' core. Yongwu explains to Peng Seichion that fighting him was only to buy time and to teach him a lesson while Yongwu ruined his plans. Bleeding on the ground, Peng Seichion calls Yongwu a devil for ruining his scheme to erase both evil spirits and Sehukman at once. Yongwu accepts the insult as praise, saying even the devil is kinder than a true villain. Peng Seichion angrily calls Yongwu a peninsula intruder again. Yongwu, smiling, bids farewell to the continent's young master and prepares a final strike. Peng Seichion sees the blinding line of light approaching his eye. He faces a towering white light that engulfs his vision. Peng Seichion realizes the light he previously saw was a vision of his own death. Jungwoo's blade pierces straight through Peng Seichion as the Destroyer's light erupts behind him. Destroyer of Worlds detonates in a colossal, mushroom cloud-like blast over the city. Two cloaked figures witness the explosion in shock. Looking at the glowing crater, they recognize the technique as Destroyer of Worlds. The white-haired figure remarks that Yongwu fell more easily than expected and is disappointed in both Sehukman's gatekeeper and the Peng heir. He asks for a chance to act next time but is curtly refused. The dark-haired leader senses something in the crater and places a glowing hand on it. Smiling ominously, he declares that an even better opportunity will soon arise. Days later at the Peng family estate, snow falls as the clan prepares to hear a report. In the Peng audience hall, the clan head asks the Iron Squad leader to explain what happened. Yongwu begins, warning that the news about the Peng's second son will not be pleasant. The narration shifts to summarize first what happened to the second son. It explains that in a bloody battle with the Sehukman gatekeeper, Peng Seichion tried to use Destroyer of Worlds in a suicidal attempt to eliminate his foe while buying time for citizens to evacuate. Yongwu takes the Sehukman gatekeeper's sword, saying he will borrow it. Holding the sword and Ping Sechion's corpse, Yongwu promises the gatekeeper he will make it look like the gatekeeper killed Ping Sechion. The narration states Ping Sechion was defeated by Sehukman's gatekeeper. The narration adds that Ping Sechion's sacrifice was not meaningless. Yongwu credits the third son, Ping Seji, with finishing off the injured Sehukman gatekeeper, reactivating Destroyer of Worlds, erasing the evil spirits and saving the citizens. Seji internally panics, realizing Yongwu is staging events just as he did with Yukaman. He recalls how Yongwu used the gatekeeper's sword to alter Sechion's corpse and how skillfully Yongwu wielded that weapon while instructing Seji to match their stories later. The Ping clan head questions whether he is expected to accept that Sechion died to the Sehukman gatekeeper, and Seji avenged him. An elder confirms that the wounds on Sechion matched the Sehukman gatekeeper's sword and that all evidence supports Jungwoo's report. Yongwu feigns sympathy, remarking that the clan head must be grieving for losing both his first and second sons. The Ping head clenches his clothes in pain. Seji nervously reacts as Yongwu notices his father's distress. Seji urges his father not to despair, insisting Sechion bravely defended the family until the end. The clan head silently processes this. He then laughs weakly and accepts the situation. The Ping head tells Seji that he is now his only remaining son. Startled, Seji answers his father. The Ping head says Seji has grown stronger and, even with help, performed well. Placing a hand on Seji's shoulder, he admits his sorrow as the Iron Squad leader described. The Ping head asks Seji to stand by his side from now on and help lead the clan. Seji initially refuses, stammering that he cannot be the heir while Yongwu silently urges him to accept. Yongwu telepathically reminds Seji he ordered him to become heir and hints that if Seji refuses, Ping Sekyung is another option, implying a deadly consequence. Seji envisions Jungwoo's threat that he will have to follow his brothers into death if he disobeys. His father worries about Seji's sudden odd behavior and asks if he is injured, while Yongwu looms menacingly behind him. Terrified, Seji bows and agrees to respect his father's wish, accepting the role. That night snow falls gently over the illuminated family residence. Back at Gumgwangman, Yongwu relaxes on a sofa when a subordinate returns and announces his arrival. Yongwu welcomes him and asks about the outcome, learning that negotiations with the Ping clan are complete. The subordinate reports that Gumgwangman has secured business rights in the Sukajang region and the Ping clan will shield them from Chinese government pressure and seek tax breaks. Yongwu notes that even with Sehukman gone, it was only one of 12 sects, and since Hyukryok's keeper remains strong, Murim still needs Gumgwangman's support. Stretching, Yongwu says that beyond making Seji the heir, they deserve to enjoy the rewards of their work. The subordinate suggests Yongwu should now visit young master Gangcheon, prompting Yongwu to ask why. Yongwu later imitates a sweet couple arguing over the last bite of food while contemplating this. He walks in on Gangcheon being affectionately fed by Ping Sekyung, who insists he eat more. Yongwu greets them and teases Gangcheon for acting unlike his usual self, amazed at how fast he has changed. Blushing, Gangcheon begins to explain how things escalated the previous day. In flashback, Gangcheon wanders the Ping estate after the battle, thinking he needs food but cannot find a restaurant. He stumbles upon Sekyung's private dining room and rejoices at having found a restaurant. Inside, attendants scramble to refill Sekyung's food as she eats voraciously. Gangcheon watches her eat with dazzled admiration. Sekyung continues devouring food intensely, further captivating him. Yongwu later summarizes that Gangcheon basically fell in love after watching a live mukbang. Gangcheon defensively cries out, hugging Sekyung as she happily says any reason is fine as long as he loves her. Yongwu remarks that despite Gangcheon's brother having just died, he seems cheerful, wondering if that is good or bad. Gangcheon angrily demands Yongwu apologize for upsetting Sekyung, while she gushes that Gangcheon is the only one for her. Yongwu notes that although the relationship is sudden, it benefits him, and thus he supports it. Sometime later at Gumgwang Gate, someone complains of boredom. Back home, Cheon wants Yongwu to return quickly so they can spar, while Kim tells him to stop whining and trust Yongwu will reply. Cheon gets a message from Yongwu and excitedly opens it. The message casually says Yongwu has taken over the Ping clan of Hebei and Sehukman, joking about conquering China. The message continues with a photo of Gangcheon and Sekyung together, congratulating Cheon on his new daughter-in-law, leaving Cheon screaming in shock. After his trip, Yongwu arrives back in Korea, greeted respectfully by subordinates. He sends the men to rest, saying they also worked hard. The door to his family home opens. Yongwu thinks the Ping family affair is wrapped up, and as he enters, his younger sister shouts for the gift from his business trip. She charges at him demanding her present while he wonders if he spoiled her too much. Yongwu hands his sister the gift, and his girlfriend Hara asks if he brought something for her as well. When his sister's name is spoken, Hara turns toward Yongwu with a frightening smile, clearly angry. Yongwu realizes he may not have contacted Hara once while in China and silently panics. At a family meal, Hara mentions something Yongwu told her, starting to recount his supposed romantic gestures. Jungwoo's family comments that he is surprisingly romantic despite seeming blunt at home. Hara jokingly accuses him of lying about his business trip, saying a 2-week diving trip sounds suspicious and telling him to shut up. She warns Yongwu that today she plans to make him beg for forgiveness, then asks if he told his family about their first date. Youngwoo sighs internally at hearing her say today is the day he will be punished, as his sisters eagerly ask for more details. Night falls over the high-rise apartments where Jungwoo's family lives. In the kitchen, Hara calls Jungwoo's mother, and offers to help with chores, while Jungwoo's sister urges her to share more romantic stories. Youngwoo retreats to a room, relieved, and his father praises him for working hard. Youngwoo says it was nothing, and his father asks what he wants to discuss. Youngwoo presents a thick proposal and asks if his father would like to build a factory in China. His father nervously takes the document to read it. After seeing the taxes and location advantages, his father is impressed and asks how Youngwoo got such favorable terms. Youngwoo explains that the joint project between Jumgang Gate and the Peng family worked out well. His father worries aloud that dealing with the Peng family's mystical world might be dangerous. Youngwoo, eyes glowing red, reassures him that everything went exactly as he planned. The next day at Jumgang Gate's Heaven Martial Mansion, the sun shines as a new event begins. Youngwoo arrives at the quiet training hall, calling for Mr. and General, when Hyerin spots him. Hyerin excitedly tackles Youngwoo in a hug, welcoming him back. Youngwoo compliments Hyerin on becoming prettier, and she says she is working hard for his sake. He confirms her grade level, treating her like a younger sister. Hyerin corrects him that she is now in 9th grade, and General Kim greets Youngwoo and commends his work. Youngwoo asks Kim if something happened at the gate. Kim sighs that a storm just passed, while Hyerin adds that her dad was very angry. A flashback shows Cheon getting slapped hard, leaving his face bruised. Now lying in a cratered floor, Cheon is asked how he ended up like that. Kim explains Cheon exploded after seeing the photo Youngwoo sent of the Pink girl. Youngwoo presses Kim for details, but Kim admits he still does not fully understand Cheon's rage. Youngwoo guesses Cheon simply dislikes his new daughter-in-law, while Kim laments being the one stuck repairing the damaged hall. Energy suddenly erupts behind them as Cheon powers up again. Seeing Cheon's shadow looming, Youngwoo and Kim brace themselves. Cheon appears like a furious thunder god, announcing that their matchmaker Youngwoo has arrived. Youngwoo and Kim sweat nervously at his menacing aura. Youngwoo complains that after returning from abroad he deserves a warmer welcome. Cheon charges at him, shouting that nothing could be warmer than his own greeting. Their clash sends blinding streaks of energy through the hall. Youngwoo, mid-impact, insists he personally did nothing wrong. Cheon yells that Youngwoo is responsible for Gang Cheon going to China. Youngwoo counters that the couple suits each other, so he does not see the problem. After the outburst, Cheon slumps, and Youngwoo approaches as Cheon begins a serious talk. Cheon declares that gloomy looks run in their family's genes and warns Youngwoo he must marry a great beauty or be weeded out by natural selection. Youngwoo replies that since Sekyung is the treasured daughter of the Peng family, the marriage terms are excellent. Cheon explodes again, yelling that no matter the terms he will never accept a muscle-bound daughter-in-law. Gangcheon, battered, calls out "father" from the floor. Gangcheon pleads that Sekyung is a good person and begs his father to approve their relationship. Cheon roars that no means no, refusing to change his mind. A new figure enters the hall, remarking that he has found them all gathered. A red-haired martial woman introduces herself formally to the people of Golden Steel Gate. The red-haired woman focuses intensely, beginning an introduction. She identifies the black-haired man as the master of the Iron Squad. A large man greets her as his daughter-in-law and asks what is happening. She proposes that before the Murim tournament they hold a friendly spar between siblings. The Jumgang Gate group is surprised by her request for a friendly match. She explains these practice matches will help everyone exchange information, improve for the Murim tournament, and discuss martial arts and culture. She notes from their reactions that Jumgang Gate has not yet received any such requests. The big man laughs that others are simply scared to challenge them while the master thinks the other gates were bullied. Declaring herself Grand Princess, she personally requests a match against the Iron Squad's master to witness his strength again. The big man reminds her he himself will not enter the tournament. She asks why he decided not to participate. The Iron Squad master says the tournament's grade classifications are wrong. She worries he may mean the various martial arts successors are not equal opponents. The big man tries to excuse Gangcheon's condition, but the master calmly says he can heal him. The Iron Squad master uses healing magic on the injured Gangcheon. Gangcheon is amazed by the magic and the master asks if he now feels capable of fighting. Watching, the princess recalls hearing he learned magic at unique school and is shocked by his skill, calling him greedy. The master tells Gangcheon their gate's pride rides on this match and threatens hellish training if he loses. The big man muses that if Gangcheon does well they might reconsider Peng Sekyung, while the master dismisses that talk. Empowered by lightning, Gangcheon tells his father he is heading into the fight. The master and father are pleased they can now see how much stronger Gangcheon has become. Gangcheon and the princess face each other on the training floor. She sighs that her opponent is him after all and admits she once had feelings for him, puzzling him. Gangcheon powers up, declaring he cannot lose for the sake of his love for Sekyung. He charges, calling this fight the first test of their love. He unleashes a special technique named Thunder Ingot, Golden Steel, at her. As she counters, she internally grumbles about who Sekyung is and finds his talk annoying. The princess strikes him fiercely with her spear. She thinks she cannot allow herself to lose in front of a certain person. She slams down a devastating fiery spear attack, vowing she will be damned if she loses. Despite being hit, Gangcheon plants his hand on the ground and braces himself. He uses a fast kicking technique called flashing feet to recover and counterattack. She manages to block and reposition herself. She spins with her spear in another heavy attack. Gangcheon is shocked at her unorthodox way of wielding the spear. She smirks that she is not finished yet. She launches another move called rotating iron feet that blasts into him. The master observes that as expected the princess is highly skilled, while Gangcheon lacks experience and improvisation. The princess is sure she landed a solid hit and is confused. Gangcheon realizes the blow does not hurt, his body glowing with hexagonal toughness. His father exclaims that Gangcheon has completed Jumgang's toughness, and the master notes his diligence paid off. Gangcheon believes he suddenly feels better and jokes it might be the power of love. The princess recognizes that her physical attacks are ineffective and decides to change tactics. She ignites her spear with fire. She unleashes her signature technique 9 Dragon's Fire in a massive fiery assault on Gangcheon. Engulfed in flames, Gangcheon cries out to Sekyung. He roars for her to watch him as he endures the fire inside his shining shield. The princess is shocked he withstood 9 Dragon's Fire with his body. Gangcheon charges with a move he calls Death of Love aimed at her. She hurriedly prepares to defend. His empowered Jumgang Fist of Love slams into her. She feels her consciousness slipping. Gangcheon stands over her as she collapses. The father thinks the match is over while the master insists it is not yet finished. The master notes her attribute has not fully manifested and urgently tells everyone to dodge. Gangcheon senses something ominous and panics. The master guesses she is about to reveal the true 9 Dragon's Fire attribute. Her eye snaps open as the attribute awakens. An alternate, crazed personality emerges, laughing that she is finally free and announcing attribute liberation, double personality. Gangcheon stares at the transformed, red aura version of her and wonders what is happening. He notices her flames and aura have completely changed. The dark personality thanks him for knocking out Yeomwa so she could surface and now plans to reward him. She menacingly declares she will kill him. Gangcheon is horrified. A powerful clash erupts between them. Gangcheon decides whoever lands the first blow wins and again uses Thunder Ingot, Golden Steel. She simply smiles with blood at her lips, unfazed. She laughs that feeling pain again is exciting and electrifying. Gangcheon is shocked that she remains unharmed. She grins and proposes they continue fighting. They trade rapid blows as her red flames swirl. She closes in on him with a sinister smile, dominating the exchange. Gangcheon realizes she is far stronger and that even her personality and style are completely different, likely because of the attribute. She taunts him for thinking instead of dodging. She strikes him with a powerful blow called Sky Barrier. Protected by love-empowered toughness, Gangcheon notes he would have been in danger without it. He reacts in alarm as another flaming strike lands. His father recognizes that the supposedly impregnable golden steel shield is being tested. The shield finally shatters under her onslaught. She laughs triumphantly that she has broken it. She threatens him with an even more decisive attack. She summons an even darker, gigantic version of 9 Dragon's Fire. The terrifying red energy crashes through the hall. The father strains to shield the master from the blast. Dust and debris fill the air, obscuring the princess's silhouette. As the smoke clears, she stands over Gangcheon's unconscious body, casually asking if the fight is already over. His father laments that his son is a family embarrassment, and worries about being teased, while the master stands silently. The dark personality excitedly demands to fight more since she just woke up. The master steps on her foot, saying they understand Gangcheon lost. He asks why she does not stop now. He checks whether Gangcheon is still alive, and she is startled that she never sensed him approach. She realizes this is the formidable man Yeomwa loves, and he promises Gangcheon brutal training. The master addresses the dark personality as Yeomwa's attribute, and tells her to stop making a fuss and return inside. She refuses, declaring she will be Kwan Yeomwa herself, a flame that incinerates everything. She continues ranting about burning anything that stands in her path. The master stomps her again, asking if she will still refuse to retreat. Pinned under his foot, she curses at him. He repeatedly stomps her while calmly asking if she will yield, as she coughs and begs him to stop. He questions how long she plans to endure this. He notices flames forming around his own foot. He realizes her flames are absorbing the force of his blows. He concludes this is how she broke Golden Steel's shield and thinks her hidden attribute is very dangerous. Looking at the prone girl, he considers that her uncontrollable magic would bring more than embarrassment if discovered. He notes that killing the dark personality would also kill the original Yeomwa, which he wants to avoid. She smugly points out they now share one body so he cannot kill her without killing Yeomwa. The master draws a glowing soul-cutting sword and proposes another solution. She recognizes the threat in disbelief. He confirms it is extreme deliberation, a sword that cuts souls. He says he can use it to remove her from Yeomwa's body and asks for her opinion. Terrified, she quickly offers to obey any of his orders. Desperate to survive, she even offers him control of her clan and body, begging not to die. He tells her he is not interested in negotiating and raises the sword. The scene cuts to the building as her pained cries echo. Bruised and exhausted, Yeomwa's body punches weakly. The master calmly keeps hitting her to further weaken the dark personality. She begs him to stop and calls him a monster. He notes with mild surprise that she still managed to dodge. The dark personality internally curses that she is being beaten up by him again. She recalls that he almost cut her out yesterday, yet she somehow ended up fighting him again. He lightly complains that calling him a monster is harsh. He claims he is doing all of this to help her and feels a bit guilty. She yells that he beat her both when she possessed Yeonhwa and when she tried to leave, and begs him to just kill her already. He says Yeonhwa asked him to help her learn to control the attribute, so if the dark personality hates it she should surrender to Yeonhwa. She insists she cannot surrender because she also wants to live. An ominous thought bubble asks if she understands what will happen then. Realizing his meaning, she looks down in alarm. He slams her head into the ground again. She thinks his power is inhuman and far beyond her own. She groans that she feels sick, and he notes that the planted Muguki is finally taking effect. Confused, she asks about Muguki. He reveals he implanted a device called Muguki in her soul. He explains that over time her soul will reconcile with Yeonhwa's and that continued harassment will make resisting Muguki impossible. She angrily protests that as a living being she should not be the only one forced to sacrifice. He shrugs that he is merely following Yeonhwa's request and tells her to beg Yeonhwa if she wants to live. Despairing, she realizes she cannot get through to him. At last she collapses and fades away while he stands over her. Yeonhwa regains consciousness in pain. The master wonders if this harsh training was a mistake but notes, she now seems calmer. She complains about being treated like a punching bag, while he replies that warriors have no gender distinctions and he is just helping resolve her issue. Sarcastically, she thanks him for his supposedly kind words. He bluntly replies that he has no intention of being nice. In the background, Gangcheon is blasted around by his father as their own brutal training continues. The master remarks that training seems to be going well there too, while Yeonhwa watches in stunned silence. Gangcheon's father gleefully pummels his son while laughing. The father admits he is impressed and finds beating his son entertaining. Gangcheon nervously mutters to himself that once he lowers his shield his father will kill him. Later, the master, Yeonhwa, and Mr. Kim observe the damage. Mr. Kim complains about the building while the master asks how long the training has gone on. Mr. Kim reports Gangcheon has kept Gold and Steel Shield active for 10 minutes and asks the master to keep training him so their faction gains advantage in the Valiant Gate Union. The master reflects that they still need more allies among the 7 sects and wants to take additional steps beforehand. He instructs Mr. Kim to accept all previously declined gatekeeper press interviews, planning to exploit Gangcheon's reckless speech to their advantage. At a press conference, they decide to use the Gumwangman gatekeeper as a controlled source, planning to leak only 2 key bits of information. They choose to reveal the Murim competition plans and their wish for broad participation, while the boastful gatekeeper tells them to leave the rest to him. Youngwoo instructs his helpers to spread news of the Murim competition widely and openly tie it to Gumwangman, even at the risk of advertising controversy. Media and online outlets explode with headlines and videos about the upcoming Murim competition, hyping it as a massive, unprecedented event. Seeing the chaos he created, Youngwoo thinks he has stirred things enough and wonders how the other sects will respond. Representatives of various Valiant Gates convene as a union meeting about the competition begins. The chair starts the agenda but is tense about the situation. He angrily blames the Gumwangman gatekeeper for leaking information, while the latter laughs and pretends the uproar was unintended. An elder silently notes that the gatekeeper's acting has improved. The chair complains that the leaks spread like wildfire and doubled the competition scale, demanding to know how the gatekeeper will take responsibility. The gatekeeper apologizes formally yet insists that as a warrior he cannot retract his earlier statement. He boldly offers for Gumwangman to cover all additional expenses caused by the enlarged competition. The other leaders are stunned by his sudden promise. The chair suspects the gatekeeper planned this from the start to gain influence through money. Another elder realizes the move was only possible because of the gatekeeper's growing popularity and backing from powerful groups like Yukaman and the Darkness Guild. A different leader thinks they should avoid giving Gumwangman more spotlight, but notes the event was already large and costly. Others reason that paying any more than their current share would be unreasonable for them. The room falls into heavy silence as they weigh the proposal. The gatekeeper, following Youngwoo's script, thinks everything is going as planned and prepares to conclude when someone suddenly declares they will pay. Everyone turns in shock as an elderly leader appears. The elder from Doheman announces that his family will assume the extra financial burden instead. Outside afterward, the furious gatekeeper curses Jae Minchio for interfering. In the meeting, the Doheman head vows to repay his sins even by selling all Doheman assets, asking the others to trust him. Later, the gatekeeper rages alone that this was not how the plan was supposed to go. He keeps cursing the old man for ruining things. Back with Youngwoo, they hear the meeting result. Their side lost the vote and Doheman agreed to pay all extra costs. Youngwoo asks if Doheman's wealth is real, and is told their capacity has been confirmed. The gatekeeper, oddly amused, asks Youngwoo if the outcome is because he drank water during the meeting. Youngwoo explains that it makes no sense Doheman could suddenly raise so much money right after recent disasters, hinting at a hidden source. The gatekeeper falters, wondering jokingly if Doheman mines coins to get that cash. Youngwoo concludes the funds must be dirty money. He says those who raise such funds must have committed serious crimes, and the gatekeeper eagerly suggests they should beat such people senseless. Young-woo agrees and moves the conversation forward. He reasons that money on that scale must leave a trail and has heard rumors it was given to Do-heeman from someone else. As Do-heeman's head walks a corridor, he wonders who would have provided that money. He reflects with satisfaction that he exploited Gumgwangman's stubbornness to secure the deal, believing he just needs a little more to finish his plan. He thinks that if only Do-heeman gained authority over constructing the competition venue, their position would become unassailable. Dreaming bigger, he vows to make Do-heeman the sole dominant valiant gate on the peninsula. In private, a subordinate worries about dealing with demon-like allies, but the Do-heeman head insists they must act before their family gate collapses. He says they have to move now while they can still maintain their gate. Overheard by a masked intruder, he calls these demonic allies their last hope. Sensing the eavesdropper, the Do-heeman head glares sharply. He attacks the hidden figure with a powerful strike, demanding to know who is there. The intruder barely survives as a blast smashes the balcony. The Do-heeman head notices a distinctive emblem dropped by the attacker. He recognizes what it signifies with alarm. Seeing the mouse pattern on the weapon, he realizes the intruder belongs to one of Japan's 12 families. He recalls that while Korea has the 7th-generation Valiant Gates, Japan has 12 zodiac-named groups, and identifies this foe as the famed mouse, Nezumi. He addresses the kneeling intruder, asking if he is from the Nezumi family. The assassin silently signals for secrecy instead of answering. The Do-heeman head studies him, unsettled by the response. When he looks again, the intruder has vanished. His secretary wonders what that strange man's creed might be as the Do-heeman head examines the document the intruder left. Reading it, the Do-heeman head bursts into crazed laughter, startling his aide. He exclaims that a demon has personally delivered him an invitation. Fired up, he orders preparations to travel to Japan. Elsewhere, a car speeds along as someone answers a phone call. Inside, the returning Do-heeman head identifies himself, and says he is on his way back from the meeting. At the Nezumi family estate in Japan, the listener acknowledges this news. The Nezumi family leader asks whether the meeting went well. The Do-heeman head thanks him and reports that Do-heeman has been approved to pay about half the competition's total cost. The Nezumi leader tells him to contact him again once venue construction begins so he can insert his own people, and Do-heeman agrees. The Nezumi leader then hangs up the ornate phone. Smiling, he responds affirmatively to himself. He confirms that by following this plan, the Korean Valiant Gates will be wiped out as intended. The Nezumi leader describes his Korean collaborator as someone willing to betray his own country to kill others and notes the man's deep grudge against Ha Young-woo. The hooded collaborator says national loyalty means little to him because he has no nationality. The Nezumi leader presses him about his relationship with Ha Young-woo. Pulling back his hood, the collaborator says their relationship is nothing special. He clarifies with a sinister smile that Ha Young-woo is simply an enemy from his previous life. Back in Korea, an executive is working at his desk when someone urgently calls for him. A subordinate bursts in shouting that they have a serious problem. The president asks what happened, and is told that his brothers have combined their shares to become the largest shareholder. The aide adds that the brothers intend to depose him, leaving the president shocked. Furious, he slams his drink down and curses his scheming siblings. He realizes they must have been plotting from the start to defame him at the shareholders' meeting and overthrow him. He decides he can no longer rely on help from Ha Young-woo or Chairman Yu, fearing that asking further might cost him the entire Ilwoo group. Determined to protect Ilwoo group, he heads to a bar to clear his mind and orders a drink just as the Do-heeman head arrives and sits beside him. The president warns the old man that the drink is too strong, while the elder teases him for speaking from experience. The president confides that he recently lost his son. He quietly berates his deceased son Hyun-woo in grief. The Do-heeman head reveals he also recently lost his son. He concludes that their shared loss means they can understand each other. Meanwhile, at a training hall, a shout rings as combat practice begins. A red-haired fighter unleashes a sky barrier technique. A blonde trainee counters with an electrified thunder ingot golden steel attack. The two coordinate an assault on Young-woo, charging him from different directions. Young-woo uses his blink ability, teleporting to evade. Their combined attack detonates behind him as Young-woo calmly walks out of the explosion and notes they have learned to counterattack. The blonde charges again, roaring as lightning surrounds him. Young-woo easily predicts his attack pattern and floors him with a strike. Bleeding, the blonde struggles to maintain his golden steel shield. He yells at his partner to focus and keep attacking. He then signals her at the right moment. She summons a massive fire Yomwa attack while he grabs Young-woo to hold him in place. The flaming blast crashes down on Young-woo and the blonde together. Young-woo smiles approvingly, saying this is exactly what he wanted to see. The blonde marvels at how strong the maneuver feels as the attack lands. The fiery impact sends him flying battered, while his partner strikes home. When the smoke clears, both trainees lie charred on the floor as Young-woo stands unscathed. Exhausted, they admit they are improving yet still feel the gap between their abilities and Young-woo's is widening. Young-woo praises their ingenuity under pressure and says they can now think even in extreme situations. They excitedly ask if the day's training is finally over. As Young-woo bathes them in green healing energy, they realize he is using recovery magic. With a sinister smile, Youngwoo proposes another full round now that they are healed. The two burst into tears, begging not to continue because another set might kill them. Just then, Youngwoo's aide arrives with information he requested, interrupting the complaints. Youngwoo confirms it is about the source of Do-hyeon's money and asks where it came from. The aide reports that the funds are from a loan company and that the documents appear clean. Youngwoo takes the tablet to inspect the details himself. He muses that the money seems legitimate and nothing looks suspicious. Then he notices the loan company's parent firm. Hearing this, the Ilwa president guesses the parent company must be Japanese. Over drinks, the Do-hyeon head confirms that with Nozumi's support, Do-hyeon intends to seize control of the entire Valiant Gate Union. The Ilwa president summarizes that Do-hyeon is effectively selling out their own country in exchange for monopolizing Valiant Gate-related business rights. He laments he no longer has the authority to change Ilwa's course, and the Do-hyeon head asks if he knows what Do-hyeon truly specializes in. He reveals that Do-hyeon's specialty is assassination, shown by images of deadly ninja-like killers. The Ilwa president recalls as the word assassination sinks in. The Do-hyeon head offers to deal with the president's troublesome brothers himself. He says he chose Ilwa, and specifically this president, because they are alike in being willing to do anything for their own benefit. He reminds the president of how he once murdered his own father for power. Cloaked in dark energy, he presses the shaken president to choose whether to go through with their trade. Resolved, the president asks what he must do. Later that night, several of his siblings drive together, blissfully unaware, as their car speeds through the city. In high spirits, they celebrate their plan to take back Ilwa Group. They vow not to betray one another now that their tyrannical eldest brother is gone. They laugh together, appearing united. Secretly, each of them thinks there is no way they will share Ilwa, believing the company belongs to themselves alone. On a nearby sidewalk, an assassin watches their car approach. Activating attribute liberation, the assassin channels ominous purple energy into her arm. She forms a ghost sword of energy and slices cleanly through the moving car. Inside, one brother casually speaks before realizing something is wrong. They discover their driver has been decapitated, his body covered in blood. Panic erupts as the uncontrolled car hurtles forward and they realize they are about to crash. The brothers scream in terror. The car explodes spectacularly. Nearby, the masked assassin Kim Seonjeong phones in, identifying herself and saying she is reporting in. As the flames burn behind her, she orders that the gatekeeper be informed the targets have been eliminated, revealing herself as Do-hyeon's blood flower assassin. Back at Gumgwangman, Youngwoo's aide reports they tried to intervene but the venue contractors ultimately chose Do-hyeon. The gatekeeper dismissively says to let them do as they wish and asks where the venue will be. The aide hesitates, then answers. Youngwoo hears that the chosen venue builder is none other than Ilwa Group. The gatekeeper is shocked Ilwa still exists, but Youngwoo initially reassures him that the eldest brother is embroiled in a family fight and will soon be finished. The aide interrupts, revealing that all of Ilwa's siblings except Kang Keilman were killed in a car crash the previous day. Youngwoo realizes how blatant this is, noting that the brothers were eliminated immediately after Do-hyeon was chosen as contractor, as if Do-hyeon is openly flaunting their alliance. He concludes the surviving two men could not orchestrate all this alone, and deduces there must be a powerful mastermind behind them. The gatekeeper gets excited at the prospect of new enemies to face, while Youngwoo says their first priority is discovering who is pulling the strings. Youngwoo decides to call someone to start investigating. At Ilwa Group headquarters, the stormy sky looms over the building. Inside, an employee informs President Kang Keilman that his brother's funeral preparations are complete, and he replies that he will join shortly. A man grins to himself, feeling that the moment he has been waiting for has arrived. President Kang exults that the Ilwa Group has finally come under his control. When someone bursts into his office, President Kang is startled and demands to know what is going on. The office door is flung open with dramatic force. Two men introduce themselves to President Kang as magicians and investigators from the Allen family. Hearing their affiliation, President Kang is shocked at the mention of the Allen family. The investigators explain they are probing the death of Allen's Prince Luke and ask Kang if he has met him. Kang inwardly curses that the Allen family still refuses to drop their investigation. The scene shifts to Do-hyeon, a large institution under dark skies. In a Do-hyeon library office, the elderly gatekeeper finishes a phone call saying he will handle a matter tomorrow. The gatekeeper tells his aide there is a new order and to have their assassin deal with it discreetly. The aide nervously asks if this underhanded way of working will get Do-hyeon expelled from the union if it is discovered. The gatekeeper reassures him, saying he has already formed an alliance with Nozumi. He reflects that the collapse of an organization called the Darkness left a hole in the assassination market, and that Do-hyeon must use this chance to rise. The gatekeeper hands his aide a ledger and orders him to return it to its original hiding place. President Kang staggers into the library, gasping for breath and calling for the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper scolds Kang for coming recklessly, but Kang insists there is no time because the Allen family has come for him. Kang explains he drove the investigators away for now but begs the gatekeeper to protect him when they inevitably return. The gatekeeper demands to know why the Allen family would be interested in Kang at all. Kang hesitates and struggles to answer, clearly hiding something. The gatekeeper reminds Kang that he asked for protection and says he cannot help unless Kang tells the truth. Kang thinks he has fled one danger only to enter another, yet believes the Nozumi, Doheman contract will force the gatekeeper to protect him. Resolved, Kang tells the gatekeeper he will reveal everything. Outside the building, the camera lingers ominously on Doheman. After hearing Kang's confession, the gatekeeper is shocked to learn that Jumgangmun's defenders and President Yu of Daehan Group are implicated in the prince's death. He realizes this explosive information is dangerous yet could be a powerful weapon for Doheman if used well. Concluding they are now in the same boat, the gatekeeper tells Kang he has no choice but to protect him. He adds that Kang's coming directly to Doheman was a mistake since the Allen family is already tracking him. Flames erupt on the staircase as the gatekeeper notes that Kang has been tailed ever since his release. Rid and Karen appear through the fire, announcing they have finally located President Kang. Rid asserts Kang could not have defeated the prince alone and deduces that a powerful samurai must have been hired. Kang mutters that one enemy seeks vengeance on Jumgangmun while another has a construction deal with Doheman. Rid explains that once their investigation pointed to Doheman, they came immediately, and now demand to know how they should tolerate such betrayal. The gatekeeper feigns ignorance, claiming they only just made an additional construction agreement for the Murim venue. Rid then challenges him to produce the ledger they were writing here as proof. The gatekeeper curses internally, realizing the ledger is a bomb that could reveal their deal with the Japanese samurai and the murder contract. Under pressure, the gatekeeper asks what happens if he refuses to show the ledger. Rid threatens to take the ledger by force. The gatekeeper decides the ledger's contents must never be exposed and resolves to fight. He launches a powerful spell called Absolute Life Analysis at Rid. The attack smashes into the building, causing a huge explosion outside. Rid counters that the gatekeeper's actions are excessive as he readies his sword amidst the destruction. The gatekeeper recognizes Rid as one of the 4 powerhouses from the American Gate and criticizes his gangster-like behavior abroad. Rid, now excited, says the situation makes Doheman even more suspicious. Claiming he did not want to resort to violence, Rid begins casting a large magic circle. The gatekeeper's eyes glow red as he invokes attribute light ration. Rid becomes shrouded in dark energy, activating marionette control. Rid boasts that his combined mind and body control magic will leave the gatekeeper unable to resist. The gatekeeper smirks, hinting he has noticed something. He suddenly widens his eyes in alarm. The wooden marionette device in his hand is shattered to pieces. Rid unleashes a barrage of wind spear projectiles. The gatekeeper is stunned that his close-range marionette control failed. Rid declares this is punishment for relying on cheap tricks and fires another volley of wind spear. The spears slam into the gatekeeper, throwing him back and injuring him badly. Reeling, the gatekeeper cannot understand how Rid broke free of the marionette spell. Rid charges in, saying a magician must always give a good show, and presses his attack. He raises his arm and casts wind spear again. Rid and the gatekeeper clash in close combat, blades and magic colliding. Rid mocks the gatekeeper for trying a mind attack on a magician, calling him foolish. The gatekeeper realizes Rid's true strength, judging him to be at least a 6th or even a 7th grade magician. Doheman's aide urges President Kang to move to a safer place amid the battle. Rid insists that President Kang should instead go with the Allen family. Karen steps forward menacingly in front of Kang and the aide. The gatekeeper suddenly remembers the ledger and panics. Karen demands both the ledger and President Kang, promising no harm if they comply, but the aide protests that they cannot hand over the book. The aide hesitates, repeating their concern about the ledger. Pages flip as someone unseen comments on how impressive the ledger is. Ha Youngwoo appears reading the book, remarking on the shocking number of people recorded as killed in such a short time. He smiles over the ledger, clearly intrigued. President Kang and the aide shout at Youngwoo in disbelief, demanding to know since when he had the ledger. Youngwoo playfully dispels his stealth magic from his hand. He remarks that none of them detected his stealth spell and says he came because Kang was not answering his phone. Karen identifies him as Ha Youngwoo from Jumgangmun and warns that not handing over the ledger will be treated as hostility toward the Allen family. Youngwoo casually refuses, telling them they are the ones who should leave. Karen activates a magic circle and orders Youngwoo to surrender before he finishes counting. Jungwoo's eyes turn red as he completes the count and prepares to fight. An enormous explosion rocks the room behind Karen. Watching the blast, the gatekeeper wonders if the technique is some kind of explosive martial art. A huge, muscular man emerges from the dust, chiding Youngwoo for taking so long. The newcomer, Lee Hoguk, asks if he can now smash everything and crackles with electric power. Karen lies badly injured on the floor, while Rid shouts his name in shock. Youngwoo coolly reminds Karen he had warned them to get out of the way. Youngwoo reads further in the ledger and notes the Japanese writing that implicates Doheman's gatekeeper. He concludes aloud that the gatekeeper betrayed his own country to side with the Japanese samurai family, just as he had suspected. The gatekeeper grits his teeth in rage, cursing Youngwoo. Youngwoo and Hoguk step through the broken wall, saying there is a reason they call themselves apostles of justice. Youngwoo declares that Doheman will be destroyed today. The gatekeeper realizes that if he mishandles either the Allen family or Jumgangmun now, he will be crushed, and resolves to take at least one side down. Youngwoo and Hoguk tell him that wrongdoers should be punished, and urge him not to be stubborn. An Allen magician demands Jumgangmun explain why they attacked Allen's magician. The gatekeeper suddenly understands that Jumgangmun is the key link in this crisis. To turn the tables, he shouts to Alan's magician that Youngwoo is actually the true culprit behind the prince's murder. Rid angrily asks Jung Gangmun if this accusation is true. Hoguk sighs about his president's loose lips and asks Youngwoo what exactly he has been doing. Youngwoo calmly answers that Luke attacked first and that killing him was self-defense. Enraged, Rid cuts off his explanation and starts casting a powerful spell. He hurls another wind spear barrage at Youngwoo and Hoguk. Hoguk laughs that this fierce magical battle is his first against a magician, while Youngwoo reminds him of their real mission. Hoguk notices the Alan magicians have already retreated from the room. Youngwoo believes they have fled the building and tells Hoguk to finish quickly or he will start playing on his own. Rid confronts Youngwoo directly, naming him Jung Gangmun's defender. Rid recounts that Youngwoo had once been a suspect until Choi Yoon-young vouched for him, and now claims Youngwoo and Yoon-young conspired to kill the prince. Youngwoo says he will now summon the other half of the truth, his friend. He hurls a spinning magic wheel at Rid and says Rid's accusations are too harsh. Rid recognizes the attack as his family's seventh wheel magic shining cutter. Rid desperately uses Blink to evade the incoming attack. He cannot believe Youngwoo can wield such magic. The spell still wounds Rid, drawing blood. Bleeding and kneeling, Rid laments that merely copying Luke's magic does not give him Luke's full power. Rid insists Youngwoo has basically confessed to being the culprit and starts another accusation. Youngwoo coldly states that the prince is already dead and implies he sees no reason to save Rid. Rid furiously calls Youngwoo a punk. He declares that opposing him means opposing the Allen family and unleashes Wind Spiral. Youngwoo counters by erecting a mana shield. Rid's Wind Spiral roars forward in a massive tornado of energy. Youngwoo calmly blocks the attack and says he will instead become a powerful ally to the Allen family by saving them and destroying Doheeman. He concludes they do not need two witnesses to the truth. Rid shouts that he will kill Youngwoo and then the other half, confessing everything to his family. He summons a gigantic armored construct called Giant. Youngwoo immediately destroys the summoned giant, telling Rid he is too slow. Holding a glowing blade, Youngwoo explains that Rid's spell should have ended once he dropped his shield. Youngwoo thanks Rid for helping power the magic and bids him farewell. Engulfed in fire, Rid screams furious insults at Youngwoo. Outside, another huge explosion lights up the night as the gatekeeper looks back grimly. He wonders if the distant battle has already ended while still gripping his sword. Doheeman elders arrive with their followers, demanding to know what has happened, and the gatekeeper greets them as timely reinforcements. As he starts to warn them of an intruder and summon soldiers, a blinding attack interrupts him. A lightning-charged warrior charges toward the gatekeeper from behind, forcing him to face a new threat. The gatekeeper curses in frustration. The lightning warrior proposes they stop running and fight seriously since he came all this way. The gatekeeper thinks bitterly that he lacks the talent to beat this opponent, and doubts Doheeman's believers can handle him. He admits he wants to tear his foe apart but is not yet ready to fight at full strength. Suddenly a masked purple-haired assassin appears behind the lightning warrior, catching him off guard. The assassin darts in with a blinding slash that forces the warrior to dodge. The assassin lands in front of the Doheeman forces, ready to battle. The assassin tells the gatekeeper to stay back, saying the magician conflict is already decided. She promises to buy the gatekeeper time, and urges him to act while she holds the enemy. Another masked figure is shown in an ominous inverted image, revealing the full menace of the assassin. Under a controlling spell, the assassin stares blankly and calls out to the gatekeeper. The elders writhe as red control lines encircle their heads, pleading with Gatekeeper Kim to stop. The gatekeeper, half possessed by darkness, ignores their pleas and channels the control spell through his marionette staff. He fully enslaves the assassin and Doheeman warriors, commanding them all to become his puppets. One controlled disciple begins to growl under the influence. Entire ranks of enthralled warriors turn toward the lightning enemy, their eyes glowing red. Hoguk taunts Gatekeeper Kim as a coward and says Kim's son Munsu must have inherited that cowardice. The possessed gatekeeper snarls that he will send Hoguk to join his dead son. He orders his puppets to attack. The brainwashed disciples surge forward with crazed shouts. Laughing, Hoguk powers up with lightning and says he will quickly crush them all so he can get back to dealing with their gatekeeper. A mind-controlled fighter unleashes a technique called Golden Steel as his body crackles with power. The blonde martial artist counters with a massive golden energy blast that pulverizes the ground. The brainwashed attacker charges through the smoke toward the blonde fighter, closing in. While grappling with one puppet on his back, the blonde man wonders why these enemies are so strong. Multiple controlled fighters leap at the blonde man from all directions to overwhelm him. The blonde fighter is slashed repeatedly by red energy attacks while still being restrained. The old puppeteer explains that humans set limits to protect themselves, but now he is the one deciding those limits. He further boasts that his attribute can greatly boost his puppet's martial arts, making even low-grade ones dangerous. The blonde fighter grabs one puppet's face, thinking about the strange pyramids that empower them. Another ally yells at the blonde man not to show off as the puppets close in again. Roaring, the blonde martial artist smashes a puppet into the ground with a devastating impact. The remaining puppets tremble in fear as they see the extent of his power. Furious, the puppeteer orders his puppets not to stand idle but to capture the blonde man. The blonde fighter decides to wipe them all out at once, gathering a huge surge of lightning. He slams down his sky-breaking smash, sending a colossal shockwave across the battlefield. The puppets are hurled away and crushed by falling debris from the destructive attack. Watching this, the puppeteer curses the blonde man and calls him an ignorant brute. The blonde fighter kneels in a cracked crater, still radiating golden energy as dust settles. Catching his breath, he admits the puppets are strong and calls on the old man to fight next. The puppeteer refuses, saying it is not yet his time, while standing over a kneeling subordinate. He adds that it is still too early for him to act just as hands suddenly grab his leg. A heavily injured puppet clutches the puppeteer's leg, shocking him. The blonde man grimaces, annoyed that the stubborn puppets are still clinging to him. The puppeteer, confident again, declares he still has his strongest puppet at his side. A surge of purple energy erupts as he activates a new, more powerful technique. He summons Kim Seonjeong, a special puppet armed with a glowing sword, to attack the blonde man. Seeing the lethal strike coming, the blonde fighter curses and braces himself. The puppeteer triggers the ghost sword technique, sending a deadly purple blade at the blonde man. Mocking him, the puppeteer claims that with proper training even he could have used attributes, declaring Lee Hoguk finished. The ghost sword impales Lee Hoguk's torso, drawing blood and a pained groan. Despite being stabbed, Lee manages to grab Kim Seonjeong's body in close quarters. Holding her, Lee identifies her attribute as a godly magic force ray, recognizing the threat. Lee then fires a thunder eject blast through her, unleashing explosive lightning. Shocked, the puppeteer realizes even Kim Seonjeong has been struck and admits Lee is a beast despite his wound. Lee, badly injured but towering and enraged, tells the old man to come to him, believing the fight nearly over. A calm blue-haired man appears, remarking that Lee looks unwell. This newcomer teases Lee for neglecting training, implying familiarity and superiority. Lee is alarmed that even the keeper of Iron Squad has arrived, blaming his distraction for the situation. The puppeteer sneers that Lee dropped his guard by looking back, then begins binding him with marionette strings. Entangled, Lee calls the technique cheap and insists such threads cannot truly restrain him. Bleeding and exhausted, the puppeteer resolves to risk his own life to bring Lee Hoguk down. He activates a forbidden puppetry art called soul spinning, pouring his life force into controlling one puppet. The narration explains soul spinning lets him fully dominate a single puppet with his life energy, as Lee screams in agony. The puppeteer commands the enthralled Lee to fight the Iron Squad keeper, turning Lee against his ally. Under total control, Lee realizes his body no longer obeys his will. The blue-haired keeper accepts that he must now battle Lee and suggests they have a long overdue match. Within the control, Lee rails at the cowardly old man and wonders how long the puppeteer can maintain this. The puppeteer admits he cannot last long but says if Jungwoo's side dies quickly their plan will still succeed. He orders the possessed Lee Hoguk to attack, flooding Lee with even more power. The controlled Lee charges with sky-breaking smash while Jungwoo moves to meet the blow. Lee apologizes inwardly to Jungwoo, lamenting that his body will not listen. Jungwoo assesses the Doheman gatekeeper's control over mid-9th grade Lee and judges the puppeteer's attribute to rival a 9th grade unique. Jungwoo decides to fight seriously, triggering explosive lightning that tears across the cityscape. He calls out the puppeteer for fighting shamefully at a distance, and beckons him to face him directly. Leaping and flipping above a fiery explosion, Jungwoo calls the puppeteer shameful as the blast blooms below. Jungwoo taunts that the puppeteer is actually the one being played with by the Doheman gatekeeper's tactics. Jungwoo suddenly senses something, his red eyes narrowing. Lee erupts in rage through the control, shouting at Jungwoo about what he just said. Jungwoo calmly begins uttering Lee's signature phrase golden, startling him. He finishes with steel as another huge explosion devastates the arena and Jungwoo runs forward. Jungwoo confirms aloud that Lee Hoguk is being controlled. Controlled Lee apologetically drops a chunk of building toward Jungwoo, saying he is sorry. Hurtling down, Lee yells that he does not mean to attack Jungwoo but cannot stop himself. Jungwoo doubts Lee's insistence, charging blue energy into his hand in response. Jungwoo's power forms a lattice of blue blades that slice apart the falling structure. He then darts through the rubble with his sword, destroying the remains in a blur. The puppeteer, straining, orders Jungwoo not to run around freely while maintaining his control over Lee. Panting, he realizes Jungwoo's strength is shortening his time limit, and decides he must end the battle quickly. He declares that Jungwoo must kill Lee Hoguk first if he wants to defeat him, daring Jungwoo to try. The puppeteer commands Lee to kill the man who cared for him so they can feel his pain of losing a son, while Lee protests that this time he is truly not acting of his own will. Jungwoo tells the puppeteer he is mistaken about something important. Lee's controlled eyes flare red as Jungwoo prepares a counter. Jungwoo slams down on Lee's restraining cross, launching himself for a direct strike. Jungwoo coldly notes that this mister is someone he beats up every day in training. The puppeteer is stunned that his supposed trump card might not be enough. Lee, half-conscious in the control, realizes what Jungwoo intends and responds with grim acceptance. Lee erupts with renewed flames around the puppet cross, shouting that his body was ready to fight anyway. The puppeteer pushes Marionette's martial arts amplification to its limit to strengthen Lee further. Lee delights in the heightened power and prepares Jumgang's Soul Destroyer. Jungwoo mirrors the technique, also invoking Jumgang's Soul Destroyer with his own energy. Their matching soul-destroying blows collide in midair in a massive electric clash. The puppeteer barely shields himself from the resulting shockwave and wonders if Jumgangmun is full of monsters. Lee reels from the counter, his body further injured by blue lightning. The puppeteer realizes he can no longer stop Youngwoo with Lee's battered body. Panicking, he tries to retreat and orders Lee to protect him. Youngwoo chases relentlessly, asking where the puppeteer thinks he is going. Youngwoo flips and slams Lee to the ground, overpowering him in close combat. Watching Jungwoo's charge, the puppeteer cannot believe he is striking at his own gatekeeper with a sword. Youngwoo recalls that it was Lee himself who taught him never to show mercy in a fight. He follows through and brutally slashes Lee while declaring he is the gatekeeper. Lee regains clarity and gasps in shock at the decisive blow. Youngwoo lands with his sword drawn as Lee collapses heavily behind him. Horrified, the puppeteer cannot believe Lee Hoguk fell so easily and demands to know Jungwoo's true strength and identity. Youngwoo accuses him of betraying his country and subordinates under the guise of avenging his son. He continues that the old man is only an opportunist grabbing whatever benefits he can while forming a magic circle. Youngwoo impales the kneeling puppeteer with multiple blue spikes, making him scream. Desperate, the old man begs to be spared so he can report Jungwoo's power to the Nezumi family and argue for accepting Jungangman. Youngwoo says that in both his current and previous life he has never spared people like this traitor. He snaps his fingers, declaring he has never saved such people. A titanic explosion consumes the puppeteer as Youngwoo stands before the blast with a cold smile. Elsewhere, two students watch news on a tablet and exclaim that a notorious figure has finally been arrested. The report explains that former Ilwa Group President Kang Keelman has been arrested for conspiring with Doheeman in the Allen family assassination incident. Commentators discuss how Allen family elites came to Korea and even national security forces were mobilized during that crisis. They recall that the one who resolved the situation and mediated with the Allen family was Lee Hoguk of Jumgangman. One narrator praises Lee Hoguk as an absolute hero for his actions back then. A bus arrives at the venue, signaling the characters' arrival at their destination. The narrative shifts to the Murim competition stadium where the grand event will be held. Youngwoo and Hara see that Lee Hoguk has become a national star, with online comments even suggesting he should be president. Youngwoo casually says he could make that happen. Hara calls Youngwoo clever, prompting him to ask what she means. She notes he timed the release of the exposé article about Ilwa Group just before the competition, though he feigns ignorance. She mentions her grandfather's request not to shock his heart too much. At the Allen household, the old patriarch relaxes, remarking how peaceful it has been, until he is informed that Kang Keelman has been arrested. Hearing that he himself will serve as temporary president of Ilwa Group, the old man reacts in astonishment. Youngwoo and Hara walk together, as she thanks him for helping her grandfather, framing it as their way of repaying the permission to date. Youngwoo says he is the one grateful, since her famous status is headlining the opening performance and saving his reputation. Flustered, Hara blushes and says such sweet words do not suit him. Jungwoo's expression turns serious as he instructs her to leave the stadium immediately after finishing the opening ceremony. When she asks if it is dangerous, Youngwoo answers that they do not yet know. She brushes off the worry, declaring her boyfriend is the strongest in the universe and will protect her no matter what. Youngwoo agrees quietly, accepting the responsibility. A staff member informs Hara that the performance is about to start. She heads out, telling Youngwoo to do well in the competition, and he wishes her luck. Alone, Youngwoo vows to hold the competition as bait and crush any enemies such as the Nezumi family or Murim traders who dare to act. Fireworks and stage lights erupt as the opening show begins in the stadium. The crowd explodes with excitement, cheering and waving glow sticks. On stage, Hara welcomes everyone and asks them to enjoy the Murim competition. Broadcasters praise Hara's passionate opening performance and announce that preliminaries will begin once players enter. Competitors walk into the arena, nervously noting the massive audience. Officials worry about organizing preliminaries among so many people when only 1,000 can participate. Attention shifts as Lee Hoguk and several other prominent fighters stride toward the stage. Commentators identify the 6 gatekeepers of the Valiant Gate Union arriving among the contestants. Lee Hoguk's fellow gatekeepers joke that all eyes are on him alone and tease each other about jealousy. Another pair of gatekeepers warn him not to flaunt his strength, describing him as a human cannonball. Lee reassures them there is nothing to worry about and addresses Gatekeeper Lee in the stands. Crackling with lightning, Lee shouts that it is time to start the preliminaries. One other gatekeeper ignites blazing fire in his hand, ready to fight seriously. Another draws a glowing sword imbued with blue energy. A foreign gatekeeper activates a green aura, preparing his own ability. A fan-wielding woman channels vivid purple power through her weapon. A bald magic user summons a huge blue spirit behind him as his power flares. Their combined opening attacks create a blinding explosion that shakes the arena. A colossal energy pillar slams down on the stage, further stunning the onlookers. Spectators shield their eyes, overwhelmed, and stammer that it is amazing. Others gape, asking what just happened as contestants are blasted off their feet. When the dust clears, the Valiant Gate Union gatekeepers calmly assess that only about 1/10 of the participants remain standing. Lee Hoguk announces that anyone who fell in that initial blast is eliminated. 2 younger martial artists sit stunned into silence, realizing what just occurred. The crowd roars in awe, declaring this overwhelming display to be the true power of the Valiant Gate Union. One son of a gatekeeper reflects that this is only a fraction of their strength, and that he often forgets how terrifying gatekeeper-level martial arts really are. Lee Ho-guk tests the microphone, preparing to address everyone after the brutal preliminary culling. A muscular man steps up in the arena to give the opening speech. The speaker delivers a short, fierce order to simply fight and win. Outside the stadium, a cloaked figure listens to commentary about how wild and exciting the tournament's progress is. A young fighter gushes that it was amazing to watch all the gatekeepers' martial arts up close. In the locker room, the excited fighter asks Youngwoo if he set up the flashy show to display the valiant Gate Union's power, and Youngwoo admits it suits the occasion. Jungwoo's companion deduces that Youngwoo masterminded the spectacle, as expected. A red-haired woman named Woo-ah greets them after a long time apart. Woo-ah coldly tells the keeper she is displeased with the gatekeeper's surprise show. She confirms she passed through the trials, fist-bumping their ally while Youngwoo watches. Woo-ah notes that Youngwoo has stabilized his black fire Muguki and now controls it well. She explodes when he calls her by a childish nickname, then awkwardly ends the reunion. Woo-ah declares that Watchaman will claim victory over Jungangmun, and demands they face her with full strength. She warns Youngwoo not to relax because she still intends to challenge him, and he welcomes the idea. Another man steps up, saying he feels the same way and wants to challenge Youngwoo too. The newcomer introduces himself as Chai Woojin of Kiamaman, a prince whose attribute is unknown. Youngwoo, who has never heard that Yun-young has siblings, wonders who Woojin is and asks why he came. Woojin answers that he has come to declare war. He explains that due to Kiamaman's past mistakes, Jungangmun now leads the Union, but he believes the real issue lies elsewhere. Woojin announces that the Union has chosen Youngwoo, the Iron Squad's keeper, as its leader. Youngwoo reacts coolly, asking if that is so. Woojin recalls he is only a stand-in heir of the Allen family, and must prove himself to the gate leaders. He vows to win the competition and then challenge Youngwoo for the honor of his family and Kianmu. Youngwoo laughs that he is not even competing yet, has already received 2 challenges. His teammate is left speechless by Jungwoo's popularity as a target. Announcers declare the start of the second preliminary round, noting only 115 of thousands have advanced and 16 matches remain. The first bout features Nam Gitak of Biryongman, the Poison Gate. His opponent is Lee Gangshin, the youngest of the 3 Jungangmun brothers. From the stands, a girl loudly cheers for Jungangmun to win. On the field, Gangshin is overwhelmed by the huge crowd's attention and grows more nervous despite the cheering. Nam Gitak powers up with poisonous energy and mocks Gangshin as just a bulky novice. At the signal that the match has begun, Nam Gitak boasts he will demonstrate the gap in experience. He unleashes his Predator's Chain technique, sending chain fangs lunging at Gangshin. Gangshin catches the attacking chains with his arms, shouting as they coil around him. Confident, Nam Gitak believes he has trapped Gangshin and starts to boast about Poison Gate's power. Watching from outside, Youngwoo urges Gangshin in his mind to feel and learn from this moment. Elsewhere, a passenger plane flies in under clear skies. Inside, a purple-haired woman hums contentedly. A flight attendant gently wakes her, telling her the plane has landed. Surrounded by empty meal trays, the woman perks up, realizing they have arrived. She thanks the crew for the food, while the attendant silently wonders how much she has eaten. Disembarking, she marvels that she is now in South Korea. Pumped up, she promises to meet her darling soon and tells him to wait for her. Back at the arena, Nam Gitak whips the chains and slams Gangshin like a raging hunter telling a bear to fall. Spectators panic as dust erupts, shouting at Jungangmun's fighter and worrying about their bets. In reality, Gangshin endures the blows and strains against the chains. He complains that being hit hurts and suddenly yanks, smashing Nam Gitak brutally. The poisonous fighter lies unconscious while Gangshin stands holding the slack chains amid the crater. Commentators are left stunned into a simple exclamation. They declare Lee Gangshin's overwhelming victory, while he sheepishly says he misjudged his own strength. In another ring, Woo-ah wins her match so decisively that her opponent hastily surrenders at knife point. Chai Woojin also crushes his opponent with a devastating blow. The announcer proclaims Chai Woojin of Kiamaman the winner of his match. Youngwoo observes that the 6 major gates still overpower the smaller ones and thinks the real excitement will begin from the round of 16. He then shifts his thoughts, sensing something else of interest. Gangshin, still worried he barely understood his previous foe, advances nervously to the round of 16 as commentators joke about his anxiety. In the locker room, a loud crash echoes as someone vents frustration on the lockers. Youngwoo scolds Gangshin for getting stage fright after coming this far, while Gangshin admits he had not expected such a huge audience. Youngwoo warns him that the round of 16 means facing heirs of the 6 major gates. He then menacingly asks if Gangshin plans to quit and prepare to spar with him instead, which terrifies Gangshin into renewing his resolve. In the stands, a blonde woman cheers for Jungangmun while her companions sense something is off, as if their senses are being blocked. The blonde thinks she feels sorry for Youngwoo but reminds God's Eye that she must act today. She activates her power, God's Eye Liberation with awareness disruption, planning to play for a bit before leaving. Announcers say the round of 16 matches are about to start, and it is time for players to fully showcase their skills. They highlight Lee Gangshin as a standout from round 1 for his overwhelming power. They also introduce his new opponent, Kwak Chien-wung from Overlord Gate, another of the 6 major gates. Commentators note that Overlord Gate and Jumgangmun are both martial arts specialists, so this clash should clearly reveal who is stronger, and the match begins. Qianwing invites Gangchen to settle which gate is best at martial arts. Gangchen stands in a daze, trembling with nerves again. Feeling ignored, Qianwing grows angry that Gangchen does not even respond to him. Deciding to attack first, Qianwing charges with his Tianzhu Overlord Fist technique. Overwhelmed by anxiety, Gangchen mentally begs the noisy crowd to be quiet so he can think straight. He fears that if he disappoints again, Yongwu will beat him senseless afterward. Suddenly a voice yells honey, snapping someone's attention. The purple-haired woman Sekyung stands in the crowd shouting for Sekyung not to lose. She continues cheering passionately, promising a reward if he wins. Gangchen imagines her saying she will do anything he wants, and his aura explosively powers up with godly lightning abilities. Elsewhere, a fighter with a beaded spirit arm unleashes a powerful water-like attack, roaring for his opponent to take it. He is immediately blindsided by a glowing punch to the face. The electrified Gangchen batters him relentlessly, sending him screaming. The defeated fighter coughs and wonders in shock what strange attribute just hit him. Gangchen grins, calling it the power of love as sparks crackle around his fist. He invokes his golden steel path technique, channeling that power into a massive strike. His glowing attack flattens Qianwing, leaving Gangchen standing triumphantly. Announcers praise the brilliant counterattack and declare that Li Gangchen advances to the quarterfinals, while Sekyung celebrates wildly. Commentators note that all three Jumgangmun brothers have now reached the quarterfinals. Yongwu, watching, remarks in surprise that the match ended already. The scene shifts to a quiet hallway in the venue. Yongwu receives a video call from a nervous man who greets him, saying it has been a long time. Yongwu asks about Peng Sekyung and why she is in Korea, learning she mysteriously disappeared yesterday. The caller explains Sekyung left only a note saying she was going to see her honey, enraging their father. Yongwu wonders if this counts as Sekyung slipping up, then ends the call, saying he will contact them again later. He sighs that Sekyung and her partner are unpredictable, and an elder from Overlord Gate observes that the call was shorter than expected. Yongwu turns to the elder and bluntly asks what he wants. The man introduces himself as Kwak Inkwon, an elder of Overlord Gate, and Yongwu reacts indifferently with a curt so. Inkwon angrily brings up his son Qianwing, who was just beaten, and tells Yongwu not to play innocent. He accuses Jumgangmun of lacking respect because his son is now in the infirmary with broken bones all over his body. Yongwu scoffs that being strong is hardly a crime and wonders if he should apologize or thank Overlord Gate for being weak. Furious, Inkwon summons a massive spiritual guardian and threatens Yongwu for insulting an elder of the family. Yongwu counters with dark power, mocking the idea that status equals strength and asking who is really going to die here. Overwhelmed by Jungwoo's terrifying energy and summoned beings, Inkwon realizes this younger man's power makes him feel suffocated. Yongwu coldly says they clearly learned nothing from the death of Doheeman's previous family head. Inkwon panics internally, convinced Yongwu truly intends to kill him, and wondering how he can be so ruthless. A commanding voice suddenly orders them to stop. The bald man Zhou Chongyi, gatekeeper of Overlord Gate, steps in and tells them both to stand down. Yongwu calmly explains he is only clarifying that Inkwon was the one who tried to start a fight. Zhou Chongyi apologizes to Yongwu on Inkwon's behalf and reprimands the elder for overreacting to their disciple's defeat. Zhou Chongyi quietly pressures Inkwon, asking if he wants the world to hear that an Overlord elder was beaten by a mere keeper. Cowed, Inkwon accepts the rebuke and agrees with the gatekeeper. Zhou Chongyi tells Inkwon to look after their injured disciple, then apologizes to Yongwu for the trouble as they leave. As he walks away, Zhou Chongyi thinks something to himself via telepathy that Yongwu cannot hear, prompting Yongwu to react. Yongwu wonders what the gatekeeper just said through telepathy while watching him go. The story cuts to Baek Yanghun of Jeomsunmin, preparing his sword with blue energy. During another quarterfinal, Yanghun unleashes his 1,000 flashing swords technique as the fierce battles continue. Narration introduces him as Jeomsunmin's prince while he admits Jumgang's first dragon opponent is so tough that his sword cannot pierce him. Determined, Yanghun decides it is time to use his trump card. He activates Attribute Liberation and executes a sudden shocking jab with enhanced speed, surprising spectators. He dashes in with his attribute, but his Jumgang opponent counters, sending Yanghun flying. The Jumgang fighter responds with a powerful golden steel smash attack. Commentators proclaim Li Gangyan's calm, controlled performance a total victory that sends him to the quarterfinals. Observers remark that all three Jumgang dragon heirs have advanced, demonstrating their clan's strength. Zhou Chongyi silently contemplates what he has just seen. Outside the stadium, two security men stand guard under the sky. They stop a hooded figure approaching the stadium, telling him he is late and should watch on television. The cloaked person instantly knocks both guards aside and pushes forward. More guards surround him, shouting that he is an intruder after seeing several comrades already down. Zhou Chongyi, now in security attire, tells his men to stop because this intruder is beyond their level. The hooded intruder reaches for his cowl. He reveals long white hair and golden eyes, emanating ominous energy. Yongwu recognizes him with surprise, calling him Zhu Homyang. As guards move to block Homyang's path to the leader, Yongwu watches from behind them. Homyang effortlessly blows the guards away and tells them not to interrupt him. Facing Yongwu, Homyang says he has long wanted a proper fight with him, and that the chance has finally come. Youngwoo notes that Homyang has grown a lot, thinking he must toughen the Iron Squad's training. Homyang replies that he pushed himself to the limit, and even sold his soul to a devil to gain more power. He vows to kill Youngwoo quickly as a reward for treating Yoonyoung well, unleashing his suppress attribute through blazing chains. Youngwoo, already bound by the chains, calmly states that he has analyzed this attribute. Yet he suddenly senses something strange about the power flowing through the chains. He realizes the flow is unlike before, splitting into multiple streams, suggesting that several attributes are being channeled at once. Youngwoo activates his own fiery soul of fire sky, igniting his aura. A massive fiery explosion erupts outside, showcasing that new power. He observes that the fire techniques are stronger than ever, deducing that multiple flames are now being combined. Homyang laughs, acknowledging Jungwoo's insight. Youngwoo concludes that Homyang has been stealing attributes from others and is now using several at the same time. Homyang, cloaked in ominous power, accepts that he has truly become a devil. He charges down from the sky, saying he also learned mental strength from a certain man, while Youngwoo notes he seems happy about his new power. Youngwoo responds that Homyang chose a bad time to challenge him, as he has just stepped into the realm of a great magician thanks to earlier intruders. He conjures a colossal tornado spell that tears through the area toward Homyang. Homyang, shocked by the spell's might, feels it far surpasses Yoonjung's power. Youngwoo appears behind him mid-chaos, taunting that Homyang should focus on keeping his suppress attribute active. Desperate, Homyang unleashes a barrage of stolen powers at once, liberating flame, snowstorm, thorn, and metal manipulation in a final attempt to overwhelm Youngwoo. The white-haired fighter dives down at incredible speed toward the black-haired man standing calmly at the center of a vortex. The black-haired man smirks and tells his opponent he must wield every attribute he possesses. He unleashes a massive multicolored energy ring that clashes with the white-haired man's flames. The white-haired man activates Attribute Liberation. He uses Attribute Liberation to control metal, sending razor-sharp bands crashing around his foe. Observing, the black-haired man notes that although his opponent has many attributes, each individual skill is poorly honed. Magic circles appear, signaling another technique being prepared. The white-haired man launches a barrage of piercing wind spears. Struggling, the white-haired man initiates another attribute liberation while dark energy gathers. The black-haired man recognizes the new ability as wormhole and, intrigued, comments on it. The white-haired man triggers attribute liberation, burst, forming a blazing explosive attack. The explosion erupts high above, shaking the battlefield. Exhausted, the white-haired man realizes the black-haired opponent is overwhelming in both physical power and magic, and that using multiple attributes at once is draining his stamina. Panting, he asks if this is really all the black-haired man has. The black-haired man calmly walks toward him, mocking his lack of skill and stamina and pointing out he has not been injured once. He suddenly grabs the white-haired man by the throat. Still holding his neck, he says the stolen attributes never truly became the white-haired man's own and that their original owners would weep in the afterlife. The captured man insists he can simply restore his stamina. He roars absorption and attempts to drain the black-haired man's power through his grip. Another character's mouth curls upward, signaling attention to the ongoing battle. Empowered by absorption, the white-haired man slashes down in a fiery, lightning-like strike at close range. But he recoils in agony as the black-haired man remarks that using that technique out of anxiety has backfired. Bleeding and furious, the white-haired man curses his opponent. The black-haired man ignores the insult and demands to know where Seo Munayel is. In the stadium, spectators cheer and celebrate, unaware of the danger. The blonde girl among them suddenly senses something and turns in surprise. She spots a hooded figure behind her, and wonders if her concealment attribute has been discovered. The ominous man greets her, addressing her as the younger sister of the nation. Elsewhere, a door slams open violently. A bald official rushes in, shouting that they must evacuate and escape immediately. Other leaders question his panic and asked him to explain calmly. He says the Iron Squad's leader warned of a traitor, so he investigated Elder Kwok Inkwan and uncovered suspicious activity. Another leader impatiently urges him to get to the point. He reveals that Kwok Inkwan has been leaking information to Japan's Valiant Gate, which has allied with Doheman. Shocked, one master exclaims at the mention of Japan Valiant Gate and wonders if the Nezumi family is involved. The bald official yells that they must immediately halt the Murim competition. Back on the rooftop, the white-haired absorber deduces that with the black-haired man and his squad here, the stadium's defenses are vulnerable. He declares that his only goal was to fight the black-haired man and that his role in the larger plan ends now. He opens a huge attribute liberation wormhole in the sky above the stadium. The black-haired man senses something behind him and reacts. Inside the arena, a contestant thinks the quarterfinal is nearly over and that he can win if his momentum continues. A red-haired woman counters confidently that she will not lose to Jim Gangman this time. Both warriors then stare upward in shock at the ominous vortex forming overhead. They panic as they see shapes emerging inside the swirling darkness. The dark portal starts to sparkle, signaling arrivals. Masked warriors pour out of the wormhole in great numbers, descending toward the arena. Their leader proclaims that the festival ends now and that they will show South Korea who its true master is. Fighters on the ground gape as they realize enemies are literally falling from the sky. The invading warriors shout that they will enslave everyone and order their troops to attack the arena warriors first. Chaos erupts in the stands as civilians scream and flee for their lives. One blonde fighter snarls in outrage, demanding to know what these attackers think they are doing. He charges in with a thunderous technique called Jiamgang's Soul Destroyer, smashing into an enemy. Yonghwa unleashes a scorching fire spin, cutting down another assailant. Yet more masked soldiers rain down, and a disciplined line of black masked elites advances with blades drawn. Fighting back to back, the blonde man and Yonghwa admit they are being overwhelmed as endless enemies pour from the portal. Watching from afar, the black-haired protagonist comments that the wormhole trick is interesting. Nearby, the white-haired absorber clutches his burned arm in pain. He forces himself to keep fighting, asking the black-haired man if he will not go help and insisting they continue their duel. The black-haired man dismisses him, saying he has no interest in someone who could not become strong on his own, even with both arms. Gritting his teeth, the white-haired man mutters an insult at him. Desperate, he rushes after the departing black-haired man, shouting that he must not run away. He gathers fiery power again, initiating attribute liberation, burst, flame. He expands it into a devastating ultimate technique called Flame King World, engulfing the area in fire. The black-haired man simply walks through the smoke, calling him annoying. The absorber screams that the battle cannot end until there is a clear winner. The black-haired protagonist coldly explains that absorbing attributes made the man overconfident, but still unworthy of being his opponent. He rockets toward him, declaring that someone like him is beneath consideration. The white-haired man, sweating yet exhilarated, invites him to come at him. Another long-haired figure elsewhere intones multiple attribute liberations at once, combining flame, burst, strength expulsion, and gust of wind. That villain hurls a massive phoenix flame raid, a torrent of fiery destruction. The black-haired protagonist, unaffected, comments about that attack. He steps onto a magic array that flares beneath his foot. Power swirls around him as he charges, eyes blazing red, preparing a decisive strike. A blinding blue blast erupts as he proclaims his enemy could never defeat him. The energy beam tears across the sky and slams into the ground. The impact leaves a smoking crater where his foe fell. He calmly lands beside the crater. The white-haired absorber lies unconscious and broken at the bottom while the black-haired man looks down at him. Showing restraint, the victor says he will spare the man for Yunjung's sake and orders him to stay where he is. The defeated man can only gasp weakly, blood at his lips. His limp hand twitches as a thin column of blue power shoots upward. Outside the stadium, ominous sounds and shockwaves spread into the sky. Yonghwa channels towering flames through her spear, standing defiantly amid falling debris. An enemy tries to cut her down from behind, yelling for her death. She is suddenly protected as someone invokes Thunder Ingot, Golden Steel. The newly arrived ally scolds the attackers for daring to slice people, and Yonghwa reacts in surprised relief. Their hot-blooded comrade roars that these bastards ruined the gate's celebration and vows to kill them all. He is then asked if he and Yonghwa are Ha Jungwa's friends, and he awkwardly says he is too old to be called that. The burly man confronts the cloaked intruder, rudely calling him white cloth with no manners and demanding to know if he knows Yongwoo. Smiling darkly, the cloaked man replies that of course he knows Yongwoo, even better than they do. When the enraged fighter attacks, the cloaked man calls his charge a joke. He casually blocks, wreathed in flames and dark energy. A huge fiery explosion tears up the arena floor. The attacker is stunned that his blow was dodged so easily. Watching, the cloaked man wonders about the ominous evil energy he senses, noting that the young fighter's strength rivals Jungwoo's. He begins casting a large-scale spell, magic circles glowing beneath him as black-red energy coils upward. Elsewhere, the Nezumi family head laughs, declaring South Korea finished and that everything built here will belong to his clan. Seo Munayao reveals his trump card, Absorption Technique, Soul Absorption. A vast shadow descends toward the arena where Yonghwa stands, alarming her. Her comrades react in shock as the phenomenon closes in. The red aura of soul absorption engulfs everyone nearby, including the Nezumi soldiers themselves, who scream as they realize the power is affecting them too. The Nezumi head panics, shouting at Seo Munayao to stop because their own warriors are being dragged away as well. Seo Munayao coldly says he cares nothing for nationality and dismisses talk of their shared country. He admits he only needed a foolish leader who would bring a large army for him to absorb, then bids the family head farewell with a sneer. The Nezumi head is consumed by the dark energy, screaming Seo Munayao's name. A surviving gatekeeper yells for everyone to flee the black energy and get as far away as possible. Yonghwa's group runs, horrified that the force is gaining on them. The encroaching aura suddenly slams against an unseen barrier around them. Inside the barrier, one fighter sighs in relief, saying they are safe. Reinforcements finally arrive, and the angry gatekeeper demands to know why they are so late. The newcomers explain that they have placed a protective barrier and evacuated the audience, then ask Gatekeeper Lee for a situation report. Gatekeeper Lee points out Seo Munayao hovering inside the corruption, explaining that his power is absorption and that he has already devoured participants, and Nezumi alike. Another gatekeeper warns the others not to drop their guard, reasoning that Seo Munayao has likely been stacking strength by absorbing people. The swordsman Beck concludes that the answer is simple and says he will cut Seo Munayao down, He launches forward with multiple sword-wielding clones, vowing death as punishment for humiliating the Murim family. Seo Munayel recognizes the clone technique and finds it fascinating that someone in this era also possesses it. Beck's eyes blaze white as he prepares to attack in earnest. A weapon locks into place, signaling his technique's activation. He unleashes 1,000 flashing swords, surrounding Seo Munayel with a storm of blades. Seo Munayel initially scoffs that such an attack is insignificant. But he is suddenly struck and bleeds, realizing too late he underestimated it. Beck reveals he used attribute liberation, stealth to slip past defenses and deliver the blow. Seo Munayel mocks him for talking about Murim pride while resorting to a sneak attack and calls it shameful. He derides Beck as cheap even as blood drips from his mouth. Beck replies that courtesies between warriors do not apply to a monster like Seo Munayel. Seo Munayel abruptly grabs Beck's face, startling him. Smiling, Seo Munayel says he has nearly exhausted the power he stole from Hebei's Peng family. Beck is shocked that his earlier cut failed to kill the man and suspects Seo Munayel used absorption to heal himself. Seo Munayel flings Beck away, remarking that fighting someone strong only benefits him. Others shout for Gatekeeper Beck as he falls, while a psychic woman promises to raise an energy field so they can all attack together. Seo Munayel instantly eliminates her with a sudden strike, identifying her as the psychic. He declares that she is the biggest threat, and that killing her first will simplify the battle. Another gatekeeper is grievously wounded, his name cried out in shock. Seo Munayel explains that without the psychic, the barrier will fail, making their defenses useless. He then ensnares another leader, noting someone has already drained this man's energy, and deciding he will not taste good. Dismissing his captive as useless, Seo Munayel brutally hurls him aside. Holding yet another leader in his dark tendrils, Seo Munayel mockingly congratulates them on their hollow victory. Other fighters realize the gatekeepers have been defeated and panic, shouting that everything is over and they must run. One leader despairs that every gate chief has been killed so easily. Looking up at the looming Seo Munayel, he laments that the gates will now be destroyed by this monster. Seo Munayel taunts the fleeing survivors, saying running will not save them and ordering them to become his prey. Ha Yongwoo clenches his blazing fist, furious at what Seo Munayel has done to his friends. Seo Munayel eyes him warily as the enraged aura builds. Ha Yongwoo charges with thunder ingot, gold and steel, striking with full power. Seo Munayel shrugs off the blow, saying it is useless as black energy begins to devour Ha Jungwoo's arm. He addresses Ha Yongwoo directly, saying that constantly following a certain man has made him different from others and that he is eager to absorb him. Ha Yongwoo roars back, inviting him to try and promising to take his head first. He launches a furious assault, battering Seo Munayel with electrified blows. Seo Munayel laughs through the damage, agreeing to test himself against Ha Yongwoo. Blood sprays as one of Seo Munayel's arms is violently severed, signaling the turning point of their battle. The orange-haired fighter lunges at the hooded enemy with a blazing punch, but is intercepted. The hooded man catches the fiery fist in his hand. Gripping the arm, the hooded villain tells the stunned fighter he has finally captured him. Smiling, the villain remarks that the fighter was fast but could not keep that speed up forever. The captured fighter grimaces in pain as dark energy begins to invade his body. The injured father tells his son to flee with the others while the son cries out to him. Realizing who is watching, the father hesitantly confirms that the boy is his son. The villain decides that, as payment for seeing a good punch, he will torment the fighter's son at his leisure. Horrified, the father weakly begs the villain to stop. Another man appears, cleaving through the scene with a glowing blade and ordering the villain to stop. A massive blue slash races across the sky and stadium, shaking everything. A voice declares that the attack is sufficient and halts it. The newcomer, Youngwoo, appears holding a glowing sword and warns that there is a limit to how far the villain can go. The villain recognizes Youngwoo as Jan Sion and snarls his name. The recovering father thanks Youngwoo for saving him and tries to return to the fight, while his son questions where he is going. His son points out that fighting again is impossible with his father's badly damaged arm. Looking up at the duel above, the father groans in frustration at his helplessness. He warns Youngwoo from below that this opponent is extremely powerful. Facing the red aura-shrouded enemy, Youngwoo confirms he remembers the man and his rare absorption ability. Youngwoo greets the enemy as Seo Munayel, hinting at their long shared history. Seo Munayel shows off a new technique called soul absorption, explaining it was created from Ping Sechion's remaining energy and works by touching the opponent. Youngwoo reflects that Ping Sechion has left behind something terrifying even after death. Seo Munayel activates his absorption power and prepares to strike. He excitedly challenges Jan Sion to a rematch of their battle from 100,000 years ago. Youngwoo rejects the notion of a rematch, stating that he already defeated and buried Seo before and the outcome will not change. Enraged, Seo vows to tear Youngwoo apart starting with his mouth as dark tendrils surge toward him. Youngwoo evaluates the tendril technique as interesting while deflecting it. He slashes out a wide arc of blue energy, saying the attack is useless if it cannot hit him accurately. Seo counters by rushing in, threatening to apply the absorption ability directly to Jungwoo's body. Jungwoo's eyes sharpen as he senses the incoming danger. Seo's hand briefly grabs Jungwoo's sword, trying to channel absorption into it. Youngwoo blasts Seo away with a powerful counterattack. Outside, Spectators evacuate the stadium while one man supports his injured father and laments the chaos. The sun notices a strange phenomenon forming overhead. Observing the expanding red-black field, he realizes it is a domain beyond human power. Jungwoo's eyes glow red as he powers up further. He unleashes another explosive charge, shockwaves bursting around him. Seo roars and charges through the storm of energy toward Jungwoo. Seo's eye widens as he detects a sudden change in the situation. He thrusts out his hand and triggers another surge of black-red absorption energy. The collision of powers creates a towering shockwave that engulfs the arena. Jungwoo appears cloaked in darkness, forming complex magic circles with glowing fingers. Multiple magic circles expand as he releases a massive torrent of blue energy. The spiraling energy column slams downward, shaking the entire stadium interior. A huge explosion rocks the arena, clouds of smoke and debris erupting upward. Jungwoo dives from above towards Seo through the smoke. Seo lashes upward with a weapon or tendril coated in his black-red power. Jungwoo counters midair with a forceful downward slash. The impact sends dark energy scattering along the ground. Jungwoo and Seo clash repeatedly in a blur of sword and tendrils. Their duel becomes a chaotic flurry of intersecting blue and red-black slashes. The battlefield fills with crisscrossing streaks of energy as the two fight at full speed. Jungwoo prepares another technique, inscribing glowing characters along his blade. Seo reacts in alarm as he realizes what Jungwoo is doing. Glowing runes coil around Seo's body, revealing that he has been caught in a technique. A massive release of blue power detonates nearby while Jungwoo watches. Jungwoo explains that the phenomenon he used is called magic and says Seo is outdated for not knowing it. Seo's hand claws at the ground, trying to rise again. Jungwoo, bruised and bloody, narrows his eyes determinedly. Seo, now shirtless and wreathed in corruption, screams Jan Sion's name and charges to grab him. Seo slams his hand over Jungwoo's face, exulting that he has finally caught him. Laughing manically, Seo declares that Jungwoo's power now belongs to him. Seo lifts Jungwoo by the head, beginning to drain him while red energy swirls. Believing victory assured, Seo laughs that it is all over now. He boasts that he will simply absorb Jungwoo as he holds his face. Suddenly something shocks Seo, and Jungwoo's own absorption power or magic surges in response. Jungwoo casts force teleport, displacing Seo's body away from him. Seo crashes into the ground at a distance as the spell throws him back. Jungwoo notes how quickly Seo reacted and admits that without using absorption himself he would have been seized. He concedes that his mastery of absorption cannot compare to Seo's fully developed skill. Jungwoo tells Seo that while they share the same basic absorption ability, Seo neglected to develop his and it can only last slightly longer than ordinary users. Seo laughs, praising Jan Sion's martial arts and reveling in the strength he has tasted. He exclaims that even the brief absorption of Jungwoo's power makes energy overflow within him. Seo eagerly urges Jan Sion to make him even more perfect by continuing the fight. They rush at each other again, clashing sword and dark tendrils across the stadium stands. Seo presses close with sweeping attacks while Jungwoo parries with his blue blade. Seo analyzes the energy structure of Jungwoo's Destroyer of Worlds technique and notes it differs from the Ping family's version, making it hard to locate the supporting domain. Jungwoo realizes the core of Seo's energy is hidden somewhere in the stadium and decides it must be destroyed. Seo taunts Jungwoo for pausing to think, attacking with a long black blade. The black blade carves a long path through the arena seats toward Jungwoo. Jungwoo drops to one knee from the shock, bracing himself with his sword. Seo tries to crush him with another descending strike, but Jungwoo dodges to safety. Jungwoo slashes upward, sending a blue beam to counter the massive dark attack. He then senses something troubling and looks aside grimly. He notices that his intangible sword is beginning to crack and wear down. Jungwoo concludes that even contact with Seo's power is draining his weapon, making sword combat too risky. Deciding on a new strategy, Jungwoo raises his hand and resolves to fight using only magic. Seo shouts that he will not allow any more of Jungwoo's annoying tricks. Seo unleashes a torrent of dark projectiles and slashes to overwhelm him. Jungwoo races along the stands, repeatedly chanting wind magic while trying to build up power, urging himself to go a little farther. He keeps running and channeling, muttering that he just needs a bit more distance. A towering tendril rises above him, threatening to crash down. The colossal strike smashes into the arena floor, sending debris flying. Jungwoo leaps through the dust, continuing to maneuver. Dark blades begin to spiral around him like a vortex as Seo attempts to trap him. One coil wraps around Jungwoo's torso, pulling tight and causing him to cry out. Seo laughs that Jungwoo can no longer escape and proclaims the battle finished. A sudden vertical slash tears into Seo's side, interrupting his gloating. Shocked, Seo shouts in disbelief at being wounded. He turns to see Jungwoo standing before a gigantic magic array shield that blocks Seo's attacks. Entangled in red energy yet calm, Jungwoo asks if all these elaborate spells can really be called petty tricks. Seo, feeling the threat, yells that he must absorb Jungwoo immediately. Jungwoo, partly obscured by swirling darkness, replies that Seo is already too late. Jungwoo subtly flicks his fingers, activating another spell. He calls out the spell Wind Spear Lane and sends countless piercing wind lances downward. The lances explode in a huge column of blue energy, devastating the area. The ground is left pockmarked with numerous deep craters. Yongwoo sprints across the ruined field, still wreathed in residual power. Panting, he notes that the mana cost of these spells is enormous, and that Seo's absorption has also worn him down. Amid the smoke, Yongwoo finally locates Seo's concealed energy center beneath the stadium. Standing before the pink barrier around it, Yongwoo suspects this is why the stadium was built and decides that destroying it will also end Seo Munail. Something startles him as he focuses on the barrier. He sees Hara sealed as the core within the energy center and berates himself for being hindered by a woman again. A dark entity suddenly strikes Yongwoo from behind, tearing into his shoulder. Bleeding from the mouth, Yongwoo angrily curses Hara for getting caught up in this. The malicious presence mocks him for still behaving the same as in the past. A flashback shows that in his previous life Jan Saen was powerful yet secretly caring toward his comrades and subordinates. Seo's past self claims he is different, willing to discard and exploit people like Ju Ho-myung, the Pung family, and the Nazumi family without remorse. The dark presence concludes that someone with Jungwoo's attachments can never truly be a villain. It declares that, in this fight, the evil villain will be the one who wins. Yongwoo clutches his wounded chest as more of the red energy invades him. Veins bulge in his neck as the corruption spreads further. Half-conscious, Yongwoo groans but struggles to remain standing. He clenches his fist, steeling his resolve to keep fighting. He launches himself forward again with a burst of speed. Yongwoo assaults the towering red figure, trading blows in a blur of wind and dark fire. He then shoots straight upward atop a pillar of blue energy, causing another large explosion. Landing, Yongwoo realizes he has very little mana left and must conserve it for one decisive spell. His gaze sharpens as he thinks of a final plan. The ground rumbles with another blast from the enemy's power. Yongwoo watches warily, eyes narrowed as he assesses the situation. He turns back toward the still intact pink energy core containing Hara. After a brief pause, he makes up his mind on what to do next. Yongwoo casts healing on himself, surrounding his body with restorative green light. The flaming red entity senses his recovery and asserts that Yongwoo has no strength left for more tricks. It commands Yongwoo to surrender and allow his life force to be absorbed. Elsewhere, Hara begins to awaken inside the barrier. Confused and frightened, Hara wonders why she is trapped within the pink hexagonal field. Energy crashes against the barrier as Hara stands at its center. Meanwhile, Yongwoo clashes head-on with the red monster, their powers colliding. The red being praises Yongwoo for not destroying the energy core immediately, saying that strategy now traps him. Yongwoo is told that if he destroys the core now, he will die along with the woman inside. The monster jeers, asking if Yongwoo can really kill him while the energy source still exists. Yongwoo thinks that taking another direct hit would be fatal and considers dodging. But he is reminded that dodging would leave Hara exposed behind him, making him hesitate. A massive eruption of red power engulfs Hara's barrier as she screams Jungwoo's name. The flaming villain revels in the spectacle, calling it an unusual scene for Jan Saen. Yongwoo, exhausted and bleeding, stands protectively before Hara's barrier with his sword drawn. Breathing hard, he thanks Hara for inadvertently shielding his energy with the barrier. Facing the red foe and the imprisoned Hara, Yongwoo apologizes to her for not heeding her earlier warnings. San, overwhelmed by emotion, apologizes to Yongwoo as their names echo around her. Yongwoo reassures her in his thoughts, vowing he will never let such tragedy happen again. The flaming demon compares the crying San to Mo Yonghee from 1,000 years ago and mocks Yongwoo that all his women share a doomed fate. Yongwoo ambushes the demon with clone magic, deriding him as an outdated fool who could not even see through a simple illusion. The real Yongwoo appears elsewhere, mocking the idea that he was only a clone. The demon realizes Jungwoo's clone is almost indistinguishable in body and soul, wonders if it is magic, and suspects Yongwoo was a clone from the very start. Yongwoo notes the remaining traces of the demon's absorption power, realizing the recovered demon body was fake from the beginning and preparing Jungang's technique. Yongwoo charges in cloaked in lightning and unleashes the martial arts Soul Destroyer. His electrified strike detonates against the demon at close range. The impact blasts outward in a blinding column of power. The battered demon curses Yongwoo as a crafty opponent. As the shockwave shatters the arena floor, Yongwoo notices the very ground has been affected by the martial arts clash. He presses the offensive, driving the demon back with another sweeping, empowered attack. The demon admits he is no saint yet braces himself against Jungwoo's ceaseless strikes. He reminds Yongwoo that Yongwoo once said the villain would be the one to win. Yongwoo responds that he will become that destined villain himself. He declares he will be endlessly evil and continues slicing the demon apart with intersecting blades of energy. Under the onslaught, the demon panics that Jungwoo's current weak strength provides too little martial power for him to absorb and heal. Yongwoo orders the demon to return to where it came from. He seals Seo Munail with a massive cage of crossing energy blades. The technique pins Seo Munail on a rock as the battlefield collapses around them. A final beam of power slams down, finishing the confinement attack. Hara watches through the fading smoke, startled. A lone silhouette appears within the lingering dust cloud. The referee loudly declares Jungwoo the victor as he stands on the broken cliff wall. Hara relaxes and smiles in relief at Jungwoo's win. Her God's Eye activates, showing her a new revelation that shocks her. Alarmed by what she sees, Hara shouts Jungwoo's name. Seo Munail erupts back into view in a feral state, attacking again, while Youngwoo grimly calls him tenacious. Seo Munil clings to Jungwoo's back and insists Youngwoo cannot defeat him. He boasts that as long as he maintains his absorption energy and Hara lives, he is invincible and Youngwoo is doomed. Park Soho invokes attribute Liberation Isolate to separate Hara from Seo Munil's influence. Seo Munil, shocked by the interference, lunges desperately toward Youngwoo. Soho restrains Hara and urges Youngwoo to end Seo Munil now. Soho shouts Jungwoo's full name to spur him into action. Youngwoo draws his sword and charges past Seo Munil with a decisive slash. His blade flashes in a powerful vertical strike. Seo Munil screams Jan Sion's name as the cut lands. Jungwoo's attack cleaves a massive scar into the canyon, sending energy skyward. Afterward, Youngwoo checks on Hara, asking if she is alright while Soho's hand rests reassuringly on her shoulder. Youngwoo turns to Soho with wary recognition. Hara identifies their blonde rescuer as Jean Gangbek. Soho greets Youngwoo calmly, saying it has been a long time and addressing him intimately. A flashback shows Jean Gangbek and Youngwoo crossing swords in a past life. In that memory, Youngwoo, the warlord, complains that Jean Gangbek opposed him even though he never personally wronged him and questions what is wrong with conquering Mirim. Jean Gangbek retorts by asking how Youngwoo would feel if someone else conquered Mirim and ruined his life. Youngwoo is left speechless while Jean Gangbek laughs off the question. Jean Gangbek explains that stopping such villains is exactly why he fights and expresses faith that Youngwoo will one day understand him. He recalls thinking they would meet again somewhere in another life. Using God's Eye, Hara realizes she can read both Jungwoo's and Soho's memories. She sees Jungwoo's 6 past incarnations as fearsome figures and notes that Seo Munil's weakening is revealing those once blocked memories. She then focuses on Soho, recognizing there is more to him as well. Youngwoo, sword drawn, scoffs that killing Soho only 6 times has not been enough and vows to keep cutting him down. Soho introduces his current identity as Park Soho, paralleling Jungwoo's identity as Ha Youngwoo. Hara dashes between them, telling Youngwoo God's Eye shows that Soho was only helping and bears no malice. Soho confirms he did not come to fight but to ask Youngwoo for a favor. He asks Youngwoo if he will fight alongside him. Time skips forward 1 year. A narrator explains that a year after the Seo Munil chaos, the Murim competition is finally resuming. The renewed competition opens with a spectacular explosion in the arena. The crowd watches a match announced on the big screen and wonders who will win. Lee Gangchen lies battered on the ground as the announcer calls his name. The announcer then declares that Lee Gangchen is the last fighter standing and thus the victor. Spectators erupt into cheering celebration. Youngwoo and Hara stand together in the stands while Youngwoo narrates that he has spent the year wholeheartedly reforming the union. He recalls having all Nezumi-related assets confiscated and notes that other families hurry to sever ties, leaving no opposition. Another narration explains that Seo Munil's incident was covered up as a cave anomaly, and that Jean Gangbek, now Park Soho, works within the unique union. Gangchen, recognizing his weakness from that incident, trained relentlessly until he advanced to 8th class, now proudly lifting a girl in celebration. Elsewhere, an ambitious woman laments not finishing her fight with Youngwoo, while her stoic companion stays silent. Youngwoo narrates that their uncle-like senior became head of the Valiant Gate Union and recovered from his serious wound by spending more money on food than treatment. He adds that the food bills were dumped on the Peng family, whose heiress keeps buying things to win that senior's favor. Walking with Hara, Youngwoo asks if she fears him after seeing his past lives with God's Eye. Hara teases that he sometimes seems inhuman, says his tyrant past made him seem bad, and playfully asks if he dislikes girls like her. Youngwoo smiles and politely declines the implication. Soho approaches, saying it has been a year, calling Youngwoo his dear friend. Soho assumes Youngwoo has considered his earlier proposal. Youngwoo listens silently, his eyes narrowed in thought. He remarks that they too are not the only reincarnated people. Soho confirms and explains that those strong enough in one life can persist across lives rather than disappearing. He says he has spent many lives fighting villains and that Youngwoo has always been the final enemy of that journey. Youngwoo acknowledges that he has always been the endpoint of Soho's quest. Soho admits his memories came back late this life and that with limited training time he could not defeat Seo Munil, so he now needs a partner if powerful reincarnators continue to appear. He earnestly begs Youngwoo to move forward together with him. Youngwoo calls him crazy, saying he is one of those villains himself and tells Soho to stop talking and fight. Hara reflects that it is already reckless for Soho to stand before Youngwoo and that without her presence Youngwoo might have killed him again. Youngwoo hears his subordinates calling out to check on him after the battle. His comrades rush over, worried about his injuries and suspecting Youngwoo might be responsible for Seo Munil's state. Soho laughs that Youngwoo has found something more precious than conquering Mirim, which means he no longer has to die chasing Youngwoo. In the flashback duel, Soho asks if Youngwoo now understands his words. In the present, Youngwoo is told to think carefully and choose between a righteous life and one of ruthless plunder. Youngwoo smirks and says he is not helping Park Soho. He clarifies that he simply wants to drive villains into despair and refuses to change his methods. Youngwoo declares he will be a villain to other villains. Soho accepts this, saying he will depend on Youngwoo. The scene shifts to a peaceful city skyline. Suddenly one of the tall buildings erupts in a massive explosion. Amid burning rubble, a red-haired man emerges laughing while civilians flee in panic. He grins that his memories have finally returned. Reveling in chaos, he praises his new life and exults in burning everything around him. His monologue is cut short as Jungwoo's kick smashes into his face. Youngwoo and Soho stand over the crater, confirming this arsonist is their target. Soho explains that in a past life the man was expelled for researching the family's apostles and then burned his own family and neighboring countries in revenge, which Youngwoo calls a vile history. The villain recognizes Jin Gangbeek again and reacts with shock. Soho derides him as a third-rate villain who dares cause trouble, while the man shouts back that he only wants to do in this life what he could not before. Walking away afterward, Youngwoo admits he never expected to deal with such villains himself, and Soho jokes that he will get used to it. The arsonist, refusing to back down, vows to burn Youngwoo and Soho if they keep stopping him. Soho signals Youngwoo to move, while Youngwoo snaps that he does not obey Soho's orders. Youngwoo launches forward with a blazing sword strike. He leaps high, telling the arsonist to end his foolishness in the next life. Youngwoo slashes down, proclaiming that the man's destined villain has arrived.